In the realm of the spirit beast continent, the ghostly culinary prodigy, Huang Yunqing, has traversed into another world, only to inadvertently attract the attention of the formidable demon lord, Ming Li. Wearing my robes signifies you belong to me, Huang Yunqing boldly asserts, displaying no fear whatsoever. After all, she is the illustrious Huang Jie of society, unrestrained and audacious. In the Tianlan Empire of the spirit beast continent, dark clouds veil the moon, and chilling winds howl. Eerie mists drift above the ominous tomb of souls, resembling the restless spirits wandering the earthly realm. Two expressionless black-clad guards dragged a bloodied woman to the tomb of souls, callously tossing her into a grave pit. Douse her with water. A frigid female voice resonated behind the black-clad guards. Splash! A bucket of filthy water was poured over Huang Yunqing's head, causing her to jolt awake, instinctively curling her battered body and clutching her head as she pleaded. Please, no more. I'm not an assassin. I just want to find Brother Nan Feng. She had run away from home, hoping to stealthily follow the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire, Mu Nan Feng, to hunt in the Twilight Forest. Little did she know, before she could even catch a glimpse of Mu Nan Feng, she was apprehended by the surrounding guards, mistaken for an assassin. Without further ado, she was subjected to a brutal beating. Observing her timid and disheveled appearance, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle. Guffaw. Oh dear sister, you're the eldest lady of the Huang family who would dare strike you? The Huang family, a distinguished clan within the Tianlan Empire, is renowned far and wide. Even 3-year-old children in the empire are aware of it. The Huang family is one of the most illustrious families in the Tianlan Empire. Yet this eldest lady, Huang Yunqing, is a talent utterly devoid of merit. Huang Yunqing squatted at the edge of the grave pit, tenderly arranging Huang Yunqing's disheveled hair, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite features. Dear sister, I know you're not an assassin. However, running away from home to hunt at the periphery of the Twilight Forest is exceedingly perilous. Upon recognizing the person before her, hope suddenly ignited in Huang Yunqing's ashen eyes. She reached out, grasping at Huang Yunqiang's garment, pleading, Dear sister, you've come to rescue me, haven't you? Huang Yunqing's expression brightened, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope. Dear sister, please let me see Brother Nan Feng. I've traveled countless miles just to find him. Brother Nan Feng? Huang Yunqiang's expression abruptly turned cold. How dare you utter his name? Rage and cruelty surged within her. The crown prince of the Tianlan Empire, Mu Nan Feng, is the designated heir of the great emperor of Tianlan. Though still in his youth, he has already attained the rank of a 4th-tier martial genius. Moreover, he is a direct disciple of the esteemed sword-sex master. His future is boundless. Yet he is betrothed to the likes of Huang Yunqing, a mere waste. Huang Yunqiang's eyes were ablaze with fury. With a swift motion, she slapped Huang Yunqing across the face, leaving 4 vivid red marks on her pale cheek. Dazed by the blow, Huang Yunqing stared at the suddenly enraged Huang Yunqiang, confusion written all over her face. Dear sister, why did you hit me? Huang Yunqiang let out a cold laugh, her right leg enveloped in fierce energy as she mercilessly kicked Huang Yunqing in the abdomen. Listening to Huang Yunqing's heart-wrenching scream, Huang Yunqiang's delicate features twisted with jealousy. Huang Yunqing, even at death's door, you dare ask why I struck you? Grabbing a fistful of Huang Yunqing's hair, she smiled wickedly. You're nothing but a waste who cannot even cultivate true energy. What right do you have to be engaged to Brother Nan Feng? After tiring from her kicks, Huang Yunqiang stood, hands on her hips, panting as she gazed down at the battered Huang Yunqing in the grave pit, a malicious smile on her lips. Did you truly believe Brother Nan Feng would marry you? He said you resemble a toad in a stinking ditch, foolishly dreaming of swan meat. Just the sight of you disgusts him. Huang Yunqing, lying in the pit, shook her head vacantly. Murmuring, she repeated, That's impossible. Brother Nan Feng promised he would marry me. Huang Yunqiang looked down at her with a sneer. Brother Nan Feng's promise to marry you was merely to placate your overbearing mother. Huang Yunqing, already dazed, could scarcely muster a reply. If Brother Nan Feng did not first appease your insane mother, how could he manipulate her tyranny to remove obstacles in his path? As she spoke, Huang Yunqiang produced a vial of golden, viscous honey from her bosom, pouring it into Huang Yunqing's wounds, causing her to convulse in agony once more. The Twilight Forest is fraught with danger. You lack even the ability to protect yourself. Even if you weren't captured as an assassin, you would surely perish in the belly of a spirit beast. This honey, derived from the 6-winged bee king, possesses nourishing properties, and is highly attractive to insects and vermin. Before long, numerous thumb-sized fire ants emerged from the soil, crawling onto Huang Yunqing's lacerated wounds. The excruciating pain jolted Huang Yunqing awake, and she finally understood that Huang Yunyao truly intended to take her life. But with multiple fractures, she had no strength left to fend off the swarming ants. Turning her eyes with great difficulty, she asked, "Huang Yunyao, have I ever wronged you?" Huang Yunyao raised her pink sleeve, laughing extravagantly and unrestrainedly. "Ha! Huang Yunqing, you've been so kind to me. Were it not for your mother's interference, seizing my mother's rightful position, the legitimate daughter of the Huang family engaged to brother Nanfeng would have been me." Jealousy and rage contorted Huang Yunyao's features. "You've been so kind to me. I can hardly wait to consume your flesh and drink your blood." Huang Yunqing, lying in the grave pit, was taken aback. She never expected the seemingly obedient Huang Yunyao would harbor such venomous thoughts. "Huang Yunyao, I entrusted you with the cultivation of spiritual medicine techniques, helping you rise to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. And this is how you repay me?" Huang Yunyao tore away the soiled sleeve Huang Yunqing had grasped, speaking softly. "Dear sister, those spiritual medicine techniques were rightfully mine. You, a waste, have no right to enjoy the resources of our clan." Humph! A raspy sound escaped Huang Yunqing's throat, akin to a bellows being pulled. As Huang Yunqing became engulfed by the fire ants, Huang Yunyao's lips curled into a dazzling smile. "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. Your mother perished in battle last year, buried in the wilderness, all orchestrated by brother Nanfeng. This tomb of souls is a fine place you can rest in peace." Huang Yunqing's eyes widened in shock, her gaze filled with hatred reflecting Huang Yunyao's seemingly innocent face. "Huang Yunyao, you and Mu Nanfeng shall meet a terrible end." She was then overwhelmed by the relentless swarm of fire ants. "Bury her," Huang Yunyao commanded coldly. "If anyone inquires, say she was never seen." After Huang Yunyao departed, the two black-clad guards began to fill the grave pit with soil. The swirling dust settled on Huang Yunqing's face, startling away a portion of the fire ants that had been savoring the honey. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, swiftly grasping the shovel that was filling the pit with soil, leveraging it to vault herself out of the grave. Her golden phoenix eyes were filled with a fierce and murderous intent. Digging a pit? Burying someone? This task is what I excel at. Chapter 2. The Ghost Chef of the Underworld and the Chef System. Delicate fingers clutched the edge of an iron spatula. Huang Yunqing squinted, a glint of cold light flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. "Even if I wash my hands of this, I am not someone you can bully." The black-clad guards exchanged glances, astonished by Huang Yunqing's indomitable spirit, yet they unhesitatingly closed in. The Crown Prince has already commanded that Huang Yunqing must be buried in the Tomb of Souls. Huang Yunqing flexed her wrists, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. "Are there truly so many fractures in my body?" The organization's methods remain as ruthless as ever. Gripping the spatula's handle with her right hand, she positioned it defensively in front of her. A chilling smile crept across her blood-streaked face, reminiscent of a red spider lily blooming in hell. "Even if only my right hand can move, I can still take you all down." In the instant the black-clad guards lunged at her, Huang Yunqing evaded their attack with a ghostly grace, her toes barely touching the ground as she circled behind two of them. The spatula sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, striking at the back of their heads. A dull thud echoed as the two guards crumpled awkwardly into the grave pit. After swiftly dispatching the black-clad guards, Huang Yunqing thrust the spatula into the ground beside the pit and collapsed onto the grave, panting heavily. Once a legendary assassin in the mercenary world, the ghost chef Huang Yunqing, she had countless souls on her hands. Yet weary of the organization's relentless killings, she had retreated to the shores of Westlake to open a small restaurant, hoping to devote herself to the culinary arts. Who would have thought that before she could even settle in? Her newly established restaurant was raided by assassins sent by the organization. Moreover, they dispatched the top 10 experts of the mercenary world to hunt her down. All she wanted was a quiet life cooking. Why was it so difficult? Huang Yunqing spat out a mouthful of blood foam, gazing up at the wisps of smoke rising from the Tomb of Souls, her eyes narrowing slightly. What kind of place is this? Caked in a layer of sticky, viscous honey, Huang Yunqing felt utterly uncomfortable. After swatting away a fire ant the size of her thumb from her arm, she fell into contemplation. Could it be that I have been swept away by the currents of transmigration? Reborn in another world? Ding! The system detected a decline in the host's life index and activated emergency protocols to assist in body restoration. A sweet, childlike voice echoed in her mind. A warm current flowed from her dantian, nourishing Huang Yunqing's internal organs along her meridians. The warm flow enveloped her body like a gentle spring breeze, repairing the shattered bones. Every pore felt as if it were rejoicing, a wave of comfort washing over her. Huang Yunqing rose, fists raised in the air, feeling empowered. Restored to her former self, she felt capable of taking down 2 bulls. Host, your body has been fully restored. Don't forget to give the adorable little chef a good review. The playful tone of the child's voice made Huang Yunqing smile. Little chef, what sort of system are you? I am the bespoke chef system tailored for the host, dedicated to transforming you into the most formidable chef in the spirit beast continent. Our motto is, save the world with food. Huang Yunqing casually picked up the nearby spatula, grinning as she filled the grave pit with dirt. A chef system, you say? Cooking is my forte, however. My motto is, create chaos in the world with food. Ha ha ha! Back when I was in the organization, the ghost chef Huang Yunqing instilled fear in all. She never relied on knives or bullets to take lives. A single dish was enough to sever souls. People live by food, and no matter how wary her assassination targets were, unless they were completely isolated, there was no escaping Huang Yunqing's pursuit. After burying the 2 black-clad guards in the pit, Huang Yunqing wandered aimlessly around the Tomb of Souls, one hand gripping the spatula. Gradually, memories that did not belong to her flooded her mind. Huang Yunqing, the eldest daughter of the Huang family in the Tianlan Empire, had her cultivation roots destroyed at a young age, rendering her unable to practice. However, she was engaged to the crown prince, the most esteemed figure in the Tianlan Empire. Innocent people suffer for their treasures. Coupled with Huang Yunqing's timid and foolish nature, she had foolishly heeded the instigation of her half-sister, Huang Yunyao, and followed the hunting team to the edge of the sunset forest. Her demise in the Tomb of Souls was no one's fault. In this world where strength reigns supreme, weakness is the greatest sin. Huang Yunqing clutched the blood-red crystal pendant around her neck. A relic from her mother, a serious expression flickered in her eyes as she vowed. Huang Yunqing, rest assured, I will avenge you. The crystal pendant seemed to respond to her promise, radiating a dazzling glow before vibrating twice. Returning to stillness, gurgle, gurgle. The sound of her empty stomach echoed from her hollow abdomen. Huang Yunqing, with the spatula in hand, gazed at the desolate Tomb of Souls, suddenly perplexed. Without ingredients, even the most skilled cook struggles to create a meal. Ding! As the future master chef at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could the host not even fill her belly? Temporary task. Satisfy your hunger, even if stranded in the wilderness. The host should utilize her wit to create dishes befitting a spirit chef. Task reward, beginner's gift pack, open for surprises. Huang Yunqing scratched her head in melancholy. Why does she always feel like this system is rather unreliable? The little chef's tasks seem far too casual. Host, you can search for ingredients in the sunset forest. Huang Yunqing's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Gripping the spatula firmly, she followed the direction her memories guided her towards the sunset forest. The Tomb of Souls lay at the edge of the sunset forest, a gathering place for spirit beasts in the Tianlan Empire. High-level spirit beasts and divine medicinal herbs were abundant, promising numerous rare ingredients. Unlike the desolation of the Tomb of Souls, as soon as Huang Yunqing stepped into the sunset forest, she spotted the warm glow of lantern fruits and the enchanting butterflies fluttering around them. Perhaps the honey coating her body was irresistible to the enchanting butterflies, as a multitude of them, shimmering with vibrant colors, gathered around her. Although enchanting butterflies were merely low-tier spirit beasts, their numbers could induce hallucinations, making them quite troublesome. Huang Yunqing dared not linger at the forest's edge and quickened her pace towards the water source. She needed to wash off the sticky honey as soon as possible. Fortunately, the original owner had thoroughly investigated the hunting areas on the outskirts of the sunset forest, allowing Huang Yunqing to recall the general location of the water source. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the sound of flowing water finally reached her ears. Huang Yunqing pushed aside the dense underbrush, revealing a lake that shimmered like a mirror under the moonlight. In the center of the lake stood a crystalline statue, radiating a soft glow beneath the moonlight. The moonlight scattered on the ice crystal statue, refracting into a dazzling array of colors, reminiscent of a vibrant aurora, stunning and magnificent. Even someone like Huang Yunqing, who had seen her fair share of spectacles, couldn't he help but exclaim, "Who the hell has the time to create an ice crystal sculpture in the middle of the lake?" Chapter 3. Stripping at the drop of a hat. Huang Yunqing had exceptional eyesight. Even from a distance, she could discern the statue's features. Its flawless and exquisite lines and contours offered a pleasing visual comfort. The softly glowing face was intricately carved, with high cheekbones and crimson lips brought to life. Even the eyelashes stood out distinctly, making it indistinguishable from a real person. Truly impressive. I wonder which family sculptor had the time to show off their skills in the sunset forest. As she marveled at the statue, Huang Yunqing tore off her tattered clothing. Though the ice crystal statue appeared somewhat unsettling, she desperately needed to wash herself. Why did Huang Yuanyao have to pour honey on her? This sticky substance was a constant torment to her nerves. Huang Yunqing dove into the water, the icy chill instantly surging from her feet, making her shiver. This water is far too cold. The frigid lake water exacerbated her already growling stomach. Intensifying her hunger, she quickly scrubbed off the honey. Just as Huang Yunqing was about to emerge from the water, she suddenly paused, seriousness washing over her as she addressed the chef system in her mind. Little chef, look at me, the future master chef. I don't even have a decent outfit. How embarrassing. Shouldn't you help maintain my glorious image? Ding. The hostess' request is quite reasonable. However, the little chef declines. Huang Yunqing tugged at the corners of her mouth. If it's reasonable, why refuse? Does that mean as the host, I have no dignity? She sighed, a mischievous glint flickering in her phoenix eyes as her gaze turned toward the ice crystal statue. She then discovered that the ice crystal sculpture seemed to be draped in a garment. As she swam towards the shimmering center of the lake, Huang Yunqing realized that the sculpture was wrapped in a snow-white fox fur robe. She was astonished by the material of the robe. Despite being submerged in the lake, it showed no signs of dampness, the soft fur distinctly visible and delicate. After all, you are merely a sculpture. Why not lend me your robe? Without hesitation, Huang Yunqing concocted a reason to persuade herself and swiftly stripped the fox fur robe from the ice sculpture, delightfully donning it herself, at the very moment she turned. The ice crystal sculpture standing on the lake's surface trembled slightly at its eyelashes. However, captivated by the robe, Huang Yunqing remained oblivious to the sculpture's peculiar movement. The fox fur robe felt exceedingly warm against her skin, possessing a remarkable resistance to both water and fire. Taking advantage of the robe, Huang Yunqing plunged into the lake and caught 3 plump, luminous fish, which he promptly dispatched with a spade and skewered onto sharpened twigs. Although the spade was somewhat clumsy, under her deft control, it served adequately as a cooking tool, albeit requiring a touch more effort. The luminous fish, a common first-tier spirit beast, thrived in freshwater lakes, prized for their tender, flavorful flesh and minimal fishy taste, making them ideal for various culinary methods. Huang Yunqing skillfully prepared the 3 fish, expertly gutting and cleaning them with a sharp stone shard. After arranging all the ingredients, she faced a dilemma with the unlit pile of firewood. Lacking flint or similar tools, starting a fire proved to be a challenge. Little chef, could you lend me a hand? Perhaps with something like a fire cloud palm or a fire stick? The little chef, however, chose to selectively ignore Huang Yunqing's suggestion. Come on, you can ignite the fire using the friction method. Huang Yunqing sat disheartened on a large stone by the lake, clutching the small wooden stick she had prepared. Sighing as she grumbled, friction fire. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Why is it that while other systems treat their hosts like cherished children, hers has turned into a needy little girl? After considerable effort, she finally got the wood pile ablaze, allowing her to roast the luminous fish over the fire. Others traverse different worlds, wielding extraordinary powers, while she ended up with a system that only knows how to be cute and cheer her on. Don't be discouraged, little chef is quite capable. Huang Yunqing, somewhat dejected, turned the fish over, listening to the sizzle of the fish as it cooked, eagerly licking her lips, as the flames enveloped the fish. An enticing aroma wafted through the air. Especially with her stomach already empty, the mouth-watering scent felt like countless tiny hands scratching at her heart, causing her great discomfort. Huang Yunqing swallowed the saliva that had nearly reached her lips and patiently sprinkled some crushed purple leaf pepper on the fish. A wave of spicy and fiery fragrance instantly enveloped her. This purple leaf pepper was something she had gathered while collecting firewood. Even in hard times, one must savor life, right? On the spirit beast continent, the pungent aroma of purple leaf pepper was akin to that of chili. Since Huang Yunqing had resolved to prepare grilled fish, how could it lack spiciness? After adding the pepper, the aroma emanating from the fish intensified, enticingly swirling around her like silk. Observing the fish, now golden and slightly charred on both sides, Huang Yunqing struggled to suppress her urge to devour it, with her left hand clutching 3 grilled fish. She carefully picked up a small pinch of powder scraped from a rose quartz stone and evenly sprinkled it over the fragrant fish. The translucent fish, adorned with a hint of vibrant rose salt, looked absolutely stunning. The luminous fish, named for its ability to emit a glow at night, transformed from a cold, ghostly light to a mouth-watering rosy hue after roasting. The red glow, accented by the beautiful rose salt on the fragrant fish, created an almost intimidating perfection. Yet, Huang Yunqing had no qualms about indulging. Cooking delicious food is meant to satisfy one's hunger. She selected a perfectly grilled luminous fish and took a hearty bite from its belly. The meat, the most succulent part of the fish, melted in her mouth, the spicy aroma of the purple leaf pepper exploding forth like a vibrant and passionate dancer, embodying raw allure. Huang Yunqing, disregarding her image, voraciously devoured the luminous fish, her mouth glistening with oil. Suddenly, she paused, her attention caught by a strange sound. Chapter 4. The Cowardly and Dogged Fake System. A gust of wind swept through, shattering the ice on the lake's surface. A man, exuding an alluring aura, stepped gracefully before Huang Yunqing, his 9 snow-white tails swaying behind him. Wisps of mist draped over him like a delicate veil. His icy blue fox eyes emanated a chilling intensity as he looked down at Huang Yunqing with an air of disdain. You have defiled my sanctum. You have stolen my ceremonial robe. You have slain the luminous fish I raised in the spirit lake. Amidst the swirling mist, his presence was piercingly sharp, his cold gaze radiating undeniable dominance. Return the luminous fish, or you shall sever your own meridians. Huang Yunqing pursed her lips, swallowing the fish meat in her mouth. Was it really just about eating 2 fish? She pondered, as Ming Li took a couple of steps closer. His oppressive aura forced Huang Yunqing to kneel, unable to rise under the immense pressure. With a mere huff, Ming Li caused her to cough up a pool of blood, and witnessing his unreasonable demeanor ignited her stubborn spirit. Gritting her teeth, she concealed the remaining 2 luminous fish behind her. These are the fish I painstakingly grilled. Why should I give them to you? Struggling to lift her head, she locked eyes with Ming Li. He smirked, but his smile held no warmth. His frostbitten visage emanated an intimidating authority, his icy blue fox eyes gleaming with a soul-freezing glare, the defiance of an ant. For reasons unknown, gazing into Ming Li's indifferent fox eyes, Huang Yunqing felt a strange tug, as if her very soul were being pulled. Suddenly, the crystal necklace around her neck pulsed with warmth, stimulating her nerves and jolting her back to reality. Realizing it was her system coming to her aid, she thought, of course, I possess a system. Before the system, no matter how powerful this man is, I can surely subdue him. Revitalized, Huang Yunqing shouted, You want my life? Not a chance. My life is mine to decide. Defying the oppressive pressure from Ming Li, Huang Yunqing slowly rose to her feet, her bones creaking under the strain. I fear nothing. If the sky falls, my system will bear the weight. She was indeed a person with a system, and she reveled in it. Ming Li's eyes flickered with surprise. Even the most formidable beings of the human empire would not dare to stand so defiantly before him. This girl, seemingly a mere ant with severed roots and blocked meridians, was surprisingly spirited, intriguing. However, as Ming Li contemplated Huang Yunqing's audacity, she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. She urgently called out to the little chef, Come on. I know you can handle him. You should uphold the proud tradition of your system and reduce this villain's posterior to shreds, then roast it for a feast. The reason she had acted so boldly was entirely due to her belief in the system. Otherwise, faced with Ming Li's overwhelming prowess, she would have surrendered the fish without hesitation. It was only 2 fish. There was no need to risk her life. Before Ming Li made a move, Huang Yunqing thought she could manage a few more struggles, but just a glance from him nearly sent her to her doom. Against such an overwhelming figure, how could she possibly contemplate resistance? Little chef, what are you doing? I'm in danger here. If you don't show your true abilities, we're both finished. Huang Yunqing felt a twinge of fear. Yet she still held hope for her system. After all, which protagonist in novels did not possess an impressive system? Her spirit chef system, while it seemed related to cooking, surely had ways to help her fight against the odds and turn the tables. She could surely deal with this massive, unyielding ice mountain, right? Under the persistent entreaties of Huang Yunqing, the little chef finally responded in a flurry. Beep. Given that the host has incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary, the little chef is activating emergency mode and preparing to disengage and flee. Hearing the countdown echoing in her mind, Huang Yunqing nearly succumbed to despair. How had she ended up with such a wretched system? This iteration was proving to be exceedingly difficult to manage. How can you be so cowardly and inept, little chef? Instead of finding a way to assist the host in peril, you contemplate escape. You must be a counterfeit system. Huang Yunqing shot a conflicted glance at Ming Li, who had yet to make a move to harm her. If she knelt and pleaded for mercy, could she perhaps salvage her life? Ahem, esteemed one, might we negotiate? Huang Yunqing respectfully presented 2 roasted fish hidden behind her back, adorned with a flattering smile. These 2 luminous fish are for you, great one. Could you spare my life? Even Ming Li, having encountered countless duplicitous human beings, couldn't help but furrow his brow upon witnessing Huang Yunqing's rapid change in demeanor. This ant-like creature's shamelessness seemed to be a refined art. Begone, he declared, irritated by the fickleness of humanity. Waving his hand dismissively, the force of his gesture sent Huang Yunqing tumbling several times before she finally came to rest beside a thicket. Wincing, she rubbed her bruised body and glared resentfully at Ming Li, who was gracefully consuming the fish. Even while gnawing on charred sticks and golden fish, his demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Huang Yunqing, gnashing her teeth in frustration, lamented the loss of the fish she had painstakingly roasted through the night, crispy on the outside, tender within, oozing with flavor, melting in the mouth, only to have it devoured by that insufferable man. After consuming the 2 luminous fish, Ming Li glanced at Huang Yunqing, who was still in the thicket. Her hands gripping the leaves infuriated. "Do you have an issue with me?" he inquired, his tone cold yet laced with amusement. The anger frozen on Huang Yunqing's face, she quickly rubbed her cheeks and forced a professional, flattering smile. No, how could I have any complaints against you, great one? I merely noticed that you seemed unsated, as if you had not had your fill. Huang Yunqing rubbed her hands together, contemplating whether to adopt the little chef's cowardly spirit. Shall I fetch another 2 luminous fish to roast for you? Ming Li, licking his lips in satisfaction, had spent millennia cultivating by this spiritual lake, consuming countless luminous fish. Yet, undeniably, the ones roasted by Huang Yunqing were the finest he had ever tasted. Seeing that Ming Li remained silent, Huang Yunqing stealthily began to retreat into the thicket. Suddenly, she heard his ominous voice resonate in her ears, causing her spine to stiffen. 2,000 are insufficient. I require 2,000. Chapter 5. What is in the beginner's gift pack? Look at her. Her tongue truly is as sharp as it gets. Had she not foolishly mentioned that, would that icy 9-tailed fox have even noticed her? Huang Yunqing chuckled awkwardly, though her heart was filled with denial. Yet, to save her own life, she reluctantly nodded. All right, but great one. The luminous fish are quite elusive. It may take time to gather 2,000. If it were merely 10 or 8 fish, that would be manageable. But this frigid man was demanding 2,000 roasted fish. Even if she toiled through the night, it would be impossible, no matter. Ming Li responded, his 9 tails gently lapping at the lake's surface. I require 2,000 luminous fish. They should leap out on their own. Huang Yunqing suppressed a laugh at Ming Li's words. Had this cold 9-tailed fox lost his mind? While luminous fish were indeed delectable, they were notoriously difficult to catch. Did he truly believe that if he commanded the lake, the fish would obediently leap into his mouth? Esteemed one, perhaps I should dive into the spiritual lake to catch the fish. Before she could finish her suggestion, a school of luminous fish leapt from the water, eagerly flocking towards Ming Li. The 3 small fish she had painstakingly caught earlier were but a meager handful, while the ones now presenting themselves were nearing the size of sharks, weighing at least 100 pounds. Master, I've waited 300 years for this. Let me feast first. Get away. Your fish is overcooked. The master prefers the tender and delectable fry. Huang Yunqing's eyes nearly bulged out at the scene. Who could explain what was happening? In the realm of spirit beasts, countless creatures had attained wisdom, yet she had never encountered spirit beasts so eager to be devoured. What had these luminous fish experienced? Roast them. Ming Li's icy voice reached Huang Yunqing's ears, prompting her to spring into action, selecting fish suitable for grilling. Just a moment, esteemed one. I will prepare the fish for you, she hurriedly began, cursing the little chef 1,000 times over. Had it not been for this cowardly, useless system, would she dare to offend this 9-tailed fox? Yet, one must ponder, how could this extraordinary 9-tailed fox command the luminous fish to leap to their doom? What was his true identity? Host, you've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The little chef timidly warned. The being you've offended is the sole 10th-tier divine beast in the spirit beast realm, the demon lord fox emperor Ming Li, whose true form is the ice flame 9-tailed fox. He has been stuck at the pinnacle of the 10th tier for over 1,000 years, and you've unwittingly provoked him. Huang Yunqing, deftly cleaning the luminous fish, felt her anger boil over upon hearing the system's revelation. Can you blame me? If you knew Ming Li was so formidable, why didn't you warn me sooner? You waited until I had already offended him. The little chef coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It had only just detected Ming Li's true identity, and by the time it intended to inform Huang Yunqing, she had already angered him. It's all right, master. Ming Li is quite interested in your culinary skills. As long as you demonstrate sufficient value, you should be able to survive. Huang Yunqing had lost interest in the little chef, which seemed incapable of offering any substantial assistance. She still had over 1,000 luminous fish left to roast. By the time she finished with these 2,000 fish, she might never want to see fish again in her life. Beep. The little chef actually has good news to share with the master. Congratulations on completing the temporary task. Filling your belly. You may claim your beginner-esque gift pack. Huang Yunqing replied sarcastically, I hope it's not another trap for the host. The little chef's tone brightened considerably. Master, please claim it quickly. I promise I won't deceive you. Huang Yunqing washed the blood from her hands and sighed deeply. Claim it. She was eager to see what the little chef had prepared. If she could acquire some useful cooking tools, roasting fish would be much less arduous. Beep. The master has obtained new recipes. Tofu pudding, clear soup noodles, fried rice. Beep. The master has obtained cooking utensils. Chinkuan pot, flipping spatula, star-shattering knife. Beep. The master has acquired skills. Star-shattering knife technique, first method of cooking fish, iron rack grilled fish. Huang Yunqing gathered the Chinkuan pot and flipping spatula, though she had no immediate use for them. She only needed to roast fish. After all, instead, she drew out the star-shattering knife to replace the stone shard in her hand. The star-shattering knife was a hefty Chinese chef's knife, its handle wrapped in a golden coating, remarkably adapting to Huang Yunqing's grip. The most mesmerizing aspect was that when she wielded the knife, it scattered sparkles like stars, resembling the act of slicing through celestial bodies. The knife was visually stunning, igniting a sense of youthful exuberance within her. However, Huang Yunqing was devoid of such sentiments. She merely sought to appease the one capable of devouring 2,000 luminous fish in one sitting. At last, something useful has arrived. After executing a flourish with the knife, Huang Yunqing resumed her efforts with the luminous fish that had hopped ashore. Beep. The master has received a gift from the little chef. Acquired special cooking utensil. Outdoor barbecue rack. Huang Yunqing gazed at the barbecue rack that had miraculously appeared before her, excitement bubbling within her. With the outdoor barbecue rack, the speed of roasting fish would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, the little chef had thoughtfully provided a well-equipped barbecue rack, complete with roaring flames and an array of fish grilling spices. As Huang Yunqing was about to praise the little chef, the voice of the little chef suddenly echoed in her mind. Beep. As a future culinary master standing at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could the master be defeated by mere setbacks? Side quest. The art of grilling fish, even to cater to the discerning palate of the esteemed one. One must strive for excellence, grilling 2,000 luminous fish within a limited time. Task completion progress, 28 2,000 task rewards. 1. Enhance proficiency in the first method of grilling fish using an iron frame. 2. Unlock the recipe for the second method of fish cooking. Boiled fish. Failure penalty. The little chef will automatically disengage, and the host will meet their demise. After reviewing the method for grilling fish on the iron frame in her mind, Huang Yunqing skillfully placed 20 luminous fish on the grill. Gazing at the blazing flames on the grill, a fierce determination ignited in her golden phoenix eyes. Little chef, if I meet my end, I will surely drag you down with me. Chapter 6. Want to lose your eyes? Master, do not speak despondently. The little chef will always accompany you to culinary greatness. Moi. The little chef seemed to have forgotten her previous intention to disengage and flee. Speaking with exceptional tenderness while pouring 2 bowls of chicken soup for Huang Yunqing. After brushing the 20 grilled fish on the grill with a glistening layer of oil, Huang Yunqing quietly complained. Little chef, could you possibly provide me with some substantial assistance? For instance, teach me the skill of having multiple arms? The little chef's outdoor grill had limited space, and despite her best efforts, Huang Yunqing could only grill 20 fish at a time. Faced with the daunting task of grilling 2,000 fish, she wished she could sprout multiple arms instantly. While flipping the fish, she discreetly glanced at the lazy fox lounging by the lake. Even if she had more arms, grilling 2,000 fish would surely exhaust her to the point of collapse. Huang Yunqing stared gloomily at the crimson luminous fish on the iron frame. With the aid of the outdoor grill, the speed of grilling had improved, but upon rough estimation, she realized that to complete the task of 2,000 grilled fish, she would have to work tirelessly for 3 days. Even if her body could endure 3 days, would that capricious nine-tailed fox have the patience to wait for the delicacies? Beep. The path to becoming a culinary master is destined to be fraught with challenges. The master must transform pressure into motivation. Culinary delights possess the most extraordinary power in the world. The master must conquer that fox's appetite and win its heart. Once the fox submits to the master's culinary prowess, the master can grab its tail and give it a good smack. Feeling frustrated, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but chuckle at the little chef's encouragement. I truly believe in your nonsense. She discreetly eyed the languid fox by the lake, her gaze lingering on its tail. The thought of pulling that cold nine-tailed fox up and giving its tail a good tug was surprisingly exhilarating, wasn't it? As she stared at the fox, she imagined tossing it into the lake to feed the fish. The icy voice of Ming Li extinguished the flickering flame of determination within Huang Yunqing. Heh! Huang Yunqing chuckled softly, pushing the little chef's shameless antics to the limit. Isn't it just that your dazzling beauty is too blinding? I couldn't help but glance a little longer. Huang Yunqing initially thought that flattering the nine-tailed fox would help her gloss over her momentary lapse during grilling. However, the cold fox remained unappreciative. Do you wish to lose your eyes? Huang Yunqing's ingratiating smile instantly froze on her face. This stubborn fox was indeed challenging to handle. Of course not. Huang Yunqing deftly sprinkled a layer of aromatic purple leaf pepper on the fish on the grill. I still need my eyes to prepare delicious food for you. The night bestowed upon her dark eyes, and she intended to use them to help the esteemed one grill fish, with absolutely no fault in that. Huang Yunqing presented the freshly grilled fish to Ming Li. Esteemed one, please try this. It is my latest creation, grilled fish on an iron frame, vastly superior to the crude homemade version from before. Ming Li merely waved his hand dismissively, grabbing all the grilled fish in one sweep. Without any foundation in true energy, Huang Yunqing was swept away by the powerful gust. She rolled several times before finally coming to a halt. When she managed to get up, her hair was already covered in the sticky lava thistle, a common plant in the sunset forest. The lava thistle, a dark red plant, quickly melted into a viscous liquid upon contact with her hair, turning it completely crimson. Huang Yunqing tugged at her sticky hair in frustration, enraged. These lava thistles simply wouldn't wash out. She cursed the foul fox in her heart 1,000 times. Perhaps she would develop an aversion to foxes for the rest of her life. Ming Li appeared completely oblivious to Huang Yunqing's disheveled state, savoring the 20 grilled fish with great relish. He frowned slightly and said slowly, "This grilled fish of yours." Huang Yunqing's heart raced to her throat. The method for grilling fish had been strictly followed according to the recipe provided by the system. If the grilled fish failed to satisfy the fox's palate, she might as well jump into the icy lake and sing a melancholic tune. The flavor of your grilled fish seems somewhat different from before. Huang Yunqing rubbed her hands nervously, bowing slightly as she inquired, "Is this the latest grilled fish on an iron frame? Are you satisfied?" Ming Li yawned lazily, resting his head on a large stone by the lake, illuminated by the moonlight in an alluring manner. Huang Yunqing couldn't help but be mesmerized. It is said that foxes bring calamity. Indeed, Ming Li's features were exquisitely captivating, with no blemish to be found. His ice-blue fox eyes narrowed slightly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and just one more glance could lead to utter obsession. Let us continue grilling fish. There are still 1,952 left. Ming Li accurately stated the number of fish Huang Yunqing had yet to complete, then turned over, presenting his 9 fluffy tails to her. My patience is limited. All right, esteemed one, just rest. Your loyal little chef shall grill fish for you. Huang Yunqing discerned the underlying meaning in Ming Li's words and immediately set to work cleaning the luminous fish. She didn't even have time to tidy her hair adorned with the lava thistles. Plenty of spices, abundant chili. I assure you will be satisfied. Huang Yunqing glared at the fish on the grill as if they bore a deep-seated grudge against her. Little chef, do you have any devil peppers? That insolent fox dared to bully her. She would make him experience the pain of a wilted flower. However, the little chef, who had just been encouraging Huang Yunqing, seemed to vanish upon hearing her intent to use the devil peppers against Ming Li. No matter how Huang Yunqing called out, the little chef refused to show herself. Huang Yunqing was now completely convinced that her system was merely for cuteness. It always shied away from serious matters. Sigh. What could she do? Huang Yunqing sighed, resigned to diligently grill fish for that foul fox. After all, she was outmatched in skill and had no choice but to endure and bide her time. One day, she would trample that dead fox beneath her feet and use the iron pot gifted by the system to give him a good smack. Chapter 7. Can this dead fox please stop talking? The scenery of the sunset forest was incredibly rich in the morning. Splendid clouds painted the sky with vibrant hues, creating a magnificent gradient. The afternoon sun filtered through the layered tree canopies, casting dappled light that danced on the lake surface. Creating a kaleidoscope of colors in the evening, the breathtaking sunset bathed the lazy fox by the spiritual lake in a golden glow, making it shine radiantly. However, Huang Yunqing had no time to admire the beauty of the sunset forest. She was still preoccupied with the task of grilling those 2,000 wretched fish. With dark circles under her eyes, she mechanically flipped the fish on the grill, numbly watching the numbers in the system task flicker. She had not slept for 3 days. Every part of her body was operating beyond its limits. Only 20 more fish remained to complete the task of 2,000. Huang Yunqing's vision blurred. And even the motion of flipping the fish felt sluggish. Was she destined to become the first traveler in history to perish from grilling fish? That would be utterly humiliating. As fatigue washed over her, Huang Yunqing bit her tongue sharply. The pain jolted her senses, prompting her to reflexively brush spices onto the fish on the grill. After the last 20 grilled fish were completed, a system notification indicating the task's completion echoed in her mind. However, Huang Yunqing paid it no heed. All she desired was to swiftly deal with that insufferable fox, Ming Li, and then find a serene spot to enjoy a restful slumber. As for the grilled fish, she vowed never to eat fish again in her lifetime. Master, these are the last 20 grilled fish. The forced smile on Huang Yunqing's face was nearly frozen in place, only to be met with Ming Li's disdainful gaze. Do not smile. It is quite unbecoming to that. Her expression genuinely stiffened. Could this insufferable fox refrain from speaking? Internally, she transformed into a wailing groundhog, shouting across the vast lake before exploding with frustration. Fine, 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 I am ugly, and I plead guilty. Huang Yunqing clenched her fists several times, only to eventually release them. Stay composed, develop in a discreet manner. This fox was a formidable figure, and all she could do was endure, transforming herself into a patient ninja turtle, awaiting the opportunity to turn the tide. Ming Li lazily sat up, the setting sun casting a molten gold hue upon the ethereal garment woven from clouds that adorned him. His inky hair cascaded over his collarbone, accentuating his exquisite physique, rendering Huang Yunqing momentarily entranced. Although he was not conventionally handsome, his culinary skills were commendable. Huang Yunqing's forehead twitched, while the original owner was labeled as a waste in the Huang family. Her beauty was akin to the most alluring blossoms, deserving of the title Fatal Beauty. What was unattractive about her? Was this fox blind? Did he believe that possessing 2 tails was the only definition of beauty? You are in need of a little cook. Ming Li's gaze remained calm as it scrutinized Huang Yunqing, who stood before him. This slender girl, though outwardly respectful, appeared to harbor some defiance within. Are you willing? His ice-blue fox eyes bore a subtle oppressive aura, as if relinquishing the choice to Huang Yunqing. However, only someone like her, accustomed to dancing on the edge of danger, could sense the lethal intent concealed beneath Ming Li's frigid exterior. Should her response fail to meet his expectations, she feared she would be instantly torn apart by his 9 swaying tails. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard, her throat constricting. Master, you truly flatter me. Ever since I helped you grill fish, I have been your little cook. Command me as you wish, and do not hold back. Ming Li seemed satisfied with her response, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he extended his hand, casting her directly into the clear, frigid waters of the lake. The icy water rushed into her mouth and nose, overwhelming her with a sensation of suffocation. Alarmed, Huang Yunqing thrashed her arms, though not flail about. Uncertain of Ming Li's intentions, she fell silent upon hearing his mildly impatient tone. Surely, this obnoxious fox would not kill her, would he? Once she calmed down, she noticed a shadow rising from the lake's depths, swiftly approaching her. Narrowing her eyes, she saw an enormous luminous fish with a mouth brimming with teeth reflected in her golden phoenix eyes. Little chef, your master is about to be fed to the fish. The luminous fish wasted no time, swallowing her whole. Oh no. This must be the consequence of grilling too many fish. I'm about to meet my end in the belly of a fish. As darkness enveloped her, she soon lost consciousness. Esteemed one, this girl possesses a most peculiar body and soul. Despite her meridians being blocked and her inability to cultivate, she has completely absorbed the spiritual energy accumulated by this old servant using the water spirit pearl. Strangely, there are no signs of growth in her internal energy or true qi. I am tempted to dissect her to understand why in her hazy state. Huang Yunqing faintly heard distant voices. Instinctively, she turned over. squinting to survey her surroundings, only to realize she had arrived in a crystalline palace. Crystal stones sparkled all around, reflecting the vibrant sunlight. She raised her hand, attempting to grasp the shimmering rays, only to find it was but a fleeting illusion. Looking up, her golden pupils contracted slightly. It's the bottom of the lake. Standing on the soft, fine sand, Huang Yunqing was about to explore when a fish-headed creature emerged from behind a crystal. Leaning on a cane, "Little girl, you are awake. This old servant has lived nearly 700 years and has never seen the esteemed one take such an interest in a human." Huang Yunqing forced a smile. That nine-tailed fox was concerned for her? Most likely, he was merely fixated on her culinary skills. How flattering! She stretched her limbs only to discover the fox fur cloak had vanished, replaced by a vibrant red gown that resembled flames. "What on earth? Who changed my clothes?" The fish-headed creature grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "Ah, the girl's attire was indeed changed by me." Huang Yunqing felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Think she'd be bullied by such a creature. It was utterly absurd. Raising her voice in a vengeful tone, she declared, "Master, would you like fish head stew today? This fish-headed creature has lived for 700 years, so it must be quite delicious." Ming Li's figure appeared before Huang Yunqing in an instant, noisy. "My ceremonial attire changes on its own. No one has touched you." Ming Li's gaze roamed over her, finally resting on her somewhat immature figure, a mocking curve gracing his lips. "Moreover, with your flat physique, no one would take interest." Chapter 8. Little cook, do not stand in my way. Huang Yunqing's eyes instantly filled with rage. Ah. Her inner groundhog resurfaced, shouting in protest. "Little cook, do not obstruct me." "I will him." Huang Yunqing's head throbbed. She felt that if she exchanged any more words with Ming Li, she would surely combust with fury. "Ding, master, please do not misinterpret. The little cook will absolutely not hinder your reckless actions. However, do inform the little cook before you embark on a suicidal mission, so she can promptly disengage and flee." Well, being burdened by such a cowardly system, even with countless skills, Huang Yunqing felt utterly exasperated. Taking several deep breaths, she forced a professional smile. Does the esteemed one wish for fish head stew? Even if she could not deal with that insufferable fox, eliminating his capable subordinates would be a fine strategy. This was not yielding. It was merely a tactical retreat. She would sever the fox's limbs before meticulously devising a method to eliminate the nine-tailed fox. "Esteemed one, I have awaited this moment for 700 years. The fish-headed creature suddenly knelt, tears streaming down its face, as it pleaded to be fed to Ming Li. What is happening here? Huang Yunqing was bewildered as the creature offered its head for Ming Li's consumption. Ming Li strolled to the crystal throne of the Fox Emperor, his ice-blue eyes reflecting a mix of languor and detachment. "I am satiated." The fish-headed creature could only weep as it returned its head, sorrowfully retreating with its cane. Perhaps for the fish-headed creature, not being devoured by Ming Li was the greatest disappointment of its life. Huang Yunqing remained transfixed, contemplating the fish-headed creature's retreating figure. Was this insufferable fox truly held in such high regard among spirit beasts? Even the luminous fish creature, having lived nearly 7 centuries, took pride in the prospect of becoming Ming Li's meal. "Come here." Ming Li's cold voice carried an air of undeniable authority, compelling Huang Yunqing to approach the crystal throne. A gentle warmth emanated from the crystal pendant around her neck. Suddenly, she jolted awake, realizing the myriad of bones stacked beneath the crystal throne. The skeletal remains, a curious assortment, included not only human skulls but also those of various spirit beasts. These bones lay suppressed beneath the throne, yet Huang Yunqing could sense the lingering resentment of countless powerful souls emanating from them. The stark contrast between the pale bones and the radiant crystal throne accentuated Ming Li's languid demeanor. Creating an unsettling harmony, Ming Li's 9 fluffy tails swayed behind the throne, exuding a sense of languorous intimacy. "Come here." His tone grew increasingly impatient, prompting Huang Yunqing to hasten her steps, carefully navigating the path paved with bones as she approached the lazy fox's crystal throne. How many lives had this insufferable fox consumed? The skeletal remains had been stacked into a small mountain. Though it appeared to be a short distance away, upon approaching, Huang Yunqing realized that this bone mountain was even larger than she had anticipated. What a predicament! Ming Li shifted her position, reclining against the crystal throne point, one of her tails coiled around Huang Yunqing's waist, drawing her closer to the edge of the throne. This girl certainly possessed remarkable culinary skills. However, having a woman by one side proved to be quite troublesome. Huang Yunqing lowered her head in unease, unable to decipher the intentions of the indolent fox. Under Ming Li's gaze, she felt a genuine shiver of fear and trepidation. Even her soul seemed to wail in protest, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. Years of mercenary life had sharpened her instincts regarding life and death. Yet, this lazy fox, who couldn't be bothered to lift a finger, inexplicably harbored murderous intent towards her. After much internal struggle, Huang Yunqing resolved to take action to save herself. "Big boss, please be quiet." She reflexively covered her mouth, beads of cold sweat forming. This insufferable fox was indeed a handful. It was like keeping company with a tiger. Ming Li glanced at the trembling Huang Yunqing, a satisfied nod accompanying the glimmer of mischief in her icy blue eyes. Perhaps having a little chef was rather entertaining? After all, he spent most of his time sleeping. Regardless of how troublesome this girl was, it hardly concerned him. Remembering names was simply too bothersome. Let us mark this little ant with a unique symbol. Ming Li extended a finger, warm and smooth as jade. Hovering above Huang Yunqing's brow, a drop of enchanting blood seeped from her forehead. Ming Li lazily yawned, plucking a hair from one of his tails, which he deftly wrapped around the droplet of blood. Suddenly, the blood radiated an eerie blue glow. With a flick of his finger, he sent the blood back into Huang Yunqing's body. She touched her brow in a daze, finding no wound. Yet through the crystal throne's reflective surface, she noticed an ice-blue fox mark appearing on her forehead. Her eyelids twitched violently. Had this insufferable fox truly claimed her as his possession? All right then. Huang Yunqing grimaced, silently shouting, "Little chef, come out quickly. Someone is trying to steal your business." After a brief moment, she finally heard the quivering voice of the little chef. "Master." The little chef, feeling the immense gap between herself and Ming Li, dared not even let out a breath, utterly helpless. "Perhaps, master, could you compromise a little?" Huang Yunqing bit down hard, her teeth clenching. This insufferable fox had her soul firmly in his grasp. What more could she compromise? Seeing that Huang Yunqing remained frozen by the crystal throne, Ming Li frowned slightly, a spark of cold light glimmering in his icy blue eyes. "Rest assured, big boss, I shall leave at once." Huang Yunqing turned without hesitation, having learned through days spent with Ming Li that he would frown when impatient. Along with that impatience came the command to leave. "Leave?" Ming Li chuckled softly, stroking the armrest of the crystal throne. Such a presumptuous little creature. Come back. Not far from her initial spot, Huang Yunqing had no choice but to scurry back. She looked up at Ming Li with a servile gaze, nearly bowing in subservience. "Big boss, your loyal little chef is now at your service. Are you thirsty or hungry? Do you need a leg massage or a shoulder rub? Sit." Ming Li's tail brushed lightly over the steps before the crystal throne, indicating for Huang Yunqing to take a seat. Huang Yunqing felt a sense of frustration as she clenched her teeth. Did this insufferable fox view her as his pet? She feigned surprise at Ming Li, then obediently sat on the steps before the crystal throne. "Big boss, is this my special seat?" Ming Li regarded her with a smirk, teasingly tousling her hair. "This is the dog kennel, the dog kennel." Was this dead fox not mocking her in every way possible? Just as Huang Yunqing was about to erupt, Ming Li curved his fingers, gently helping her smooth her silky hair. The remnants of volcanic thistles that had tangled in her hair had mysteriously been cleared away. Perhaps while she was lost in slumber, Huang Yunqing could distinctly feel Ming Li's fingertips gliding over her scalp, a tingling sensation that was oddly delightful. "Your soul is quite unique." Huang Yunqing sat at the edge of the steps, raising her gaze to meet Ming Li's icy blue eyes, which bore into her with an intensity that felt like her soul was being laid bare. "There is something intriguing hidden within your soul." A jolt of alarm surged through Huang Yunqing. Could it be that the system had been discovered? Hadn't the little chef assured her that it would remain hidden? Suddenly, Ming Li's hand tightened on her head. Before she could react, he grasped a swirling golden orb of light. "Master, help! Your beloved little chef has been found." The plea emanating from the orb made Huang Yunqing's lips twitch. She had expected the system to be of assistance. To her dismay, the little chef had been easily captured by the insufferable fox. "Big boss, this is my little pet. Could you possibly return her to me?" Huang Yunqing inquired, her resolve wavering. Deep down, she was uncertain about her little system, which seemed nothing more than a soft, whimpering creature, a soul not belonging to this world. Ming Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he released his grip. How amusing! The golden orb, frightened out of its wits, darted into Huang Yunqing's body, trembling in her mind. Ming Li lowered his gaze to scrutinize Huang Yunqing, a hint of fondness gleaming in his eyes. Huang Yunqing felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze. For those icy blue eyes revealed a curiosity and affection one might reserve for a rare pet. Ming Li raised her chin, peering through her golden phoenix eyes, directly penetrating the essence of her soul. Encasing her soul was a crystalline red glow. His gaze drifted down her pale neck, landing on the crystal necklace adorning her. A necklace that safeguards the soul, a fine treasure indeed. Without a second thought, Huang Yunqing removed the crystal necklace, offering it to Ming Li with a sycophantic smile. Oh, it's merely an extraneous trinket. If you fancy it, take it without hesitation. Please, don't be polite. If you are, I might just get upset. Ming Li's tail swayed lazily behind him, his tone relaxed. Keep it for yourself, it serves well as a dog collar. Huang Yunqing's grip on the crystal necklace tightened, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in her ears. This insufferable fox couldn't feel content unless he belittled her. Yes, big boss. You truly have discerning taste. Huang Yunqing donned the crystal necklace once more, resolutely thinking that when the time came for Ming Li to fall into her grasp, she would undoubtedly splurge on a sturdy chain to keep this insufferable fox tethered while strolling through the streets. Ming Li, observing the hidden resentment and dissatisfaction swirling within Huang Yunqing's golden phoenix eyes, pondered what trial she had faced. Her soul exhibited two extremes, one half timid and enduring, while the other radiated sharpness and hostility. Such a pet would prove difficult to tame. Having spent countless years on the spirit beast continent, Ming Li regarded humans as fleeting ants, yet he had never encountered a soul like Huang Yunqing's. How did you come to the spirit beast continent? Huang Yunqing's smile faltered slightly. This insufferable fox seemed to know too much. Heh, big boss. I simply closed my eyes and opened them again to find myself here in our world. We call it transmigration. A flicker of amusement danced in Ming Li's eyes. Dio, tell me more. Having traversed the spirit beast continent for eons, Ming Li was well acquainted with its every corner and held no novelty in its tales. Thus, he sought something intriguing to alleviate his boredom. Huang Yunqing knelt beside Ming Li, eagerly massaging his legs. Big boss, in our world, there is a saying. After death, souls may traverse to another realm, and I am one such soul who has crossed over. She cupped her face with her hands, presenting herself as a sunflower, striving to embody a demeanor of meekness and obedience. When I awoke, this body was buried in the soul burial tomb. I share her name, Huang Yunqing. Regrettably, her circumstances were far worse than mine. Manipulated by a scoundrel fiancé and betrayed by a scheming sister. As Ming Li listened to Huang Yunqing's account, his thoughts drifted far away, contemplating the intricate relationship between death and rebirth. He had long attained the status of a 10th-tier spirit beast, yet a veil of obstruction seemed to shroud the skies above the spirit beast continent. Despite his diligent cultivation efforts, he remained ensnared at the 10th tier, with no sign of advancement. Ming Li's gaze lingered on the incessantly chattering Huang Yunqing. He curled his tail around her, casually inquiring, in your world, if one's cultivation cannot progress, are there any solutions? To Ming Li, Huang Yunqing seemed to hail from another realm, perhaps possessing unique insights. Huang Yunqing suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Should she reveal to Ming Li that her world lacked a cultivation system or any of those confounding tiers? If she answered thus, she feared she would soon find herself in dire straits. Fortunately, having read numerous fantasy novels, Feng Xiaoxiao came to her rescue. The inability to elevate one's cultivation was easily resolved. Those protagonists either self-destructed and rebirthed or ventured to new realms to start afresh. With a serious demeanor, Huang Yunqing stated, in our world, it is not your potential that has reached its limit, but rather the potential of this world. The spirit beast continent can no longer aid your cultivation. Thus, you should explore other realms. Although her expression was grave, Huang Yunqing secretly reveled in the thought. If she could persuade Ming Li to traverse to other worlds, it would be splendid. That troublesome fox should wreak havoc elsewhere. Meanwhile, she was eager to make her mark on the spirit beast continent. No, Ming Li replied, his gaze solemnly fixed on the sky reflected in the lake. I cannot breach the heavens of the spirit beast continent. Huang Yunqing struck his leg in excitement, exclaiming, then dissipate your energy and start anew. Ming Li furrowed his brow, glancing at Huang Yunqing's paw. I may have gotten a bit carried away, she said sheepishly, retracting her paw and offering to massage Ming Li's leg. His fur felt delightfully soft. Rebirth or reincarnation could elevate one's cultivation, provided one retained their memories, since she could not entice the fox to other worlds. Huang Yunqing shifted her approach, contemplating how to instigate his self-destructive tendencies. Rebirth sounded appealing, but it was far from easy. Only the protagonists of novels were granted such fortune. How could this troublesome fox possess such luck? Huang Yunqing mused, her heart swelling with delight at the thought. If Ming Li were to perish, she could sing a jubilant tune as she rose from her struggles. Even if he somehow succeeded in reincarnation, he would still have to start his cultivation from scratch. Oh, how delightful it would be to serve him 3 meals a day with a little whip. Are you quite pleased? Ming Li's voice interrupted her thoughts, startling Huang Yunqing, who nearly tumbled down the steps of her crystalline throne. I'm merely happy for you, my lord. She stammered as she reached out to touch his fox leg. She was swiftly rebuffed by his fluffy tail. Begone, I wish to sleep. Once again, the familiar pattern ensued. Huang Yunqing tumbled down the steps of her throne, colliding painfully with the bones beneath. Sweet dreams, my lord, she murmured, only to be abruptly silenced by a swish of Ming Li's tail, launching her out of the water and onto the shore. Damn that fox, she cursed, kicking a stone by the lakeside. Beep, dear master, congratulations on completing the side quest, the art of grilling fish. Please claim your reward. The little chef inquired, do you have any siblings? Huang Yunqing sat on a large stone by the lake, feeling somewhat dejected. I believe I could really use a standard monster-slaying upgrade system, where I simply fight my way to invincibility. As per tradition, the little chef offered Huang Yunqing a bowl of chicken soup. Do not be disheartened, my lord. The little chef is quite formidable too. Battling is rather dull. We should conquer the world through culinary delights. Huang Yunqing sighed, gazing at her reflection in the lake, and absent-mindedly touched the ice-blue fox mark on her forehead. Claiming rewards, yet there is nothing of value. Beep. Master gains 2,000 proficiency points. The proficiency of iron frame grilled fish reaches perfection, unlocking proficiency rewards. Beep. Master receives 1 food scratch card. Beep. Master acquires skill. Secret method of cooking fish. Second technique, boiled fish. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow. Wait, little chef. What is a food scratch card? A shimmering golden card appeared before her, adorned with various peculiar food illustrations. Master, once you achieve mastery in any skill, you will obtain a food scratch card. From this card, you can randomly uncover various ingredients. It's a fun new feature developed by the little chef. Huang Yunqing held the golden scratch card, feeling somewhat bemused. While the little chef was sweet in many ways, her battle prowess was tragically lacking. Hurry and see what's inside the card, urged the little chef. Huang Yunqing scratched off the coating on the golden card, only to see it transform into a large bubble and vanish into thin air. Beep, master acquires ingredient, devil pepper. With a flicker of thought, Huang Yunqing summoned the devil pepper into her hand, glancing at the little chef's description. Devil pepper, grown in the fiery plains of the spirit beast continent. Infused with the breath of flame dragons, it possesses an exceptionally stimulating heat. Little chef's warm reminder. If you are unprepared, do not challenge the devil pepper. It will reveal to you the true meaning of suffering. Huang Yunqing examined the vibrant red devil pepper in her hand, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Once that lazy fox awakens, she would use the devil pepper to teach him a lesson. This pepper was indeed a delightful treasure. Soon, he would experience its fiery wrath. Suddenly, as Huang Yunqing reveled in her cunning plan, a massive whirlpool erupted on the lake's surface, startling her into hiding behind a bush. 9 fox tails emerged from the vortex, each shimmering white and ablaze with icy blue flames. Huang Yunqing clasped her mouth tightly, terrified of making a sound. She had merely spoken a few ill words about Ming Li. Surely that lazy fox wouldn't he hold such a grudge? She watched as the 9 fox tails swirled above, the icy blue flames casting an eerie glow over the entire sunset forest. In an instant, the lake's surface area shrank by half, a sharp pain radiated from her forehead, and upon touching it, she discovered it was bleeding. What on earth was happening? Master, we must flee immediately. The little chef's anxious voice echoed in her mind. Ming Li's aura is rapidly diminishing. Huang Yunqing cast a glance at the flamboyant foxtails, curiosity flickering in her golden eyes. Hadn't he claimed he was going to sleep? Was such a ruckus merely from taking a nap? What was causing this commotion? Master, we must leave at once. You bear the soul mark of Ming Li. If he falls, his enemies will undoubtedly pursue you. Huang Yunqing cursed under her breath and bolted away. Damn it, that fox. Even in his final moments, he seeks to drag me down with him. As she fled, powerful auras erupted from various corners of Sunset Forest, validating the little chef's alert. Those formidable energies surged toward the spirit lake, with many sharp auras converging at the water's edge. Huang Yunqing pressed her hand against her bleeding forehead, realizing she had to find a safe haven before Ming Li's aura dissipated completely. Otherwise, being hunted by several ninth-tier spirit beasts in Sunset Forest would be no trivial matter. Her mind raced, swiftly sifting through memories for a suitable refuge. Theo evade the pursuit of spirit beasts. She could only run toward the city, for within the city of Tianlan Empire, powerful guardians were stationed. The nearest settlement to Sunset Forest was none other than the infamous slaughter town, known as Wanxia Town. Due to its geographical proximity to the Morning Breeze Empire and the Bright Moon Empire, Sunset Town sits at the confluence of three nations. This unique location renders it a melting pot of diverse individuals, filled with mercenaries and fugitives alike. Consequently, Sunset Town has earned the notorious title of Killing Town. Despite its inherent dangers, it is still deemed more manageable than the ninth-tier spirit beasts that have drawn the ire of the enigmatic Ming Li. Master, run! The spirit beasts are closing in on you. Huang Yunqing was acutely aware of the horde of spirit beasts trailing her, and she was exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Fortunately, the beasts pursuing her were not of particularly high rank. Perhaps the true apex predators of the Sunset Forest were preoccupied with confronting Ming Li. Casting a glance over her shoulder, she noticed a fourth-tier iron-blooded rhino nearly upon her, its horn dangerously close. Little chef, could you provide me with some tangible assistance? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a gift from Little Chef, golden steamed bun. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yunqing swallowed the glimmering bun, and an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within her. In an instant, she distanced herself from the iron-blooded rhino. Little chef, why didn't you present such a marvelous item sooner? I was on the brink of exhaustion when you finally thought to offer it. Little chef deftly sidestepped the question. Master, the effect of the golden steamed bun lasts only 30 seconds. You must hasten to Sunset Town. Huang Yunqing's smile faltered. Only 30 seconds? Are you jesting? Over 10 seconds have already passed. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself to sprint towards Sunset Town. From a distance, Sunset Town appeared as a ferocious beast, its gaping maw poised to ensnare its prey as she neared the town, merely 300 meters away. She shouted, Disaster! Disaster! The spirit beasts in the Sunset Forest have gone berserk. Although her combat prowess was lacking, her voice rang out with impressive clarity, capturing the attention of the guards outside Sunset Town. They quickly sounded the alarm. Spirit beasts are raging, prepare for battle. In other cities, such a scenario would spell catastrophe, as countless rampaging beasts would lay waste to the settlement. Yet, in Sunset Town, it signified an opportunity for profit. The residents, desperate and reckless, seized their weapons, eager for the impending conflict. Amidst the chaos, Huang Yunqing slipped into the town, a smirk forming as she witnessed the slaughter of her pursuers, before she could bask in her triumph. A sudden rush of wind alerted her to danger. Reacting instinctively, she lifted her leg, only to find her body weighed down, as if laden with lead. Panic surged within her as she realized her predicament. Master, you've been sold to the Yihang courtyard. Little Chef's voice broke through her thoughts, igniting a flare of indignation. How could you say that? Are you claiming the golden steamed bun had no side effects? Little Chef whistled nervously. At that moment, circumstances were dire, and you didn't ask. Huang Yunqing was exasperated, recalling her former decisiveness in the mercenary world. Yet, here she was, sold into a brothel after acquiring the Little Chef system. What a disgrace. What side effects does the golden steamed bun have? Little Chef hesitated. The golden steamed bun can unleash 300% of the body's potential, but once the effect wears off, bodily functions will decline by 300% for 3 hours. Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes, realizing why she could barely move, thanks to the bun's effects. She felt like meat on a chopping block, vulnerable and exposed. How long will these side effects last? Regret washed over her. If only she hadn't pleaded for Little Chef's release from Ming Li. Don't worry, master, the side effects will wear off in 2 minutes. That was a silver lining, albeit a faint one. Once her strength returned, she vowed to dismantle this audacious Yihang courtyard. Ah, my dear girl, you've awakened so soon. The door swung open, flooding the dim room with blinding light as Lu Mama, the madam, sashayed in, her heavily painted face a ghastly sight. As long as you obediently serve our guests, I assure you, riches will be yours. Huang Yunqing was nearly sickened by the sight. Master, the side effects have passed. With that, Huang Yunqing sprang into action, the star-shattering blade materializing in her grasp. I shall send you to hell to enjoy your riches. In a dazzling display of starlight, Lu Mama's bewildered head rolled to the ground. utterly unprepared for Huang Yunqing's sudden ferocity, shaking the blood from her blade. She felt an uncanny disbelief. Could the madam of Yihong courtyard truly be so weak? Little chef chimed in, Master, Lu Mama is a third-tier martial artist. This is all thanks to the star-shattering blade. Seeing Huang Yunqing still puzzled, little chef elaborated. A third-tier martial artist can project their true energy as a shield, leaving them defenseless when approaching you. Huang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she traced the mysterious patterns on her blade. Her thoughts drifting to Ming Li, that lazy fox. Had he still been alive, she would have cleaved him in two. How useless. You allowed yourself to be sold to the Yihong courtyard. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar voice echoed in her mind. What? Is that the voice of that wretched fox, Ming Li? Surely I must be imagining things. Shaking her head, Huang Yunqing attempted to dispel the illusion. It must be the psychological effects of that cursed fox. The specter of the fox had vanished, leaving no trace behind. Fear not, she told herself, inhaling deeply before stowing the star-shattering blade and searching Lu Mama's belongings. Despite her unremarkable appearance, Lu Mama was surprisingly affluent. Her heavy purse containing over 10 gold coins and 80 silver coins, all now belonging to Huang Yunqing. As she rifled through the spoils, she sensed a disturbance behind her and caught a glimpse of a shadow on the wall, illuminated by the morning sun. Turning, she was confronted by yet another fox apparition. Is it my fate to be entangled with foxes for all eternity? With a narrowed gaze, Huang Yunqing readied herself, her instincts heightened. Who was orchestrating this charade? The star-shattering blade reappeared in her hands, a shimmering aura enveloping her as she prepared for confrontation. Fool! Even the original cannot recognize me. The voice bore a striking resemblance to Ming Li's. Yet as she listened closely, she discerned a subtle difference. Ming Li's tone was cold and distant, filled with an otherworldly detachment that could freeze one's very soul. However, the sound resembling that of Ming Li emanated a hint of acute yet fierce demeanor, or perhaps that a fierce yet adorable presence. To her astonishment, Huang Yunqing rubbed her eyes, incredulous as she gazed at the little fox outside the woodshed. Had she inadvertently disturbed a fox's den? What on earth was happening? The little fox was entirely snow-white, with a petite and delicate figure. It appeared to be no more than 30 centimeters in height, yet its form was agile and fluid. With powerful limbs brimming with vitality, behind it, 9 fluffy tails sprouted, perhaps too heavy to lift, trailing lazily along the ground. Its hooves were tinged with a faint icy blue flame, and upon closer inspection, one could also discern the blue flame adorning the tips of its tails. The little fox approached Huang Yunqing with a proud and elegant gait, lifting its head to gaze at her. Its ice-blue eyes regarded her with an emotionless calm, strikingly similar to Ming Li's gaze. Huang Yunqing held her breath, fixated on the little fox before her. In a daze, she inquired, Little fox, are you Ming Li's illegitimate child? Her mind was spinning. Who could explain why this little fox, strutting with an air of arrogance and dragging 9 tails, bore a resemblance to Ming Li? The little fox cast a disdainful glance at Huang Yunqing, its eyes conveying deep contempt, while its 9 fluffy tails slightly raised. Fool! Huang Yunqing was left bewildered by the fox's scorn. Did all 9-tailed foxes speak in such a tone? Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, she twirled her star fragment blade in her hand, eventually resting it against the little fox's neck. Little fox, are you still unaware of the situation? I'll grant you another chance to reorganize your words. The little fox's ears twitched slightly, and its 9 fluffy tails swayed gracefully like blooming lotus flowers. Then, from among the blossoming tails, it tossed out a nightglow fish sealed in ice, which rolled to Huang Yunqing's feet. The little fox gazed up at her, sticking out its tender pink tongue to lick its lips. I'm hungry. That fish head stew with tofu you mentioned sounds rather delightful. Fish head stew with tofu? Huang Yunqing's eyes widened in surprise. You are Ming Li. She had only spoken to Ming Li about the fish head stew. This seemingly fierce little fox turned out to be the same Ming Li who once sat on a crystal throne. Gazing down upon the world, Ming Li nodded arrogantly, impatience evident in his ice-blue eyes. My patience is limited. Make haste. Observing the languid little fox at her feet, a surge of defiance arose within Huang Yunqing. She seized the base of its tail, lifting it upside down. Oh, you presumptuous fox. You think you can show me such disrespect? You're not even as tall as my knee, twirling her star fragment blade. She grinned maliciously. I don't have fish head stew, but I can certainly prepare a fish head stew with fox. Even as Ming Li was hoisted by his tail, there was no trace of panic in his ice-blue eyes. Fool, if I perish, You shall not survive either. How dare you? You cunning old fox, trying to deceive me again. Do you truly believe I am so easily fooled? Frustrated, Huang Yunqing brought the star fragment blade crashing down on Ming Li's neck, her thoughts consumed with the idea of simmering him for soup. Yet, bizarrely, the golden-hued blade merely slid along Ming Li's supple fur, failing to inflict any harm. Ming Li yawned lazily, his flamboyant tail sweeping across Huang Yunqing's face, causing a sharp pain at her brow. Within her mind, the little chef's voice cried out, "Master, master, Ming Li is stirring the soul imprint. Please don't provoke him. If the soul imprint collapses, both you and I will vanish. Please, master, just prepare a bowl of fish head stew for Ming Li. A small concession can avert a greater catastrophe. Please, master, do not act impulsively." Huang Yunqing's frustration boiled over. Why was there always a system hindering her progress? Ding! As the future culinary master poised at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could she not understand the wisdom of self-preservation and compromise? Side quest. Fish head stew. The foul overlord has successfully reincarnated using the Fox Clan's secret technique. Although starting anew in cultivation, do not underestimate him. Master must seize this opportunity to capture his heart through his stomach. Quest rewards. 1. Reward the host with the rare plant, Wealth Peach Blossom Tree. 2. Unlock the recipe for Golden Steamed Bun. Failure punishment. System failure, host failure. Huang Yunqing grasped Ming Li's tail, taking several deep breaths to quell her seething rage. She never anticipated that the little chef would initiate such an odious quest to save her life. Huang Yunqing felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens, bellowing, "Those who deceive me shall suffer." The same goes for the system. Chapter 13. Fish head stew. In the kitchen of the Yihong courtyard, Huang Yunqing grimaced as she prepared the nearly 700-year-old nightglow fish, cursing the little chef 1,000 times over in her mind. "Master, please don't be angry. The little chef has prepared all the other ingredients." Ding! Master received a gift from the little chef. Premium ingredient, Snow Crystal White Jade Tofu. Snow Crystal White Jade Tofu is crafted from snow white beans ground from the northern frontier of the Tianlan Empire, with each bean meticulously selected by the little chef, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Upon reading the description of the Snow Crystal White Jade Tofu, Huang Yunqing felt her blood boil with indignation. Surely, this system must be an undercover agent sent by Ming Li. When it came to her, it was miserly and stingy. Even the golden steamed buns meant to save her were defective products with side effects. Yet, when dealing with Ming Li, even the tofu presented was a top-tier ingredient. Truly, one could not compare a person to a fox. How infuriating! Sensing Huang Yunqing's resentful mood, the little chef hurriedly offered words of comfort. "Master's culinary skills are extraordinary. Conflict is pointless. You should wield your exquisite cooking to make that foul fox beg for mercy. Besides, the premium ingredients prepared by the little chef are all intended to help you better conquer that foul fox." Ming Li lounged lazily on the stove, his snow-white fur immaculate, while his 9 fluffy tails rested beside Huang Yunqing. "Hurry up, I am still waiting." With a bang, Huang Yunqing placed the chinkuan pot on the stove, seemingly venting her inner frustration. The chinkuan pot, adorned with dark golden patterns and inscribed with the Chinkuan Bagua formation, began to exhibit a peculiar allure as she poured water into it. The nightglow fish, aged 7 centuries, was tossed into the Chinkuan pot, where a shimmering layer of water enveloped its exquisite fish head. This pot seems quite intriguing. As Ming Li swayed his tails, preparing to investigate the mysteries of the Chinkuan pot. Huang Yunqing swiftly covered it. "You simply sit there and wait to eat, in my kitchen. Don't let your eyes wander." A glimmer of amusement danced in Ming Li's fox eyes as he lightly jumped off the stove. Sauntering to sit at the kitchen's entrance, he did not hold Huang Yunqing's displeasure against her. This girl exuded an indescribable dominance when cooking. She might just about qualify as his little chef. Once Ming Li was shooed away, Huang Yunqing cautiously lifted the pot lid. A rich aroma of fish and the delicate fragrance of snow crystal white jade tofu wafted toward her, spreading through her senses. Huang Yunqing couldn't help but lick her lips. The fish soup was simply irresistible. Even her stomach began to rumble with anticipation. Stealing a glance back at Ming Li, who basked in the sunlight at the doorway, she wickedly retrieved the devil's chili dye in the mercenary world. She was known as the ghost chef of the underworld, excelling in stealthily poisoning food or crafting exquisite ingredient combinations that led to untimely demises. The milky white fish soup bubbled in the chinkuan pot, its pristine clarity pleasing to the eye. The plump fish head bobbed amid the broth, its tender flesh shimmering with an ethereal glow, while the bones appeared as translucent as jade. Most enticing were the cubes of snow crystal white jade tofu, saturated with broth, resembling pieces of art. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard, unable to resist the temptation of fish head stew with tofu. She ladled a bowl of the soup, placing it aside on the stove. The sunlight illuminated the tofu and fish within the blue and white porcelain bowl, creating a stunning spectacle. However, the fish head stew spiced with devil's chili would surely be inedible. Huang Yunqing thought it best to hide her portion for now. The star-shattering knife glimmered coldly as she delightfully sprinkled the crushed devil peppers into the qian pot. The snow-white broth within was instantly transformed into a mesmerizing shade of tomato red by the vibrant pepper flakes. The vivid hue tantalized Huang Yunqing's senses, making the fish head and tofu stew appear even more appetizing. "Is it not done yet? My patience is wearing thin," she remarked. Unbeknownst to her, Ming Li had appeared behind her, startling Huang Yunqing. "No need to rush. Patience is essential when awaiting a culinary delight." Feeling slightly guilty, she concealed the devil peppers and poured the fish head and tofu stew into a large bowl. "While preparing your meal, I must remain focused and meticulous to honor your esteemed presence." Huang Yunqing pushed the bowl of tomato-red fish head and tofu stew toward Ming Li, smiling as she urged, "Come, esteemed one, do taste it." Ming Li cast a glance at the porcelain bowl resting on the counter and elegantly circled around it. "I have been craving something light recently. Have mercy, esteemed one, that bowl of fish head stew is mine." Huang Yunqing exclaimed. Ming Li, observing her excitement, revealed a playful smirk in his icy blue eyes. Lowering his head, he took a hearty bite of the succulent fish head, the sharpness of his teeth cracking the bones audibly. His speed was astonishing. Before Huang Yunqing could intervene, he had devoured the entire bowl, leaving not a drop of the milky broth behind. "Your culinary skills are commendable. I am satisfied," Ming Li remarked leisurely, licking his paw as if savoring the delicious fish head and smooth tofu. Huang Yunqing, gripping the pot's handle, felt her anger rising, tempted to strike the cunning fox on the head and put an end to his antics. Ming Li lounged by the stove, casting occasional glances at the fuming Huang Yunqing, a glimmer of triumph in his fox-like eyes. She gathered the qian pot and the star-shattering knife, storming out of the kitchen, only to retreat the moment she crossed the threshold. Trembling with excitement rather than fear, she seemed to radiate the joy of encountering a long-standing rival. Ming Li, swaying his fluffy tail, observed her curiously. Sensing something was amiss, perhaps she might encounter an acquaintance at the red courtyard of Evening Glow Town. Swiftly, Huang Yunqing approached Ming Li, seizing the wandering fox and retreating behind the cluttered counter. Ming Li's icy blue eyes twinkled as he subtly cloaked them both in a veil of spiritual energy, concealing their presence. "Brethren in foam, what is that delightful aroma? It smells divine. Let's investigate." Chapter 14. The Scoundrel and the Hound. Everlasting? Huang Yunyao was the first to step into the kitchen, scanning the area before cautiously calling for Moon and Feng. "Brethren in foam, come in. There's no one here," she beckoned him excitedly. Fully aware of the lurking dangers within Evening Glow Town, Yunnan Feng, wary, surveyed the modest kitchen before frowning and stepping inside, casually placing his sword on the counter. His complexion was pallid, and the bandage on his left shoulder was tinged with crimson. "Your wound has reopened?" Huang Yunyao gasped, hurriedly tending to his injury, her eyes brimming with concern. "It's merely a minor wound from earlier. Nothing to fret over," he reassured her, his gaze penetrating as he regarded her. "Yaoer!" Huang Yunyao felt her heart flutter under his intense gaze. Just then, Moon and Feng's attention shifted to the bowl of fish head and tofu stew on the counter at Yaoer. "We must leave Evening Glow Town soon after replenishing our strength." Following his gaze, Huang Yunyao discovered the bowl of aromatic stew and eagerly brought it forth. "Brethren and Feng, this stew looks delicious." She cradled the bowl, unable to suppress her hunger. After a day of fleeing in the sunset forest and enduring a chase upon arriving in Evening Glow Town, both were famished and weary. Her once pristine pink gown now appeared disheveled and soiled. The rich aroma of the fish head and tofu wafted through the kitchen, stirring a hunger within Moon and Feng, who swallowed hard. "You should try it first. I'm not particularly hungry." Without a second thought, Huang Yunyao blushed as she lowered her head, deeply touched by his selflessness. Finding a clean porcelain bowl, she served herself a generous portion of the stew and began to eat heartily. Unbeknownst to her, a glint of coldness flickered in Moon Nanfeng's eyes as he regarded her, akin to observing a test subject. After she had consumed a good portion of the broth, he slowly spoke. "Yaoer, I would like some fish soup to warm myself." Huang Yunyao gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with admiration, and hurriedly filled a bowl for him, joyfully exclaiming, "It's wonderful to have you by my side, brother Nanfeng." Perhaps it was their extreme hunger, but they devoured the entire bowl of fish head and tofu stew. Sated, Mu Nanfeng settled cross-legged by the stove, channeling his inner energy to restore balance. Huang Yunqing gently closed the kitchen door, lamenting, "I wonder what calamity befell the sunset forest, to disturb even the seventh-tier spirit beasts. If those high-tier beasts hadn't suddenly appeared during our hunt, you wouldn't have been injured." Surrounded by a fierce energy, Mu Nanfeng replied, "It is a stroke of luck that we escaped the sunset forest. Injuries are minor compared to losing one's life. Even the sixth-tier martial protector sent by my father perished there." As he reflected on the losses incurred during the hunting expedition, his expression darkened. Many influential heirs had perished in the sunset forest, and he would need to explain the situation upon returning to the imperial capital. "Have you dealt with Huang Yunqing?" Huang Yunqing proudly replied, "Of course. I ensured she received a proper burial site in the soul-burying tomb, so she can reunite with her mother." Mu Nanfeng finally relaxed his furrowed brow. Eliminating the useless Huang Yunqing was a worthwhile endeavor, and upon returning to the imperial capital, he would petition his father for a marriage arrangement. Huang Yunqing cozily leaned against Mu Nanfeng's shoulder. "You decide, brother Nanfeng." A sense of relief washed over him as he realized he could finally annul the engagement with Huang Yunqing. As the esteemed prince of the Tianlan Empire, how could he possibly marry a talentless individual with blocked meridians? That would be utterly laughable. Huang Yunqing, hidden behind the counter, witnessed the exchange between Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunqing. A cruel smile creeping upon her lips. This wicked couple seemed made for each other. As the saying goes, scoundrel and hound, everlasting? Suddenly, a soft voice interrupted her thoughts, prompting Huang Yunqing to swiftly cover Ming Li's mouth. Leaning in, she whispered, "Be quiet. Don't let them discover us." Ming Li, sensing her anxious demeanor, pushed her hand away with his fluffy paw. "With me here. They won't find out." Turning to her, Ming Li's icy blue eyes twinkled with mischief, exuding an air of superiority. "But your sneaky demeanor is rather amusing." Ming Li, the cheeky fox, seemed oblivious to her request for silence. As her frustration mounted, she playfully tugged at his ears, giving them a firm squeeze. Surprisingly, Ming Li did not resist but instead asked with a knowing smile, "Don't you wish to deal with them? Though you may be timid and shameless, it's not in your nature to endure in silence." "Timid and shameless?" Huang Yunqing retorted, exasperated. "Does this mean you wish to hasten my demise so you can inherit my kitchen skills?" In a fit of playful anger, she swatted Ming Li's well-formed backside. Threatening, "Silence, you cheeky fox. I have my methods to deal with them." Huang Yunqing gazed at the empty bowl of fish head and tofu stew, a sinister smile creeping across her face. Was her fish head stew so easily consumed? Ha ha ha, the chrysanthemum withers, leaving scars all over. As she added the devilishly spicy peppers, she employed a subtle trick that only she, the ghostly chef of the underworld, could manage. She encapsulated the spiciness of the peppers within the crystal-clear jade tofu, which melted in the mouth. Only after consuming the entire fish head and tofu soup would the true effects of the peppers manifest. Whether it would result in a stomachache or a withered chrysanthemum was left to fate. Calculating the time, it should be about to take effect, right? Chapter 15. Luo Wanxia and the Golden-Winged Roc. Ah! Huang Yunqing suddenly shrieked, her delicate features contorting in agony. The tender skin on her face transformed from pale to red, then to purple, as if she were about to ignite. It was unbearable. Her stomach ached intensely. Huang Yunqing clutched her belly, feeling as though a fierce fire was raging within, scorching her insides. "Brother Nanfeng, my stomach hurts so much." Huang Yunqing turned to Mu Nanfeng, who was closest to her, seeking help, tears streaming down her face, her delicate countenance appearing pitifully sorrowful. However, what awaited her was not Mu Nanfeng's comfort, but rather the swift kick of his leg. Imbued with a fierce energy, "How dare this wretch attempt to harm me in secret?" Caught off guard, Huang Yunqing was sent sprawling to the ground, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood in disbelief. She stared at Mu Nanfeng, who was now glaring with eyes wide open, his face taking on an eerie purplish hue. He twisted his features as he grasped the sword from the stove. The fiery sensation in his belly was unbearable. There must be something wrong with that fish soup. Mu Nanfeng retrieved a detox pill from his sleeve and swallowed it, his expression softening slightly. Though his insides continued to churn violently, the detox pill would hasten the expulsion of toxins from his body. He prepared to leave with his sword in hand but hesitated, casting down a detox pill for Huang Yunqing. who was still writhing in pain. Yower, I heard some commotion outside the kitchen. It seems the people of Wanxia town have discovered our presence. I will divert their attention. Mu Nanfeng did not state this too definitively. To return swiftly to the imperial capital, they would need to utilize the teleportation array. However, due to his unique identity, he dared not appear near the teleportation array in front of the residents of Wanxia town. Huang Yunqiao happened to possess a teleportation ring, which he had snatched from Huang Yunqing. Mu Nanfeng certainly would not easily abandon Huang Yunqiao. To ease her worries, he added, do not fear, Yawer. I will return to fetch you shortly. Having consumed a significant portion of that fish head and tofu stew, Huang Yunqiao was now in such pain that she could barely speak, only able to painfully bang her head against the ground. Mu Nanfeng, clutching his belly, departed the kitchen without a backward glance. After he left, Huang Yunqiao cried out in despair, but her voice was hoarse and fiery. She hunched over, desperately stretching out her hand to reach for the detox pill, her vision becoming increasingly blurred. Just as she was about to grasp the pill, a sprightly little fox descended from the sky, gracefully stepping forth and crushing the detox pill beneath its paw. Huang Yunqiao felt a sudden blockage in her chest and fell into unconsciousness. You were previously caught by these two fools? Ming Li swayed his fluffy nine tails, surrounded by brilliant ice flames that accentuated his noble demeanor. How foolish can you be? Huang Yunqing was momentarily speechless. Did this insufferable fox feel unwell, unless he caused her trouble? The foolish one was the original Huang Yunqing, not me. In a fit of anger, Huang Yunqing kicked the unconscious Huang Yunqiao, then bent down to search for valuables on her person. Upon witnessing Huang Yunqing's deft actions, Ming Li's ice-blue eyes flashed with disdain. Aren't you all the same? Foolish is foolish. What difference does it make? Huang Yunqing rummaged through Huang Yunqiao's belongings and discovered 2 third-tier spirit cores, which he happily tucked into her pocket. Though copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins circulated in the Tianlan Empire, spirit cores were the hard currency of the entire spirit beast continent. I am myself, and you are you. It's not something I can explain to you. Just as Ming Li prepared to mock Huang Yunqing, he suddenly felt an ominous chill, his fur standing on end as ice flowers bloomed in his ice-blue eyes. We must leave. He sensed the presence of the golden-winged roc. To his astonishment, that creature had managed to enter Wanxia town. Before Huang Yunqing could even snatch the teleportation ring from Huang Yunqiao's hand, she was whisked away by Ming Li's flourishing tail. Hey, let me finish my meal before leaving. Huang Yunqing's heart bled at the thought. There were still many treasures left to uncover from Huang Yunqiao. Ming Li sped into one of the vacant rooms in the Yihong courtyard, roughly throwing Huang Yunqing onto the bed. Ming Li? What are you doing? Huang Yunqing snatched a pillow and hurled it at Ming Li, but he nimbly dodged it with his agile tail. My enemy is pursuing me. Your enemy? Ming Li, the troublesome fox, was indeed quite detestable. Seeing Ming Li's anxious demeanor, Huang Yunqing softly inquired, is it a 9th-tier spirit beast? Yes. Ming Li huffed, retracting his dazzling ice flames and leaping lightly into Huang Yunqing's embrace. Huang Yunqing was still somewhat dazed. Hadn't Ming Li just said his enemies were after him? Why was he constantly burrowing into her arms? Suddenly, a violent whirlwind swept through. The entire building of the Yihong courtyard shook under the force of the storm. Huang Yunqing curled up in the blankets, clutching Ming Li, her golden eyes warily surveying the surroundings. As her gaze passed over the open window, she locked eyes with a pair of spying eyes outside. Those eyes were larger than the window itself, reflecting Huang Yunqing's terrified expression like a mirror. This is the end. Ming Li's enemies are truly terrifying. Their eyeballs are even larger than my head. Just as Huang Yunqing feared she would be devoured by that enormous bird outside, the sky erupted with a sharp voice. Why you? Wanxia town is not a place for you to run rampant. Accompanied by a burst of brilliant flames, the fearsome golden-winged roc finally temporarily retreated from Huang Yunqing. Once the roc departed, she slumped against the wall, her heart racing wildly, drenched in cold sweat. After tossing the seemingly dead Ming Li onto the bed, she hurried to the window to observe the situation. Suspended in midair was a woman with fiery red hair. Beneath her feet stood a blazing 3-tailed phoenix, its radiant flames painting the sky with hues of dusk. Luo Wanxia, the astonishing 9th-tier beast master from Wanxia town. Wanxia town was named after Luo Wanxia. Even across the entire spirit beast continent, she was undoubtedly a prodigy. When the golden-winged roc unfurled its vast golden wings, it could overshadow the entire sky, resembling a cloud descending from above. Under Luo Wanxia's formidable presence, the golden-winged roc, Yu, turned to glance at Huang Yunqing by the window, an unusual bird call echoing in her mind. I remember you. Chapter 16. The Fox's Tail is Off Limits? The voice of the golden-winged roc pierced through Huang Yunqing's soul, causing her to bleed from 7 orifices. The pressure of a 9th-tier spirit beast was indeed terrifying. It wasn't until that dreadful aura completely vanished that Huang Yunqing managed to pull herself up, leaning against the windowsill. Time passed slowly. Eventually, Huang Yunqing regained her strength, realizing that this body was incredibly weak. The silvery moonlight cascaded over Wanxia town, lending a sense of tranquility and vastness to the otherwise tumultuous place. Standing by the window, she observed the streets of Wanxia town, where mercenaries returned laden with spoils from the setting sun forest. The acrid scent of blood assaulted her senses, causing nausea. Many residents, armed and lurking in the corners, were prepared to ambush passers-by, for in Wanxia town, killing was without consequence. After much effort, Huang Yunqing finally regained her composure. Wiping the blood from her face and firmly shutting the window, she stumbled unsteadily towards the bed, yanking the covers off and dragging the feigning Ming Li from beneath the blankets, angrily swatting at his rear. "You insolent fox, what kind of scheme are you up to?" Ming Li swiftly coiled his tail, easily breaking free from Huang Yunqing's grasp, yawning lazily. Rebirth and reincarnation. A hint of mockery glimmered in his ice-blue eyes. "Wasn't it your suggestion?" Huang Yunqing was momentarily speechless, realizing that indeed, the idea of Ming Li's rebirth and training anew had originated from her. Is this a case of being too clever for one's own good? Has she lifted a stone only to drop it on her own foot? Yet, one cannot simply say that reincarnation is a matter of course. In a fit of exasperation, Huang Yunqing tugged at Ming Li's fox ears, rubbing them vigorously as if to vent her frustrations. "You have so many enemies, yet you lack even the ability to protect yourself. Just encountering a 9th-level spirit beast has left you in such a pitiful state. How much cultivation do you have left now?" Ming Li shook his ears and settled into Huang Yunqing's embrace. He licked his fluffy paws and replied nonchalantly, "Starting over in cultivation, of course, begins from the 1st level." Huang Yunqing raised her hand and gave Ming Li a light slap on the head, exclaiming angrily, "You dare to run around with only 1st-level cultivation? Isn't that akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death?" Ming Li lazily leaned against her, his icy blue eyes fixed on her with a teasing glint. "That is why I have come to find you. Is it useful to find me?" Huang Yunqing pushed him toward the corner of the bed, sneering, "I have lost all my innate talent. My meridians are blocked, and I can't cultivate. If you came to find me, it would be better to bite your tongue and end it all." She kicked off her shoes and socks, diving into the blankets. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. How had she ended up with this troublesome fox? "Ming Li, you are my esteemed chef. You can create food infused with spiritual energy, making my cultivation twice as effective. Who else would I seek if not you?" Listening to Ming Li's shameless words, Huang Yunqing could no longer contain herself. She suddenly turned to confront him, ready to give him a proper scolding. After all, with Ming Li's current low cultivation, he deserved it. However, as she turned, she found herself falling into his embrace, the chilling aura surrounding him sending shivers down her spine. Huang Yunqing widened her eyes. Just a moment ago, wasn't he Ming Li merely a furry little fox? How had he suddenly transformed into human form? Did he not claim to have only 1st-level cultivation? Huang Yunqing discreetly pinched her arm, and her fair skin immediately turned a shade of purplish red. This was no dream. Ming Li's exquisitely beautiful face was as ethereal as flowers in a mirror and the moon in water, with a hint of cold detachment in his eyes. "Stop pretending to be foolish. Weren't you just enjoying yourself while teasing me?" Ming Li reached out, caressing Huang Yunqing's cheek. The warmth of his fingertips against her skin sent chills throughout her body. "Are you hungry? Should I prepare a bowl of clear soup noodles for you?" Seeing Huang Yunqing attempt to leave, Ming Li swiftly pulled her back onto the bed, his ice-blue fox eyes glinting with mischief. "Don't you realize that you shouldn't poke a fox's tail?" With a wave of his hand, the gauzy curtains by the bed fell naturally. Huang Yunqing suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise within her. What was this mischievous fox planning? As Ming Li's captivating face loomed closer, her heart raced. "I was wrong. I will never dare again." Before she could evade, she was enveloped by a flurry of foxtails, helplessly watching as Ming Li leaned closer. That night, Huang Yunqing was tormented by Ming Li, the mischievous fox, leaving her on the verge of tears. The little chef hid in the corners of Huang Yunqing's mind, thoroughly entertained. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, the system's voice arrived punctually, awakening the still-sleeping Huang Yunqing. "Ding, master, congratulations on completing the side quest. Fish head stewed tofu. Please collect your reward. The little chef's voice sounded exceedingly joyful, as if achieving some unmentionable goal. Claim. Huang Yunqing could hardly muster the energy to lift her eyelids. Ding! Congratulations, master, for obtaining the peculiar plant, wealth peach blossom tree. Ding! Congratulations, master, for unlocking the recipe for golden steamed bun. However, the little chef's voice was unusually exuberant. Huang Yunqing felt utterly drained. Even rolling over was a challenge. That crazy fox Ming Li had truly been too wild last night. Ding! Congratulations, master, for taking a crucial step in conquering Ming Li. The little chef is genuinely happy for you. Suddenly, Huang Yunqing appeared to grasp a flash of inspiration. Sitting up with determination as she clutched Ming Li's fox tail. Little chef, the more I think about it, the more something feels off. The gifts you gave me must have some hidden agenda. The golden steamed bun is a defective product with side effects. Did you also add something else to the snow crystal white jade tofu? Under Huang Yunqing's relentless questioning, the little chef could only confess. The snow crystal white jade tofu is made from snow region white beans, which are also known as fox heart beans. They can awaken the deepest feelings hidden within the nine-tailed fox clan. Huang Yunqing trembled, nearly pulling out all the fur from Ming Li's tail. What kind of system had she gotten herself into? Little chef, you better come out. I swear I won't hurt you. The little chef trembled in the recesses of Huang Yunqing's mind. Please don't be angry, master. Huang Yunqing's golden phoenix eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, as if she had seen through the little chef's true nature. The more I think about it, the more it feels wrong. Other systems have main quests and such, yet you only keep issuing side quests. So, what exactly is your main quest? Is it to have me conquer this cold-hearted, troublesome fox? Chapter 17. Speak. How do you wish to die? Of course not, the little chef vehemently denied. Please, master, do not doubt my professional integrity. My goal is to cultivate you into the most formidable chef in the spirit beast continent, not some matchmaking system. After sitting up from the bed, Huang Yunqing wore a cold expression. Oh, then what is your main quest? The little chef earnestly explained. The main quest is, of course, to mold you into the most powerful chef in the spirit beast continent. One that can slay gods and Buddhas alike. However, because you have yet to fulfill the original owner's wishes, your soul compatibility is insufficient, thus the main quest cannot be activated for the time being. Huang Yunqing had now discerned the little chef's deceptive tactics. Anything the little chef offered was certainly not to be trusted. The special cooking tools for outdoor barbecues she had previously gifted had automatically broken after completing a task, leaving no trace behind. Similarly, the golden steamed bun and snow crystal white jade tofu were also traps. The same reasoning applied to the little chef. That is, one could only trust half of what the little chef said. Then tell me, what is the original owner's background? Did she kill Huang Yunyao and Mu Nanfeng? The little chef paused for a moment before issuing a task. Ding. As the future master of the culinary food chain, you must help the original owner fulfill her wishes. The pre-task for the main quest. Break off the engagement with that scoundrel. Although the original owner was killed by Huang Yunyao, her resentment towards Mu Nanfeng runs deeper. To soothe the original owner's soul, the host must thoroughly humiliate the scoundrel. Task description. The original owner wishes to leave this world with a clear conscience, untouched by any dust. Therefore, the host must formally propose to break off the engagement with Mu Nanfeng in a public setting, exposing his true nature. The little chef kindly reminds, if the host can simultaneously stomp on the scoundrel's face while breaking off the engagement, it will be even more effective in soothing the original owner's soul. Good luck, master. Task deadline. 3 days. The original owner's soul is extremely unstable, and this issue must be resolved swiftly. Task reward. Unlock the little chef's exclusive main quest failure penalty. 1. Permanent freeze of the main quest 2. System hibernation. Host meets demise caught off guard. Huang Yunqing received the pre-task for the main quest, causing her eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. She almost fell prey to the little chef's diversion again. Little chef, why did you deliberately use the snow crystal white jade tofu to trick me, allowing Ming Li to bully me? What purpose does that serve? The little chef coughed softly twice, sheepishly explaining. The little chef detected that your body is not suited for cultivation. So I found you a handsome and capable bodyguard. The nine-tailed fox clan places great importance on loyalty and will not harm their partners, as long as you successfully win him over. You will be safe. The little chef had not forgotten that due to that damned fox mark, the soul of her master was still in Ming Li's grasp. As a little chef dedicated to her master, she had to do everything possible to alleviate her master's troubles and help her escape danger. Then I truly thank you. Huang Yunqing gritted her teeth as she expressed her gratitude to the little chef. There's no need to be polite, master. This is what the little chef is meant to do. The little chef's ghostly tales, one should only believe half. Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes. She pushed away the fox tail draped over her and prepared to rise. Suddenly, a blinding force pressed her back onto the bed. Her delicate shoulders collided painfully with the hard wooden board, making her body ache as if it were falling apart. How audacious! How dare one feed me fox heart beans? Ming Li's hand pressed against Huang Yunqing's collarbone, his ice-blue eyes enveloped in eternal frost. The soft fur of his tail was sharper than steel needles. A mere sweep across Huang Yunqing's body left her with several bloody scratches. The corners of Ming Li's eyes glimmered with resplendent ice-blue fox patterns, the exaggerated markings extending to his neck, resembling a proud and frigid mask. 9 fox tails swayed behind him. He was the most dazzling fox sovereign of the spirit beast continent. Each tail represented a unique quality. Under the spread of ice flames, mystery, wildness, arrogance, nobility, stunning beauty, cruelty, bloodlust, indifference, and elegance were all vividly displayed. Speak. How do you wish to die? Please, don't be impulsive. I actually wish to die of old age. In the face of imminent death, Huang Yunqing could only continue to display her cowardly nature, forcing a smile. 5 sharp claws suddenly extended from her distinctly knuckled fingers, hovering above her neck in response to her terrified gaze, sending shivers down her spine. From Ming Li's cold fox eyes, all she could see was a chilling intent to kill. I was also coerced. It's all the fault of that cursed system. In the midst of Ming Li's fury, Huang Yunqing unhesitatingly betrayed the little chef. That cursed system was merely the golden orb captured by the sovereign before. It was the root of all evil, and the fox heart beans were also prepared by her. If the sovereign remained unsatisfied, he should eliminate that cursed system. Ming Li let out a cold laugh, surprisingly retracting his murderous intent. Maintaining his humanoid form consumed spirit energy quickly. Moreover, keeping Huang Yunqing around had its considerable utility. Ming Li gently swayed his tail, the ice-blue patterns on his face fading, his body gradually shrinking into the form of a small fox. He proudly raised his head and declared, "Aren't you going to cook?" "I am hungry." Huang Yunqing rubbed her ears, clearly unable to believe that Ming Li would so easily let her off. His earlier murderous intent had been palpable. Could it be something was amiss with Ming Li's body? Huang Yunqing extended her finger and poked Ming Li's furry fox face, suddenly revealing a wicked smile. "You mentioned earlier that your current cultivation is only at the first level." Ming Li, observing Huang Yunqing's expression, instantly knew she was concocting something mischievous. However, he couldn't muster the energy to move, lazily replying, "Rest assured, even at the first level, I can still pin you down. After all, your innate talent is utterly wasted, rendering you incapable of cultivation." "Very well, what Ming Li said is indeed true." Huang Yunqing lacked the courage to refute him. "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about." Huang Yunqing shot a glare at Ming Li and playfully smacked his backside. "Be careful not to overindulge." Ming Li jumped into Huang Yunqing's embrace, meaningfully stating, "I have a hearty appetite and cannot be overstuffed." Indeed. Ming Li was the kind who could devour 2,000 grilled fish in one sitting. It seemed rather challenging to overfeed him. Huang Yunqing looked down and asked, "So, what would you like to eat?" "I'm not picky. Just plain noodle soup will suffice." Chapter 18. Plain noodle soup and the cloud dragon hand. Huang Yunqing skillfully pushed open the kitchen door of the Yihong courtyard. Huan Yunyao and Mu Nanfeng had long since vanished. It seemed they had taken the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Huang Yunqing didn't have time to ponder further. She retrieved the Qiankuan pot from her system space and firmly placed it on the stove. After all, she had a lazy fox following her. After stoking the fire, Huang Yunqing turned to extort Ming Li. "Look at all these wounds on me. They will affect my cooking." Ming Li flicked his tail, agilely leaping onto the stove. "You're wearing my ceremonial robe. A few scratches are inconsequential." Huang Yunqing looked down in astonishment, checking the blood on her hands, only to find that it had inexplicably healed. Her delicate fingers, contrasted against the vibrant red of her robe, looked exceptionally beautiful. "Ding ding, master. Are you going to make plain noodle soup?" Upon hearing the little chef's excited voice, Huang Yunqing jumped as if her tail had been stepped on, hurriedly rejecting, "No, I don't want to." "Absolutely not." The triple refusal was a clear indication of her fear. "Don't even think about using peculiar ingredients to trick me." Huang Yunqing was terrified of the gifts from the little chef. Who knew what special effects those ingredients might possess? Nervously glancing at the lazy fox by the stove, Huang Yunqing saw Ming Li's beautiful tails naturally drooping, looking precariously close to collapse. If she received any more fox heart beans, her waist would surely suffer. Woo-woo. The little chef wouldn't trick the master. The little chef merely wishes to remind the host that you can cook plain noodle soup according to the system's unlocked recipes. Huang Yunqing remembered that the recipe for plain noodle soup had already been illuminated. It seemed to have come from the beginner's gift package. However, she had never had the time to explore those newly acquired recipes. Upon hearing the little chef's reminder, Huang Yunqing realized that though her culinary skills were quite impressive, only by following the little chef's recipes could she create truly ethereal dishes. Huang Yunqing tugged at the corner of her mouth. It was merely plain noodle soup. Did it really require any grand flair? Gurgle, gurgle. The clear water in the chinkowan pot soon boiled. Huang Yunqing also found the flour and began kneading the dough using the little chef's special technique, cloud dragon hand. Initially, her movements were somewhat clumsy, but with practice, she became much more adept. Even Ming Li, who was basking in the sun on the counter, lifted his head to watch Huang Yunqing, curiosity flickering in his ice-blue fox eyes. The cloud dragon hand was akin to a dragon soaring through the mist. Huang Yunqing's delicate hands danced over the dough, leaving behind dazzling shadows. Using a heavenly-grade martial technique to make noodles? How wasteful! Ming Li shook his head with a hint of regret. It was unclear whether he mourned the cloud dragon hand's neglect in Huang Yunqing's hands or lamented her inability to cultivate. Regardless, Huang Yunqing's culinary endeavors were indeed a sight to behold. Once the dough was kneaded, it was time to stretch the noodles. Huang Yunqing applied a slight force to her wrist, stretching the dough. The even pressure of the cloud dragon hand allowed the delicate noodles to be drawn out in a stunning display, reminiscent of a dragon gliding through the clouds. The clear water in the chinkowan pot had already filtered out impurities through the 8 trigrams formation, appearing crystal clear and exuding a natural sweetness. The thin, white noodles were tossed into the chinkowan pot, instantly unfurling and dancing in the boiling water. Like a graceful beauty from the north, they stood out in splendid isolation. While cooking the noodles, Huang Yunqing retrieved 2 earthenware bowls, adding seasonings according to her taste. Just as Huang Yunqing was about to rinse the noodles with cold water, the little chef mysteriously intervened. Master, there's no need for such elaborate steps. While Huang Yunqing was still puzzled, the boiling water in the chinkowan pot miraculously split into 2, resembling the eternal yin-yang symbol. The left side bubbled to perfection with hot water, while the right remained calm and cool like a deep well. Without needing Huang Yunqing to retrieve the noodles, they were instantly soaked in the cold water, quietly resting at the bottom of the right pot. Huang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with wonder as she swiftly grabbed the noodles with slender bamboo chopsticks, flipping them into the clay bowl. The steaming hot broth was poured into the bowl, and the rich aroma instantly filled the air, making Huang Yunqing swallow hard. She had hardly eaten anything the day before and was ravenous. At this moment, the elegantly simple plain noodle soup captivated her very soul. The deep brown clay bowl accentuated the noodles' pristine whiteness, and the rising steam shimmered in the sunlight like solid silk. Huang Yunqing pushed the bowl of plain noodle soup in front of Ming Li, saying curtly, "Here, your plain noodle soup." Ming Li paid no heed to Huang Yunqing's tone, for his gaze was entirely captivated by the bowl of noodles. With a slurp, Ming Li was astonished. The noodles, crafted through the cloud dragon hand's repeated kneading, were firm, smooth, and springy. The wheat aroma captured within the noodles exploded at that moment, evoking memories of heavy wheat ears basking in the autumn sun as the wind swept through the fields. Gulp. Ming Li not only devoured the noodles completely, but also drank every drop of broth, letting out a contented burp. Ming Li, savoring the remnants of broth clinging to his beard, ambled over to the chinkowan pot, hoping to find the noodles that Huang Yunqing had not fully retrieved. Aiming to indulge in a little snack, yet, to his disappointment, it appeared that Huang Yunqing had meticulously calculated the quantity of noodles while pulling them, leaving the pot utterly devoid of even a stray strand. With a resigned sigh, Ming Li acknowledged her culinary skill, albeit lamenting the meager portion that left him longing for more. The delightful sound of Huang Yunqing slurping her noodles caught Ming Li's attention, causing him to lick his lips. "No, that bowl of clear broth noodles belongs to me." Without hesitation, Huang Yunqing turned her back on him, leaving him with a cold silhouette. Ming Li pouted and returned to the stove. Feeling a tinge of jealousy as Huang Yunqing heard his grumbling, she hastened her pace, fearing that the cunning fox would swoop in and claim her noodles, accompanied by the melodious call of a phoenix. A graceful red figure alighted at the kitchen entrance. "Little sister, I too wish to sample your culinary creations. If your skills can satisfy me, I shall ensure the secret of that little fox remains concealed." "What do you say?" Chapter 19. Side Quest. Luo Wanxia's Challenge. The rich aroma of wine enveloped the air as Luo Wanxia, with her slender fingers, grasped Huang Yunqing's delicate shoulder before she could swallow the broth. Luo Wanxia exuded a captivating allure, her wavy wine-red hair accentuating her enchanting beauty. Little sister, it seems this little fox by your side may have some connection to the legendary demon Lord Ming Li. Otherwise, how could it have drawn the golden-winged dopping bird, EU, to Wanxia town? Am I not correct? Luo Wanxia playfully tilted Huang Yunqing's chin, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gulping nervously, Huang Yunqing hastily swallowed the broth. How could these prominent figures possess such keen senses, sharper than a hound's? She had merely prepared a bowl of clear broth noodles. Yet even the formidable ninth-rank imperial saint, the ruler of Wanxia town, had come seeking her out. Why are you silent, little sister? An impatient look crossed Luo Wanxia's face, prompting Huang Yunqing to don a familiar, flattering smile. Sister Wanxia, I have never encountered someone as beautiful as you. Your beauty left me momentarily speechless. If Sister Wanxia wishes to taste my dishes, I would be delighted to oblige. She promptly nudged Ming Li, who was lounging on the countertop. Sister Wanxia, what would you like to eat? Although Luo Wanxia appeared warm and gentle, Huang Yunqing dared not be careless. This lady was no ordinary individual. Memories lingered in Huang Yunqing's mind, warning her of Luo Wanxia's formidable reputation as one of the few ninth-rank powerhouses in the spirit beast continent. Known as the fiery Azura, beautiful as a celestial being, yet with a heart of a serpent, fiery and unpredictable. Sister Wanxia had a penchant for meat, showing little interest in the watery noodles. Coincidentally, she had recently dispatched a 7th-rank spirit beast. The crimson flame thunder boar. With a glint in her eye, Luo Wanxia retrieved the hefty beast from her spatial ring, unceremoniously dropping it onto the kitchen floor. The creature, weighing around 600 to 700 pounds, left Huang Yunqing with little room to maneuver. Little sister, it's time for your performance. My palate is rather discerning. Many dishes taste like chewing wax to me. Do not disappoint me. With a languorous demeanor, Luo Wanxia leaned against the kitchen door, sunlight cascading over her, enhancing her languid allure. She had noticed Huang Yunqing and her little fox companion long before driving away the golden-winged dopping bird. After all, she had complete control over Wanxia town and was well aware of who came and went. Luo Wanxia's visit was merely an excuse to engage with Huang Yunqing, not solely due to the little fox, but because of the crystal pendant adorning Huang Yunqing's neck, which held significant ties to her. Clutching the dazzling star fragment knife, Huang Yunqing gazed at the small mountain of the crimson flame thunder boar, pondering what dish to create, as a future culinary master destined to reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. Her goal was to captivate a diverse array of patrons with her cuisine. Side quest. Luo Wanxia's Challenge. Fiery Azura, Luo Wanxia, whose hasty pursuit of power resulted in a degradation of her sense of taste, poses a formidable challenge for any chef. Task description. Please prepare a dish that will thoroughly satisfy Luo Wanxia. Little chef's warm reminder. Perhaps strong liquor could awaken Luo Wanxia's taste buds. Task rewards. 1. Increase Luo Wanxia's favorability to affable, currently friendly. 2. Grant the host a special culinary tool, perpetual icebox. Failure penalty. Luo Wanxia's favorability drops to 0, and the host is blacklisted in Wanxia town, becoming a target for all outlaws. Upon reviewing the task description, Huang Yunqing tightened her grip on the star fragment knife, contemplating whether she could decline such an arduous task. Go for it, master, echoed a voice in her mind. Luo Wanxia is the ruler of Wanxia town. Gaining her favor might enable you to utilize the town's teleportation array to return to the imperial capital. Huang Yunqing jumped onto the back of the crimson flame thunder boar, wielding the star fragment knife with fervor. This somewhat felt like a silver lining. If she could use Wanxia town's teleportation array to return to the imperial capital, she might accomplish that task related to showing off and slapping faces within the deadline. Yet, did the little chef not realize her habit of issuing sudden tasks left her entirely unprepared? Do not worry, master. Life is filled with surprises and challenges. Unprepared challenges are the best to hone culinary skills. The little chef enthusiastically poured Huang Yunqing a bowl of chicken soup. With a grimace, Huang Yunqing swung the star fragment knife, effortlessly slicing through the boar's thick hide. Having grown accustomed to the star fragment knife, she soon discovered it to be nothing short of a divine tool. The knife possessed sharp attribute, allowing it to disregard defenses. No matter how tough the flesh, it fell apart like delicate paper under its edge. Without the star fragment knife, processing the crimson flame thunder boar would be an insurmountable task. The boar's fiery red hide once flickered with flames while it was alive, its robust defense and fierce combat capabilities rendering it a nightmare for cultivators throughout the spirit beast continent. Both martial artists and beast tamers found it troublesome. Yet, in the hands of the even more ferocious Luo Wanxia, it was destined to become mere sustenance. Huang Yunqing did not dwell on the boar's unfortunate fate. With decisive strokes, she carved through the ribs with the fluidity of a skilled butcher, transforming them into uniform chunks that shimmered with purple lightning. Sister Wanxia, I have prepared the ribs for cooking. You may take them as I have no use for this pork. Before her words could fully settle, the crimson flame thunder boar vanished from the kitchen, finally granting Huang Yunqing some much-needed space. Curiously, Luo Wanxia peered into the kitchen. Little sister, what dish are you preparing? With a mysterious smile, Huang Yunqing began pouring the broth from the Qingkuan pot at the kitchen entrance, followed by a generous splash of golden cooking oil. Do not rush, Sister Wanxia, I assure you. It will be a dish that thoroughly satisfies your taste buds. Chapter 20. Blood Flame Wine and Drunken Ribs. Luo Wanxia paused in surprise. She had never mentioned her dulled sense of taste to anyone. How does this little sister know so much? Narrowing her eyes, Luo Wanxia's wine-red curls cascaded down to her chest, enhancing her beguiling charm. Feeling a tickle in her throat, she produced a delicate white jade gourd. Taking a few hearty swigs of strong liquor to soothe herself, Huang Yunqing coated the chopped ribs in starch. Though it was merely ordinary starch from the kitchen, it appeared extraordinary against the backdrop of the boar's ribs. After finishing the preparation, she turned to answer Luo Wanxia's inquiry. Hee, Sister Wanxia, you exude a strong aroma of wine. Those who habitually drink strong liquor often experience varying degrees of taste impairment. I was merely making an educated guess. In truth, Huang Yunqing was quite adept at spinning tales. In these times, who wasn't a clever little trickster? One cannot openly disclose to Luo Wanxia that she possesses a system. Can one? Both timid and cowardly, Ming Li had unexpectedly leaped onto the stove, swaying her fluffy tail, her ice-blue fox eyes shimmering with a hint of mockery. Huang Yunqing shot a fierce glare at Ming Li and whispered, If you are so capable, why not deal with her yourself? Luo Wanxia is a 9th-grade beastmaster. To put it bluntly, she could crush you with just a finger. What if you don't act a bit more timid now? Ming Li lazily licked her paw, seemingly unperturbed. I haven't eaten enough to fight back. Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes at Ming Li. Then don't complain if you can't stand up for yourself. Their hushed conversation caught Luo Wanxia's attention. Little sister, what are you murmuring about? Huang Yunqing quickly placed the wrapped ribs into the pot, not forgetting to continue flattering Luo Wanxia as she waited. Hee, I was discussing with this little fox how to become a beast master as formidable as Sister Wanxia. Luo Wanxia, bathed in the radiant sunlight, replied softly, No matter how hard you try, little sister, you will never become a beast master. Your qualifications are simply too poor. Huang Yunqing's lips twitched, her smile more akin to a grimace. She felt frustrated but maintained her smile. After all, Luo Wanxia's words were painfully truthful. Moreover, she could not compete with this brutally honest lady. Huang Yunqing focused on cooking as the ribs, coated in starch, tumbled in the hot oil of the Qingkuan pot, quickly turning golden. Luo Wanxia took a sip of strong liquor and reminded her with a grin. Little sister, this is the meat of a 7th-grade spirit beast. Ordinary hot oil might not cook it properly. Huang Yunqing didn't respond but smiled knowingly. If there's meat that can't be cooked in the Qingkuan pot. Under the swirling 8-trigram design at the bottom of the pot, an enticing aroma soon filled the kitchen. The mouth-watering scent wafted through the kitchen of Yihong Courtyard, attracting numerous mercenaries and assassins hiding in Wanxia Town. After drinking from the jade gourd, Luo Wanxia twirled her crimson curls with her fingers, her peach blossom eyes glinting with a cold light. All of you, get lost. Otherwise, I'll toss you all into the oil. At her words, the onlookers scattered. The fiery Ashura, Luo Wanxia was not to be trifled with. Huang Yunqing smoothly lifted the ribs from the Qingkuan pot and placed them on a bamboo platter to cool. The tantalizing aroma of the meat stirred Luo Wanxia's appetite. She gazed at the 3 golden dishes of ribs on the stove and asked, Little sister, are they ready? Don't rush, Sister Wanxia. You can't savor drunken ribs if you're impatient. After pouring out the hot oil from the Qingkuan pot, Huang Yunqing began preparing the sauce, which was the essence of the entire dish. Ding! Congratulations, master. You have received a gift from the little chef. Blood Flame Wine. Blood Flame Wine is a fine liquor brewed from the blood of the blood flame phoenix, condensed through the little chef's painstaking process of 81 steps into this small bottle of aromatic and spirit-rich wine. Huang Yunqing looked at the small bottle adorned with the phoenix design in her hand, her expression hesitant. Why did she suddenly receive a gift from the little chef again? Should she use it or not? Rest assured, master, the little chef will not deceive you this time. Huang Yunqing shook her head, ultimately deciding to trust the little chef once more. All right, I concede. Mainly because the ingredients in this kitchen are inadequate, and I cannot find a suitable wine for the sauce. I have no choice but to use this. Pouring the blood-red blood flame wine into the Qinkuan pot, an intoxicating aroma immediately rose, nearly overwhelming Huang Yunqing. Once Luo Wanxia caught a whiff of the delightful scent, her anticipation for the drunken ribs heightened. After Huang Yunqing added sugar, rice vinegar, and other seasonings, the sauce in the Qinkuan pot transformed into a vibrant orange red. Huang Yunqing licked her lips. The meat of the scarlet flame thunder pig was incredibly fragrant, a quality she had never encountered before. She poured the drained ribs into the Qinkuan pot, the orange-red sauce quickly enveloping the ribs. Under Huang Yunqing's steady wrist, the sauce evenly coated each piece of rib, creating a striking layered effect. She placed the drunken ribs onto an oval white porcelain plate. The quantity was just right to fill 3 plates. The sweet and sour aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the rich scent of the wine. Huang Yunqing took a deep breath, her cheeks slightly flushed. She grabbed 2 pairs of bamboo chopsticks and cheerfully called out to Luo Wanxia. Sister Wanxia, come try it. The drunken ribs are ready. The intoxicating aroma of the drunken ribs was irresistible, and as soon as they were out of the pot, Luo Wanxia approached the stove. She lifted her plate of drunken ribs, her face radiating bliss as she inhaled the alluring scent. Little sister, these drunken ribs look splendid. Ming Li, who had been napping by the stove, now opened her eyes, her ice-blue fox eyes fixated on Huang Yunqing. It seemed to question, where is my portion of drunken ribs? Huang Yunqing pushed the plate of drunken ribs toward Ming Li, who then eagerly dug in. Witnessing Ming Li's haughty demeanor, Huang Yunqing felt a surge of anger. What use was this lazy fox? Aside from bullying, squeezing, and threatening her, it seemed to serve no other purpose. Huang Yunqing picked up a piece of drunken rib and bit into it vigorously, as if gnawing on Ming Li's lazy bones. This lazy and gluttonous fox, perhaps it would be better to just get rid of her. Author's note: I appreciate all the lovely readers who have opened this book. The Demon Lord guarantees a minimum of 3 chapters daily. More updates will come with recommendations. The update times are at noon and 6 in the afternoon. I hope all of you can support me more generously with collections, votes, and comments, and let us enjoy delicious food together. Chapter 21. She is the little chef of this master. Any objections? Who dots so hot? Cuisine always brings joy to the body and soul. For instance, at this moment, as Huang Yunqing savored the sweet and sour, crispy yet tender drunken ribs, she completely forgot her anger with Ming Li. The meat of the 7th-grade spirit beast, the scarlet flame thunder pig, was of the highest quality, rich in terrifying spiritual energy. Any warrior or beast master below the 7th grade, unable to resist the temptation of this dish, would surely meet a tragic end. Ming Li, perched on the stove, felt no such concerns. For him, more spiritual energy was always better, reinforcing his foundation. He devoured the drunken ribs voraciously, the orange-red sauce staining the fur around his mouth, completely disregarding his appearance. Ming Li consumed the ribs as if a whirlwind had swept through the plate, his ice-blue fox eyes filled with delight. He ate rapidly, as if fearing Huang Yunqing would snatch them away. After finishing a large plate of drunken ribs, Ming Li's appearance changed slightly. Purple arcs of electricity flickered in his fur. The ice flames on his 9 tails were now interwoven with purple arcs, crackling as they swayed. Eating meat was indeed satisfying. Ming Li licked the orange-red sauce from his lips, gazing greedily at the plate of drunken ribs in Huang Yunqing's hands. Those are mine. Don't even think about it. Huang Yunqing immediately turned her back to Ming Li. This lazy fox ate too quickly, never seeming to be satisfied. Heh. Ming Li smirked disdainfully, resting his head on the stove. This girl's cooking skills were decent, but her personality still needed some refinement. Although Huang Yunqing had just eaten a bowl of plain noodles to fill her stomach, the allure of the drunken ribs was too enticing. Each piece of drunken rib was infused with formidable spiritual energy. However, Huang Yunqing, devoid of any cultivation, was unafraid of the overwhelming energy. Her peculiar body seemed like a bottomless pit, capable of absorbing endless spiritual energy, yet none of it could be utilized. Little chef, did you secretly steal the spiritual energy that I consumed? The little chef quickly explained, Master's body cannot cultivate. The little chef collects the excess spiritual energy for your benefit. If that energy is not removed, you might explode from the overwhelming energy in the drunken ribs. All right, Huang Yunqing sighed helplessly. Since she could not utilize the spiritual energy in the drunken ribs, she would relish this delicious meal instead. It would serve as a comfort for her wounded spirit. This body truly left much to be desired. How to alleviate worries? Only with drunken ribs, little sister. Your drunken ribs are truly delicious. Luo Wanxia generously praised. The intense aroma of the liquor stimulated her dulled taste buds. The rich sweet and sour flavors exploding in her mouth, like a layered aromatic bomb. Each bite was an unparalleled sensory delight. This was Luo Wanxia's first encounter with such exquisite cuisine, opening a door to a new world. What astonished Luo Wanxia even more was that this drunken rib dish not only possessed an exquisite flavor, but also harbored an astonishing spiritual essence. The spiritual energy contained within this plate of drunken ribs was equivalent to the efficacy of a 7th-tier elixir. However, compared to the blandness of elixirs, Luo Wanxia preferred this delectable dish, which provided an unparalleled sensory experience. As a 9th-grade royal saint, her body brimmed with spiritual power, and under the impact of the rib's abundant energy, she felt an exhilarating rush. Due to the unique attributes of the crimson flame thunder pig, biting into the drunken ribs elicited a tingling sensation akin to electricity. The ribs, coated in a starchy exterior and perfectly fried, emanated an enticing aroma of meat. The tender pork intertwined with the rich blood flame wine danced on her palate, tempting her to devour her own tongue. Luo Wanxia, lost in ecstasy, narrowed her enchanting peach blossom eyes, savoring the crunch of each bite as if she were adrift in a sea of meaty fragrance. Only when the last piece of drunken rib was consumed did she reluctantly lick her lips, her crimson lips appearing irresistibly captivating. Little sister, do stay in Wanxia town. Luo Wanxia placed her hand on Huang Yunqing's shoulder, the intoxicating aroma of wine slightly reddening her cheeks. Rest assured, my dear sister, you shall not be at a loss. Huang Yunqing felt a bit lightheaded. The blood flame wine infused in the drunken ribs left her with a pleasantly tipsy sensation. Under Luo Wanxia's sincere gaze, she almost found herself nodding in agreement without realizing it. She did not belong to Wanxia town. Meanwhile, Ming Li, the little chef of the main body, had awakened from her nap on the stove and approached Huang Yunqing with graceful steps. A glimmer of cold light shone in her ice-blue fox eyes, reminiscent of millennia-old ice standing firm in the extreme cold, instantly bringing clarity. The icy blue fox patterns spread from the corners of her eyes, and her audacious demeanor left Luo Wanxia momentarily breathless. You are the demon lord Ming Li? Luo Wanxia gazed incredulously at the little fox on the ground. Only the demon lord Ming Li could exert such a formidable presence. How could you have transformed like this? Luo Wanxia had previously thought that the little fox beside Huang Yunqing bore some connection to the demon lord, but she never expected it to be the demon lord herself. Moreover, Ming Li's current state was rather peculiar. Clearly, this body possessed only first-tier cultivation, yet Ming Li's powerful soul instilled in Luo Wanxia a profound tremor. This demon lord, who had reigned over the spirit beast continent for tens of thousands of years. What trickery was she up to? Any objections? Ming Li cast a glance at Luo Wanxia, dragging her fluffy tail as she strolled over to Huang Yunqing, her tone tinged with impatience. Luo Wanxia smiled alluringly, twirling a strand of her slightly curled red hair. With the demon lord in the world, it seems the spirit beast continent will soon be engulfed in a whirlwind of chaos and bloodshed. I, Wanxia town, shall remain neutral and shall not interfere in any matters. After expressing her stance, Luo Wanxia sighed regretfully. Little sister, since you are under the demon lord's protection, I cannot force you to stay in Wanxia town. What a pity! She raised Huang Yunqing's chin with her hand, enticingly inquiring, is there anything you need help with, dear sister? Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost to assist you within my capabilities. Huang Yunqing was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. Luo Wanxia had made a promise. Could she not utilize the teleportation array to return to the imperial capital? She quickly grasped Luo Wanxia's sleeve. Excitement evident in her voice. Sister Wanxia, I wish to use the teleportation array in Wanxia town. I am in a hurry to annul my engagement in the Tianlan Empire. There are a pair of shameless scoundrels waiting for me to teach them a lesson and to trample on their faces. Chapter 22. Good sister, your acting skills are truly remarkable. In the Tianlan Empire, the imperial capital, the general's mansion hung a white lantern symbolizing mourning. Even with the constant influx of dignitaries and aristocrats, the atmosphere of the Huang family was heavy, suffused with a solemnity that was almost oppressive. In the courtyard of the general's mansion, a middle-aged woman clad in a simple blue gown was welcoming the distinguished guests who had come to pay their respects. A white silk flower adorned her hair, and her slender phoenix eyes appeared slightly reddened, betraying her sorrow. This was none other than Xiao Yunqing, the matriarch of the current general's mansion. As the legitimate daughter of the prime minister's family, she had willingly accepted the position of a concubine to marry the great general, Huang Lin, enduring years of hardship before finally ascending to the status of the general's wife. I am profoundly grateful for your presence at the funeral of Miss Huang Yunqing. However, it is truly regrettable that she left us at such a young age. Xiao Yunqing bowed respectfully to the guests, her elegant demeanor reflecting deep sorrow, as though she and Huang Yunqing shared a motherly bond. There is no need for such formalities, general's wife. With the great general fighting valiantly on the front lines, it is only natural for us to offer our support in such unfortunate circumstances. Though the eldest daughter of the Huang family possessed slightly inferior qualifications, her gentle and obedient nature was well acknowledged. Why did she choose to venture into the sunset forest? Indeed, I wonder what could have possessed the eldest daughter of the Huang family to take such a reckless step. I heard that just days ago, there were reports of violent spirit beasts in the sunset forest. That foolish girl truly did not know her limits. The dignitaries and aristocrats attending the funeral were well-informed individuals, and they began to discuss the recent turmoil in the sunset forest. Upon hearing their remarks, a barely perceptible smile flickered in Xiao Yunqing's phoenix eyes. That person's daughter has finally met her end. It is all my fault. A handsome man entered the general's mansion, dressed in a luxurious golden robe, his eyes filled with regret. Had I known of the upheaval in the sunset forest earlier, I would have stopped Sister Yunqing from going there, and she would not have met such a tragic fate. He clenched his fists tightly, his forehead veins bulging, and his expression of despair appeared exceedingly convincing. Entering the mansion was a daunting task for Mu Nanfeng, whose awkward gait only intensified the sorrow etched upon his face. The dignitaries gathered to pay their respects observed his behavior, nodding in acknowledgement. Those who had harbored resentment towards Mu Nanfeng for the loss of their children softened their hearts, offering him comfort. Life is unpredictable. Your Highness need not take it to heart. The trials of experience carry inherent risks. Especially in the sunset forest, it is a blessing that Your Highness has returned safely. Mu Nanfeng, with tears glistening in his eyes, greeted the surrounding dignitaries, his expression of unbearable grief deceptively potent. Aunt, how is Yaoer faring? He approached Xiao Yunqing, concern lacing his voice. His hands, hidden within his sleeves, twisted tightly, his stomach churning as if knives were stirring within. The fish soup he had consumed in Wanxia town was indeed poisoned. Yesterday, he and Huang Yunqing had hastily returned to the imperial capital using the teleportation ring amidst the chaos in Wanxia town. Huang Yunqing had fainted from the pain. Fortunately, the Tianlan emperor dispatched numerous imperial physicians to the general's mansion, saving Huang Yunqing's life. Xiao Yunqing shook her head sadly, her expression growing more sorrowful. Yaoer is still unconscious from excessive grief. Though Huang Yunqing had been poisoned in Wanxia town, Xiao Yunqing publicly declared that Huang Yunqing had fallen ill from the news of Huang Yunqing's death. After all, Huang Yunqing was destined to become the crown princess. Seizing the opportunity presented by Huang Yunqing's funeral to promote Huang Yunqing's good reputation, Xiao Yunqing would not let it slip away. Today is my sister's funeral. Yaoer must come to bid her sister farewell, especially since they shared such a close bond. Supported by two maidservants, Huang Yunqing slowly emerged from the inner courtyard of the general's mansion. Her pallid complexion, tear-streaked face, and the emerald-embroidered skirt she wore accentuated her delicate and pitiable appearance. Huang Yunqing's frail demeanor was unmistakable. Regardless of her pale lips or trembling legs, the attendees couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. Hearing that the eldest daughter had often bullied the second daughter, they were astonished by how the second daughter bore no grudges, showcasing her pure-hearted nature. Indeed, in my view, the eldest daughter was a burden. Her death has brought peace. She was unworthy of the crown prince. The second daughter has blossomed into a graceful beauty. Standing alongside the crown prince, they are truly a match made in heaven. As she listened to the praises, Huang Yunqing felt a swell of pride. Gaining recognition from such dignitaries was not in vain, even if she had to feign illness to play her part. Death commands respect, regardless of how flawed a sister may have been. Please refrain from disparaging my sister at her funeral. Seeing Huang Yunqing so perceptive and astute, she garnered much praise from numerous dignitaries. Even more audaciously, some suggested that Mu Nanfeng petition the Emperor Tianlan to alter his engagement with the general's daughter, allowing Huang Yunqing to take her place. Dear sister, your performance is truly commendable. A voice, laced with a hint of mockery, rang out from outside the general's residence, its slightly hoarse quality adding a languorous charm to her demeanor. The guests in the courtyard were suddenly startled and turned to look back. There, against the entrance of the general's residence, A striking figure in red stood, illuminated by the soft glow of the white lanterns, enhancing her alluring beauty. The flowing crimson gown draped elegantly over her petite form. Exuding an air of wildness and unrestrained pride in her arms, she cradled a languid little fox, its tail swaying lazily as she strolled into the general's residence. The fabric trailing on the ground resembled flames, swiftly engulfing the dignitaries standing in the courtyard. "Why have you ceased your performance?" Huang Yunqing mimicked Luo Wanxia's enchanting gestures, her slender fingers entwining with the strands of hair cascading between her collarbones. "Is my arrival disrupting your rhythm? Dear sister, your recent act was truly moving." Huang Yunqing cast a flirtatious glance at the pale-faced Huang Yunyao. She chuckled softly. Those unaware of the truth might genuinely believe we share a profound sisterly bond. Huang Yunyao's eyes widened in shock, her smile frozen upon her face. A chill ran down her spine, her very core trembling. Huang Yunqing, what manner of being are you? How is this possible? She had witnessed Huang Yunqing buried in the tomb of souls with her own eyes. How did this wretched fool manage to escape from such a fate? Dear sister, I am indeed alive. Huang Yunqing strolled toward the altar set up in the general's residence, unreservedly scrutinizing the portrait displayed there, feigning ignorance as she asked, "When did someone die in our general's residence?" She deliberately stepped around the empty coffin. TSK, your imaginations are quite vivid. You haven't even located my body, yet you dare claim I perished in the sunset forest? Huang Yunqing's unexpected arrival left the dignitaries who had come to pay their respects bewildered. Yet it did not deter them from sitting down to observe the spectacle. The Huang family of the general's residence was renowned throughout the Tianlan Empire. The scions of the Huang family were all exceptionally gifted individuals. The unparalleled excellence of the general's residence had long sparked discontent among many powerful figures in the capital. What could be more entertaining than witnessing the general's family suffer disgrace? After a brief moment of distraction, Huang Yunyao quickly donned a worried expression, grasping Huang Yunqing's wrist, her eyes filled with concern. "Sister Yunqing, it's truly wonderful that you are alive. There was a violent surge of spirit beasts in the sunset forest, and our hunting party nearly faced total annihilation. I feared you had also fallen victim to the beasts." Huang Yunqing chuckled lightly, reflecting, "Dear sister, since you secretly indulged in my fish head and tofu stew in Sunset Town, may I interpret that as you being spiced to death?" Suddenly, Huang Yunqing's smile turned icy, and she ruthlessly kicked Huang Yunyao, her phoenix eyes glinting with a cold light. "Then this funeral can indeed continue." "Just change the name to Huang Yunyao." Caught off guard, Huang Yunyao was unexpectedly sent staggering backward by Huang Yunqing's kick, nearly losing her balance. Under normal circumstances, such a kick would have missed, especially since Huang Yunyao had already reached the second rank of martial artist, and her vital energy would have prevented Huang Yunqing from getting close. However, due to her excessive consumption of spicy chili, she was already exhausted from nausea, which allowed Huang Yunqing to easily topple her. Yower. Fortunately, Moon and Foam, with quick reflexes, rushed forward to catch Huang Yunyao. "Cough, cough. Brother Ninfeng, save me." Huang Yunyao spat out a mouthful of blood at the opportune moment, clutching her chest with a frown, resembling a wilting flower in need of pity. "Huang Yunqing, how could you lay such cruel hands on your own sister?" Mu Nanfeng's brows furrowed tightly as he sternly reprimanded Huang Yunqing. "You wicked woman, how terrifying you are." Huang Yunqing cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless Huang Yunyao in Mu Nanfeng's embrace, her smile more enchanting than the blossoms on the banks of the Yellow Springs. Huang Yunyao's birth mother was merely a concubine. Does she deserve such regard? Upon hearing this, Xiao Lian Xian's expression darkened instantly. Though she had endured years as a concubine, she had been elevated to the position of the general's legitimate wife after Huang Yunqing's biological mother passed away. "Qing'er, I know you dislike me," Xiao Lian Xian said, raising her handkerchief to wipe her tears, her voice filled with sorrow. "If you harbor any grievances against me, direct them at me instead of venting your frustrations on Yower." Huang Yunqing was taken aback by Xiao Lian Xian's ability to switch from tears to anger so effortlessly. A flicker of curiosity passed through her golden eyes. It seemed the family in the general's residence was rather intriguing. Each member a performer in their own right, since you have earnestly pleaded. Huang Yunqing approached Xiao Lian Xian and, before the assembled crowd, delivered a resounding slap across her face. "I must fulfill your wish." Unconsciously employing the technique of the dragon cloud hand, she struck Xiao Lian Xian's cheek with such force that it nearly dislocated her jaw. The dignitaries surrounding the general's residence were left in shock by Huang Yunqing's audacity. Regardless of circumstances, Xiao Lian Xian was still the lady of the general's residence, by lineage, She was Huang Yunqing's nominal stepmother. With this slap, it was as if Huang Yunqing had severed all ties with Shaolin Xian. Huang Yunqing deliberately waved her hand in front of Shaolin Xian's face, complaining, "Your skin is remarkably thick. My hand is numb from that strike." Unable to contain himself, Mu Nanfeng placed the barely conscious Huang Yunyao beside Shaolin Xian and spoke. "Huang Yunqing." His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on her, his sharp gaze seeming to penetrate her very soul, filled with murderous intent. The fierce aura emanating from him enveloped the general's residence, plunging it into a tempest of energy. "Huang Yunqing, you are cruel-hearted, arrogant and overbearing, disloyal, unfilial, unrighteous and unjust. I will not allow a woman like you to become the crown princess." Under Mu Nanfeng's intimidating presence, Huang Yunqing remained unfazed as she affectionately stroked the little fox in her arms. "May we finally proceed to terminate this engagement properly?" Mu Nanfeng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Wasn't Huang Yunqing the one who once regarded the engagement as more precious than life itself? Why was she now so readily proposing to annul it? He coldly nodded. "Indeed, I wish to cancel our engagement." From his spatial ring, he produced a cultivation pill, casting it to the ground with an air of aloofness. "This is a third-tier cultivation pill, a compensation for you. Do not pester me any further. Take care of yourself." The rich aroma of the precious pill wafted through the air, causing the onlookers in the general's residence to gasp in astonishment. A third-tier cultivation pill could fetch several million gold coins even at the Dragon Rising auction house in the Tianlan Empire. The crown prince's compensation for Huang Yunqing was indeed generous. Considering her outrageous behavior today in the Tianlan Empire, etiquette was paramount, and Huang Yunqing had physically assaulted her sister and slapped her stepmother, making her annulment less surprising. Huang Yunqing gazed at the cultivation pill rolling on the ground, a smirk gracing her lips, captivating Mu Nanfeng to the point of breathlessness. How dare she flaunt such worthless items? She stomped on the cultivation pill, grinding it beneath her foot. "You are all just unsophisticated bumpkins who have never seen anything of value." With a flick of her wrist, Huang Yunqing hurled a fiery red spirit core at Mu Nanfeng. Her chin held high with disdain. "This is the spirit core of a 7th-tier spirit beast, the blazing thunder pig, and I bestow it upon you to sell your backside. Mu Nanfeng, you have been dismissed by me." "Did you hear?" she proclaimed. "Do not appear before me in the future, lest you offend my eyes." With a loud crash, the fiery red spirit core pierced through the tempest of vital energy surrounding Mu Nanfeng, striking him squarely. The core then rolled to the ground, creating a deep dent in the solid stone floor. How could this be possible? The spirit core of the 7th-tier spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Thunder Pig, radiated an abundance of spiritual energy, causing Mu Nanfeng to taste blood in his throat. The core was infused with the power of lightning, sending a tingling sensation through half of Mu Nanfeng's body. The overwhelming spiritual energy compelled the noble spectators to take 2 steps back, their faces reflecting not only shock but also deep envy and greed. After all, this was the spirit core of a 7th-tier beast. Even in the entire imperial capital, one might struggle to find 5 of such treasures. The depth of the Huang family was indeed formidable. As the nobles buzzed with discussion, Mu Nanfeng's expression grew dangerously grim. And the Junzi sword at his waist was suddenly unsheathed, gleaming coldly. "Huang Yunqing, how dare you insult this palace?" Mu Nanfeng, the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire, had always been the center of attention. Revered as a prodigy, he had never endured such humiliation. It was an utter disgrace. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated on Huang Yunqing, as if they could ignite flames. "Huang Yunqing, I shall have your life." The chilling radiance of the Junzi sword unleashed a flurry of sharp sword light. In Mu Nanfeng's grip, the long sword transformed into a myriad of piercing shadows, striking unerringly at Huang Yunqing. The focal point of the sword light was her heart. The onlookers recoiled from the fierce sword energy. Those with discerning eyes exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the legendary technique of the Wanjian sect, the Shin-tier intermediate martial skill, Wanjian Guizhong." The nobles regarded Huang Yunqing with a mix of pity and apprehension. The crown prince Mu Nanfeng was a 4th-tier martial maniac, while Huang Yunqing was a mere waste who had never even touched the path of cultivation. Even with the 7th-tier spirit beast's core in her possession, she would inevitably reveal her true nature beneath Mu Nanfeng's overwhelming strength. In his rage, Mu Nanfeng's attack was merciless. Indeed, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted. His sword light shimmers like autumn waters, focused and undistracted. Hundreds of sword lights indicate his burgeoning prowess. That waste has provoked the crown prince. Her demise seems imminent. If she is fortunate, she might leave with her corpse intact. Under the Wanjian Guizhong, even a body could be cleaved into 1,000 pieces, a dazzling yet brutal martial art. Huang Yunqing squinted slightly against the forceful winds of true energy but stood unfazed in the midst of chaos. She exhibited no ripple of spiritual energy yet remained as steadfast as a resilient reef against the crashing waves. As Mu Nanfeng's sharp sword light grazed her crimson dress, it bizarrely flickered past, with hundreds of sword lights missing their target. Mu Nanfeng, astonished and enraged, gazed at Huang Yunqing with disbelief. By all rights, she should have been shredded by the Wanjian Guizhong. How could she still stand unharmed in the courtyard? What strange method is this? His complexion darkened further. Could it be that Huang Yunqing possesses some hidden talent? Is it possible that the Crown Prince's Wanjian Guizhong lacks mastery? The murmurs of the crowd ignited his fury. Huang Yunqing displayed not the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. How did she evade the Wanjian Guizhong? With a graceful wave of her hand, Huang Yunqing's garments billowed, exuding an air of pride and aloofness, akin to a resplendent fire lotus, vividly red. What a display! Mu Nanfeng recognized the uniqueness of her attire. And his expression soured. He brandished his sharp Junzi sword, its edge aimed squarely at Huang Yunqing. Huang Yunqing, do not presume that your two treasures will grant you any favor before me. His gaze lingered greedily on her crimson robe. That audacious woman who dared to cause a ruckus in the court. Truly affluent, to withstand the sword energy of the Wanjian Guizhong, she must possess at least an Xian-tier spiritual treasure. Huang Yunqing, as the cherished daughter of that deranged woman, could indeed be endowed with such treasures. However, it was a waste for those Xian-tier spiritual treasures to be in Huang Yunqing's hands. Mu Nanfeng wiped the cold gleam from his Junzi sword with a sneer. A waste without cultivation remains a mere ant beneath our feet. No matter how fine your treasures, they are of no use to you. The humiliation of today shall be washed away with your blood. His true energy erupted violently, forming a fierce gale as the Junzi sword, shining coldly, lunged towards Huang Yunqing's heart. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard. This Mu Nanfeng was indeed relentless in his pursuit to end her life. Apologies, but I am not here to die today. That little chef of mine will ensure I stomp on your face. Her smile grew increasingly sinister. If she proclaimed her intent to stomp on his face, she must see it through, even as the true energy winds threatened to blind her. Huang Yunqing maintained a smile, determined to uphold her facade. Xiao Lily, it is your turn to perform. A mischievous grin spread across Huang Yunqing's face as she playfully smacked Ming Li's fluffy rear. The sensation was delightful, resilient and padded with soft fur, prompting her to slap several times, emboldened by her actions. I hold grudges, you know. Ming Li glanced back at her, its ice-blue eyes shimmering with a calm light, causing her to hastily retract her hand. Great one, let me maintain my act. She coughed lightly. Later tonight, I shall prepare your favorite dishes. Whatever you desire, I can make it. Huang Yunqing quickly patted Ming Li's tail, smoothing its fur. Please, so many eyes are upon us. Just give me a little face. A glimmer of playful amusement flickered in Ming Li's eyes. A dog is a dog. What need is there for face? As Huang Yunqing felt her temper rising, Ming Li leapt from her embrace, its fluffy paws stretching lazily. The splendid patterns of its fur cascaded from its eyes, snow-white fur billowing, radiating an aura of chilling ice flames. Its ice-blue eyes regarded Mu Nanfeng with indifference, reflecting nothing but disdain and mockery. Ming Li moved with grace, its slender form swaying slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Mu Nanfeng. The force of its impact sent Mu Nanfeng crashing to the ground. 5 claws, glowing with a silver-blue radiance, pierced Mu Nanfeng's chest, drawing forth crimson droplets of blood, a striking sight indeed. Ming Li lazily lifted its head and cast a glance at Huang Yunqing, seemingly saying, "Aren't you going to come and stomp on his face?" Huang Yunqing suddenly broke into a radiant smile, striding arrogantly towards Mu Nanfeng. Mu Nanfeng, you are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Do you still wish to bury me in the Tomb of Souls? Mu Nanfeng lay pinned to the ground by Ming Li's claws, his handsome visage contorted in pain, now bearing an expression of terrifying ferocity. Huang Yunqing, you are outrageous. I am. Before Mu Nanfeng could finish, Huang Yunqing stomped her foot on his face, lifting her skirt to stomp down hard several times. I care not who you are. Looking down at Mu Nanfeng, whose once fair face was now marked with shoe prints, Huang Yunqing felt a surge of satisfaction. Mu Nanfeng, she teased, using her shoe tip to lift his chin. Your life is now in my hands. Shouldn't you plead for mercy? Humiliation and rage surged within him, causing Mu Nanfeng's true energy to swell once more, the Junzi sword humming ominously. Huang Yunqing, I will have your life, like a falling star. The Shintir superior spirit treasure, the Junzi sword, hurtled towards Huang Yunqing with astonishing speed. Just as the sword was poised to sever Huang Yunqing's neck, Ming Li lazily flicked its tail, its 9 tails entwining the Junzi sword and reducing it to shards. Ming Li glanced at Huang Yunqing, its ice-blue eyes shimmering with mockery. Huang Yunqing, somewhat embarrassed, picked up the pieces of the Junzi sword. No need to say, that lazy fox was undoubtedly cursing her in its heart. Squatting down, Huang Yunqing peered at Mu Nanfeng, whose mouth and nose were bleeding, and suddenly burst into laughter. Mu Nanfeng, are you ashamed and enraged? Did my proposal for a divorce humiliate you? Pinned beneath Ming Li's claws, Mu Nanfeng's heart raced, unable to move, only able to glare at her in venomous silence. Huang Yunqing, if you have the ability, kill me. How dull it would be to kill you. Huang Yunqing decisively rejected. What could be more terrifying than living in this world, especially when burdened with disgrace? She winked slyly, her radiant spirit captivating all who beheld her. In the moment of Mu Nanfeng's astonishment, she etched a crooked character onto his face with a shard of the Junzi sword, causing him immense pain. Huang Yunqing, what have you inscribed? Huang Yunqing gazed regretfully at the bloodied visage of Mu Nanfeng, casually discarding the shard onto the ground. I told you not to move. Why did you disobey? The character for divorce looks so distorted that it unsettles me. Huang Yunqing's actions instilled dread among the nobles gathered in the general's residence. The pungent scent of blood sent chills down their spines. After all, he was the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire. How could Huang Yunqing dare to mark his face? Had she taken leave of her senses? Xiao Lianxin, equally shaken by Huang Yunqing's audacity, trembled as she pointed at her, chiding, Qing'er, how can you be so disrespectful to the crown prince? Are you intent on tarnishing the reputation of the general's residence? Do you wish to lead us to utter ruin? Huang Yunqing scratched her ear in annoyance, languidly retorting, what are you shouting about? Do I care for your general's residence? She delivered a fierce kick to Mu Nanfeng's nose, only to recoil in surprise at the pain that shot through her foot. Gasping, her cheeks twitched slightly. The bones of a practitioner are remarkably hard. Humph. It must be that Mu Nanfeng's skin is too thick. Huang Yunqing adjusted her skirt to cover her slightly raised toes. Aren't you all worried about retaliation from the Tianlan royal family? No matter how much my toe hurts, I must maintain my facade. With a disdainful smile, she ripped off the jade token symbolizing the legitimate daughter of the general's residence and threw it at Xiao Lianxin's feet. From this day forth, Huang Yunqing has no ties to the general's residence. Watching the token shatter into pieces left Xiao Lianxin momentarily flustered. Wasn't this token her most treasured possession? How could she so easily destroy it? Huang Yunqing leaned lazily against Ming Li, her fingers caressing the soft fur of his body, her aura radiating an intimidating dominance. Mu Nanfeng was struck by me. The engagement was initiated by me. The divorce decree was penned by me. I have no dealings with your general's residence. Mu Nanfeng, now teetering on the edge of madness, hoarsely shouted, Huang Yunqing, if you have the courage, kill me. If you do not, I will ensure that you meet a gruesome end. Huang Yunqing merely smirked, ignoring Mu Nanfeng's outburst. You should add 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West Bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty, to sound more like a protagonist. She teased him, embracing Ming Li's elegant form and affectionately kissing the icy blue markings at the corner of his eyes. Little Li, splendid job. Let us go. I shall treat you to a grand feast. Ming Li cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yunqing, who was beseeching him with her hands clasped. This girl truly was absurdly cowardly, yet it was rather amusing. He released the grip he had on Mu Nanfeng's heart and, with a flick of his tail, tossed the unconscious Mu Nanfeng onto the general's residence's morning hall. Be wise some twist of fate. He landed perfectly in an empty coffin, harmonizing with the somber atmosphere of the general's funeral. Once Huang Yunqing stepped out of the general's residence, Ming Li reverted to his playful, fox-like demeanor. He flicked his tail and leaped into Huang Yunqing's embrace, finding a comfortable position, a smirk playing on his lips as he queried. Little Li? The once formidable Huang Yunqing promptly cowered. Hee, don't you think this pet name better showcases your unparalleled aura? Huang Yunqing quickly ran her fingers through Ming Li's fur, tenderly grooming him. If you dislike it, I can choose another name. What about Little Ming Ming? You may also call me Little Yun Yun or Little Qing Qing. Having basked in her bravado, she now faced the consequence of serving this prideful and difficult fox. Ming Li leaned against her and muttered, Silly dog. Wasn't it agreed that we would use affectionate names for one another? Why am I back to being a silly dog? That wretched fox. Perhaps it was better to end him. Chapter 26. What on earth is the Black Phoenix of the night? After her display of bravado, Huang Yunqing departed, leaving behind a scene of chaos in the general's residence. The nobles rushed to assist the unconscious Mu Nanfeng. After all, he was the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire. If he were to die under their watch, it would be a grave matter when facing the emperor. Your Highness, this is a first-rank blood coagulation pill. Your Highness, this is a first-rank scar-soothing ointment. The previously passive nobles suddenly produced a plethora of rare treasures to aid in Mu Nanfeng's recovery. Lying in the coffin, Mu Nanfeng looked at the faces encircling him and, in a sudden outburst of overwhelming energy, pushed them away. Get lost? All of you, get away from me. After venting his frustration, he gasped, clutching his chest, hastily swallowing a third-rank vitality pill. Seated in the coffin, the wounds on his face throbbed painfully. Once the chaotic energy within him began to subside, he coldly surveyed the crowd, his voice laden with disdain. Now you come to offer your assistance? Why didn't anyone help me earlier? In response to Mu Nanfeng's query, the nobles murmured among themselves. Your Highness, the spiritual beast alongside Huang Yunqing was clearly a formidable 7th-rank beast. Now that she has become a 7th-rank beast master, we simply could not dare approach her. Indeed, Your Highness, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you, but that we cannot provoke the beast by her side. Seeing their cowardice, Mu Nanfeng's anger flared anew. These nobles truly excelled at self-preservation. With a dark expression, he climbed out of the coffin, blood oozing from his chest wound and soaking his luxurious garments. It was my folly. He offered a slight bow to the nobles gathered around the coffin, suppressing the fury and resentment in his eyes. Let it be known that Huang Yunqing is ruthless, arrogant, and must be killed. That wretched woman Huang Yunqing dared to humiliate him so. He would wait for a day of reckoning. The nobles present shivered at his chilling tone, realizing the crown prince was truly enraged. How unfortunate! Shao Lianxin, supported by her maid, rose to her feet, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. I never anticipated that after visiting the falling sun forest, Huang Yunqing would undergo such a drastic transformation. Her arrogance mirrors that of her mother. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will report this matter to my husband. Since Huang Yunqing has shattered the Huang family's jade token, she is no longer one of us. Upon hearing Shao Lianxin's lament, the nobles recalled the woman who had once overshadowed the imperial capital like a dark cloud, haughty and insufferably proud. Huang Yunqing truly bore the same spirit as her mother. With an emotionless expression, Mu Nanfeng tore a strip from his sleeve and tied it around his face to conceal the character Huang Yunqing had inscribed. Do not trouble the general's wife. He cast a glance back at Shao Lianxin, his aura exuding a chilling malice akin to a demon rising from hell. I shall personally deliver Huang Yunqing's remains to the general's residence. When the great general returns victorious, I will explain everything. Shao Lianxin recoiled slightly from Mu Nanfeng's terrifying gaze, but soon a look of elation crossed her face. Huang Yunqing, no matter how capable you are, you have offended the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire. Can you still survive in the imperial capital? That arrogant woman of yesteryear. Did she not perish in the desolate wilderness? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she quickly signaled to Huang Yunqing's sister, Huang Yunxiao, knowing this was the moment to provide comfort and encouragement to Mu Nanfeng. Upon receiving the cue, Huang Yunxiao mustered her fragile strength and timidly called after Mu Nanfeng. Brother Nanfeng. Upon hearing her voice, just as he reached the entrance of the general's residence, Mu Nanfeng felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. It is entirely the fault of Huang Yunxiao for being greedy. She simply had to taste the flavor of that bowl of fish head stew with tofu. Otherwise, how could she have ingested that toxic fish soup? Mu Nanfeng cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yunxiao. Taking in her disheveled hair and filthy attire, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Huang Yunxiao looked akin to a plucked wild chicken, utterly unappealing. Yaoer, you are injured as well. It would be best for you to remain in the general's residence to rest properly. With that, Mu Nanfeng left the general's residence without a backward glance. Huang Yunqing, the humiliation of today I shall repay it 100-fold in the future. Achoo! Achoo! Walking down the bustling streets of the imperial capital while cradling Ming Li, Huang Yunqing sneezed several times, spraying saliva onto Ming Li's fur. Which audacious scoundrel dares to insult me? He must be that scoundrel I just stepped on. The excited voice of the little chef echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the preliminary main quest. Break off the engagement with the scoundrel. Due to the master fulfilling the original owner's long-held wish flawlessly, the original owner's spirit is immensely pleased and has bestowed a small gift upon the master. Huang Yunqing twitched her lips. No, keep the small gift from the original owner for yourself. Do not present it to me. Who knows what kind of trap it might be? The two words she dreaded most were gift and present. After all, cheap things carry no quality. Moreover, gifts received from the little chef typically come with pitfalls. Take, for instance, the blood flame wine that the little chef had vowed would be without issue. After using it to prepare drunken ribs, she had succumbed to temptation and consumed a few extra pieces, only to find herself intoxicated by the blood flame wine. If it were merely ordinary drunkenness, it would be one thing. The problem lay in the potency of the blood flame wine. That very night, she had performed the provocative spatula dance before all the residents of Sunset Town. As a result, the notorious outlaws of Sunset Town all came to know of Huang Yunqing, the spatula dance queen, terrifying her so much that she barely ate breakfast today and hastily fled Sunset Town with Ming Li. She truly could not bear to face anyone there. Ding! Congratulations to the master for receiving a small gift from the original owner. The shadowy black phoenix, upon hearing the little chef's excited voice, Huang Yunqing involuntarily shuddered and blurted out, "What on earth is this shadowy black phoenix?" Chapter 27. A curse lingers in my heart, uncertain whether to voice it or not. The shadowy black phoenix? Ming Li, who had been dozing, suddenly opened his eyes, the icy blue of his fox-like gaze now tinged with seriousness. The shadowy black phoenix fell eons ago. Where did you hear that name? Huang Yunqing tugged at the corners of her mouth. Ming Li, would you believe me if I said that the previous Huang Yunqing gifted me a shadowy black phoenix? Ming Li shot her a significant side-eye before lazily leaning against her arm, saying nonchalantly, "I am hungry." Huang Yunqing, exasperated, tugged at Ming Li's ear. "Ming Li, can't you come up with some different lines?" Ming Li surveyed the bustling streets of the imperial capital, his expression impassive, and repeated, "I am hungry." Huang Yunqing felt a surge of frustration. Speaking with Ming Li truly tested her patience. "Master, the main quest can now commence." The little chef's jubilant voice was rather pleasant to the ears. Perhaps influenced by the little chef's exuberance, Huang Yunqing felt a flicker of excitement. She would finally learn what the main quest entailed. This unreliable little chef better mature and become more dependable once the main quest began. Ding. As the future culinary master at the pinnacle of the food chain, the master must possess a culinary shop of her own. Main quest. Own a culinary shop of your own. The creation of exquisite cuisine demands strict control, and a beautifully designed culinary shop can provide all diners with the ultimate experience. How could the master not have her own culinary shop? Task description. The master must own a culinary shop of her own, with complete paperwork and land deeds, no falsifications allowed. Task deadline. Within today. There is no better time than the present. Task rewards. 1. Special culinary tool, crystal stone stove. Point 2. High-end design and top-notch decor by the little chef. Failure penalty. System disconnection. The master meets her demise. Huang Yunqing had initially been filled with anticipation for the main quest. However, upon its revelation, her smile vanished, replaced by a look of conflict and melancholy. In her heart, she roared at the little chef. "You little chef, come out here. I absolutely will not harm you." Had she known the main quest involved owning her own shop, she would never have spoken so boldly in the general's residence. If she did not sever her ties with the general's residence, as the eldest daughter of the Huang family, what type of shop could she not have? She had just discarded the jade token symbolizing the general's residence's legitimate daughter. How could the little chef assign her such a disgusting task? Was this not making things difficult for her? Huang Yunqing, please, master, don't be angry. The little chef proposed pitifully. Doesn't the master have a quick spirit core left? If we visit the auction house, we should be able to find a suitable place for you to open your culinary shop. Huang Yunqing's cheeks twitched violently. Had the little chef possessed a physical form, she would have surely given her a good thrashing. Her peculiar behavior caught Ming Li's attention. He frowned slightly, scrutinizing her face for a while. "Ice your face? Cramping?" Huang Yunqing suppressed the urge to pluck the fur off Ming Li and forced a flattering smile, gently asking, "What do you think about returning to the general's residence for a moment? I suddenly remembered I still have many of my possessions left behind." Ming Li had never encountered someone as money-hungry as Huang Yunqing. He shifted into a more comfortable position, nestling into her arms. "You can go if you wish." Seeing Ming Li's unhesitating rejection of her suggestion, Huang Yunqing could only dejectedly make her way to the Longxing auction house. It seemed that for the sake of completing the little chef's main quest, Her painstakingly gathered gold coins and spirit cores would once again go to waste. After all, she could not return to the general's residence. Huang Yunqing was well aware of her own capabilities. She had dared to storm into the general's residence solely because of Ming Li's protection. To put it plainly, she was borrowing the tiger's might. No, it should be said that she was borrowing the fox's might. If she were to go to the general's residence alone to demand the land deeds and contracts, she would undoubtedly be hacked to pieces by Xiao Lianxin and Huang Yunyao. The Longxing Auction House is the largest auction house in the imperial capital. Its reach extends throughout the spirit beast continent, not only within the territories of the three great empires, but even in perilous, remote areas. One can find branches of Longxing Auction House in nearby cities. The status of Longxing Auction House in the Tianlan Empire is also quite unparalleled. Even royal family members of the Tianlan Empire would not dare to cause trouble on the premises of Longxing Auction House. Situated on the main thoroughfare, Longting Avenue, the expansive complex appears as if a dragon lies in wait. The beautiful golden glazed tiles shimmer under the sunlight, and the imposing red buildings appear quite magnificent. Huang Yunqing, cradling the heavy lazy fox, stood at the entrance of Longxing Auction House, gazing upward for a long time, weighing the few spirit cores in her pocket. Regret washed over her. Had she known, she would not have flaunted the 7th-tier Crimson Flame Thunder Pig spirit core. That was a glimmering fortune. As she jingled the few spirit cores in her pocket, Huang Yunqing deliberated for a long time before ultimately deciding to take a stroll inside Longxing Auction House. Just as she was about to step forward, she was stopped. "Miss Huang Yunqing, I sincerely apologize. Due to your offense against the Crown Prince of the Tianlan Empire, Longxing Auction House cannot grant you entry. We kindly ask for your understanding." The person blocking her was a slender steward clad in a blue silk robe. He offered an apologetic smile, his demeanor neither servile nor overbearing. Huang Yunqing was somewhat taken aback as she glanced at the thin steward in the blue robe. She had just exited the general's residence. How could the steward of Longxing Auction House already be aware of her offense against Munan Feng? It had only been a short while. Was the information network of Longxing Auction House so astute? The blue-clad steward seemed to sense Huang Yunqing's confusion and smiled as he explained, "Miss Huang Yunqing, it is not only Longxing Auction House. The Crown Prince has instructed all businesses, taverns, tea houses, inns, and auction houses throughout the imperial capital to deny you entry. It would be best for you to leave the imperial capital as soon as possible." Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow slightly, her smile remaining warm. "There is something I wish to exclaim, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to say it. If the manager has some leisure time, please convey a message to Mu Nanfeng. He only knows how to employ underhanded tactics. If he has the capability, let him come and fight." Under the watchful gaze of the manager at the Longxing Auction House, Huang Yunqing turned and left. Has Mu Nanfeng's vengeance arrived so swiftly? He has directly ordered all shops to refuse her entry. How is she supposed to acquire the shops now? How can she fulfill the main quest issued by the little chef? Chapter 28. My star-crushing blade hasn't seen blood for ages. I apologize, Miss Huang Yunqing. The shop cannot allow you to stay. His Highness the Prince's orders must be obeyed. Huang Yunqing, cradling the heavy lazy fox, wandered around the imperial capital of the Tianlan Empire. Her arms were nearly sore from the weight of Ming Li's head, yet she still couldn't find a suitable place to rest. After circling around, the sun was nearly setting. Huang Yunqing found herself back on the bustling Longting Avenue. Not only did the shops near Longxing Auction House avoid her, but even the street vendors on Longting Avenue scattered at the mere sight of her. Before she could even ask, she noticed the vendors hastily packing up their snacks, fleeing in panic. The once lively Longting Avenue had transformed into a peculiar vacuum of fear. Wherever Huang Yunqing went, people fled in terror. In the blink of an eye, the vendors had retreated, leaving only a frail old man with a mournful expression. "Old sir, your sesame pancakes." The old man, tears welling in his eyes, suddenly knelt before her upon hearing her inquiry. "Miss Huang Yunqing, I cannot sell you my pancakes." Huang Yunqing glanced at the sesame pancakes on the old man's stall, her stomach audibly grumbling. How hungry she felt. She longed to devour a couple of sesame pancakes. "Please, Miss Huang Yunqing." The old man bowed several times, hitting his head with a thud, blood oozing from his forehead. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard, letting out a long sigh. She had never encountered such a frustrating situation. This was the 3,456th person to refuse her. It was indeed infuriating. Leaning against a stone pillar on Longting Avenue, she kicked a small stone in discontent. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted from an alley beside her, even rousing the lazy fox, Ming Li, from its slumber. "I'm hungry." Huang Yunqing tugged at Ming Li's ear, gritting her teeth, Stop whining, you stinky fox. I'm still hungry. Stretching her neck to inhale the enticing scent, she reassured herself, perhaps I should go take a chance. Who knows, I might encounter a vendor who is not well informed. As she ventured into the alley, the alluring scent intensified. Huang Yunqing squinted her eyes slightly. Entranced, the fragrance of Buddha jumps over the wall is indeed rich. Nestled within the alley was a resplendent restaurant, its ornate architecture exuding opulence. Looking up, she noticed a golden plaque hanging from the eaves of the second floor. It must be crafted from pure gold. Cuijing Pavilion? The three large characters on the plaque stood out remarkably in the dim alley, as if coated with some special luminescent layer. Before Huang Yunqing could approach Cuijing Pavilion, she was intercepted. Miss Huang Yunqing. Before he could finish, she waved her hand impatiently. I know. I won't go in. I'm merely observing from the side. The dignitaries flocking to Cuijing Pavilion were so numerous that they blocked the entrance completely. From a distance, Huang Yunqing spotted the menu hanging on the wall and was taken aback by the exorbitant prices. The most expensive dish, the Buddha jumps over the wall she had just caught a whiff of, cost a staggering 10 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals were the currency of the Tianlan Empire's nobility, no larger than a fingernail, a beautiful crystal infused with spiritual energy. One spirit crystal could purchase 3 first-tier spirit beast cores, a rare and valuable currency. Huang Yunqing was jostled to the opposite side of the alley by the throngs of people, observing the eager diners and lamenting. Is cooking really that profitable these days? Indeed, a drunken man, reeking of alcohol, appeared behind her, clutching a wine gourd and occasionally taking swigs. Since Cuijing Pavilion opened, it has been bustling with business, forcing us small eateries in Yongning Alley to close down. Huang Yunqing keenly seized upon the drunken man's choice of words. Did you mention small eateries in Yongning Alley? Do you own one? The man looked at her, belched drunkenly, and led her to a shabby eatery deeper in Yongning Alley. Here, this is my little eatery. I've nearly squandered my family inheritance. He kicked the rickety door, producing 2 grimy slips of paper from his sleeve. A 7-foot-tall man squatted in the corner, weeping profusely. What use are these deeds to me? My little eatery sits across from Cuijing Pavilion. Who would take it over? Upon spotting the 2 slips of paper in the drunken man's hands, Huang Yunqing's eyes lit up. It seemed fortune was smiling upon her. How much are you willing to sell this little eatery for? Though the shabby establishment was covered in dust and the windows were in disrepair, Huang Yunqing felt as if she had stumbled upon treasure. I am quite interested in finding a place to settle in the imperial capital. The drunken man stared at her blankly. Sister, am I drunk, or are you? He could not comprehend why she was interested in his cramped, filthy 2-story loft. However, Huang Yunqing was not inclined to delay. She pulled out all the spirit cores from her pocket and rummaged through her sleeves for some coins, shoving them into the drunken man's hands. Here, take this and give me the deeds. The drunken man, dazed, tentatively handed her the 2 grimy slips of paper. Huang Yunqing examined the stained slips closely. She could not ascertain if they were genuine deeds, as the grease made them quite unappealing. Suddenly, a swift glimmer of cold light flashed across the drunken man's neck, blood splattering the 2 deeds in Huang Yunqing's hand. Dare to defy His Highness's orders? No mercy. Huang Yunqing narrowed her golden phoenix eyes, a sinister smile curling upon her lips. Are these all Mu Nanfeng's lackeys? The star-crushing blade appeared in Huang Yunqing's grasp as she cast Ming Li aside, asserting, my star-crushing blade hasn't tasted blood in ages. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in her mind. Ding, congratulations, master, on completing the main quest. Owning a little shop belonging to your chef. Chapter 29. Little Ming Li, I am quite impressive too. Ding! The little chef is now beginning to renovate the chef's shop. The dusty 2-story building seemed to come alive, its windows and doors slamming shut in an instant. Huang Yunqing paid no attention to the excited little chef. Her focus solely on the 3 bewildered black-clad men before her, the star-crushing blade sparkling like a meteor in her hand. Though the 3 black-clad men were being pressured by Huang Yunqing, their attention remained fixated on Ming Li, fearing he might suddenly intervene to assist her. Little Ming Li, you need not intervene. I can handle these assassins. The star-crushing blade twirled gracefully in Huang Yunqing's hand. She stood defiantly before Ming Li, declaring, you can just sleep. I am quite capable myself. They were merely robust ordinary men. As long as they had not cultivated true energy or spiritual power, Huang Yunqing was unafraid. Yet Ming Li lazily yawned, curling up, entirely disinterested in aiding Huang Yunqing. Speed it up. Huang Yunqing, clutching the star-crushing blade, twitched at the corner of her eye upon hearing Ming Li's subtle implication. Hurry up and finish, then cook. I'm hungry. The three black-clad men, seeing Ming Li had no intention of moving, raised their bloodied swords. His Highness was right. She possesses neither true energy nor spiritual power. She's just an ordinary person. Let's take her together. Huang Yunqing swung the star-crushing blade with vigor, blocking the trio's assault while deftly slicing several wounds upon them. The speed of the star-shattering blade technique is astonishing, leaving only the dazzling light of the handle swing visible. Huang Yunqing, possessing a profound understanding of blade techniques, unwittingly employed the star-shattering blade after acquiring it from a humble cook. The resplendent shadows of the blade swept through the air, akin to a master butcher skillfully carving meat. As the three cloaked figures met their demise, their throats severed in an instant. With a cold expression, Huang Yunqing flicked the droplets of blood from her blade, dismissing her foes as mere worthless beings seeking their own demise. Indeed, they were nothing but fools rushing to their deaths. Suddenly, the heavily shut door of the pavilion was forcefully flung open, unleashing a strange and chilling aura that enveloped the entire structure. I have heard from His Highness that the Huang family has produced a rebellious 7th-tier beastmaster. Yet, you appear to be nothing more than an impostor. A man clad in a black cloak slowly entered. A gaunt black cat perched upon his shoulder. His voice, gravelly and disdainful, cast a sideways glance at Huang Yunqing. Still the same worthless being, merely a shade stronger than an ordinary person. Kicking the lifeless body of the black-clad guard slain by Huang Yunqing, the cloaked man scoffed, aware that these guards, selected by Mu Nanfeng to test her capabilities, were among the elite. They were merely pawns in his scheme to ascertain whether Huang Yunqing was indeed a beastmaster. The black cat, leaping down from the man's shoulder, suddenly swelled to a formidable 2 meters. Resembling a vicious panther as it fixated its gaze upon her. Take your time, Dehei. Torturing is your forte. The cat's relentless stare sent a chill down Huang Yunqing's spine, rendering her uncomfortable as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. The cloaked man produced a familiar scarlet spirit core, grinning ominously. I wonder why His Highness places such importance on you, to the extent of employing a 7th-tier spirit core to summon me for your demise. What a waste! Huang Yunqing's pupils constricted slightly, regretting her failure to eliminate Mu Nanfeng at the general's estate. How audacious of him to utilize the 7th-tier spirit core she had once flaunted to hire a top beast master to eliminate her. Under the cat's unyielding gaze, she began to retreat slowly, knowing all too well that prey marked by Dehei could not escape. The cloaked man's patience seemed boundless as Huang Yunqing found herself beside Ming Li. Her face a mask of despair. Xiao Li, save me! That scoundrel Mu Nanfeng has hired an expert to kill me. Ming Li's icy blue fox eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Didn't you say I wouldn't need to intervene? Master? Ming Li's languid and enchanting voice sent shivers through Huang Yunqing. Realizing that this lazy fox bore a grudge, she nearly reprimanded herself for her imprudent words. I was wrong. I won't speak carelessly again. Huang Yunqing quickly admitted her fault, eager to placate Ming Li before addressing the dire situation. Please, have mercy and save me. If that wretched cat kills me, you shall never enjoy my culinary delights again. The black cat tilted its head quizzically, clearly perplexed by the scene before it. Why would a beast master like Huang Yunqing plead with a mere fox? Had she truly forsaken her dignity as a beast master? Regardless of their games, Dehei should eliminate her. The cloaked man, growing increasingly impatient, observed as Huang Yunqing clung to the rumored 7th-tier spirit beast in the corner, completely disregarding him. Dehei, do not hesitate. Attack! With the command given, the black cat lunged at Huang Yunqing, its sharp claws poised to strike. The cat's swiftness left her no time for defense, and she could only watch as its lethal talons approached. Trouble loomed. The plush foxtail danced like a silken ribbon, unexpectedly blocking the cat's fierce assault. The black cat, taken aback by Ming Li's effortless defense, charged angrily at her, its emerald eyes ablaze with fury. The cat's tail split into two, ensnaring Huang Yunqing's waist like a serpent. By heavens! This black cat is formidable, the cloaked man remarked with a sinister smile. This is a 6th-tier spirit beast, the shadow cat. Your demise is well deserved. With a swift motion, Huang Yunqing severed the tail coiling around her waist, retreating to hide behind Ming Li, her heart racing. Master, please take action. Ming Li, with a hint of disdain, shook off the remnants of battle. Her magnificent 9 tails unfurled, enveloped in blue flames, transforming into 9 deadly chains that swiftly ensnared the shadow cat. Renowned for its speed, the shadow cat found itself utterly defenseless against Ming Li's onslaught. pierced through by her razor-sharp tails and pinned to the ground, its eerie green blood oozing forth, glowing with an unnatural luminescence in the blink of an eye. The shadow cat's spirit core was extracted by Ming Li. The dark sixth-tier core still stained with the cat's blood. The cloaked man's expression twisted in anguish as blood streamed from his eyes. The newly forged beast master contract collapsed, signifying the shadow cat's complete loss of life. This was a sixth-tier spirit beast he had only recently tamed. In the imperial capital, such a creature was an unrivaled force. How could it perish so swiftly after merely confronting that little fox? The cloaked man's gaze fell upon the pristine white fox, seemingly frozen in place, too daunted to advance. Ming Li tossed the dark spirit core to Huang Yunqing, casting a dispassionate glance at the cloaked figure. Amidst Huang Yunqing's incredulous stare, the cloaked man picked up his fallen sword, slowly placing the blade against his throat, prepared to end his own life. Clang! The bell at his waist shattered, jolting him back to reality. He dared not linger in the dilapidated pavilion, and with a surge of black smoke, he vanished, leaving behind only a tattered black cloak. Spirit escape technique? A disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Ming Li mused, her eyes flickering as she chose not to pursue the fleeing figure, instead turning her attention back to Huang Yunqing. What of the spirit core? Huang Yunqing remained bewildered. Was Ming Li inquiring about the shadow cat's core? Xiao Li, this is the one you just gave me, she exclaimed, cherishing the dark spirit core as she concealed it behind her back, her golden eyes wary of it being snatched away. Fool, do you think I would covet a sixth-tier spirit core? Ming Li retorted, irritation lacing her tone as she tapped the old wooden floor. You are too troublesome. I shall find you a bodyguard. Intrigued, Huang Yunqing glanced at Ming Li, reluctantly handing over the dark spirit core. Ming Li entwined several strands of her snowy fur around the core before reinserting it into the shadow cat's body. What are you doing, Xiao Li? Huang Yunqing asked, crouching beside her curiously. Have you not heard? Cats possess 9 lives, Ming Li replied, regarding Huang Yunqing as one might a simpleton. Before she could finish her sentence, the shadow cat, previously rendered lifeless by Ming Li, wobbled back to its feet, meowing in confusion. Did it just come back to life? Huang Yunqing gasped, retreating behind Ming Li and peering cautiously at the bewildered cat. Foolish dog, Ming Li yawned, curling up in the corner, her vibrant tails now subdued. Only Huang Yunqing and the shadow cat remained, locked in a silent stare. The shadow cat, tilting its head, crawled before Huang Yunqing, appearing deceptively docile. You are the bodyguard Ming Li found for me? The shadow cat nodded, its emerald eyes reflecting a hint of fear. Could that wretched fox truly have such good intentions? Huang Yunqing glanced hesitantly at the curled-up figure of Ming Li, who appeared quite fatigued. Perhaps the earlier scuffle had drained her energy. Considering she was only at the first-tier level, it was only due to consuming the intoxicated ribs that it could briefly exhibit the prowess of the 7th tier, having absorbed the abundant spiritual energy of the Crimson Flame Thunder Pig. The more Huang Yunqing pondered, the more apprehensive she became. Could this wretched fox be nearing its end? Otherwise, why would it specifically assist her in finding a henchman? Ming Li, are you feeling unwell? Huang Yunqing inquired, moving closer to Ming Li, offering her concern. Little Li, did you sustain any injuries to your essence during the earlier battle? You seem rather fatigued. Ming Li had merely wished for a moment of respite. Yet Huang Yunqing had approached him to chatter incessantly. This woman, was she absurdly speculating that he had suffered an injury to his essence? Would she like to test it? Ming Li opened his icy blue fox eyes, gazing at her with a teasing glint. Aha! Huang Yunqing stumbled momentarily, only to be suddenly ensnared by Ming Li's tale. Did you not suspect that I was injured? His tone dripped with a hint of mockery. Care to test it? Huang Yunqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What on earth was this lazy fox thinking? Ahem, I believe that is quite unnecessary. After all, this little attic is both dirty and chaotic, making it rather inconvenient. Her ears turned slightly pink as she shyly added, moreover, I am not one of your 9-tailed fox clan. Esteemed one, how could I possibly be worthy of you? Ming Li flicked his fluffy tail. Releasing Huang Yunqing, till least you possess some self-awareness. She had merely expressed a modicum of humility. How had this insufferable fox become so infatuated? Are you hungry? Huang Yunqing retorted with exasperation. Endure it. This little eatery is filthy and disorganized, lacking even a stove. Even if I possessed monumental skills, I could not conjure an omelet for you. So do bear with it for now. Huang Yunqing had no intention of cooking for Ming Li. Let this unromantic fox fend for itself. Ding ding, dear master, have you missed me? The The familiar voice of the little chef echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. After the little chef's diligent work, the entire kitchen had been revitalized. Wasn't the little chef's efficiency remarkable? As Huang Yunqing beheld the clean and tidy little kitchen, a complex mix of emotions welled up within her. She longed to ask the little chef whose side she was truly on. Having just rejected Ming Li, how could she be so swiftly contradicted by the little chef? When had this dirty, dilapidated attic transformed into a neat and charming little restaurant? Master, the little chef has entirely revamped the kitchen using the finest building materials. The little chef seemed quite pleased with the fruits of her labor, eagerly detailing the kitchen's decor. These tables are crafted from golden silk nanmu, these chopsticks from aromatic purple bamboo, and these bowls and dishes are made of bone china. The special kitchenware bestowed upon the master could only be utilized within the little chef's domain, and she had set it all up for her master. The crystal stove could automatically adjust the flame temperature, while the constant-time refrigerator could preserve ingredients at their freshest. The little chef urged Huang Yunqing into the kitchen. Master, do hurry and try it out. Chapter 31. Shoo, my fried rice glows. For an exceptional chef, the kitchen is always the most intriguing space. The kitchen within the little chef's establishment was no exception. Huang Yunqing stood in the open kitchen, carefully surveying the immaculate environment, her phoenix eyes gleaming with joy. The most striking feature was the curved kitchen counter, its surface radiating a beautiful luster. Surely marble, clang clang clang. Are you surprised, master? The little chef's voice drifted in, proudly boasting. This countertop is polished from the golden vein marble of the Haoyue Empire. Splendid and beautiful, and above all, resistant to dirt and odors. Huang Yunqing ran her fingers over the smooth marble countertop, feeling as if she could directly prepare ingredients upon it. But, dear master, how could the considerate little chef allow you to handle ingredients directly on the surface? Of course, there is a cutting board. The little chef, concerned that Huang Yunqing might overlook the cutting board's location, quickly pointed out, it's hanging on the wall next to the constant-time refrigerator. Following the little chef's guidance, Huang Yunqing retrieved the cutting board. The patterns on it flowed gracefully, subtly resembling the shape of a golden dragon, exuding an aura of grandeur. Little chef, what is the origin of this cutting board? This is the millennia-old dragon-patterned wood. It grows in the snow-capped canyons of the Haoyue Empire, rumored to be nourished by dragon's blood. Huang Yunqing brandished the stars-hard knife against the cutting board, only to find that the blade did not cleave through it. Master, this cutting board's most unique attribute is its flexibility, perfectly countering the sharpness of the stars-hard knife. Seeing the stars-hard knife firmly standing atop the board, Huang Yunqing nodded approvingly, smiling. Not bad, little chef. You have quite the discerning eye. Circumventing the curved golden-veined marble countertop, Huang Yunqing's attention was captured by the exquisite crystal stove. Master, this stove is fashioned from precious fire crystal, capable of automatically adjusting the flame temperature. It's incredibly convenient. Huang Yunqing touched the slightly textured surface of the crystal stove, feeling as if she had crossed into another world. When she had exited the mercenary realm, her dream had been to open a small restaurant by Westlake, leading a tranquil life devoid of conflict. She never imagined this modest aspiration would materialize in another realm. Master, quickly take out the kitchenware. The Qian Kuan pot and the Tian fan spatula pair perfectly with the crystal stove. Huang Yunqing chuckled at the little chef's excitement. She produced the Qian Kuan pot and the Tian fan spatula, placing them atop the crystal stove, which brought newfound vitality to the entire kitchen. Master, with the little chef's system fully activated, your host panel has been generated. Huang Yunqing curiously opened the host panel in her mind. Host name, Huang Yunqing. Cultivation level, none. Master is not suited for the path of cultivation. Best to diligently follow the little chef in cooking. He. Culinary talent, netherworld ghost chef. The host can always find complementary food pairings that lead to unseen demise. Host skills, 1. Stars hard knife technique, beginner. Proficiency 2 2002. Dragon cloud hand, beginner. Proficiency 2 2003. Fish cooking secret, not unlocked. Host kitchenware, Qian Kuan pot, a frying pan infused with the mysteries of the Bagua. Tian fan spatula, a spatula containing the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Stars hard knife, a kitchen knife that embodies the brilliance of the stars. Host recipes, 1. Clear noodle soup, among countless delicacies. None surpasses a good noodle. Proficiency, 1 200 rating. Novice 2. Fried rice, shoo, my fried rice glows. Proficiency, 0 200 rating. Novice 3. Tofu pudding, sweet or savory, that is the question. Proficiency, 0 200 rating. Novice 4. Grilled fish on iron rack, I've heard grilling fish is an art. Proficiency, 2,000 20,000 rating. Mastery, 5. Boiled fish, spicy and fragrant. Who could resist? Proficiency, 0 200 rating. Novice 6. Golden buns, energizing and delightful. Proficiency, 0 200 rating. Novice special ingredient, devil's chili foolish dog. Huang Yunqing was suddenly roused from her thoughts by Ming Li's reprimand, and she shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, I know. I'm going to cook for you right now. She truly wondered how Ming Li's appetite could be insatiable. Akin to an endless abyss, no matter how much she fed him. Huang Yunqing retrieved 2 gleaming black eggs from the cabinet. She had never encountered such peculiar eggs before. They bore black shells. Where had the little chef unearthed such a rarity? Little chef, are you certain these eggs are safe? Huang Yunqing cracked the 2 eggs into a bowl, relieved to find the yolks a beautiful golden red, unaffected by the black shells. Master, you must trust the little chef. These are eggs from the 3-tiered spiritual beast, the Thundercloud Blackbone Chicken. Thundercloud Blackbone Chicken, eggs. The eggs from the Thundercloud Blackbone Chicken are carefully selected premium eggs, taken from the very first egg of each chicken, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. Huang Yunqing inhaled the faintly fragrant egg liquid, feeling as though the little chef had opened a breeding farm. Little chef, how about we engage in selling ingredients? I sensed that peddling ingredients would be far more lucrative than cooking. Huang Yunqing's proposal was swiftly dismissed by the little chef. Master, our goal is to reach the pinnacle of culinary arts. How can earning money be as noble as pursuing the ultimate cooking skills? Well, since the little chef's stance was so resolute, Huang Yunqing could only obediently start cooking fried rice. She was already well acquainted with the recipe provided by the little chef. With dexterity, she poured some glistening golden oil into the Qingkuan pan. As the temperature of the pan rose, the oil quickly began to emit a fragrant aroma. Is it ready yet? Urged Ming Li impatiently. Huang Yunqing responded with a cold hum. Immediately, the sound of the spatula clashing against the pan, the roaring flames of the crystal stove, and the sizzling of the egg mixture enveloping the rice filled the air. In less than 3 minutes, Huang Yunqing had completed a plate of fried rice. The moment it was served, an enticing fragrance wafted through the entire little chef's shop, as if a fragrant bomb had been detonated within. The rich aroma, mingling with the fresh scent of rice, was interspersed with the deep flavor of eggs, making one's mouth water involuntarily. Huang Yunqing poured the fried rice onto a pristine white porcelain plate. The fried rice, displayed on the plate, resembled a work of art, with the egg mixture evenly enveloping the rice, each grain radiating a golden red hue. The thick egg mixture instantly solidified atop the rice due to the high temperature. Glimmering like a gossamer garment draped over the rice, shimmering with golden red light under the bright lights of the little chef's shop. How delightful the fried rice smelled. Suddenly, a young man dressed in extravagant clothing stood at the entrance of the little chef's shop, craning his neck to peer inside, his eyes glinting with greed. Huang Yunqing raised her head to glance at the dilapidated door of the shop, her lips twitching slightly. Little chef, have you forgotten to fix our door? Chapter 32. The Self-Indulgent and Comical Mood Songyu. First update. Alas, the little chef indeed forgot to repair the door. The door of this little attic had been smashed open by that cloaked man previously while the little chef was busy renovating the shop. Hence, she overlooked the door that had been reduced to rubble, then hurry and fix the door. Huang Yunqing impatiently instructed. Being new here, she did not wish to attract too much attention. Moreover, just a stone's throw away was the bustling Cui Jing Pavilion. If curious diners flocked over, wouldn't she be overwhelmed? Cooking for the lazy fox was already exhausting enough. If she attracted more random diners, she would be stuck in the kitchen all day. This was not the life she envisioned. Master, the little chef has exhausted her privileges for free renovations while transforming the shop today. If a new door is required, you must purchase it separately, and then the little chef will kindly assist in its installation. Huang Yunqing suddenly caught a whiff of a merchant's scheming in the little chef's words. Could it be that the little chef intentionally left the door unfixed to swindle her money? Little chef, isn't it your duty to help renovate the shop? You still need a door. How could you expect me to pay for it? Huang Yunqing was currently as broke as could be. Master makes a fair point. This is indeed an oversight in the little chef's duties, so she has decided to gift you a door. Upon hearing the word gift, Huang Yunqing's eyelids twitched violently. No, little chef, your gift is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it. It would be more reassuring if I bought it myself. Who would dare to accept a gift from the little chef? If a door needed to be purchased, how much would it cost to repair the door of the little chef's shop? Master, it only requires 200 spirit crystals. The little chef eagerly promoted the door materials. Like a little merchant who had caught the scent of a business opportunity, exuding warmth, the little chef had chosen the heartwood of the everlasting green stinging tree to craft the door, which even a ninth-tier powerhouse could not break through. Such a high-quality door for merely 200 spirit crystals. You would be at a loss if you didn't buy it, master. Huang Yunqing's lips twitched again. 200 spirit crystals? Hadn't the little chef claimed she had no interest in money? Hadn't she said she only pursued the pinnacle of elegant culinary arts? This wretched system. How vile. 200 spirit crystals for a door. Why didn't the little chef just rob someone? Forget it. Whether the door was present or not was inconsequential. The shop's door can remain open. It better showcases a broad-mindedness. Huang Yunqing had no time to ponder the door issue. She casually brushed off the little chef's remarks and carried the steaming plate of fried rice out of the kitchen. Ming Li, that lazy and gluttonous fox, had already jumped onto the table, his snow-white fur contrasting beautifully against the golden silkwood tabletop. His 9 fluffy tails sprawled across the table like soft white clouds, making one unable to resist the urge to give them a good squeeze. Ming Li yawned lazily, the blue icy flames swirling at the tip of his tail fading away. Afraid of scorching Huang Yunqing's table, it must be said that Huang Yunqing's fried rice had successfully whetted his appetite. The anticipation of the delicacy was indeed delightful. This is my first time making fried rice. Do give it a try. Meanwhile, the young man in splendid attire at the door, upon seeing Huang Yunqing carrying the fried rice from the kitchen, hurriedly squeezed into the little chef's shop. Hearing Huang Yunqing's words, he pretended to be nonchalant, tossing his hair and dramatically unfolding a purple sandalwood folding fan. His handsome face was adorned with a self-satisfied smile. Madam Boss, you deliberately lured me here with the aroma of fried rice, perhaps seeking an excuse to pursue me. Though I, Mu Songyu, am handsome, do not think that merely cooking fried rice will win my heart. As Mu Songyu inhaled the enticing fragrance emanating from the plate of fried rice, he found a spot to sit down, his smile growing more confident. Earlier, the owner of the Chui Jing Pavilion had summoned him repeatedly. Yet they could not entice him. My palate is quite discerning. Huang Yunqing cast a sidelong glance at Mu Songyu, feeling that this young man in splendid attire seemed rather peculiar. Indeed, Mu Songyu was fair-skinned with red lips and white teeth, his features somewhat appealing. One could barely consider him a charming young man. However, compared to Ming Li, the enchanting fox, he was simply in a different league altogether. In light of this somewhat dim-witted noble youth, Huang Yunqing decided to ignore him for the time being. First, she would tend to Ming Li's appetite, then turn her attention to him. Mu Songyu gazed at the plate of fried rice in Huang Yunqing's hands. The golden eggs enveloping the pearl-like grains of rice, resembling a perfect work of art. He gulped, swallowing his saliva. Since your fried rice is ready, I shall begrudgingly indulge in your culinary skills. If your fried rice is truly delectable, perhaps I might consider a romantic date with you. Huang Yunqing gently shook her head. Alas, this person is truly beyond saving. Confidently, Mu Songyu awaited Huang Yunqing to serve him the fried rice, but to his shock, she completely ignored him. After a brief moment of astonishment, Mu Songyu confidently remarked, I see. You wish to play hard to get. Huang Yunqing was entirely disinclined to engage with this self-absorbed character, placing the pristine porcelain plate in front of Ming Li. Little Li, I've prepared a delicious plate of fried rice for you. You must finish every last bit. In disbelief, Mu Songyu watched as Huang Yunqing affectionately stroked Ming Li's smooth fur. Ming Li's ears twitched slightly. He had no time to entertain Huang Yunqing's playful antics. His attention was wholly captivated by the plate of fried rice. After millennia of existence, he had tasted countless human delicacies, yet he had never encountered anyone who could prepare such a simple dish as fried rice with such exquisite color, aroma, and flavor. He rolled the golden red grains of rice onto his tongue. The intense fragrance assaulted Ming Li's taste buds, the pearl-like grains bursting with a rich egg flavor. Furthermore, the fried rice possessed a slight, delightful crunch, constantly tantalizing Ming Li's palate. The abundant spiritual energy contained within the fried rice began to unfold. Ming Li suddenly felt that his dormant taste buds, which had slumbered for eons, were awakened by Huang Yunqing's plate of fried rice. Before he knew it, the plate of fried rice had been devoured by Ming Li, leaving even the plate licked clean, completely shedding any semblance of a dignified demon lord. Accompanied by the sound of Ming Li licking the plate, the little chef's shop was filled with the sound of Mu Songyu swallowing his saliva. Madam Boss, please serve me a bowl of fried rice as well. Chapter 33. Main Quest. Support the household, master. Seeing Ming Li enjoying the fried rice so heartily, Mu Songyu could no longer withstand the torment of the delicious food before him. He called out to Huang Yunqing, "Madam Boss, if I can sense your heartfelt intentions through this bowl of fried rice, perhaps I shall hire you as my chef." Ming Li was now exceedingly sensitive to the term chef. He lifted his head and glanced at Mu Songyu, the icy blue fox eyes revealing a hint of vigilance and amusement. Huang Yunqing was his little cook, who dared to take her away? Ming Li couldn't be bothered to deal with Mu Songyu. After all, he was the demon lord Ming Li and had to maintain the dignity befitting his status. The brocade-clad youth who wished to compete for Huang Yunqing was merely a third-tier martial artist. Why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? In these times, who didn't have a little brother? Thus, Ming Li gestured to the shadowy black cat, who was drooling on the chair, to throw Mu Songyu out. The shadowy black cat immediately understood and leapt to Mu Songyu's table, slapping him out of the little shop. Poor Mu Songyu didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying from the cook's shop, rolling several times in Yongning Alley before finally coming to a stop. After expelling Mu Songyu, Ming Li turned his gaze to Huang Yunqing, licking the pearl rice grains stuck to his whiskers. Feeling somewhat apprehensive under Ming Li's stare, Huang Yunqing cautiously inquired, "My lord, are you still hungry? How many more plates do you need? I will make them for you right away." Huang Yunqing was well versed in the art of adapting to circumstances. Should the wind change direction slightly, she would immediately concede. "Let us have 10 more plates." Receiving the instruction, Huang Yunqing hurried to the kitchen, adeptly retrieving eggs from the cabinet of the Thunder Cloud Black-Bone chicken, and proceeded to prepare 10 plates of fried rice for Ming Li. Over time, Huang Yunqing discovered that Ming Li wasn't so difficult to please. He simply had a hearty appetite, in any case. The ingredients in the cook's shop were all supplied by her, so she felt no remorse in using them. After all, it wasn't her own money. Ming Li could eat as much as he liked. With this thought, Huang Yunqing opened the cabinet again and took out 4 more Thunder Cloud Black-Bone chicken legs. While the flames of the crystal stove still flickered, she also prepared 2 plates of fried rice for herself and the shadowy black cat. She had been busy all night and hadn't tasted her own culinary creations yet. "Little cat, this is your dinner for today." Huang Yunqing placed the fried rice before the shadowy black cat and sat down at the golden silk namu table. The shadowy black cat stared blankly at Huang Yunqing, utterly taken aback that she had made a plate of fried rice just for it, which left it feeling quite flattered. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and eat." Huang Yunqing scooped a spoonful of fried rice with her snow-white spoon, the gleaming white contrasting beautifully with the golden-red grains. The fried rice, shimmering with golden-red hues under the bright lights of the cook's shop, exuded a warm ambience. Finally, she had found a place to settle. As Huang Yunqing savored the rich flavor of the fried rice, her emotions stirred, a mixture of sentiments washing over her. Being an outsider in this world, her sense of belonging to the spirit beast continent was rather lowed. As for the Huang family of the general's residence, it was merely a symbol steeped in shameful memories for her. It could hardly be considered home. After smashing the jade token symbolizing the identity of the general's legitimate daughter, Huang Yunqing felt she had at least made amends for the original owner's past. After finishing the plate of fried rice, she stood up, contentedly surveying the elegantly decorated little cook's shop. This newly transformed 2-story building was the only place she could truly call home in the spirit beast continent. Meow. The shadowy black cat, having licked its plate clean, took it to the kitchen sink, diligently helping Huang Yunqing wash the fine porcelain dish. Even the 11 plates Ming Li had used were not spared. It carried them all to the sink for cleaning. Watching the shadowy black cat busy in the kitchen, Huang Yunqing felt a strange notion that she had inadvertently hired a little worker. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to Ming Li, who had curled up into a ball, napping after his meal in stark contrast to the industrious shadowy black cat. The lazy, gluttonous, and ill-tempered Ming Li seemed utterly useless. Standing directly in front of the cook's shop door, a cool breeze swept through, gently tousling her hair. Huang Yunqing stretched her limbs and let out a lazy yawn. The bright moonlight fell upon the entrance of the cook's shop, illuminating the ground like a clear pool of water, which would have been quite beautiful had it not been for Mu Songyu, who lay unconscious outside. Across Yongning Alley, the Cui Jing Pavilion remained as resplendent as ever. Yet no curious diners wandered toward the cook's shop anymore. Huang Yunqing suddenly recalled the scattered corpses from earlier. It seemed that after the little cook's renovations, those bodies had vanished. "Little cook, have you cleaned up those corpses?" The little cook's soft and sweet voice carried a hint of eagerness. "Yes, indeed. The thoughtful little cook has already taken care of that, so the master need not worry about killing and burying bodies anymore." Upon hearing the little cook's words, Huang Yunqing felt the veins on her forehead pulsating, so, in the little cook's view, She was merely someone who wielded a kitchen knife for murder. Little cook, I don't often kill people. Although she knew the little cook was speaking the truth, Huang Yunqing still wanted to defend herself. After all, the cook's shop had just opened in the spirit beast continent, and it was still a fledgling establishment. If it gained a fearsome reputation before formally starting operations, it would greatly impact its future growth. Huang Yunqing disliked troublesome customers, yet the purpose of creating delicious food was to share it with patrons. She couldn't just close the door and admire her own creations, could she? Ding ding. As a future culinary master destined to stand atop the food chain, a host who did not aim for profit could not possibly support a household of 4. Main task: support the family master. The cook's shop had just been established, and it was a crucial time for financial investment. The master must rely on diligent labor to support the 3 spirit beasts residing in the shop. Task description: the spirit beasts following the master are all adorable. Surely the master wouldn't want to see them go hungry. The master must turn a profit within a month, earning enough food for the spirit beasts in the cook's shop. The little cook had roughly calculated that to support this warm household of 4, they needed to earn 5,000 spirit crystals monthly. Little cook's friendly reminder: they often eat more than the master imagines. Task reward: unlock recipe, soup dumplings. Task failure: the cook's shop closes due to mismanagement, and the warm household of 4 disbands due to food shortages. Wait a minute, little cook. Where did the 4-person household come from? Author's note: dear readers, we are officially entering the plot of Raising a Fox. Are you looking forward to it? Hee hee. Chapter 34. My lord, you must control yourself. The Huang Yunqing pointed at the curled-up Ming Li dozing on the golden silk namu table, then at the shadowy black cat washing dishes in the kitchen. There were clearly only 2 spirit beasts in the shop. Adding Huang Yunqing herself made only 3. Where did the little cook come up with a 4-person household? Could it be that the little cook also needed her to support? Unable to hold back, Huang Yunqing quipped, little cook, did your math teacher teach you physical education? It's just me, Ming Li, and the little cat. There are clearly only 3 mouths to feed. The little cook chuckled mysteriously, reminding her, has the master forgotten about the nightshade black phoenix? Huang Yunqing suddenly remembered that after fulfilling the original owner's wish, the original owner had generously gifted her a small present. It was something called the nightshade black phoenix. If she recalled correctly, master, this nightshade black phoenix is also a formidable spirit beast. It once dominated the spirit beast continent before Ming Li, though the little cook fervently praised the nightshade black phoenix's prowess. Huang Yunqing sensed an ominous undertone. With a displeased expression, Huang Yunqing firmly rejected, little cook, can I refuse to accept this? Had the little cook not added that remark, Huang Yunqing might have considered letting the nightshade black phoenix stay in the cook's shop. However, the little cook's unwavering assurance that the nightshade black phoenix was of similar strength to Ming Li made Huang Yunqing feel utterly unwilling. A spirit beast of comparable strength to Ming Li. Did that not imply it would eat just as much? Huang Yunqing had already witnessed Ming Li's appetite, and her meager savings were nearly depleted by his voracious consumption. If another insatiable glutton were to join, the cook's shop would undoubtedly face bankruptcy. Yet the little cook insisted, master, you cannot refuse to accept it. Huang Yunqing sighed deeply. What is fated cannot be avoided. Fine, fine. Just bring out the nightshade black phoenix so I can take a look. But if it eats too much, I won't take responsibility. The little cook knew Huang Yunqing could hardly contain her curiosity. A mysterious, dark purple light flickered, and suddenly, Huang Yunqing found herself holding an egg adorned with numerous black phoenix patterns. The egg was similar in size to an ostrich egg and felt quite heavy. Little cook, is this the nightshade black phoenix you spoke of? Huang Yunqing's eyelids twitched violently. She had anticipated that anything offered for free would be of little value. What was this, if not the legendary night black phoenix? It was merely an egg. Oh dear, do not fret, master. This night black phoenix is still in the process of hatching. It should not be long before it emerges. Huang Yunqing gently curved her fingers and tapped the egg adorned with phoenix patterns, only to discover that the shell began to emit a soft glow it shone when lightly pressed or bumped. Since the night black phoenix had yet to hatch, it would not require much sustenance, so she decided to temporarily place it in the little chef's shop. With a casual toss, she sent the night black phoenix's egg to the corner of the table where Ming Li resided, only for it to be encircled by Ming Li's tail. Startled from his nap by the sudden appearance of the black egg, Ming Li detected a familiar scent emanating from it. What kind of egg is this? Huang Yunqing, seeing the egg roll behind Ming Li's tail, could not help but laugh. Ha ha, little Lily, it seems you laid an egg just now. I have heard that when foxes reach a high level of cultivation, they can lay eggs known as fox eggs or mischievous eggs. Huang Yunqing fully embraced the art of fanciful storytelling, tugging at Ming Li's fox ears as she spun her tail. "Oh, is that so?" Ming Li suddenly sprang up, his fluffy tail wrapping around Huang Yunqing's waist as he stretched his forepaws forward, revealing his elegant form. "Ignorance is not your fault if you are unaware of how the nine-tailed fox clan reproduces. Allow me to enlighten you." Huang Yunqing felt a slight chill, sensing an ominous premonition. Ming Li gracefully leaped down from the table, his tail like a steel cable coiling around Huang Yunqing, dragging her towards the attic of the little chef's shop. The attic had been transformed into a resting place by the little chef, with snow-white walls and a soft princess bed, creating a romantic atmosphere. However, Huang Yunqing was not in the mood to appreciate such romance, as she found herself unceremoniously thrown onto the plush bed, unable to rise due to its softness. Moonlight streamed through the glass windows of the attic, casting a silvery veil over Ming Li, rendering him extraordinarily graceful. He lazily yawned, his fox fur beginning to shed, revealing his captivating visage. His cold yet proud fox eyes glimmered with a teasing light, as if contemplating how to deal with the audacious Huang Yunqing. The silver moonlight enveloped him, accentuating his exquisitely sculpted features, making them appear even more three-dimensional. The gentle moonlight danced around him, akin to a delicate silver garment, enhancing his allure. Huang Yunqing recognized that this languid fox was extraordinarily handsome. Yet she could not help but feel blood rush to her nose. Quickly, she covered her face with her hand. The fox's moonlit allure was simply too stimulating. "My lord, what are you planning to do?" Ming Li seemed quite pleased with her reaction. His elegant foxtail encircled her once more as he lay beside her, propping his head up with one hand. Huang Yunqing, under the weight of Ming Li's gaze, felt utterly drained, seeing her own embarrassment reflected in his ice-blue eyes. "Why, lord? You must exercise some restraint." Huang Yunqing dared not move, fearing to provoke Ming Li's displeasure. "Sometimes, one must concede for survival. Do you not wish to know how the nine-tailed fox clan brings forth offspring?" Ming Li's voice, laced with languor, whispered in her ear, and due to their proximity, she could also catch a whiff of the snow lotus fragrance clinging to him. Being held in Ming Li's embrace rendered Huang Yunqing utterly weak. "My lord, I am not one of your nine-tailed fox clan. I cannot bear fox offspring." Huang Yunqing felt her tongue tie in knots, too afraid to look up, lest she fall into those deep, ice-blue eyes. Ming Li playfully lifted her chin with a finger, teasing, "I am willing. Besides, how can one know without trying?" His fluffy tail enveloped her form, creating an enchanting scene under the clarity of the moonlight. Chapter 35. Little chef, you tell me, how much am I worth? Master, it is time to rise. The little chef's lively voice arrived as scheduled. Setting aside other factors that might hinder the host, the little chef was indeed renowned for her attentiveness within the system realm. Huang Yunqing cautiously opened her eyes, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the glass window, confusion flickering in her golden phoenix eyes. The lazy fox, Ming Li, still lay beside her, sound asleep. Huang Yunqing extended her hand to grasp Ming Li's furry paw, her fingers restlessly pressing against his soft pads. The events of the previous night felt like a dream, yet the pervasive soreness throughout her body reminded her that the experience had been all too real. Awake? Ming Li opened his eyes, his deep ice-blue gaze seemingly encased in eternal frost, sending a shiver down Huang Yunqing's spine. "Go cook. I am hungry." Huang Yunqing, fuming, playfully rubbed Ming Li's fox face, infuriated by his habit of turning his back on her. Just the night before, he had called her little Qingqing beneath the moonlight, and now in the sunlight, he urged her to cook. Did this insufferable fox not realize she was sore all over? Noticing Huang Yunqing's reluctance to rise, Ming Li's eyes darkened with irritation, and with a flick of his tail, he sent her tumbling onto the floor. Wretched fox. Oddly enough, when Huang Yunqing hit the carpet, the ache in her body seemed to vanish. Even her movements became more agile. Was it merely an illusion? The moment she stepped barefoot onto the floor, a soft fox fur cloak wrapped around her ankle. Transforming into a vibrant red dress, as Huang Yunqing rummaged for her embroidered shoes by the bedside, she muttered, "If you are so capable, then do not complain of hunger. The kitchen is stocked with all the ingredients. You can cook for yourself." Though she said this, she still descended from the attic, determined not to assist Ming Li in preparing his meal. Standing at the stairway, she cast a glare back at him. "Wretched fox, do not get the wrong idea. I am hungry too." Ming Li, sprawled atop the princess bed, watched Huang Yunqing's retreating figure, his ice-blue eyes reflecting profound fatigue. What an ungrateful woman. Last night, he had expended considerable energy to help her. Yet she did not even show gratitude. Truly, she was in need of a lesson. Master, do not let that lazy fox affect your mood. Today marks the grand opening of the little chef's shop. So you must perk up. The little chef, as per routine, offered Huang Yunqing a bowl of chicken soup. Perhaps the little chef's soup had some effect. Huang Yunqing gazed around the tidy and warm little chef's shop, her spirits lifting considerably. Last night, she had not taken the time to appreciate the shop's decor, but now she could finally observe the arrangement of the furnishings under the sunlight, with an invigorated sense of purpose. She declared, "Look, this is my domain." Huang Yunqing strode about the little chef's shop as if surveying her territory. "Behold, this is my dining table. Look, this is my kitchen. And here, this is my menu." Upon spotting the menu hanging on the wall, Huang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned in for a closer look. "Wait, are the prices in our shop really this high?" She craned her neck to scrutinize the menu and its prices, her admiration for the little chef's audacity growing. "Are you certain that anyone foolish enough would pay such prices?" The cheapest items, like clear soup noodles and egg fried rice, were priced at a whole spirit crystal. Meanwhile, the ordinary tofu pudding was listed at 3 spirit crystals. The iron grill fish was conspicuously absent from the menu, perhaps due to the necessity of using a special outdoor grill. The golden steamed buns demanded 10 spirit crystals. The priciest dish, the boiled fish, was an astonishing 50 spirit crystals. After reviewing the little chef's pricing, Huang Yunqing concluded that her little chef's shop had undoubtedly transformed into a black market. No wonder the little chef claimed to be adept at handling corpses. "Master, you should have faith in your culinary skills. Your cooking is renowned throughout the spirit beast continent. Such prices only reflect your esteemed status." The little chef tirelessly poured chicken soup for Huang Yunqing, but she merely rubbed her eyes, dazzled by the golden light. In the Tianlan Empire, copper coins were the smallest currency unit. 100 copper coins equated to 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equated to 1 gold coin. 1,000 gold coins could be exchanged for 1 first-tier spirit beast core, and 3 first-tier spirit beast cores could be traded for a single spirit crystal. In an ordinary household, a single gold coin suffices for monthly food expenses. The prices laid out in the little chef's menu seem tailored exclusively for the affluent, do they not? Only the dignitaries of the Tianlan Empire and those who have embarked on the path of cultivation might possess such spirit crystals. Not to mention the patrons. Even Huang Yunqing herself felt that the little chef had inflated her prices to an outrageous degree. "Master, the prices are quite reasonable," the little chef softly explained. "After all, the ingredients we select are of the highest quality." Huang Yunqing recalled the ingredients provided by the little chef and found herself subtly swayed, as if the quality truly justified the cost. Indeed, the thought of reselling the ingredients crossed her mind. "Go for it, master. Let the entire empire go wild for you." The little chef promised to provide real-time updates on the day's earnings as the little shop closed, hoping for a swift turn from loss to profit for her master. Huang Yunqing frowned slightly, keenly catching the key phrase in the little chef's words. "Little chef, what do you mean by turning loss into profit?" Today feels like the first day of business. Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's inquiry, the little chef naturally presented the earnings report. The little chef's shop earnings, -13, unit, spirit crystals. "Little chef, what is this situation? How do I owe you 13 spirit crystals?" The little chef responded to Huang Yunqing's confusion with surprising candor. "Because you prepared 13 plates of fried rice yesterday." Huang Yunqing was instantly incensed. "What the, little chef, that was for us to eat. You dare charge me for it?" The little chef, feeling a bit wronged, replied, "Master, it's not that I want to charge you. The ingredients you used are quite expensive. Collecting ingredients from every corner of the spirit beast continent is no easy task, and this price is indeed quite fair. I understand why you priced it so high now," Huang Yunqing said as she sharpened her star metal knife in the kitchen. "Little chef, you are deliberately trying to swindle me, aren't you? Just tell me, how much am I worth? Sell me off, master. Please don't be angry." The little chef responded, her voice laced with sincerity, in her assessment. "Master, you are not worth much." Huang Yunqing felt a pang in her heart as if it had been pierced by a sword. Her emotions surged like a raging groundhog. This is too much. With an expressionless face, she gripped the star metal knife, contemplating how to bring the little chef to justice. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Huang Yunqing, the little chef hurriedly exclaimed, "Master, please don't get agitated. These are just the rules. I cannot change them." The little chef's desire to survive was strong. "Your culinary skills are exceptional, and our little shop is not too obscure. We will surely attract customers." Huang Yunqing wielded the star metal knife, coldly mocking. "Come on, little chef, don't try to argue. With prices so high, only a fool would buy." Before she could finish, a resounding voice echoed from outside the little chef's shop. Reminiscent of something she had heard the night before. "Boss lady, I'd like a plate of fried rice, please." Mu Songyu dusted off his clothes and confidently entered the little chef's shop, his smile radiating elegance. Even under the bright sunlight, despite his unkempt appearance, Huang Yunqing felt he exuded a certain charisma. No matter the time, the brilliance of the affluent could never be concealed. Huang Yunqing could only murmur in admiration, wondering if there truly were fools in this era. Placing the star metal knife on the cutting board, she impatiently reminded, before ordering, "Make sure to check the prices. If you dare to dine and dash, I'll chop you up and feed you to the foxes. The little kitty over there enjoys the taste of human flesh. Meow." The sleek black cat, curled in the corner, sauntered over to Mu Songyu. Seemingly in agreement, Mu Songyu looked at the elegant black cat, his throat tightening. This seemingly ordinary creature with emerald green eyes was, in fact, a genuine sixth-tier spirit beast. He realized that he had been sent flying by this very cat the previous night. "Boss lady, I have money." Mu Songyu, fearing the cat might strike again, quickly retrieved 2 spirit crystals from his spatial ring and placed them on the table. The glossy golden wood table showcased the transparent crystals, which emitted a dazzling spectrum of colors under the sunlight. The abundant spiritual energy radiating from the crystals confirmed their authenticity, proving that this somewhat dim-witted young man in fine clothing was indeed wealthy. "Your fried rice only requires 1 spirit crystal. I believe I saw a bowl of clear soup for the same price," Mu Songyu mused, stroking his chin. "Then I'll have a bowl of clear soup and a plate of fried rice." As Huang Yunqing beheld the 2 spirit crystals on the table, she couldn't help but feel that this world was rather fantastical. Could it be that the wealthy of the Tianlan Empire truly found the prices reasonable? "Master, you see, there are indeed many wealthy folks around." The little chef's triumphant voice echoed in her mind. Huang Yunqing sighed and rubbed her cheeks. Despite her inner resistance, what could she do when they had money? She might as well cook diligently. This establishment operates on a pay-before-you-eat policy. If you find the food unsatisfactory, spirit crystals will not be refunded. Huang Yunqing sternly laid down the rules of the little shop, hoping Mu Songyu would think twice before ordering. However, Mu Songyu, with a rather self-absorbed flair, tossed his hair and gazed at Huang Yunqing with an intensely affectionate look that made her scalp tingle. "Boss lady, you needn't employ such tactics. I want to let you find excuses to get close to me. I know the worth of your dishes. I'll pay accordingly. I'm genuinely worried you might fall for me." Huang Yunqing twitched her lips, taken aback by his narcissism. She had just enjoyed a meal with Ming Li the night before and was currently disinterested in men. "Kitty, please help me collect the spirit crystals." Huang Yunqing signaled to the loyal black cat, which promptly leaped onto the table and retrieved the 2 crystals. Once they were in hand, Huang Yunqing skillfully ignited the crystal stove. The stove's enchanting flames danced beautifully. After cleaning the chinko and pot, she smoothly proceeded to prepare the fried rice under Mu Songyu's watchful gaze. Her movements were fluid, exuding a captivating charm with every gesture. "Here you go, your fried rice." Mu Songyu gazed excitedly at the plate of fried rice, where each pearl-like grain shimmered in the sunlight. He scooped a spoonful with a pristine white spoon and tasted it, reveling in the perfect harmony of rice and egg. His eyes glowing with ecstasy, he felt as though he was lost in a sea of fried rice. "Wow. This rice is the pearl spirit rice specially supplied to the royal family of the Tianlan Empire. I've only had it once or twice. You're amazing, boss lady. This egg is from the 3rd-tier spirit beast, the thundercloud blackbone chicken. It even has a slight numbing sensation, invigorating my true energy." Listening to Mu Songyu's exaggerated exclamations, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Was it really that dramatic? Such top-tier ingredients only cost 1 spirit crystal. "Boss lady, are you perhaps enamored with my handsome visage? Hence using such exquisite ingredients to win my favor?" Huang Yunqing ignored Mu Songyu and returned to the kitchen. She still had to prepare a bowl of clear soup for him, following the little chef's careful instructions. She opened the cupboard beneath the countertop and discovered a large barrel of noodles. The aroma of flour wafted toward her, making her lick her lips. The delicate flour, as pure as snow, exuded the essence of fine wheat. A stark contrast to the flour from the Yihong courtyard kitchen. Master truly possesses discerning eyes. This is the exquisite Haoyue flour selected by the little chef. Haoyue flour, carefully selected and milled from the finest Haoyue wheat, containing the perfect essence and spiritual energy of the grain. Due to the exquisite moonlight that emanates from the delicacies prepared with Huang Yue flour, it has been aptly named Huang Yue flour. Huang Yunqing noticed that the descriptions of these ingredients invariably included the carefully chosen words of the little chef. Could it be that the little chef is a procurement specialist, traversing the world in search of the finest ingredients? Chapter 37. Little chef, should we raise our prices? Indeed, the master has guessed correctly. The little chef tirelessly roams far and wide to ensure that the master can create delightful culinary masterpieces and experience the utmost in culinary artistry. With heartfelt sincerity, the little chef exclaimed, "Master, I have devoted myself entirely to this household." Huang Yunqing took extra Huang Yue flour, as she wished to savor a light bowl of clear noodle soup today, having already indulged in fried rice yesterday. Since the little chef scours every corner of the spirit beast continent for procurement, the clear noodle soup crafted in the little chef's shop is bound to be extraordinary. Huang Yunqing gently massaged her slender fingers and began kneading the dough. The preparation of clear noodle soup requires a bit more time, as Huang Yunqing started from scratch, kneading and pulling the dough, a process far more intricate than making fried rice. The ethereal movements of her fingers over the dough created enchanting illusions that were pleasing to the eye. Given that the kitchen of the little chef's shop was open, Mu Songyu, seated within, was able to observe Huang Yunqing's every move. Aha! The proprietress is intentionally showcasing her noodle-pulling skills so gracefully. She must have developed a fondness for me. What now? The shadowy black cat, seeing Mu Songyu's self-absorbed thoughts, couldn't help but roll its eyes. Though the wealthy gentleman had considerable means, he was rather foolish, fearing that staying with Mu Songyu might diminish its own intelligence. The shadowy black cat promptly leaped outside the little chef's shop, basking comfortably in the warm sunlight. Under Huang Yunqing's deft hands, the dough soon transformed into long, even strands of noodles, white as dragon whiskers cascading gracefully. At that moment, the water in the chinquin pot had begun to boil, and a refreshing sweetness wafted through the kitchen. The clear water bubbled in the pot, creating a visually pleasing sight. Little chef, did you also carefully select the water for boiling the noodles? Huang Yunqing recalled the little chef's proud voice ringing in her mind. Master, this water is quite special. It is the ice spring spirit water that I sourced from the peak of the snow-capped mountains. Renowned for its sweetness and invigorating chill, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Due to the difficulty in preserving ice spring spirit water, it was exclusively supplied to the emperor of the Tianlan Empire, who cherished it dearly. Huang Yunqing had initially thought that the flour for the clear noodle soup was the most exquisite element, only to discover that the ice spring spirit water held the deepest secrets. Taking a breath of the rising steam, she felt invigorated, truly worthy of its title. The snow-white noodles floated gracefully in the boiling water, dancing elegantly in various postures. The chinquin pot once again showcased its prowess. Dividing the boiling water in two, Huang Yunqing prepared 3 rustic brown ceramic bowls, ready to pair the noodles with her preferred seasonings. Master, the little chef has thoughtfully prepared seafood sauce. Upon the little chef's reminder, Huang Yunqing noticed a wooden rack against the wall, dedicated to an array of condiments. The selection was impressively comprehensive. The salt was a meticulously chosen South Sea crystal salt from the southern expanse of the Morning Breeze Empire. Each grain sparkling with purity. South Sea crystal salt is indeed a treasure. Huang Yunqing scooped a small spoonful. The sesame oil was crafted from the Black Moon sesame, carefully selected by the little chef in the Huang Yue Empire. Rich and aromatic, utterly enticing. Indeed, how could clear noodle soup be complete without sesame oil? She added a few drops for flavor. The seafood sauce was a blend of over 100 ingredients, including lamb, fish heads, crucian carp, clams, and crabs, known for its unique umami-enhancing qualities. It sounds remarkably impressive. Huang Yunqing ladled a small spoonful of seafood sauce and returned to the shimmering stove, skillfully fishing out the noodles. As she poured the steaming noodles into the bowl, the authentic aroma of Huang Yue wheat burst forth in an instant. A silvery crescent appeared atop the steaming broth. Before Huang Yunqing could fully admire the beauty of her clear noodle soup adorned with the silver crescent, she heard Mu Songyu's impatient voice. Proprietress, is my clear noodle soup ready yet? Huang Yunqing placed the bowl, glimmering with the silver crescent, before Mu Songyu and said softly, "Here, your clear noodle soup." Under the radiant sunlight, the broth shimmered with sparkling waves, the beautiful silver crescent floating atop, making it almost too exquisite to consume. Could this be the legendary Huang Yue flour? Although Mu Songyu's intellect seemed somewhat lacking, he was indeed a discerning connoisseur. He carefully lifted the rustic bowl and took a sip of the broth. It was light yet captivating. The unadulterated wheat aroma of Huang Yue flour permeated the broth, imparting a tranquil sense of serenity. The rich essence of black moon sesame blended seamlessly into the broth, awakening the taste buds. Yet, the pièce d'resistance was undoubtedly the seafood sauce. This intricately crafted sauce was the crowning glory of the clear noodle soup, elevating its flavors to their zenith. With a slurp, Mu Tsangyu, typically so mindful of his image, found himself tossing decorum aside in the face of the irresistible clear noodle soup. The bouncy noodles snapped between his teeth, delivering a delightful springiness. The simplicity of the seasonings created an enchanting taste and texture that left Mu Tsangyu utterly astonished. With a satisfying slurp, he finished off the last drop of broth. Leaning back in his seat, his face radiated satisfaction. The broth possessed a touch of invigorating aftertaste, and although the noodles were crafted from the esteemed Huang Yue flour, the water used for cooking must have an extraordinary origin. Huang Yunqing glanced at Mu Tsangyu, her expression unchanging, and replied, "It's ice spring spirit water." Mu Tsangyu's eyes widened in disbelief, gasping, "What? Ice spring spirit water? Even my father can only indulge in a few drops occasionally. You re-using it to cook noodles so lavishly?" After a few moments of reflection, he struck a pose he deemed impressively charming, attempting to appear profound as he quipped, "Proprietress, I know you can't resist my irresistible charm, but please refrain from using such top-tier ingredients to flatter me. Should I be enchanted by your culinary delights and inadvertently agree to your unreasonable requests, I would find myself in quite the predicament." Ming Li, awakened by the aroma of the clear noodle soup, was waiting by the wall for Huang Yunqing to serve him. She placed 2 bowls of clear noodle soup on the table and earnestly communicated with the little chef. "Little chef, shouldn't we consider raising our prices?" Chapter 38. Of all delicacies, nothing beats noodles, little chef. I believe we can justifiably increase our prices. Our dishes utilize only the finest ingredients, and coupled with my exceptional culinary skills, selling them too cheaply would be beneath our worth. Huang Yunqing savored the smooth and elastic clear noodles and referenced the chicken soup that the little chef had once spilled as a basis for her price hike. "It seems I have noticed a considerable number of affluent patrons in the Tianlan Empire. We can't allow these wealthy individuals to take advantage of us." Listening to Huang Yunqing's suggestion, the little chef inwardly mused, "Women are indeed fickle creatures." Just moments ago, the master had complained about the high prices in the little chef's shop, declaring only a fool would dine there, yet now she was already contemplating a price increase. As the humble little chef system, all I can say is, it's quite challenging. The little chef sighed, attempting to explain, "Master, once the price is set, it cannot be altered arbitrarily. This is a carefully calculated price linked to the overall consumption level of the Tianlan Empire. If we raise the prices further, many diners will be dismayed and unable to afford a meal here." Huang Yunqing nodded gently. Finding a suitable balance between top-tier ingredients and dish pricing was indeed no easy task. She hadn't anticipated that the little chef was so well-versed in the business realm. Seeing Huang Yunqing's resolve to raise prices waver, the little chef quickly seized the moment to remind her, "Furthermore, Master, if we increase our prices, your cost of living will also surge dramatically." Suddenly, Huang Yunqing recalled that dining in the little chef's shop also required her to pay. If prices were raised indiscriminately, her expenses would continue to escalate. After all, that lazy fox, Ming Li, certainly had quite the appetite. With a satisfied slurp, Ming Li had emptied the bowl of noodle soup, and upon feeling the resentful gaze of Huang Yunqing, she delicately licked her lips. "Little Li, I can't finish this bowl of noodles." Before Ming Li could speak, Huang Yunqing swiftly pushed her half-eaten bowl of clear noodle soup towards her, pleading, "Please, don't waste it." With a flattering smile, she gestured towards Ming Li. Ming Li did not show any disdain and continued to savor the delicious clear soup noodles, a contented smile gracing her lips. While clear soup noodles may lack the rich aroma of fried rice, they possess an undeniable quality that makes one crave them endlessly. After all, amidst the plethora of culinary delights, nothing quite compares to a bowl of noodles. This sentiment is not expressed lightly. Seeing Ming Li finish every drop of soup made Huang Yunqing's heart bleed. This insufferably lazy fox has no concept of moderation. If she were to consume as much as she does fried rice, that would mean Ming Li requires 30 spirit crystals a day. By the end of the month, that amounts to no less than 900 spirit crystals. Huang Yunqing suddenly felt that the main quest issued by the little chef was exceedingly daunting. Providing for a household is no simple feat. Gazing at the well-fed and lazily stretching Ming Li, Huang Yunqing bit down on her chopsticks, leaving faint marks on the purple bamboo. Yet, a sense of frustration brewed within her. "I suddenly feel rather cheated, little chef. Why don't we stew this fox instead? Huang Yunqing proposed, considering the top-tier ingredients listed in the little chef's repertoire, such as the meat of the 10th-tier spirit beast, the ice flame nine-tailed fox. However, the usually lively little chef fell silent. Don't you think this foul fox is worth a fortune? Huang Yunqing's eyes lingered on Ming Li, whose snowy fur shimmered under the sunlight. Ming Li licked the noodle soup off her whiskers, her ice-blue eyes glinting with amusement as she gazed at Huang Yunqing. I hear you wish to stew me. Huang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this lazy fox know her thoughts? Did the little chef betray her? No. How could I possibly stew you? Huang Yunqing sidled closer to Ming Li, affectionately scratching her chin as one would a cat. I was just wondering if you're full, and if not, I can make you some little buns. Huang Yunqing recalled how the golden little buns had once ensnared her, leaving behind after effects. If she could trick Ming Li into eating the golden buns, surely this lazy fox would be at her mercy. With this thought, her smile grew more eager. I recently learned how to make golden little buns. If you're interested, I can whip some up right away. Ming Li sensed a hint of conspiracy in Huang Yunqing's overly eager smile and refrained from hastily agreeing. Golden little buns? A voice echoed from behind Huang Yunqing. Madam, you're deliberately tempting me into focusing on your new dishes. Aren't you? Mu Songyu, with a proud stance and arms akimbo, exuded an air of confidence. Sadly, I am already quite full. He patted his round belly, feeling somewhat regretful. The ingredients chosen by Huang Yunqing were all of top quality, brimming with spiritual energy. Such dishes, no matter how delicious, should not be overindulged. Ample spiritual energy requires careful digestion. Overindulgence could lead to dire consequences. I see. This must be your strategy. Mu Songyu suddenly shivered as if struck by an epiphany, fanning himself with his folding fan. You intentionally opened this little shop across from the Crystal Pavilion to capture my appetite with these spiritual delicacies. Oh dear, he sighed dramatically. If being handsome is a sin, I fear I am doomed. Why do so many maidens obsess over me? His handsome features seemed to mock Huang Yunqing's intentions, and she felt a vain throb at her temple. If it weren't for Mu Songyu's wealth, she would have had the shadow cat kick him out long ago. Taking a deep breath, she muttered to herself, for the sake of the spirit crystals. After all, Mu Songyu was a generous spender. No matter what, she had to show him some respect. To uphold his lofty image, Huang Yunqing snapped, if you're full, then leave quickly. In her eyes, not taking action was already a significant concession to Mu Songyu. You dare tell me to leave? Mu Songyu pointed incredulously at himself, his expression a mix of disbelief. His cheeks flushed, and a warm aura swirled around him, glowing softly. Alas, how could the owner treat a guest so rudely? The little chef, long dormant in Huang Yunqing's mind, re-emerged. Dear master, if we wish for our little kitchen to thrive in the Tianlan Empire, our customers are our foundation. We must provide excellent service to make them feel at home. The little chef's tone was tinged with bitterness, feeling that her master's temperament was far too volatile. The owner needed to learn the art of service. Otherwise, they would scare away the affluent patrons. Mu Songyu, perhaps to validate the little chef's words, abruptly closed his fan and clenched his fists. No one has ever dared tell me to leave. His voice trembled with anger, and he appeared visibly agitated. Master, please calm down. The little chef quickly attempted to soothe Huang Yunqing, fearing her wrath might lead to Mu Songyu's demise. Huang Yunqing stared impassively at Mu Songyu, beckoning towards the kitchen. The shard knife on the cutting board seemed to sense her intent and swiftly flew into her grasp. Not leaving, huh? Then I suppose I shall chop you up for the fox. Huang Yunqing's eyes glinted with deadly resolve. Please, don't. The little chef's anxious voice echoed in her mind. Our kitchen just opened. Enough! This person clearly deserves a lesson. Huang Yunqing's golden eyes brimmed with fierceness. The little chef's voice trembled with distress. Oh no, our little family is about to fall apart. Mu Songyu raised an eyebrow, pointing a finger at Huang Yunqing, his expression haughty. Despite the palpable hostility emanating from her, as a third-tier martial artist, he dismissed her entirely. Very well. You have successfully captured my attention. You are the first woman to dare tell me to leave. He added, and the first to threaten me with a kitchen knife. With Mu Songyu's deep growl, a notification tone echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. Congratulations, you have increased Mu Songyu's favorability to friendly. You have been rewarded with a material scratch card. In Mu Songyu's eyes, a peculiar light sparkled, hinting at admiration. I see. This must be your scheme. You wish to attract my attention with your uniqueness. With a decisive clap of his fan, he declared, I must admit, you have succeeded. Listening to Mu Songyu's words, Huang Yunqing felt her blood rush to her head, her ears buzzing. Not only was she stunned, but even the little chef found herself bewildered. Huang Yunqing had drawn a knife on Mu Songyu, yet his favor had inexplicably risen. The little chef began to question the teachings of her training sessions, feeling as though the lessons she had learned were somehow unreliable. What hospitality, what perfect experience. None of it could compare to Huang Yunqing wielding a kitchen knife. As the little chef found herself momentarily dazed, Huang Yunqing let out a soft sigh and, wielding the star-shattering blade, made her way into the kitchen. After assessing the situation, she concluded that Mu Songyu was indeed a fool. She had no desire to engage in conversation with someone so foolish. No matter how wealthy Mu Songyu might be, frequent interactions with him would surely lower her own intellect. With his chin raised in pride, Mu Songyu proclaimed, "See, I guessed your thoughts, which is why you appear flustered." Huang Yunqing shook her head, clearly uninterested in Mu Songyu's antics. However, lying on the golden silk Nanmu table, basking in the sunlight, Ming Li exchanged a knowing glance with the shadow Siatit in an instant. The shadow cat understood and, while Mu Songyu prattled on, swiftly sent him tumbling out of the little chef's shop with a single swipe. The force of the shadow cat was astonishing. Mu Songyu rolled several times before coming to a halt against the wall of Yongning Alley. What a character that boss lady is! Mu Songyu dusted off his soiled clothes, fanning himself with a look of aloof pride as he departed. But a handsome figure like me is not so easily pursued. If one wishes to win my favor, they must exert far more effort. Once Mu Songyu had left, Huang Yunqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have sent away the wealthy yet dim-witted man. She wiped the moisture from her hands and, holding two small spirit crystals the size of fingernails, sat beneath the sun, gazing intently. The sunlight refracted off the crystalline surface of the spirit crystals, casting a mesmerizing array of colors that momentarily captivated her eyes. It seemed as though she had seen such brilliance before. Previously, when Huang Yunqing had been tossed into the spirit lake by Ming Li, she had encountered numerous beautiful crystals at the lake's bottom, their reflections akin to those of the spirit crystals. Ming Li, lounging in the sun, lazily remarked, "They're merely two spirit crystals. What's so special about them?" Huang Yunqing quickly stowed the crystals away, her golden phoenix-like eyes glinting with caution, fearful that Ming Li might seize them. "You wretched fox! Don't think I don't know you want to snatch my spirit crystals." Ming Li flicked his fluffy tail and cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yunqing, his ice-blue eyes shimmering with a hint of mockery. How laughable the My domain is built entirely from spirit crystals. Huang Yunqing's mind exploded with realization. She hurriedly scooped up Ming Li and, stammering, asked, "Great one, are you suggesting that the bottom of the spirit lake is entirely filled with spirit crystals?" Ming Li nodded, a grin dancing in his fox-like eyes. "Then, the crystal throne is also made of spirit crystals?" "Of course." After receiving Ming Li's affirmative response, Huang Yunqing's expression darkened as she clutched her heart, feeling as if it were truly bleeding. "Oh, my heart aches. Even the warm sunshine cannot dispel the chill within me. Great one, is your crystal throne still intact?" Ming Li leapt to the ground, shaking off the sunlight from his pristine white fur, his elegant tail curling around Huang Yunqing. "I have too many enemies. The spirit crystals at the bottom of the spirit lake must have been divided among them." Huang Yunqing turned pale, coughing several times as she pressed her hand against her heart. "Once, immense wealth lay before me, but I failed to cherish it, only to regret it after it was lost. There is nothing more painful in this world." Ming Li regarded her with intrigue, and then? Huang Yunqing tugged at Ming Li's ear, exclaiming angrily, "If heaven grants me a second chance, I would gnaw my way through to obtain your crystal throne." Ming Li, seemingly bored, jumped from Huang Yunqing's embrace and strolled beneath the peach tree at the little chef's shop's entrance. Scoffing, "Is that all you aspire to? Why not simply take the crystal throne with you instead of resorting to biting?" Huang Yunqing lamented, "You don't understand. I've missed out on billions." In frustration, she kicked the peach tree beside the little chef's shop. As pink petals cascaded down, she finally noticed the tree, her golden eyes reflecting surprise. When did this peach tree get planted here? The tree stood about 3 meters tall, its crown trimmed into a heart shape, adorned with exquisite pink blossoms. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon Ming Li's snowy fur. Ming Li turned back to glance at Huang Yunqing, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You don't know your own peach tree? You insisted on planting it at the little chef's shop in the dead of night, and I couldn't stop you." Ming Li swayed his fluffy tail, his ice-blue eyes sparkling with playful sarcasm. Huang Yunqing took a deep breath. This wretched fox speaks nonsense. This tree looks too lush to have just been planted. He must be teasing me, moreover. If she had indeed planted it, how could she have no recollection of it? Master, this peach tree is a wealth-attracting peach blossom tree. The little chef, ever attentive, provided explanations more effectively than Ming Li, who only knew how to provoke her. The wealth-attracting peach blossom tree is among the 10 extraordinary plants of the spirit beast continent. Ranking 9th, known for its ability to attract wealth and guests. If you believe the little chef's shop is lacking in customers, simply kick the wealth-attracting peach blossom tree, and guests will flock to you. The little chef earnestly detailed the tree's functions and how to utilize it, explaining that the number of petals it shed would correlate with the financial means of the customers who dined at the little chef's shop. While the wealth-attracting peach blossom tree was indeed effective, it could only be kicked once a week due to the limited number of petals, so the master mustn't be greedy. Huang Yunqing licked her lips, gazing at the fallen peach petals, abruptly realizing that perhaps her earlier kick had been rather gentle. Suddenly, a plump figure tumbled out from the bustling Cui Jing pavilion, rolling and shedding gold coins in its wake. Huang Yunqing's eyes widened at the sight of the gleaming coins. Surely, there were dozens of them rolling down. Golden ingots. Our Cui Jing pavilion specializes in high-end cuisine. We have no use for nouveau riche like you. A staff member of Cui Jing pavilion disdainfully gathered the coins that had scattered from the plump figure and tossed them back at him. Take your filthy money and get lost. How dare you compete with His Highness for the Buddha jumping over the wall dish? You may have the means to buy it, but you won't live to enjoy it. The plump figure glared in humiliation and fury at the staff member, gritting his teeth as he bent down to collect the coins scattered on the ground. His small, bean-sized eyes blazed with wrath. Cui Jing Pavilion, you are truly insufferable. The staff member of Cui Jing Pavilion arrogantly lifted his chin. Jian Yuanbao, don't think that just because you've had a stroke of luck, you can mingle with the aristocracy of the capital. You cannot afford to provoke Cui Jing Pavilion. Jian Yuanbao's expression darkened severely, a mixture of humiliation and anger swelling within him, yet he dared not retaliate against the staff member. Just as the staff member had said, he could not afford to offend Cui Jing Pavilion. Jian Yuanbao dusted off his clothes, dejectedly stuffing the coins back into his purse, ready to leave when a cool female voice rang out behind him. What is Cui Jing Pavilion, that it dares to chase away its customers? Huang Yunqing emerged gracefully from beneath the wealth-attracting peach blossom tree, her stunning features marked by a hint of disdain. The staff member's expression soured. Who are you to speak to Cui Jing Pavilion in such a manner? Ignoring the staff member, Huang Yunqing approached Jian Yuanbao and sincerely invited him. Our little shop has just opened and certainly lacks the myriad of issues that Cui Jing Pavilion has. Would you care to sample our fare? Jian Yuanbao's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized Huang Yunqing. Although he was of mediocre talent, having spent considerable wealth on elixirs to become a second-tier warrior, he was well informed as a nouveau riche in the imperial capital. He had heard that the young lady of the general's mansion, Huang Yunqing, had returned with a formidable 7th-tier spirit beast and had humiliated His Highness Mu Nanfeng. He had assumed she would have fled the imperial capital under the cover of night after offending Mu Nanfeng. Yet here she was opening a small restaurant in Yongning Alley. Jian Yuanbao's eyes flickered with intrigue. He cast a fierce glare at the attendant of the crystal pavilion, inhaling the rich aroma wafting around him, and suddenly inquired, is there any dish more expensive than Buddha jumps over the wall? Jian Yuanbao shook his corpulent frame, exuding an air of dominance as he proclaimed, I may lack in many things, but not in wealth. Splendid. Such bravado. Huang Yunqing clapped her hands, revealing a cunning smile. What about boiled fish, Boss Jean? 50 spirit crystals each. A symbol of nobility, an epitome of luxury. How much? Jian Yuanbao shivered, disbelievingly rubbing his ears. Huang Yunqing asserted firmly, 50 spirit crystals. You don't seem to be short on cash, do you? Surely, you can spare that for a mere dish. Under her scrutinizing gaze, Jian Yuanbao's entire frame trembled. It was true he was not financially constrained. Yet 50 spirit crystals for a dish of boiled fish was indeed exorbitantly ridiculous. Even he, a man of wealth, felt a pang of pain at the thought. The dignitaries dining at the Crystal Pavilion were equally astounded by Huang Yunqing's exorbitant prices. Engaging in hushed discussions about her outrageously priced dish, the attendant, noticing the stir, wore a scowl as dark as a pot's bottom. The reason for the Crystal Pavilion's arrogance was that, throughout the imperial capital, no other establishment could match its ability to craft ethereal dishes. The ingredients were meticulously sourced from the Tianlan Empire, including meat from high-tier spirit beasts. The head chef, a formidable warrior with a fifth-grade martial soul, could infuse profound techniques into the culinary arts, justifying the high prices. As for Huang Yunqing's humble establishment, it had only opened recently. What right did she have to command such prices? The attendant sneered. Oh, 50 spirit crystals for boiled fish? Aren't you worried about biting off more than you can chew? The attendant's arrogance grew as he approached Huang Yunqing, his face a mask of disdain. She found his incessant prattle intolerable, and in front of all, she pulled out her Qian Kuren pot. Bringing out that pot won't help. The most expensive dish here, Buddha jumps over the wall, is only 10 spirit crystals. Only a fool like Jin Yuanbao would fall for your tricks. As the attendant continued his tirade, Huang Yunqing swung the pot and struck him squarely in the face. She exerted full force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. Several teeth scattered about. You prattling fool. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life. With the pot in hand, she looked down upon him, her golden phoenix eyes gleaming with confidence. What I charge for my boiled fish is none of your concern. It's clearly beyond your means, so how dare you judge? The attendant lay dazed on the ground, his head spinning from the blow. Yet he still attempted to invoke the Crystal Pavilion's name to intimidate her. Huang Yunqing, not waiting for him to finish, struck him again with the pot, exclaiming, I don't even regard Mu Nanfeng. How can your Crystal Pavilion be more impressive than him? After rendering the attendant unconscious, she kicked him twice for good measure before returning to Jin Yuanbao, stowing the pot away. So, Boss Jin, would you like to try the boiled fish? 50 spirit crystals, I assure you. It's worth every penny. Looking at Huang Yunqing's beaming smile, Jin Yuanbao's eyes sparkled with determination. Since it was her craft, it surely surpassed the value of 50 spirit crystals. I'll take the boiled fish. Excellent, Boss Jin, such confidence. Huang Yunqing cheered, leading him into her modest kitchen. Wealthy patrons like him should indulge in the finest attire and cuisine to reflect their status. Despite a tinge of apprehension, Jin Yuanbao followed closely. His visit to the Crystal Pavilion was motivated by the desire for their signature dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, known for its nourishing properties. Years of overindulgence in elixirs had left his meridians blocked, requiring the gentle sustenance of Buddha jumps over the wall for restoration. The Crystal Pavilion prepared only one serving each day, and he had waited eagerly to secure it before anyone else. To his dismay, when his turn came, a retainer from the prince's residence whisked away the very dish he coveted, leading to his indignation and subsequent ejection. Even the attendants at the Crystal Pavilion had mocked him. Those who offended the crown Prince Mu Nanfeng faced dire consequences, yet Jin Yuanbao was willing to gamble. In truth, he was not as foolish as the nobility believed. Huang Yunqing was the only one audacious enough to openly challenge Mu Nanfeng. Thus, the 50 spirit crystals for her boiled fish would serve as an investment to cultivate a favorable relationship with her. After all, his family owned a whole vein of spirit crystals. This expenditure was trivial for him. Settling into a seat in the kitchen, Jin Yuanbao was greeted by the agile black cat, which leaped onto the table, extending its paw toward him. Huang Yunqing, noticing the cat's obedience, mentally praised it. I do apologize. Boss Jin, this is a modest establishment, so payment is required before dining. Without hesitation, Jin Yuanbao presented 50 spirit crystals to the cat. Huang Yunqing's kitchen had an air of sophistication. Upon entering, he surveyed the exquisite decor. Each element radiated luxury. From the intricately patterned golden silk nanmu tables to the fragrant purple bamboo chopsticks and the smooth, sturdy magic stone flooring, everything exuded opulence. Such understated elegance suited his stature and taste. As the black cat collected the payment, a hint of its aura emerged, causing Jin Yuanbao to tremble. Even the little cat employed in the kitchen was a sixth-tier spirit beast. Watching Huang Yunqing diligently at work, his anticipation for the 50 spirit crystal boiled fish grew even stronger. Huang Yunqing mused that if the little chef could simulate a human form, she would undoubtedly wear small glasses and diligently emphasize key points while tapping on the blackboard. The flesh of the white-scaled grass fish is exquisitely tender. Imbued with rich spiritual essence, and due to its minimal spines, it is deemed ideal for preparing boiled fish. It is worth noting that consuming boiled fish requires a certain level of cultivation. Those below the second rank would face dire consequences should they partake. Huang Yunqing observed the beautiful white-scaled grass fish swimming gracefully in the tank, their eyes shimmering with a starry glow. Exuding an enchanting vitality, with a swift motion, she plunged her hand into the tank, only to have the slippery fish escape her grasp, playfully blowing bubbles as it swam away. Ming Li appeared above the eternally cold cabinet. elegantly licking its fluffy fox paw. This impudent creature, instead of enjoying a nap in the sun, had come to mock her. Huang Yunqing rolled up her sleeves and retorted, "If you're so capable, why not give it a try? You know very well what I am capable of." Ming Li perched atop the cabinet, casting a condescending gaze upon Huang Yunqing, mischief glinting in its icy blue eyes. "Why don't you hurry up and catch it?" Before Ming Li's words had fully settled, the mischievous white-scaled grass fish leapt from the tank, landing directly onto Huang Yunqing's cutting board, as if to say, "Eat me. Hurry up and eat me." Perhaps feeling that Huang Yunqing was too slow, the fish even bumped its head against the blade of the star-shattering knife, an action that left Huang Yunqing momentarily stunned. "Why aren't you cooking yet?" Ming Li lazily jumped to the stone stove, swaying its tail and settling beside the Chinquan pot for a nap. "I'm still waiting to eat." Huang Yunqing shot a glare at Ming Li, muttering, "Stay so close, and you might end up singeing your precious fur." Gripping the handle of the star-shattering knife, Huang Yunqing skillfully scaled and gutted the fish, soon transforming it into translucent slices. Noticing Ming Li's covetous gaze, she admonished without turning around, "You silly fox. Staring at me won't help. This dish is for Boss Jean, and even I won't get a taste, so you'd best not linger here." Ming Li merely flicked its tail, appearing indifferent. "That fat man is merely a second-rank warrior. A small portion of fish will suffice, lest he explode from excess." Huang Yunqing couldn't help but smirk at Ming Li's suggestion. It seemed as though this lazy fox was more suited to being a cunning merchant, pilfering fish meat and thereby cheating the customers. "Master, this lazy fox has a point. The little chef suggests preparing a smaller portion of boiled fish for that patron, to avoid any life-threatening incidents." Feeling somewhat vexed, Huang Yunqing began marinating the fish slices. If that were the case, could Ming Li not simply hoard the spiritual crystals from other patrons and gorge itself in the kitchen? "I am doing this for your sake," she thought, suppressing her irritation at Ming Li's presumptuous tone that ignited an impulse to hurl the Chinquan pot at its head. "You have no shame, do you?" Ming Li cast a casual glance at Huang Yunqing. "Silly dog." Taking a deep breath, Huang Yunqing reminded herself not to stoop to the fox's level. By this time, the water in the Chinquan pot had reached a boil, and she retrieved the lustrous white bean sprouts from the cupboard. These bean sprouts appeared extraordinary, pristine and white, with plump golden soybeans, emanating a fragrant aura of spiritual energy. "Master, these are the specially selected passionate yellow beans, cultivated through intricate processes to yield exquisite bean sprouts." Nodding in acknowledgement, Huang Yunqing briefly blanched the passionate yellow bean sprouts in the boiling water before transferring them to a beautifully crafted porcelain dish shaped like a fish basket, with a brownish glaze that mimicked woven vines. After cleaning the Chinquan pot, she opened the cabinet atop the stone stove, revealing an array of aromatic red chili peppers and the rich fragrance of green Sichuan peppercorns. "Master, these are the carefully selected fiery heaven peppers. The abundance of spiritual energy is self-evident, and their spicy kick is utterly irresistible." As Huang Yunqing prepared the ingredients, she heated the oil, and the moment the fiery heaven peppers and the green Sichuan peppercorns hit the pan, a vibrant flame erupted, creating a stunning spectacle. In that instant, the alluring aroma of spicy, fragrant delight filled the air, reaching the attentive patrons awaiting their meal. Gold Ingot, seated in the little chef's establishment, instinctively stretched his neck, inhaling the tantalizing scent of spice. His plump form trembled with excitement, and even his round face flushed slightly. His hands clenched into fists as his small, green eyes fixated on the kitchen, brimming with anticipation. Such fragrance could only belong to a dish of spiritual cuisine. With a sizzle, the scorching red oil cascaded over the tender fish, releasing a powerful, intense flavor that permeated the air like a volcanic eruption. "How can it be so fragrant?" Gold Ingot pondered, realizing that such rich aroma could only come from a dish of spiritual cuisine. The bold scent of the fiery heaven peppers drew the attention of onlookers, including some dignitaries among the crowd. At that moment, Huang Yunqing skillfully plated the boiled fish for Gold Ingot, the fish slices gleaming white against the bubbling red oil, garnished with vibrant green scallions. The striking contrast of colors made it impossible for the gathered crowd to resist salivating at the sight. Whereas the rice? Gold Ingot, though a nouveau riche, held high standards for his meals. Knowing that boiled fish was best accompanied by rice, Huang Yunqing paused, momentarily taken aback. "Little chef, did you forget to prepare the rice?" The little chef awkwardly replied, "Master, all the ingredients prepared in our little chef's establishment are based on the recipes you have already mastered. I cannot provide rice." Huang Yunqing's brow twitched slightly. After all, boiled fish was celebrated for its spicy, fragrant, and tender qualities, making it a dish best enjoyed with rice. Surely, I can't let Boss Jean eat boiled fish alone. Can I? That would be far too spicy, wouldn't it? Cough, cough. Master could suggest that the patron order fried rice separately. The little chef quickly played the role of a considerate assistant, brainstorming ideas to help Huang Yunqing. Ah, Boss Jean truly knows how to enjoy his meals. Huang Yunqing praised Gold Ingot and smiled. Our establishment does not serve plain rice, but you may order a portion of fried rice separately, which will pair perfectly with the boiled fish. Gold Ingot glanced at the menu on the wall, tossing a spiritual crystal to the shadowy black cat as he greedily licked his lips. Please, Miss Huang Yunqing, do hurry. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Truly, what a wealthy individual. He spends without a second thought. Huang Yunqing delights in such extravagant displays of affluence. Boss Jean, your fried rice is ready. Within 3 short minutes, Huang Yunqing presented the fried rice. Its shimmering golden hue instantly captivated Jin Yuanbao. Such a high-end, sophisticated color perfectly befits his status. Jin Yuanbao, too eager to greet Huang Yunqing, was drawn to the enticing aroma of the boiled fish simmering nearby. He hastily pushed the fried rice closer and eagerly picked up a piece of fish. The tender, white flesh, drenched in bubbling hot oil, bore a slightly charred aroma, its beautiful color stimulating his senses. Ah, Jin Yuanbao glanced sideways at the onlookers outside the small kitchen, then, with a triumphant grin, opened his mouth wide. His exaggerated motion of stuffing the fish into his mouth unleashed an intense wave of spiciness that surged down his throat. The fiery bathing fire chili is indeed the pinnacle of spicy experiences, and combined with the searing hot oil, it enhanced the explosion of flavor. Jin Yuanbao found himself gasping for breath, yet fearing the fish might slip from his grasp. He could only chew hurriedly. The succulent fish slid down his throat like a nimble creature, igniting his taste buds in a delightful frenzy. Astonished, the rotund Jin Yuanbao widened his eyes in disbelief. Undeterred, he selected another piece of fish, this time cautiously biting into it. The outer layer of the fish bore a delightful char from the hot oil, while the fervent spice from the bathing fire chili ignited a passionate flavor explosion on his palate. As he savored the tender texture of the fish, the refreshing aroma of fire vine green pepper took hold, elevating his taste experience, in the harmonious interplay of bathing fire chili and fire vine green pepper. A gentle sweetness emerged, surprisingly reminiscent of a mother's comforting touch, soothing the fiery intensity. Unable to resist, he reached for another piece of fish, completely unable to stop. What bliss! Jin Yuanbao's face flushed crimson as beads of sweat streamed down his brow. Unbeknownst to him, he had devoured nearly half of the fried rice alongside the fish, only pausing when he noticed the emptying plate. He felt a warm energy radiating from within, a faint golden aura swirling around him, accentuating his opulent demeanor. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, unblocking every obstruction. His complexion deepened in hue, his aura escalating. With a gasp, he expelled a cloud of black mist. His excitement escalating. I've finally broken through. Jin Yuanbao extended his plump hand, marveling at the faint golden energy swirling around his palm, his laughter causing his ample flesh to jiggle. Ha ha ha! My energy has manifested. I, Jin Yuanbao, have finally reached the 3rd rank martial master. Chapter 44. The white-scaled grass fish declares it does not wish to host guests today. Miss Huang Yunqing, you are like a second parent to this plump man. In his excitement, Jin Yuanbao bounded toward Huang Yunqing, extending his chubby hand in gratitude. However, before his hand could reach her, the shadow cat revealed its fearsome claws, guarding its master fiercely in its eyes. Huang Yunqing was the beloved of their leader, and no one else could approach her, least of all the rotund Jin Yuanbao. Sensing the shadow cat's threat, Jin Yuanbao sheepishly withdrew his hand, bowing and gesturing respectfully. Miss Huang Yunqing, thank you so much. His exuberance left Huang Yunqing somewhat flustered. She had no desire to adopt such a hefty son. Well, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply dine here more often. Jin Yuanbao nodded eagerly, his chin wobbling, his face aglow with happiness. Of course. I shall come every day. It was evident that the chef's dishes were not only delectable but also infused with potent spiritual energy, significantly aiding cultivation. Unlike bland medicinal pills, Jin Yuanbao preferred these flavorful, aromatic meals. Huang Yunqing found herself increasingly fond of this wealthy patron. She glanced at the unfinished boiled fish on Jin Yuanbao's table, and the star-shattering knife buzzed into her grasp. Boss Jean, Our humble establishment does not condone waste. Please ensure you consume all the ingredients in the boiled fish. In her mind, the little chef protested, Master, we have never had such a rule. It might scare away our patrons. Huang Yunqing paid no heed to the anxious little chef. From now on, this is the rule. The star-shattering knife twirled gracefully in her hand, causing Jin Yuanbao to shudder at, oh dear, perhaps I've been too enthusiastic. I cannot waste the culinary prowess of Miss Huang Yunqing. She was a force to be reckoned with, even capable of confronting Mu Nanfeng. He dared not offend her, fearing she might render his ample flesh into oil. He quickly sat at the golden Nanmu table, scooping up the vegetables from the vibrant red oil, which he typically avoided. Jan Yuanbao was undoubtedly a carnivore, relishing the thrill of indulging in large portions of meat and drink, showing little interest in vegetables. Yet, under Huang Yunqing's insistence, he reluctantly picked up his chopsticks and tackled the bean sprouts. The translucent, glistening sprouts were enveloped in a radiant sheen, the spicy aroma of bathing fire chili immediately engulfing his senses. Jane Yuanbao licked his lips, finding this vegetable not so unbearable, and popped a small handful of passionfruit yellow bean sprouts into his mouth. Upon tasting, the spice of the bathing fire chili surged forth like a tempest. But amidst the crunch, the fresh, fragrant essence of the bean sprouts burst forth. The crisp, refreshing texture transported Jin Yuanbao to the sun-soaked fields of Passionfruit Valley. He squinted his eyes, relishing the fiery spice while inhaling the aromatic fragrance of the sprouts. Before he realized it, Jin Yuanbao had finished the passionfruit yellow bean sprouts, leaving no trace of scallions in the glossy red broth. The dazzling fried rice, accompanied by the spicy bean sprouts, was entirely consumed by him. Satisfied, he leaned back in his chair, his plump belly content, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Onlookers outside the chef's small establishment regarded Jin Yuanbao with a mix of astonishment and envy. Who would have thought he could achieve such fortune? Was the boiled fish truly so miraculous? Perhaps we should try it ourselves? Jin Yuanbao's sudden rise to the third-rank martial master was entirely unforeseen, given his limited aptitude. Despite consuming countless medicinal pills, he could barely attain the rank of a second-rank martial artist. Talent and innate ability are not commodities that wealth can purchase. Thus, he had often faced derision from the aristocracy of the Tianlan Empire, who carried an inherent sense of superiority due to their lineage. The distinction between a second-rank martial artist and a third-rank martial master may seem trivial, but for those with lesser bloodlines, manifesting energy is a daunting challenge. Had they not witnessed Jin Yuanbao's breakthrough firsthand, they would never have believed the news. The dual allure of exquisite cuisine and a cultivation breakthrough stirred the curiosity of the noble spectators. However, Huang Yunqing had no interest in their hesitations. She returned to the kitchen to prepare the reserved ingredients. Soon, the chef's small establishment was once again filled with the enticing aroma of spicy dishes, causing the nobles outside to salivate. As they observed, Huang Yunqing presented another plate of boiled fish, placing it on the corner table. Her actions left the onlookers bewildered. Had she prepared another dish for herself? Just as they speculated, Ming Li, the lazy fox, gracefully leaped onto the table, feasting upon the fish. This was a boiled fish worth 50 spirit crystals. Huang Yunqing was feeding it to a fox. Such extravagance was truly wasteful. The dignitaries outside the little kitchen were engaged in fervent discussions, but upon catching sight of Ming Li immersed in her meal, their hearts swelled with jealousy, distorting their expressions. As Ming Li became aware of their envious and resentful gazes, she deliberately lifted her head to cast a glance at the nobles. Her ice-blue fox eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery and derision, as if to say, "It is not my arrogance. The lot of you standing here are mere rubbish." The elegantly dressed aristocrats were immediately displeased. They prided themselves on their noble lineage, having always looked down upon others. They had never been subjected to derision or mockery, let alone by a mere fox. Unable to contain himself any longer, a spirited and strikingly handsome young man strode into the little kitchen, pulling out a chair from the golden silk Nanmu table. Exclaiming, "Madam Owner, bring me a portion of boiled fish." Huang Yunqing glanced at the dashing youth and replied coolly, "No, you are too weak. The white-scaled grassfish has declared it does not wish to serve you today." Lin Ke, feeling as though he had suffered a great humiliation, flushed crimson. "On what grounds do you refuse to prepare boiled fish for me? I possess plenty of spirit crystals." Emulating Jin Yunbao's boldness, Lin Ke withdrew 50 spirit crystals from his spatial ring and slammed them onto the golden silk Nanmu table, attempting to bolster his imposing demeanor. Yet, despite his glaring and pounding, A sense of timidity and inferiority shone through his eyes. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with this seemingly fierce young man. Just look at his fair, rosy cheeks and those adorably flushed ears. Such a distinctive young man. The original owner must certainly have had an impression of him. Thus, Huang Yunqing delved into her memories and swiftly unearthed all relevant information. Lin Rabbit, I am doing this for your own good. Huang Yunqing advised earnestly to why boiled fish must only be consumed by those of at least second-tier cultivation. Your fragile frame may not withstand its fervor, Lin Ke. The sole heir of the Lin Taifu family from the Tianlan Empire, though well-versed in literature and philosophy from a young age, lacked talent and cultivation. Having passed the Beast Master assessment early on, he had languished for years in his training and remained merely a first-tier apprentice. Coupled with his timid disposition, he had chosen a moonlit rabbit as his spirit beast, earning him the moniker Lin Rabbit among the noble circles of the imperial capital in the past. When the original owner had faced exclusion due to her deteriorated roots, Lin Ke had often joined others in bullying Huang Yunqing. However, after the torment, this timid Lin Rabbit would quietly come to offer solace to the original owner. Overall, Lin Rabbit's character was not ill-natured. He simply lacked assertiveness and was easily bullied. Come now, Huang Yunqing. We are friends after all, Lin Ke said, his ears flushed with indignation. How can you humiliate me so? He had finally gathered the courage to risk offending Prince Mu Nanfeng to taste Huang Yunqing's culinary prowess, only to be rejected in front of everyone. What an embarrassing spectacle, Lin Rabbit. It is not that I look down upon you. Even you cannot match my white-scaled grass fish, Huang Yunqing retorted, glancing at the blushing Lin Quebec. The fish I use for my boiled fish is sourced from the fourth-tier spirit beast, the white-scaled grass fish, infused with abundant spiritual energy. The chili is fiery heavenly flame pepper, and the peppercorns are fire vine green pepper. You can sense the spiritual energy within. Huang Yunqing lazily twirled a strand of hair that cascaded down to her collarbone. Smiling at Lin Quebec, even the bean sprouts accompanying the boiled fish are exquisite passion yellow bean sprouts. Do tell, can you afford to partake? Initially, Lin Ke felt a sense of injustice, believing Huang Yunqing to be akin to the aristocrats of the imperial capital, seeking to belittle him. However, upon hearing her description, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. I had no idea the ingredients for this boiled fish were so precious. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Lin Rabbit, do you still think that 50 spirit crystals for this boiled fish is exorbitant? Well, it is not overly expensive, Lin Ke replied, slightly disheartened, shaking his head. His disappointment stemmed not from being unable to taste the boiled fish but from the realization that he could not even defeat a fish. This revelation weighed heavily on him. Seeing Lin Ke dejected, Huang Yunqing reminded him, you may not order boiled fish, but you can certainly choose other dishes. Fried rice and clear soup noodles are delightful options. Are they not? If you wish for something special, I highly recommend the tofu pudding. It is charmingly white and translucent. Suddenly, Huang Yunqing felt that tofu pudding and Lin Ke made quite the fitting pair. She winked at him and cheerfully suggested, as for my golden steamed buns, they are my specialty, packed with benefits. Once you have them, you need not worry about being bullied again. Lin Ke gazed at the menu hanging on the wall, momentarily lost in thought. Tofu pudding. I shall have a portion of tofu pudding. He timidly pushed 3 spirit crystals towards Huang Yunqing, keeping his head bowed, unable to meet her gaze, his ears crimson. What was there to be shy about in ordering tofu pudding? Huang Yunqing muttered to herself, accepting the 3 spirit crystals Lin Ke offered and merrily headed towards the kitchen. In truth, she was also quite curious about the tofu pudding, which was why she had strongly recommended it to Lin Ke. Beep, beep, master. Are you going to make tofu pudding? The little chef's voice suddenly chimed in her mind, infused with excitement. Huang Yunqing found the little chef's peculiar tone puzzling. Could tofu pudding really incite a dispute? Tofu pudding will certainly spark a debate, the little chef asserted confidently. Savory or sweet? That is the question. Huang Yunqing could not help but scoff dismissively, though not even mention sweet versus savory. I prefer my tofu pudding spicy. Opening the cabinet above the kitchen counter, she discovered a small bowl of yellow soybeans quietly resting inside, and she grinned. Little chef, I did not expect you to be so thoughtful to make tofu pudding. The beans must be ground, and the yellow soybeans must first be soaked in clean water, of course. The little chef replied, brimming with pride, I have already soaked the passion yellow beans. The water used for soaking is also from the ice spring spirit water. Huang Yunqing retrieved the bowl of passion yellow beans. After soaking in the icy spirit water, the beans appeared plump and gleaming, round and chubby like golden pearls, behind the large tank housing the white-scaled grass fish. A stone mill stood, its rough surface surprisingly glistening. "Little chef, what is this stone mill's origin?" "Master, this is a heavenly-grade spirit treasure, the Tai Chi stone mill," the little chef exclaimed, having already prepared the stone mill for Huang Yunqing and enthusiastically providing details. The Tai Chi stone mill contains the supreme essence of Tai Chi, capable of grinding the tofu pudding to regulate the practitioner's meridians. Huang Yunqing was astonished that such an unassuming stone mill was a legendary heavenly-grade spirit treasure, and she circled it several times in awe. "Remarkable, little chef. Tell me, which is more painful, being struck by the Tai Chi stone mill or the Qingkuan pot?" The little chef trembled at Huang Yunqing's question. "Master, the little chef believes it would be the stone mill that causes the most pain." The little chef squatted in a corner, drawing circles, feeling a sense of dread about the little kitchen's operational style veering into a terrifying unknown under Huang Yunqing's influence. The little kitchen should be a culinary sanctuary, not a den of chaos. "Ahem, master. You should hurry and make the tofu pudding. The patrons are still waiting outside." Huang Yunqing waved her hand nonchalantly. "No worries. Let Lin Rabbit wait a little longer." With his timid nature, even if he were bullied, he would not dare to seek help from Lin Taifu. He would simply hide in a corner and cry. Given Lin Rabbit's timid disposition, Huang Yunqing felt no concern that he would cause a scene. This Tai Chi stone mill is indeed a wonderful treasure. Huang Yunqing attempted to lift the Tai Chi stone mill but found it far too heavy to budge. The object felt rather cumbersome and unwieldy. Thus, Huang Yunqing relinquished the thought of employing the Tai Chi stone mill as a weapon. Instead, she found the Qingkuan pot more convenient for her purposes. With her sleeves rolled up, she finally commenced the grinding of yellow beans. The Tai Chi stone mill, despite its seemingly heavy appearance, became surprisingly light under her guidance as she ground the beans. Infused with the essence of Tai Chi, the mill glided smoothly over the fragrant yellow beans, releasing their refreshing sweetness along with hints of delicate creaminess and enchanting floral notes. The alluring aroma was irresistible. Jane Yuanbao, resting against the chair, immediately sprang up. "Miss Huang Yunqing, please serve me another bowl of tofu pudding." Although his belly was already quite full, the enticing fragrance of the beans compelled him to believe he could manage a few more bites. After indulging in the spicy, oily boiled fish, he craved something light and refreshing to soothe his stomach. Upon hearing Jin Yuanbao's call, Huang Yunqing beamed with delight. "Sure thing, Boss Jin, just a moment." She relished the presence of wealthy patrons who were generous and eager to spend, and Jin Yuanbao, with his ample funds and hearty appetite, epitomized her ideal customer. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. With the allure of wealth driving her, Huang Yunqing pushed the Tai Chi stone mill with renewed vigor. The rich aroma of the beans causing onlookers to stretch their necks in anticipation. They greedily inhaled the intoxicating scent that wafted through the air, invigorating their senses. While waiting, Lin Ke felt his throat involuntarily tighten, as if the rich bean fragrance were a mischievous sprite teasing him. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a jade-green robe entered the kitchen's small establishment, sporting a pair of small mustaches. He bore a serious expression. "Madam Boss, I would like a bowl of tofu pudding as well." Huang Yunqing glanced up and recognized him as the esteemed Hanlin scholar, Imogu, renowned in the imperial capital. Known for his stern demeanor, Imogu was famous for his exquisite paintings, which even the Emperor Tianlong praised. Legends spoke of his aloof nature, and Huang Yunqing recalled that the original owner of her body had never interacted with him. As if unable to resist the allure of culinary delights, a towering man with a robust physique squeezed into the small establishment. "Sister Huang Yunqing, prepare a bowl of tofu pudding for me too." Upon hearing his voice, Huang Yunqing realized it was Sima Zhuangzhuang, the simple-minded son of a marshal. Gifted with immense strength and martial prowess, Sima Zhuangzhuang, despite his somewhat rough appearance, was still quite young at only 20 years of age. Due to the close ties between the marshal's and general's households, he shared a decent rapport with the original owner. Though somewhat simple-minded, he had come to her defense on several occasions when she faced bullying. Huang Yunqing blinked and instructed her little black cat, "Little kitty, remember to collect the payment. Meow." The shadow cat darted out promptly, dutifully assisting Huang Yunqing in gathering the spirit crystals, appearing every bit the obedient little helper. The lazy fox, Ming Li, had quietly finished the spicy boiled fish and was now lounging next to the crystal stove. Huang Yunqing continued to grind the fragrant yellow beans, and the creamy white soy milk flowed from the Tai Chi stone mill. After being processed, the fresh soy milk appeared exceptionally fine, with even the residue looking uniform. Truly, The quality of these yellow beans was remarkable. Unable to resist the rich aroma, she inhaled deeply, filtering the soy milk and residue. While the Qian Kuan pot was already set up, with a bubbling sound, the creamy soy milk quickly came to a boil in the pot, producing enticing bubbles that hinted at its readiness. Huang Yunqing licked her lips and ladled out 2 bowls of soy milk, placing them carefully on the edge of the crystal stove while glaring fiercely at Ming Li, who was playfully wagging his foxtail. "Don't drink it all. Leave me a bowl." In defiance, Ming Li circled the 2 bowls with his tail, as if claiming territory, seemingly mocking Huang Yunqing's futile attempts to reclaim them. He even extended his tongue to taste one of the bowls, his ice-blue eyes reflecting sheer delight. The creamy essence of the yellow beans burst forth on his palate, and the warm soy milk, smooth and delicate, glided down his throat with ease. After savoring the flavors, he felt as if he had indulged in the essence of countless blossoms, with a lingering sweetness that was utterly delightful. "All right, little Ming Li, I shan't hold it against you." To create the tofu pudding, the crucial step was the addition of coagulant. Master, this is the carefully selected coagulant from the Morning Breeze Empire's Qingfeng port. Huang Yunqing took a spoonful of the amber-hued coagulant and, with a steady wrist, swirled it in the pot, evenly drenching the soy milk. Soon, fluffy, cloud-like curds began to form, delicate and soft, tempting her to touch. As the coagulant increased, the tofu pudding took shape, and Huang Yunqing swiftly extinguished the flame beneath the crystal stove. Having washed the shattered star knife several times with ice spirit spring water, she expertly sliced the tofu pudding into 4 equal portions. Selecting 4 exquisite blue and white porcelain bowls, she placed the jade-like tofu pudding within, the elegant blue floral patterns enhancing its beauty, making it resemble a finely crafted work of art. Now, a very important question. Huang Yunqing surveyed the 4 patrons in her kitchen, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Tofu pudding, do you prefer it sweet or savory?" Chapter 47. Unlocking Hidden Flavors, Spicy Tofu Pudding. Huang Yunqing did not rush to serve the tofu pudding but instead placed her palm upon the counter, awaiting her guest's choice. Since they seemed indecisive, Jin Yuanbao stepped forward to assist in sampling the flavors. With his round belly, he appeared clumsy, yet he moved with surprising agility. He reached for 1 bowl of tofu pudding and, with a hearty grin, addressed Huang Yunqing. "Miss Huang Yunqing, I just had boiled fish and now crave something sweet to change things up." After Jin Yuanbao made his selection, Huang Yunqing opened a nearby jar of azure glaze and scooped out a spoonful of glistening amber honey. With a slight flick of her wrist, she drizzled the viscous honey over the tofu pudding in the shape of a golden ingot, creating a visually stunning presentation. To enhance the sweetness, she sprinkled some fine white sugar prepared specially by her. The translucent sugar fell like delicate snowflakes upon the smooth tofu pudding, resembling a cascade of brilliant stars. "Here you are, Boss Jin. Enjoy your sweet tofu pudding." Jin Yuanbao gingerly returned to his seat, cradling the exquisitely presented bowl, fearful of damaging this masterpiece. "Come on, fatty, give it a taste." The onlookers outside urged Jin Yuanbao, practically ready to leap in and help him sample the pudding, if not for the vigilant watch of the shadow cat. They might have rushed in to snatch Jin Yuanbao's tofu pudding. Hearing the crowd's encouragement, Jin Yuanbao proudly lifted his chin and, using a blue and white porcelain spoon, scooped a piece of the tender tofu pudding. The silky tofu quivered in the spoon, releasing the refreshing sweetness of the yellow beans. "Don't rush me. If you want some, pay for your own." Never before had Jin Yuanbao received such attention from the elite. Slowly, he placed the tofu pudding in his mouth, where it melted away like the first snow of winter. The sweet flavor spread through his mouth, with the rich honey accentuating the unique floral aroma of the yellow beans. The exquisite white sugar, upon melting, seamlessly integrated into the pudding, creating a perfect harmony. Indeed, tofu pudding is best enjoyed sweet, delicate and smooth, with a rich bean flavor. Sweetness is the perfect companion for tofu pudding. Lin Kei's crimson ears twitched slightly. Upon hearing Jin Yuanbao's exclamations, he too grew curious about the sweet tofu pudding. Standing before Huang Yunqing, he opened his mouth, but she was already presenting him with a bowl of exquisite sweet tofu pudding. "Lin too, you should indulge in sweet tofu pudding. Just be yourself. You cannot emulate the image of a wealthy scion." Lin Kei, momentarily taken aback, met Huang Yunqing's encouraging gaze before quickly lowering his head. "Life is challenging. A touch of sweetness would do you good." Feeling a lump in his throat, Lin Kei cradled the bowl of sweet tofu pudding and returned to his seat. It was only then that he noticed the large rabbit, outlined with honey, grinning foolishly at him atop his bowl of tofu pudding. The delicate and soft texture, as light as a cloud, moved Lin Ke to tears. Sweet tofu pudding was truly delightful. It sweetened his very heart. Sima Zhuangzhuang approached the kitchen counter, his voice deep and resonant. Sister Huang Yunqing, bring me a bowl of savory tofu pudding. Sweet tofu pudding is only for women. Upon hearing this, Jian Yuanbao and Lin Ke's expressions darkened simultaneously. Sima Zhuangzhuang, oblivious to the tension, continued, savory tofu pudding is the way it should be. Sima Zhuangzhuang was quite the simpleton, speaking without a filter, easily offending others. Huang Yunqing gazed at Sima Zhuangzhuang's flushed face, smiling as she poured the prepared sauce over his bowl of tofu pudding. The glossy brown sauce accentuated the white, tender tofu pudding, making it even more enticing, enhanced further by a couple of drops of fragrant oil. Its aroma thick and lingering in contrast to Lin Ke's refined demeanor. Sima Zhuangzhuang's eating posture appeared rather crude as he scooped a hefty spoonful of tofu pudding into his mouth. He had expected the tofu pudding to have cooled by now, but to his surprise, it was still scalding hot, causing him to inhale sharply. Ouch, it's hot. Having no choice but to keep the tofu pudding in his mouth, the rich, savory flavor surged down his throat. Thanks to Huang Yunqing's addition of a hint of seafood sauce to the mixture, the enticing flavor highlighted the smoothness of the tofu pudding. At that moment, Sima Zhuangzhuang was caught in a dilemma. The tofu pudding was too hot, yet it was so delicious he couldn't bear to spit it out. If only he had scooped a little less. Fortunately, Sima Zhuangzhuang, with his sturdy constitution, managed to swallow the piece of tofu pudding. Feeling as though he had swallowed a small fireball, it was simply exquisite. Despite his tongue being too hot to move, he grasped his spoon and exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, indeed, savory tofu pudding is the best. Upon hearing Sima Zhuangzhuang's praise, Jian Yuanbao appeared displeased. Clearly, sweet tofu pudding was the most delicious. As Huang Yunqing observed the budding argument between Jian Yuanbao and Sima Zhuangzhuang, she couldn't help but smile. It seemed they could not escape this topic. The age-old debate over sweet versus savory tofu pudding persisted across all realms, with sweet and savory factions ever present. While Jian Yuanbao and Sima Zhuangzhuang were engrossed in their heated exchange, Gu approached Huang Yunqing with a serious expression, inquiring, is there a spicy version of this tofu pudding? Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling with delight. Truly, Gu was a learned scholar, even uncovering the hidden flavors of tofu pudding. Oh, but of course, we have spicy tofu pudding. Huang Yunqing produced a dipping sauce she had prepared earlier. In a small white porcelain dish lay a vibrant red oil, clearly containing fiery chili pieces. The method of consuming spicy tofu pudding was slightly unique. If Scholar Mo is not short on coins, perhaps you would like to order a serving of egg fried rice? Gu furrowed his brow tightly, feeling as though Huang Yunqing had ulterior motives as he observed the red oil dipping sauce she had prepared. Could it be that she intended to promote the egg fried rice alongside the spicy tofu pudding? Huang Yunqing, feeling somewhat exasperated, shrugged her shoulders. Unfortunately, this establishment did not offer rice, yet spicy tofu pudding was best enjoyed with rice for the ultimate flavor experience, of course, if Scholar Mo preferred to savor the spicy tofu pudding alone. She had no objections. Gu lifted his bowl of tofu pudding and blandly stated, bring me a bowl of egg fried rice. As long as it's delicious, I'm not concerned about the cost. Chapter 48, Side Quest, The Advent of Tofu Pudding Rice. Huang Yunqing smiled as she collected the spirit crystal Gu had given her, then adeptly prepared the egg fried rice. On a pristine, oval plate lay golden grains of egg fried rice. Gu had initially thought the rich aroma of the tofu pudding was the pinnacle of culinary delight, but the robust fragrance emanating from the plate of egg fried rice made his throat roll in anticipation. The little tufts of hair above his lips trembled slightly, but in order to maintain his serious and dignified image, he remained seated, awaiting his meal. Huang Yunqing noticed Gu sitting upright and, with a smile, placed the plate of egg fried rice before him. Scholar Mo, please enjoy. Returning to the kitchen to wash the utensils, Huang Yunqing contemplated the idea of creating a set meal that paired the egg fried rice with spicy tofu pudding. A tofu pudding rice combo. Surely that would be popular. Beep beep, the little chef's voice chimed in her mind. The master's idea is splendid. Beep beep. As a future culinary master at the top of the food chain, one must continuously innovate and devise better creative combinations. Side quest, the advent of tofu pudding rice. Whether sweet or savory tofu pudding, let them argue. However, my spicy tofu pudding must carve out its place in the spirit beast continent. Task description. Sell 30 servings of spicy tofu pudding within 7 days. Task completion. 130 Little Chef's warm reminder. It's said that spicy tofu pudding pairs splendidly with egg fried rice. Task reward, Unlock recipe. Tofu pudding rice combo. Very well, the little chef's propensity for issuing tasks at the slightest whim is a familiar pattern. With the same beloved flavors, but what exactly constitutes the tofu pudding rice combo? What would accompany it? The best partner, perhaps, would be rice itself. During the interval when the little chef issued the task, Gu had already begun to indulge in the bowl of tofu pudding before him. Compared to the melt-in-the-mouth sweet tofu pudding and the slightly bouncy savory version, Gu's bowl possessed a unique character. With his purple bamboo chopsticks, he gently picked up the translucent, jade-like tofu pudding. Under the sunlight, the piece of tofu pudding shimmered, quivering delightfully on the chopsticks. Cautiously, Gu dipped the tofu pudding into the red oil sauce and promptly placed it in his mouth. Ouch! It's hot. Although his expression remained largely unchanged, the little tufts of hair above his lips quivered incessantly. The tofu pudding melted in his mouth like clouds, while the freshly dipped red oil chili brought a fierce spiciness that rushed down his throat. The bold spiciness of the fiery chili invaded Gu's mouth, almost igniting within him an instinctive urge to breathe fire. As he contemplated exhaling, a gentle aroma of bean curd wafted through, soothing the irritation in his mouth. Gu sighed contentedly, leaning back in his chair, his expression one of genuine pleasure. The smoothness and tenderness of the tofu pudding harmonized beautifully with the fierce spiciness of the red oil, creating a delightful balance. It was akin to an exhilarating battle, a pinnacle clash between two skilled fighters, revealing the most exquisite sensory experience amid the clash of flavors, imbued with a sense of mutual admiration. Indeed, it was delicious. Gu generously praised the dish. To temper the heat in his mouth, he took a bite of the egg-fried rice. He had assumed that under the overpowering spiciness of the tofu pudding, the egg-fried rice would seem bland. However, upon tasting it, he discovered an entirely different extraordinary experience, his eyes narrowing slightly in bliss. The rice, cloaked in a golden exterior, danced vibrantly in his mouth with every bite. The rich aroma of the egg carried a faint, tingling sensation, highlighting the delicate fragrance of the spirit rice exquisitely. At that moment, a third flavor emerged, savory. The egg-fried rice enveloped the fierce duel between the two flavors like a gentle cloud, soothing the taste buds. Gu had never tasted such exquisite egg-fried rice. Even the prawn-fried rice, the best-selling dish at Jing Pavilion, paled in comparison. Indeed, savory tofu pudding was the finest. Accompanied by the red oil chili, Gu savored every last morsel of tofu pudding, leaving not a single grain of rice in the plate of egg-fried rice. Leaning back in his chair, he touched the tufts of hair above his lips. Although slightly pricier, it was undoubtedly worth every coin spent. The eggs in the fried rice came from the Cloud Thunder black-bone chicken, containing spiritual energy akin to a first-grade pill, truly a labor of love. Gu, as if struck by inspiration, pondered aloud. No wonder that chubby fellow broke through to the third-tier martial artist after eating boiled fish. Perhaps the spiritual energy in the dish rivals that of a third-grade pill? Gu cast a glance at Jin Yuanbao, stating matter-of-factly, a complete boiled fish should be comparable to the effects of a fourth-grade pill. Fourth-grade spirit beast, the white-scaled grassfish, is exceedingly difficult to capture and is rich in spiritual energy. The smile on the golden ingot's face was somewhat awkward. As for my boiled fish, it seems the proprietress has thoughtfully reduced the portion of fish for you, considering your cultivation level. What a considerate and lovely girl. Hanlon's explanation made Huang Yunqing blush slightly. At that moment, she was hiding in the kitchen, sipping soy milk. Initially, she intended to skimp on some ingredients to nourish her fox, but unexpectedly, her plan was seen through by the perceptive Hanlon. Huang Yunqing cleared her throat lightly and hurriedly left the kitchen. Yes, I am indeed such a thoughtful girl. Hanlon nodded with a smile, propping himself up on the table as he stood. However, the price was indeed a bit painful to bear. Poor me, the scholar with empty pockets. If I wish to dine at your little shop frequently, I fear I must find some additional means of livelihood. Otherwise, I will be impoverished. After Hanlon departed, the onlookers outside the chef's little shop surged in, eager to place their orders with Huang Yunqing. Since the spiritual energy in these dishes was comparable to that of medicinal pills, who would still prefer the blandness of those pills? These nobles were certainly not short on funds, madam. I'd like a portion of egg-fried rice. I want clear soup noodles, tofu pudding. I want the spicy version. Chapter 49. The shop's acrobatic performance, stacking people. Huang Yunqing never anticipated that after Hanlon's explanation, the business of the chef's little shop would flourish so dramatically. She immediately beamed with joy and called out, "Everyone, please hold on. Just hand the spirit crystals to the little kitty." In her eyes, these nobles were like walking spirit crystals. If she could sell a couple more portions of boiled fish, perhaps the lazy fox's rations for the day would be secured. As long as customers kept coming to the chef's little shop, Huang Yunqing would soon accumulate enough spirit crystals to acquire more recipes from the little chef. Once her culinary skills reached perfection, she would undoubtedly be able to slay foxes and achieve enlightenment. Huang Yunqing's serving speed was remarkable. These nobles were entranced by her unparalleled culinary artistry, praising her dishes profusely. I have never tasted such delicious egg-fried rice. I absolutely adore this clear soup noodles. Don't stop me. The spicy tofu pudding is the best. Just as the patrons of the chef's little shop were buzzing with excitement, a squad of officers clad in black armor surrounded the establishment. Everyone, stand up, quickly disperse. A young man dressed in ornate brocade, with a sharp nose and gaunt face, stepped into the chef's little shop with a sullen expression. You dare to associate with Huang Yunqing? Aren't you afraid of Prince S' wrath? This man was named Sun Xiang, the son of the financial minister of the Tianlan Empire, known as a wealthy and frivolous dandy in the imperial capital. His cultivation talent was merely average, being a third-tier martial artist. Due to his connection with Mu Nanfeng, he had managed to secure a position as a captain in the imperial city's enforcement office. Sun Xiang was adept at currying favor and opportunism, often seen in close proximity to Mu Nanfeng. Ever his sycophant, the original owner had once been completely deceived by Mu Nanfeng, largely due to Sun Xiang's machinations, making him a truly nefarious villain. Huang Yunqing crossed her arms, leaning casually against a table made of golden silk nanmu, the corners of her lips curling into a mocking smile. Oh, who do we have here? A dog raised by Mu Nanfeng? What is the matter, Sun Xiang? Has Mu Nanfeng lost face and sent a dog to annoy me instead? Despite Sun Xiang's fine attire, his pointed features still gave him a comical appearance. Huang Yunqing's words elicited laughter from the patrons of the chef's little shop. These nobles, prominent figures in the Tianlan Empire, entirely disregarded the bullying tactics of Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang, his face flushed with anger, glared at the crowd and barked, I am here on the prince's orders, to expel Huang Yunqing from the imperial capital. He brandished the decree issued by Mu Nanfeng, shaking it in front of Huang Yunqing with arrogance. Huang Yunqing, why don't you hurry up and pack your things and leave? Otherwise, I will dismantle your shabby shop. Sun Xiang expected Huang Yunqing to be intimidated, but to his surprise, she merely pulled out a chair and sat down in front of him. Smiling dismissively, Dato? You think you can actually destroy my shop? Even the patrons in the chef's little shop regarded Sun Xiang with peculiar expressions, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Those looks made Sun Xiang uncomfortable. When the prince had sent him on this mission, he had clearly stated that Huang Yunqing was a worthless waste with no cultivation. Easy to deal with. Why were the surrounding nobles looking at him like that? Enough of your nonsense, I am going to demolish your shop. Sun Xiang, now furious, called for the officers outside to charge into the little shop. The space was already limited, and the sudden influx of officers made Huang Yunqing feel slightly suffocated. Did Mu Nanfeng warn you to watch your life when he sent you here? Sun Xiang sneered, his fiery true energy swirling around him as he fixed a hard stare on Huang Yunqing. Huang Yunqing, do you really think you are still that eldest daughter of the Huang family? After leaving the Huang family, you are nothing. Even if I extended my neck for you to kill me, you probably wouldn't be able to? Huang Yunqing sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. I have never seen anyone so eager to seek death. I wonder if Sun Xiang is simply foolish or overly uninformed to be so keen on courting his demise. Huang Yunqing beckoned to the extreme shadow black cat, speaking lightly, little kitty, there's work to be done. Just don't break anything in our shop. Meow! The extreme shadow black cat darted out like an arrow, forcefully colliding with Sun Xiang and sending him crashing out of the chef's little shop, creating a deep pit in the ground. The officers from the Imperial City's enforcement office flew out like leaves, piling on top of one another in the pit. Hearing the chorus of anguished cries from outside, Huang Yunqing smiled brightly, comforting her patrons. Everyone, please take your time and enjoy your meal. There's no need to rush. This is our shop's unique acrobatic performance, stacking people. The nobles were taken aback by Huang Yunqing's ferocity, realizing she had directly crippled Sun Xiang and the others. Hearing their wails, some timid patrons hastily set down their chopsticks and awkwardly chuckled. Miss, it's getting late. I must return. Indeed, if we delay any longer, the moon will be rising. Huang Yunqing watched as the timid patrons fled, not bothering to stop them since they had already paid. Sima Zhuangzhuang also stood up from his seat, peering outside the chef's little shop with a puzzled expression on his honest face. Are these people's eyes playing tricks on them? The sun is still quite bright outside. Seeing that no one responded to him, Sima Zhuangzhuang scratched his messy hair and said in a deep voice, "The sun hasn't even set yet. Where would the moon come from?" Huang Yunqing couldn't help but smile in exasperation. Sima Zhuangzhuang, the oblivious one, was unwittingly stating the obvious. Didn't he understand what an excuse or a polite refusal was? Oh dear, it's already past noon. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Sima Zhuangzhuang dashed out, muttering in panic, oh no, the old man is definitely going to punish me. I promised to be home before noon. I am doomed. As he left the chef's little shop, he accidentally stepped on one of the officers, prompting more pitiful cries. Did I just step on something? Oh well, never mind. Sima Zhuangzhuang's robust figure quickly vanished into Yongning Alley, leaving the remaining patrons in the chef's little shop trembling in fear. Author's note: Chapter 48 has been revised. It may not have synced yet, so just omit the last 3 sentences, which will not affect the continuity of the plot. Chapter 50. You're tired, it's South time to close and rest. Everyone, is it that our dishes do not suit your palate? Huang Yunqing blinked in confusion, her smile becoming increasingly radiant, like a red rose blooming in the sunlight, beautiful and captivating, yet seemingly bristling with thorns. No, of course not. A scholar in a green robe who ordered sweet tofu pudding trembled so much that his hand shook. Spilling the tofu pudding he had just scooped? That is good to hear. Huang Yunqing twirled a strand of hair that fell between her collarbones with her finger. It would be best if you could finish all the dishes. Our little shop is a modest business and cannot afford waste. As soon as the words left her lips, the small kitchen was filled with the sounds of enthusiastic chewing, with some guests even leaving their plates impeccably clean. Even the esteemed Huang Yunqing found herself momentarily taken aback. The survival instinct of these nobility was truly formidable. Miss, we have finished our meal. May we take our leave? Upon hearing their timid inquiries, Huang Yunqing could only wave her hand in bemusement. You haven't dined and dashed, so why the anxiety? Are these dignitaries truly so timid? To be intimidated by a mere stacking of plates? Casting a glance towards the deep pit outside, she imagined the scene of those meddling officials having their limbs twisted, and found it rather pleasing to envision. Of course, it's because your dishes are simply exquisite. Miss, we savored every bite with immense gratitude. One noble exclaimed. Indeed, we have never tasted such delectable cuisine, hence our somewhat restrained demeanor. Despite the smiles plastered on their faces, the nobles were internally seething with frustration. Do you not realize how serious this is? Dining at a tavern costs coin. Here, it could cost us our lives. After departing from the small kitchen, the nobles fled from Yongning Alley as if their lives depended on it. Disappearing without a trace. 4 elderly gentlemen, weakened by age, leaned against the wall at the alley's entrance, gasping for breath. It was only upon reaching Yongning Alley that they felt a sense of relief. Discussing Huang Yunqing amongst themselves, that girl seems to have transformed completely. How innocent and delightful she was back then, and now she is quite fearsome. Indeed, I witnessed her etching marks on the prince's face back at the general's residence. It was quite gruesome. Alas, even if her culinary skills are unmatched, I dare not dine at her establishment anymore. I wish to live a few more years. The old men, known as Old May, Old Lan, Old Zhu, and Old Zhu, were esteemed scholars from the Imperial Academy of Tianlan. Their greatest passion in life was to indulge in fine food, and they had initially been lured by Huang Yunqing's culinary prowess, only to be met with such a fright within her kitchen. Regardless, they vowed never to return to her establishment, for their hearts could scarcely endure the stress. I shall return to teaching those unruly youths. Matters between the prince and Huang Yunqing are not for me to meddle in. They all agreed not to sneak back for a taste. After all, Huang Yunqing had now become a girl they could not provoke. Indeed, we, the 4 gentlemen, must not bow to mere trifles. Only the refined arts can soothe our souls. After parting ways, the 4 scholars reflected on Huang Yunqing's remarkable culinary talent. Following Sun Xiang's chaotic antics, the small kitchen became considerably quieter, with only Lin Ke and the plump Jean remaining. Although Jean was also startled by Huang Yunqing's formidable demeanor, he was pleased by her growing prowess, as it provided him with a stable ally against Mu Nanfeng. Should Mu Nanfeng ever attempt to confront him, he could swiftly seek refuge in the kitchen. This stacking of plates is truly a spectacle. Jean praised the kitchen's unique performances, his rotund face beaming with ingratiating smiles. Huang Yunqing, noticing the shadowy black cat had leaped onto the table, playfully scratched its head. What a well-behaved little cat, far superior to that lazy fox. The once content shadowy cat, upon hearing Huang Yunqing's disparaging remarks about Ming Li, quickly scurried beneath the table, unwilling to provoke her wrath. Before Huang Yunqing could react, she felt a weight in her arms. Ming Li, the heavy lazy fox, had leapt into her embrace, nonchalantly licking its paws. "You lazy fox, did you not see me attending to the guests?" Huang Yunqing nudged Ming Li, but the fox's tail ensnared her wrist, refusing to loosen its grip. "Let go of me. Making money brings me joy." Ming Li cast a glance at Jean and Lin, swishing its tail defiantly, and declared, "It is time to close." "Meow." The shadowy black cat sprang before Jean, its emerald eyes fixed upon him. Jean, feeling the weight of its gaze, quickly clutched his round belly and hurriedly exited the kitchen, having witnessed the cat's formidable prowess firsthand. "Miss Huang Yunqing, rest well. I shall return for a meal tomorrow." Lin Ke had intended to speak with Huang Yunqing, lingering until the end, but upon witnessing the cat's demeanor, he could only leave, his face flushed and his head bowed. Once all the patrons had departed, Huang Yunqing, in frustration, pinched Ming Li's ear, exclaiming, "You lazy fox. Can you not do a single good deed? The sun has yet to set. Why are you closing?" Ming Li, with its icy blue eyes, regarded her with a knowing smile, its 9 fluffy tails cascading like a waterfall. "You are too weary. It is time to rest." Huang Yunqing felt as though Ming Li were a celestial being sent to chastise her, constantly opposing her wishes. "Do not tease me. I am not tired." Ming Li's fluffy tail slithered up her leg, wrapping around her slender waist. "No, you are fatigued." Ming Li winked meaningfully at her, dragging her towards the loft. Chapter 51. "Let me taste a few bites first." "You insufferable fox!" As sunlight streamed through the skylight, Huang Yunqing sprang up, expertly slipping on her embroidered shoes and changing her attire. "I love making money. It brings me joy. No one shall stop me." That lazy fox, Ming Li, was truly a hindrance. The previous day's bustling business had been so promising, yet she had foolishly closed early. Ming Li, sprawled on the princess bed, yawned languidly, lifting its head with a lazy smile in its icy blue eyes. "Yet you seemed to enjoy yourself last night." "Silence." Huang Yunqing seized a fox plushie from the staircase and hurled it at the grinning fox. "Your body may be honest, but your words are always contradictory." Ming Li caught the plushie with its fluffy tail and placed it beside its pillow. Women are often contradictory. Huang Yunqing shot Ming Li an indignant glare, striding down the loft without a backward glance. She checked the kitchen's entrance, noting that Sun Xiang and his accomplices had vanished without a trace. Even the deep pit left by the shadowy black cat had disappeared, a testament to Mu Nanfeng's efficiency. "Quickly send someone to clean up that nonsense. Those buffoons cannot linger at my doorstep, as it affects my business." "Ding ding, good morning, master." The energetic voice of the little chef resonated in Huang Yunqing's mind, lifting her spirits considerably. The kitchen's revenue yesterday was 61 spirit crystals. What an impressive start for the newly opened kitchen. "Master is truly remarkable. The little chef can't help but applaud you." Huang Yunqing sighed, a frown gracing her features as she entered the kitchen to inventory the ingredients. "It's all that lazy fox's fault. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Earning over 60 spirit crystals daily may sound substantial, yet I fear it falls short of the main task of providing for my family." Huang Yunqing skillfully ignited the crystal stove, preparing a plate of fried rice solely for herself, with no intention of making breakfast for Ming Li. She hid in the kitchen, devouring the fried rice entirely, leaving not a single grain for the fox. "Boss lady, you truly wish to pursue me." Dressed in an elegant light blue brocade robe, Mu Songyu gracefully entered the cook's humble establishment. His dark hair tied back with a golden crown, revealing a smooth forehead. His attire subtly embodied the essence of understated luxury, adorned with cranes crafted through the delicate art of dotting with emerald green. The belt he wore was embellished with pearls the size of pigeon eggs, radiating an aura of aristocratic opulence. The rich aroma of fried rice beckoned him, a signal that stirred his senses, and he could already perceive the warmth of the proprietress's welcome. Feigning nonchalance, Mu Songyu casually brushed his temples before settling into a seat directly facing the door. He winked at Huang Yunqing, his sharp brows and bright eyes sparkling with mischief, his handsome visage adorned with a cryptic smile brimming with confidence. "What will you have?" Huang Yunqing's tone bore a hint of impatience. She was reluctant to engage too deeply with Mu Songyu. His self-absorbed demeanor ignited an impulse within her to strike him with the frying pan. Glancing at the menu hanging on the wall, Mu Songyu's eyes lit up with delight. "Why, dear proprietress, you have truly gone to great lengths to discern my preferences, even uncovering my fondness for boiled fish." Huang Yunqing was taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. How could he know what she had written down so plainly? Since she had made such an effort, he decided to order a serving of boiled fish to savor. With a flourish, Mu Sangyu produced 50 spirit crystals from his spatial ring, the audacious gesture imbued with a unique charm when accompanied by wealth. The swift black cat eagerly gathered the crystals, diligently guarding the entrance of the cook's shop. Just a moment. Huang Yunqing's temples twitched in irritation. Were it not for Mu Sangyu ordering the substantial dish of boiled fish, she would have been tempted to teach this vain fellow a lesson about the vibrant peach blossoms outside. With practiced ease, Huang Yunqing began preparing the white-scaled grass fish. Perhaps due to Ming Li's intimidation, the mischievous fish behaved themselves more than usual. The dazzling technique of the shimmering star knife danced over the fish, leaving behind a mesmerizing trail of light as the pristine fish fillets fell into a dish resembling a fish basket. The fiery chili and fragrant pepper infused the air with a pungent aroma that awakened the senses. The ancient and refined Mo Hanlin entered the cook's shop, drawn by the alluring scent of the spicy boiled fish. To his surprise, he found Mu Sangyu already there, reveling in the bold flavors. His throat involuntarily swallowed, and he took a seat beside Mu Sangyu, his serious little mustache quivering. "Proprietress, I'll have a serving of fried rice." As Huang Yunqing poured the sizzling red oil over the fish, the enticing sound whetted the appetite. Coming right up, Mo Hanlin. She placed the boiled fish before Mu Sangyu and retreated to the kitchen to prepare his fried rice. When Huang Yunqing returned with Mo Hanlin's dish, Mu Sangyu had yet to touch his chopsticks, instead admiring the culinary masterpiece before him. "I have tasted boiled fish many times, but never one as exquisite as this. The proprietress had certainly exerted herself to win my favor," he mused. Mo Hanlin, seizing the moment, swiftly grabbed a piece of fish from the red oil. "Your Highness, doesn't this boiled fish seem slightly undercooked? The flesh is so tender, it appears almost raw. You, with your esteemed status, cannot risk tasting it. Allow me to sample it first." The tender fish released an enticing aroma under the sunlight, spicy and inviting. Mo Hanlin, despite the scalding heat, stuffed the piece into his mouth, unwilling to spit it out even as he gasped for air, cheeks puffed out. The fish was indeed undercooked and utterly unappetizing. Chapter 52. "I did not expect you to be this way." Mo Hanlin, was the fish really undercooked? Mu Sangyu regarded Mo Hanlin with skepticism. The enticing scent of the boiled fish tormented his senses, and even if the fish was not fully cooked, he was eager to sample it nonetheless. He reached for his purple bamboo chopsticks, but they were swatted away by Mo Hanlin's swift hand. "Oh, Your Highness, trust me. The fish is truly undercooked." Mu Sangyu hesitated, intimidated by Mo Hanlin's serious demeanor, which rarely deceived. Yet, in the instant of his indecision, Mo Hanlin swiftly snatched another piece of fish for himself. The succulent flesh rolled delightfully on his tongue, sliding down his throat. Mo Hanlin, while visibly excited, maintained a facade of calm and seriousness. "This establishment has unique rules. The proprietress has a peculiar temperament and forbids waste. Should you leave a dish unfinished, you will be blacklisted and barred from dining here henceforth." Huang Yunqing, grinding passion fruit soybeans in the kitchen, twitched at the sound of Mo Hanlin's exaggerated claims. Scholars had a penchant for exaggeration. She had never stated such a thing. Huang Yunqing began to empathize with Lu Sun's frustrations, as absurd rumors were attached to her name. All she wished was to prevent waste. Mo Hanlin, the incorrigible rascal, was inciting trouble. "Allow me to ease your worries, Your Highness," Mo Hanlin proclaimed earnestly, though he continued to deftly snag pieces of fish. The spicy, fragrant fish paired with the refreshing fried rice was a divine combination. After devouring a generous portion of his fried rice, Mo Hanlin noticed Mu Sangyu's increasing agitation. If the fish was indeed undercooked, how could he enjoy it so? Mo Hanlin, "I believe I can taste it myself." Mu Sangyu, observing the sheen of oil on Mo Hanlin's mustache, resolutely pushed him aside. With determination, he grasped a piece of the tender fish. Skepticism lingering as he placed it in his mouth, savoring each bite. To his astonishment, the moment the fish touched his tongue, his eyes widened, he trembled with delight. The complex flavors igniting his palate, inducing a euphoric sensation that made him break into a sweat. What a delightful flavor! This is truly the pinnacle of culinary delight. Mo Hanlin, sensing trouble, swiftly seized another piece of fish while Mu Sangyu reveled in his gastronomic epiphany. "Why does this boiled fish taste so lackluster?" Mu Sangyu, eager to enlighten him, replied, "Mo Hanlin, you must savor the nuances." The proprietress selected the finest flesh from the fourth-tier spirit beast, the white-scaled grass fish, complemented by the fiery chili and fragrant pepper. The exquisite flavors are unforgettable. Mo Hanlon's mustache quivered as he relished every component, even the crispy passion fruit bean sprouts. The delightful crunch and subtle sweetness compelled him to devour his fried rice entirely. "Your Highness, do continue." Mu Songyu, preparing to demonstrate the proper way to enjoy the dish, found himself frustrated as his chopsticks failed to find any remnants of fish. The sudden realization left him flabbergasted. Not even the refreshing bean sprouts remained. Mo Hanlon, his face flushed with satisfaction, had unwittingly cleared Mu Songyu's plate. "Mo Hanlon, why did you consume my boiled fish?" Mo Hanlon frowned, quickly denying the accusation. "Your Highness, how could you so unjustly accuse me? I am bravely testing the waters for you. I truly feel that the fish in this boiled fish dish is undercooked." Mu Songyu lifted the lonely strands of passionflower bean sprouts from the fish basket and, gritting his teeth, asked, "If the fish is undercooked, how could you have eaten so much? You didn't even leave me 2 sprouts." Mo Hanlon, however, appeared unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to the situation. "I genuinely find this boiled fish unpalatable. Why not order another serving, Your Highness, the third prince?" Mu Songyu felt his heart bleed. After all the trouble of ordering this boiled fish, he had only tasted a single piece. The thought of Mo Hanlon's transformation infuriated him. How had he become this way? Wasn't he supposed to be rigid and principled? "This dish costs 50 spirit crystals." Mo Hanlon reclined comfortably in his chair, savoring the surge of vital energy within him. Filled with contentment. "Your Highness, do you seem to lack money? I am merely a humble Hanlon scholar, living a modest life, while you, Your Highness, are extravagantly wealthy." When Mu Songyu sensed that Mo Hanlon intended to continue taking advantage of him, he quickly released Mo Hanlon's hand and retreated to a corner seat, avoiding him like the plague. "I never expected you to be this kind of Mo Hanlon. If I can't confront you, I can at least evade you." After only a single bite of fish, Mu Songyu's hunger intensified, and he rubbed his grumbling stomach. "Madam, what dish here is most filling?" Hearing Mu Songyu's inquiry, Huang Yunqing's eyes lit up. "Indeed, the wealthy are truly wealthy. You've swiftly moved past the shadow of having your food stolen. The best choice is undoubtedly the golden steamed buns." Huang Yunqing enthusiastically promoted the golden steamed buns. "These buns are incredibly filling, delicious, and inexpensive. They only cost 10 spirit crystals." Chapter 53. Dazzling golden steamed buns. Little chef, the flour needed for the golden steamed buns should be different from that of the clear soup noodles, right? Before the little chef could respond, Huang Yunqing eagerly inquired, "Of course." The little chef excitedly introduced her meticulously chosen flour. "Master, the flour for the golden steamed buns is made from dawn wheat, ground from the wheat of the Dawnwind Empire." The little chef took great care while grinding the flour, even sifting it 10 times to ensure its fine quality. Huang Yunqing opened the cabinet beneath the kitchen counter and was astonished to find that the heavy flour bin was split in 2. "Little chef, is this another one of your innovations?" On the left was the bright white, fine flour for clear soup noodles, exuding a subtle glow reminiscent of moonlight. On the right was a mound of golden, fine flour for the golden steamed buns, shining like gold dust. Huang Yunqing hesitated to take out the dawn wheat flour, feeling it would be a waste to use such beautiful golden flour for cooking. "Rest assured, master, the dawn wheat flour merely resembles gold dust in color. It is not actual gold dust." After receiving the little chef's reassurance, Huang Yunqing's hesitations vanished, and she confidently took out the dawn wheat flour. Having kneaded dough many times before, Huang Yunqing skillfully mixed the flour in the porcelain bowl until it became uniform. "Master, remember to use the dragon cloud hand technique to knead the dough. This way, you won't need to let it rest and can put it directly in the steamer." Huang Yunqing was surprised to learn that the dragon cloud hand had such an effect, her delicate fingers dancing like phantoms as they patted the golden dough in the bowl. The golden dough looked opulent and inviting. She wondered about the effects of the golden steamed buns. If given the opportunity, she would love to have 2 for Ming Li to try. Huang Yunqing was still pondering the potential side effects of the golden steamed buns. If she could trick Ming Li into eating a couple, wouldn't that sly fox be at her mercy? Although it would only be for 3 short hours, the chance to regain some face was quite enticing. As Huang Yunqing kneaded the dough, she noticed a change in the water provided by the little chef. It felt gentler than before. Compared to the coldness of ice spring spirit water, this water was warmer and softer, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Little chef, is the water for kneading not ice spring spirit water?" The little chef, ever eager to answer, replied, "Of course. While ice spring spirit water is precious, it is not suitable for making golden steamed buns." The water for these buns is sourced from the Star Spring in Ginseng Valley. The ginseng from Ginseng Valley can transform from plants into spirit beasts due to the nourishment from Star Spring water. Huang Yunqing nodded, feeling that the Star Spring water provided by the little chef was indeed impressive. Due to its potent nourishing properties, the little chef advised her to strictly follow the recipe when using Star Spring water. Otherwise, it could be detrimental to your health. Huang Yunqing smirked, suspecting that the little chef had made a cheeky remark, yet lacking any evidence. Once the Star Spring water was mixed into the dough, the golden steamed buns shimmered even more brilliantly, their surfaces glistening with a crystalline quality. After shaping the dough, Huang Yunqing discovered a bamboo steamer nearly as tall as herself in the kitchen. The steamer emitted a faint aroma of bamboo leaves, and the spiritual energy flowing from it hinted at its impressive quality. Huang Yunqing placed the kneaded dough into the steamer made of purple bamboo and patiently awaited the golden steamed buns to finish steaming. It was indeed curious that the golden steamed buns were steamed rather than fried. Had she not checked the recipe beforehand, Huang Yunqing would have assumed the buns were fried to achieve their golden hue. She was pleasantly surprised to learn that steaming was sufficient. The bamboo steamer, indeed a creation of the little chef's ingenuity, soon filled the air with fragrant steam infused with the scent of bamboo leaves. The unique aroma of dawn wheat wafted through the air, exuding a rich and pure sweetness reminiscent of wheat harvested under the summer sun, untainted by any impurities. Upon catching a whiff of this pure wheat fragrance, Mu Songyu stepped outside the kitchen, eager to avoid being outdone by Mo Hanlon. Mo Hanlon, however, stroked his little mustache, showing no intention of leaving the little chef's establishment. He was truly looking forward to the taste of the golden steamed buns. Huang Yunqing estimated that the time was right and lifted the steamer lid. A brilliant golden light instantly filled her vision. Wow, these truly are golden steamed buns. Almost blinded me, Huang Yunqing murmured, squinting her golden eyes. As the steam dissipated, she carefully retrieved the golden steamed buns from the steamer, marveling at how this dish epitomized opulence. Within the purple bamboo steamer lay 5 buns the size of a baby's fist, their golden surfaces sparkling with glimmering flecks like a layer of cosmic stardust enveloping them, as if the stars in the night sky had reflected upon these buns. Here are your golden steamed buns. Mu Songyu, entranced by the sight of the 5 golden buns, completely forgot to return the steamer to the table, captivated by their allure. Madam, you truly wish to pursue me. These resplendent golden buns are a declaration of your affection. Seizing the moment while Mu Songyu was lost in thought, Mo Hanlon slyly approached and extended his chopsticks to snatch a bun. This golden steamed bun must be a mere fade. Beautiful but tasteless. Your Highness, let me taste it for you. Before Mu Songyu could react, Mo Hanlon had already popped the golden steamed bun into his mouth, savoring it with a look of bliss. As soon as the bun touched his lips, the pure, sun-kissed wheat flavor of the dawn wheat flour spread across his palate. The bun's smooth exterior had a delightful chewiness. Mo Hanlon covered his mouth as he chewed the stolen golden steamed bun, as if fearing that Mu Songyu might attempt to reclaim it. There was an enchanting quality to the golden steamed bun, compelling him to savor every bite. The sweetness of the dawn wheat emerged, reminiscent of soft cotton candy, as if he were consuming a flower. What amazed Mo Hanlon even more was that after eating the golden steamed bun, he felt invigorated and rejuvenated. This was truly extraordinary. Chapter 54. The plump one vows to defend the dignity of sweet treats. These golden steamed buns are utterly bizarre. Mo Hanlon rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling that his vision had sharpened significantly. His eyes sparkling with clarity, little did he know, he had stayed up late last night to earn some extra money. However, he spent the whole night translating and interpreting those obscure ancient texts. If it weren't for his eagerness to visit the humble eatery of the chef Huang Yunqing for a feast, he might have succumbed to sleep in his own home. The late-night study had left him with blurred vision and weary limbs. Unexpectedly, after sneaking a bite of the golden steamed bun, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Even his spirit seemed revitalized to its peak state. Mo Hanlon, savoring the taste, licked his lips in delight. Your Highness, the third prince, there is something peculiar about this golden bun. I must try a couple more to uncover its secrets. Seeing Mo Hanlon reach for the golden buns in his steamer with greedy chopsticks, Mu Songyu quickly turned to shield the precious delicacies. No need, Mo Hanlon. I shall taste my own buns. Mo Hanlon was taken aback by Mu Songyu's newfound cleverness as he whisked the steamer away, leaving him to sigh forlornly by the kitchen counter. Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, this golden bun is made from dawn flour. The sweet essence that revitalizes one's spirit must be sourced from the celestial spring waters of the Ginseng Valley. Truly a nourishing delight. Mo Hanlon thoughtfully stroked the 2 tufts of hair on his lip, adopting a serious, almost scholarly tone. But while a small indulgence brings joy, an excessive intake may prove detrimental. Your Highness, you mustn't consume too many of these golden buns. Allow me to assist you by taking a couple off your hands. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Hanlon had edged closer to Mu Songyu, but Mu Songyu, having learned from past experiences, adeptly dodged his advance. No, Mo Hanlon. I am indeed weak and must replenish myself. Mu Songyu's gaze fixed intently on Mo Hanlon as he swiftly snatched a golden bun from the steamer and stuffed it into his mouth. Observing Mu Songyu's defensive stance, even during his meal, Mo Hanlon felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. How could this foolish child suddenly become so astute? Yet soon, Mo Hanlon's attention was diverted. A rotund figure, exuding the air of a nouveau riche, swaggered into the chef's eatery, glistening in the sunlight. Jian Yuangbao was the epitome of ostentation, draped in golden satin garments that accentuated his corpulence. Resembling a plump sphere, he seemed eager to flaunt his wealth, adorned with a hefty gold chain around his neck and rings on each finger that resembled carats. Even his belt was embellished with golden beads. Upon entering, he greeted Huang Yunqing with a wide smile. Good morning, Miss Huang. Please prepare a serving of boiled fish for this fat man. And don't forget the fried rice and tofu pudding. Huang Yunqing, delighting in Jian Yuangbao's flamboyant demeanor, happily dispatched her sleek black cat to collect payment. Having already ground the passion fruit soybeans, she swiftly prepared the tofu pudding for Jian Yuangbao. The cloud-like white pudding, served in a delicate blue and white porcelain bowl, was beautifully adorned with glistening amber honey, a sight to behold. Seeing the pudding placed outside the kitchen, Jian Yuangbao hurried over to claim it. The sweet tofu pudding was his favorite treat. He scooped up a piece with his matching porcelain spoon, just as he was about to savor the silky delicacy. Jian Fatty, this sweet tofu pudding can't possibly compare to spicy tofu pudding. Mo Hanlon, having stealthily approached Jian Yuangbao, wore a serious expression. No exaggeration here. Once you taste spicy tofu pudding, you'll find all other flavors to be utterly inferior. As a devoted sweet lover, Jian Yuangbao's face reddened at Mo Hanlon's disparagement of sweet tofu pudding. Mo Hanlon, I do not appreciate your remarks about my beloved sweet tofu pudding. You have yet to try Miss Huang's version. Mo Hanlon's eyes sparkled, seizing the opportunity to sit beside Jian Yuangbao. His little mustache twitching slightly. Regardless of who makes it, sweet tofu pudding is inherently unpalatable. I may not have tasted it, but I am certain it cannot rival spicy tofu pudding. Jian Yuangbao, growing increasingly agitated, shoved the bowl of pudding toward Mo Hanlon, his face flushed with indignation. Mo Hanlon, try it now. You may insult me, but do not insult sweet tofu pudding. Mo Hanlon was taken by surprise at this sudden turn of fortune. A bowl of tofu pudding worth 3 spirit crystals was now his. Indeed, in these times, one must rely on wit to enjoy a feast. Though internally elated, he maintained an air of seriousness and caution. His expression intriguingly ambiguous. This sweet tofu pudding is what you ordered, Jian Fatty. Is it truly appropriate for me to partake? The wealthy Jian Yuangbao, now slightly irked, insisted. Mo Hanlon, if I say you should try it, then you shall. 3 spirit crystals are a trivial amount. He was resolute in defending the honor of sweet tofu pudding. Mo Hanlon's brow furrowed in a conflicted expression as he stirred the pudding with his spoon, reluctantly stating, very well. Since it is your fervent request, I shall begrudgingly sample the sweet tofu pudding. Let us hope it is not too dreadful. As Jian Yuangbao urged him to taste the pudding, he elaborated on its delightful texture. Once you try sweet tofu pudding, you will realize sweetness is the perfect companion for it. Only the sweet honey and granulated sugar can enhance the smoothness of the tofu pudding. The enchanting texture is beyond your comprehension, yet upon tasting, Mo Hanlon's furrowed brow remained unchanged, though he hastened his spoon's movements. Indeed, sweet tofu pudding was insufferably bland. The excitement of spicy tofu pudding was unparalleled. Mo Hanlon's stubbornness began to frustrate Jian Yuangbao. Could spicy tofu pudding truly be that superior? As Jian Yuangbao licked his lips, despite a flicker of curiosity towards spicy tofu pudding, he remained steadfastly loyal to his sweet preferences. How could this be? Mo Hanlon, is something amiss with your palate? When Huang Yunqing delivered the boiled fish, she caught sight of Mo Hanlon hastily consuming Jian Yuangbao's tofu pudding. She twitched her lips in amusement, feeling compelled to issue a warning about the naive rich patrons. Cough, cough, Mr. Jian. You ought to be vigilant. There is a certain scholar who has been known to indulge freely here. If you are not careful, he may devour your dishes. At first, Jane Yuangbao was taken aback. Scholar? M.O. Hanlon, could it be you who has been freeloading in this eatery? M.O. Hanlon, unperturbed by Huang Yunqing's revelation, wiped his mouth nonchalantly, retrieving a pair of purple bamboo chopsticks from the container and indignantly retorted. Indeed. Whoever this so-called scholar is, how shameless to indulge in free meals. Such a lack of dignity and decorum. Unlike myself, a scholar of integrity who would never partake in handouts. No one shall strip me of my scholarly honor. Yet as he spoke, his purple chopsticks crept towards Jane Yuangbao's plate of boiled fish, devoid of any shame. Thankfully, Jane Yuangbao was quick to seize M.O. Hanlon's wrist. It was clear that the scholar Huang Yunqing spoke of was none other than the seemingly stern M.O. Hanlon. M.O. Hanlon, did you not claim to abhor handouts? Are you not intent on preserving your scholarly dignity? Jane Yuangbao exclaimed, realizing that the words of learned individuals could hardly be trusted, caught in the act. M.O. Hanlon cleared his throat and, under Jane Yuangbao's scrutiny, proclaimed with righteous fervor, I am merely engaging in a proactive approach, acquiring this delectable fare through my own cleverness. How could this be considered a handout? Even Jane Yuangbao, who had encountered many shameless rogues, found M.O. Hanlon's audacity refreshingly unique. His gaze fell upon the empty bowl of sweet tofu pudding, and he felt as if his heart were bleeding. M.O. Hanlon, you have consumed my sweet tofu pudding. Sensing Jane Yuangbao's rising ire, M.O. Hanlon swiftly brandished the sleek black cat from the chef's eatery as a threat against the enraged Jane Yuangbao. Hey now, Jane Fatty, let us remain calm. If one were to resort to violence within the little establishment, they would undoubtedly be thrown out like a stack of plates. Those who engage in brawls are promptly placed on Miss Huang Yunqing's blacklist, rendering them unable to dine in this establishment for life. Huang Yunqing's lips twitched as she served the golden fatty's fried rice, her expression devoid of emotion as she clarified the matter. I never uttered such words. Moreover, this establishment has no policy of a blacklist. M.O. Hanlon chuckled awkwardly. These rules will come to pass eventually. Without regulations, there can be no order. Jane Yuanbao's chubby hands cracked as he clenched them. This will teach you the essence of order. However, M.O. Hanlon was as slippery as an eel, and Jane Yuangbao's actions were still a step too slow, his fist merely striking the hem of M.O. Hanlon's garment. Seizing the opportunity while Jane Yuangbao was momentarily distracted, M.O. Hanlon swiftly broke free from his grasp and fled, his speed surpassing even that of Lin Tutu. I knew the boss lady harbored feelings for me all along. After consuming the golden steamed bun, Mu Songyu radiated an aura of brilliance that was utterly captivating. The boss lady must have stepped forward to expose M.O. Hanlon's true nature out of sympathy for my plight. Yet, with such trivial favors, my dear boss lady, pursuing me will not be an easy feat. My standards are exceedingly high. While Mu Songyu rambled on, Huang Yunqing had already returned to the kitchen, preparing to knock him out with the chinkuan pot. To her surprise, as soon as she grasped the chinkuan pot, she received a system notification from the little chef. Ding! Congratulations, your affinity with Mu Songyu has reached a friendly level. You have earned a recipe scratch card. Hearing the little chef's excited voice left Huang Yunqing momentarily bewildered. How had Mu Songyu's affinity increased again? What was going on? Could it be that Mu Songyu was the mascot of the little chef's shop? In light of the reward, Huang Yunqing gently placed the chinkuan pot on the crystal stove, reminding herself that one should not bite the hand that feeds them. Today, she would spare Mu Songyu. Observing the shimmering silver scratch card in her hand, Huang Yunqing noted the difference between the recipe scratch card and the ingredient scratch card. She happened to have one of each in hand. The recipe scratch card was a delicate, refreshing silver, while the ingredient scratch card exuded a luxurious golden hue. Ahem, little chef, what exactly is this recipe scratch card? Hee, its usage is quite similar to that of the ingredient scratch card. It can randomly yield various dishes. You might want to try your luck. Huang Yunqing glanced at the tranquil little shop, noticing the sparse clientele, and thus began scratching the ingredient card. The thrill of facing the unknown was somewhat exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the ingredient, durian mango, a product of the rainbow rainforest in the spirit beast continent, known for its unique shape due to the rainforest's year-round high temperatures. The little chef kindly reminded, durian mango tastes exquisite, but it is not easily obtainable. Please handle it with care. Huang Yunqing twitched her lips. What on earth was durian mango? A hybrid of durian and mango? What a peculiar creation. Soon enough, Huang Yunqing encountered the so-called durian mango. It was an oval sphere covered in sharp spikes, resembling a durian but significantly larger. After observing it for a while, she could not discern its uniqueness and decided to inquire with the little chef. "Little chef, does the flesh inside contain both durian and mango?" The little chef's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude, leaving Huang Yunqing perplexed. "Indeed, it is a unique species from the spirit beast continent. Just be cautious while handling it." Given the little chef's warning, Huang Yunqing presumed that the durian mango must harbor some sort of trick. She momentarily ignored the oddly shaped fruit and shifted her focus to the recipe scratch card. Hoping for better fortune this time. "Please spare me from any unreliable durian mango surprises. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained the recipe. Ancient well-roasted goose." The scratch card in Huang Yunqing's hand glimmered with silver light before transforming into a menu on the wall outside the little chef's shop. Chapter 56. The mascot of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the crane feather black maned goose. To her astonishment, it was indeed the ancient well-roasted goose. Huang Yunqing was taken aback upon acquiring the recipe. As a former ghost chef well-versed in various cuisines, she was acutely aware of the renowned status of the ancient well-roasted goose, an iconic Cantonese dish. She never anticipated that the little chef had also collected this recipe. "Indeed, what you have obtained is the illustrious ancient well-roasted goose, famous for its crispy texture and succulent tenderness, leaving one craving for more." Huang Yunqing was well acquainted with the preparation of roasted goose. She glanced at the pristine white wall outside the little chef's establishment. "This ancient well-roasted goose is priced so exorbitantly? 100 spirit crystals for merely half a goose." Huang Yunqing felt as though the little chef was extorting money. Who would be foolish enough to pay such a price? Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Jan Yuangbao's voice rang out, laced with exaggerated delight. "Has Miss Huang Yunqing introduced a new dish? It happens to be my absolute favorite, roasted goose." Jan Yuangbao squinted his tiny eyes. Despite having already consumed boiled fish and fried rice, he felt he could still indulge in 2 more bites. "Miss Huang Yunqing, please serve me a whole roasted goose." Upon seeing Jin Yuangbao neatly laying out 200 spirit crystals on the table, Huang Yunqing could not help but swallow hard. It appeared that in this world, the wealthy were plentiful. She could not quite grasp the thought process of the wealthy. "Master, the ancient well-roasted goose contains a significant amount of spiritual energy. If one's cultivation is too weak, they may suffer dire consequences." Thus, the little chef had thoughtfully reduced the portion of the roasted goose. Only those with a cultivation level of 3 or higher could withstand half a goose's spiritual energy. To consume an entire goose, one must possess a cultivation level of 5 or above. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure. Huang Yunqing gazed at the pile of shimmering, multicolored spirit crystals on Jin Yuangbao's table. Feeling her heart bleed, the most painful experience in life is to behold spirit crystals before one's eyes yet be unable to grasp them. "I deeply apologize, Jin boss." Huang Yunqing forced a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. "Your cultivation level is insufficient. You may only order half a goose. Consuming a whole one would lead to your demise, for the spiritual energy within the ancient well-roasted goose is far too abundant." Jin Yuangbao was well aware of the miraculous properties of Huang Yunqing's spiritual dishes. After consuming the boiled fish, he had directly ascended to a 3rd-tier martial artist. Hearing that the roasted goose contained such ample spiritual energy, he became even more agitated, his plump body trembling with excitement. Just as he was about to agree to Huang Yunqing's proposal to order only half a goose, he suddenly caught sight of Ming Li descending from the loft. The snow-white 9-tailed fox exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, evoking a desire for reverence. It was rumored that this 9-tailed fox was a 7th-tier spirit beast. Huang Yunqing had once brought this spirit beast to the general's residence, brazenly slapping the face of the crown prince, Mu Nanfeng, and subsequently retreating with grace. Jin Yuangbao, being a shrewd businessman, understood the importance of connections and thus adorned a flattering smile. "Miss Huang Yunqing, it's perfectly fine. Please prepare a whole roasted goose. The remaining half will be for the esteemed fox." Jin Yuangbao hastily pulled out a chair, eagerly inviting Ming Li to sit. "Please, esteemed fox, have a seat. I have long admired you." Ming Li cast a disdainful glance at the fawning Jin Yuangbao, proudly flicking her fluffy tail, and gracefully made her way into the kitchen. "Oh dear, even your manner of walking is so elegant. I am truly in awe." Jin Yuangbao's flattery had reached an unparalleled level, prompting even Huang Yunqing to want to praise him for his talent. Indeed, those who become wealthy are not ordinary folk. "I am hungry." Ming Li swayed her fluffy tail and leaped onto the crystal stove, her ice blue eyes playfully fixed on Huang Yunqing. "Endure it." Huang Yunqing glared at the insufferable fox, utterly baffled by Jin Yuangbao's insistence on treating this insufferable creature to roasted goose. I can't hold back. I might eat someone. As if recalling something, a flush crept across her fair skin, and she shot a fierce glare at Ming Li, shameless lazy fox. Ming Li swayed her fluffy tail, a smirk playing on her lips as she observed Huang Yunqing, seemingly deriving amusement from her ire. Foolish dog. Huang Yunqing took a deep breath, ultimately deciding not to engage in a quarrel with the lazy fox. Ming Li, and instead focus on preparing the roasted goose. Ding ding. The little chef had already prepared the ingredients in the everlasting refrigerator, urging her master to check it out promptly. Although Huang Yunqing had acquired the everlasting refrigerator some time ago, she had never opened it before. The ingredients previously prepared by the little chef were all freshly sourced and did not require the use of the refrigerator. Filled with anticipation for something new, Huang Yunqing curiously opened the refrigerator and was immediately enveloped by a rich aroma of fine wine. The intoxicating scent caused her cheeks to flush slightly, prompting her to quickly close the refrigerator door to contain the fragrant vapor. Her tolerance for alcohol was quite low, and she certainly did not wish to make a fool of herself if she became inebriated. Little chef, weren't you supposed to prepare the ingredients for me? Why does the refrigerator smell so strongly of wine? The little chef, noticing Huang Yunqing's confusion, swiftly explained, the ancient method of deep well-roasted goose uses a specially selected fatty goose, auspicious creature raised in the spirit wine pool of the Beastmaster sect. Known as the sixth-tier spirit beast, the crane feather black Maine goose. This goose has been immersed in the spirit wine pool since childhood, allowing the aroma of the spirit wine to permeate its every pore. Realizing the esteemed nature of the crane feather black Maine goose, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. She hadn't anticipated that the ingredient for this ancient roasted goose dish would be such a prized creature from the Beastmaster sect. If the people from the Beastmaster sect discovered this, would she not attract the ire of their beast tamers? The little chef lightly coughed, saying, the Beastmaster sect is a matter you have drawn upon, and has nothing to do with me. Well, the little chef was indeed the same timid and cowardly little chef, talking big but shying away when it mattered. Fuming, Huang Yunqing opened the everlasting refrigerator and retrieved the plump, freshly slaughtered crane feather black Maine goose. It still radiated a hint of warmth, confirming that the little chef had just prepared it. Indeed, it could not be fresher. Little chef, have you prepared our roasting oven? Of course, the little chef assured, her focus unwavering when it came to preparing ingredients and tools. Huang Yunqing noticed a half-meter deep well behind the steamer, its diameter modest. If roasting the goose simultaneously, it could accommodate approximately 3 geese in the deep well, and if covered, it would go unnoticed most of the time. Little chef, are you moonlighting as a construction worker? The little chef's voice had a hint of bashfulness. Hee, my part-time job is as an ingredient procurement specialist. The tools in the kitchen change as the recipes increase. Huang Yunqing glanced into the well and saw that it was piled with dark brown wood, emanating a faint lychee fragrance. Little chef, you haven't chopped down someone's lychee tree, have you? The wood looks rather expensive. Master, this is lychee wood from the red heart lychee trees of the rainbow rainforest, and I selected wood heart that is over 3,000 years old. Huang Yunqing smirked slightly, feeling that the little chef would be better off as an ingredient merchant. Everything sounded so luxurious. Well, I can't even afford half a piece of lychee wood. Let us focus on preparing the crane feather black Maine goose. Returning to the cutting board, Huang Yunqing carefully washed the goose's insides with gently flowing, spiritually infused starlight spring water. The icy spring water was unsuitable for cleaning the goose, as it would affect the meat's texture. After washing, the goose shimmered with a faint glow, appearing far more refined than an ordinary fatty goose, truly befitting a creature of the Beastmaster sect. After cleansing the blood, she dried the surface before proceeding to stuff the goose's abdomen with the marinade. To her surprise, the marinade was primarily made from sour plums. Little chef, this sour plum marinade affect the taste of the crane feather black Maine goose? Master, the crane feather black Maine goose is a perfect blend of 3 parts lean to 7 parts fatty. The sour plum marinade will beautifully balance the richness. Moreover, these sour plums were brought back from the rainbow rainforest, possessing a unique flavor that is both sour and sweet, quite rare. So, little chef, did you plunder the rainbow rainforest? The durian mangoes from the scratch card are from there too. The lychee wood originates from the same place. And now this sour plum marinade. Is the rainbow rainforest simply overflowing with treasures? Huang Yunqing teased. Master, let us keep that a secret. Ignoring the shy little chef, Huang Yunqing meticulously filled the goose's abdomen with the sour plum marinade before swiftly seizing the goosetail needle. The unique material of the needle provided a gentle warmth, and its polished surface and patterns resembled black porcelain. With deft movements, she sealed in all the flavors within the goose. Rolling her wrists, she picked up the air gun, crucial for the roasting process. It was imperative to inflate the goose, allowing air to seep between the skin and fat, ensuring a crispy skin and tender meat. Huang Yunqing noted that this air gun was specially designed. Otherwise, it wouldn't even expand the goose's skin. As the air gradually entered, the crane feather black maned goose began to swell, transforming into a truly plump specimen. Observing its round form, she could only imagine the pampered life this goose must have led, having been raised in the spirit wine pool of the Beastmaster sect. Feasting on gourmet delicacies, this was the pinnacle of goose existence. At that moment, the water in the Qingkuan pot began to bubble vigorously. Huang Yunqing lifted the plump goose and submerged it in the boiling water. As it cooked, the rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. The miraculous abilities of the Qingkuan pot became evident, as the boiling water instantly calmed to a stillness akin to ice, stimulating the goose's skin. This method would yield an exceptionally crispy skin. The crispy skin glaze she prepared was made from maltose, which carried a refreshing sweetness reminiscent of autumn. Once the crane feather black maned goose was dried, she eagerly hung the plump bird in the deep well roasting oven. The materials for the roasting hooks were identical to the goosetail needle. After securing the goose, Huang Yunqing contemplated the deep well roasting oven, pondering that perhaps it would also yield delicious roasted meats. She considered trying her hand at making honey-glazed char siu if she acquired suitable ingredients in the future. To her surprise, the deep well roasting oven ignited spontaneously, sending up a sudden burst of flames that startled Huang Yunqing, causing her to step back. "Little chef, could you please give a warning next time you light a fire? Do you know how dangerous it is to play with fire?" Under Huang Yunqing's admonition, the little chef timidly made a small sound. Eep. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yunqing reminded herself that the little chef was still a child and chose not to hold it against her. "Ching, could you make me some golden steamed buns?" A handsome young man stood outside the kitchen, his cheeks flushed, even the tips of his ears tinged pink. "Lin Tutu? Why do you want golden steamed buns?" Lin K shyly lowered his head, his hands clenching into tight fists, and he said, slightly embarrassed, "I heard from the third prince that golden steamed buns can temporarily enhance one's physical prowess to the peak level. I'd have a duel arranged with someone later." Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. This timid Lin Tutu, had he suddenly grown a spine to actively challenge someone? "Here are 10 spirit crystals." Lin Tutu placed 10 spirit crystals on the counter before retreating to a corner seat, looking quite bashful. "Are you out of your mind?" Huang Yunqing mumbled softly but accepted the crystals, reminding herself that she was merely a chef cooking for money. Her speed in crafting the golden steamed buns was remarkable. As she skillfully placed the kneaded dough into the steamer, just as she prepared to check on the roasting goose hanging in the deep well, she was halted by Ming Li near the crystal stove. Ming Li, lazily swaying his fluffy tail, inquired, Ching, are you quite familiar with that person from earlier?" Author's note, Emma. I'm also hungry and need to grab a bite. Ha, chapter 58. I fear you may poison the roast goose. What concern is that of yours? Huang Yunqing forcefully slammed the Qingkuan pot onto the crystal stove, and the vibrant flames nearly singed Ming Li's fur. When one sleeps, it ought to be done properly. You should lie quietly. Why the curiosity? Huang Yunqing pinched Ming Li's soft yet resilient tail. She intended to pull him closer, but instead, Ming Li's tail wrapped around her waist, pulling her to the edge of the crystal stove. Sleep should be done properly. With a pressure-laden gaze from his icy blue fox eyes, Ming Li tilted his head, gazing at Huang Yunqing with the semblance of a smile. Are you inviting me? Huang Yunqing seized Ming Li's fluffy fox ears, squeezing them with earnestness as she admonished him. Little Lily, must your thoughts revolve solely around eating and sleeping? Can't you aspire for something greater? Huang Yunqing felt it imperative to properly align Ming Li's mindset, lest this lazy fox continually pester her. Little Lily, consider this. You have been reborn. What does this signify? It indicates you are destined for greatness. You possess the aura of a protagonist. You shine with brilliance. How remarkable, shouldn't you, like those other fated beings, diligently cultivate your skills and save the world? Ming Li swayed his fox tail, its soft tip brushing against Huang Yunqing's cheek, his icy blue eyes appearing somewhat aloof. Not interested. Huang Yunqing paused in astonishment, still gripping Ming Li's ears. This cunning, lazy fox was defying her expectations. Hey, little Lily, you cannot say that. Your abrupt rejection derails my thoughts. You've muddled my reasoning. Huang Yunqing gently rubbed Ming Li's fox face, earnestly advising him. You ought to say 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth. If you encounter someone you dislike, strike them fiercely, and if heaven defies me, I will tear apart the heavens. If the earth defies me, I will shatter the earth. Only then can your dominance be showcased. Ming Li's icy blue eyes glimmered with a hint of derision, and he lazily yawned. Boring. How do you know that I cannot cultivate while eating and sleeping? Suddenly, Huang Yunqing recalled a time in Evening Glow Town when she prepared drunken ribs for Luo Wanxia. Those ribs, made from the 7th-tier spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Thunder Pig, were savored by Ming Li, whose spiritual power subsequently surged to nearly that of a 7th-tier spirit beast. Though his level remained unchanged at 1st tier, he could unleash the combat prowess of a 7th-tier spirit beast. Was this mere coincidence or a testament to Ming Li's unique cultivation method? Wow! Little Lily, you are quite formidable. Huang Yunqing playfully slapped Ming Li's head. After taking advantage, she hurried to evade. Huang Yunqing's form twisted at an incredible angle, dodging the entanglement of Ming Li's tail and freeing herself. Hee, little Lily, I shall check on the roast goose. Upon reaching the deep well oven, Huang Yunqing discovered that the large, plump goose was perfectly roasted, its skin glistening with a golden brown hue. After donning protective gloves, she retrieved the roast goose, which still emanated a tantalizing sheen. Upon opening the goose's tail, she found a cavity the size of an egg, and with a specially crafted spoon, she carefully extracted the sour plum marinade from within. Her wrist remained steady, for at this moment, the goose meat was at its most tender, and any careless mishandling could mar its exquisite texture. After removing the azure sour plums, she placed them in a small celadone bowl. This fragrant plum, infused with the essence of the goose, was perfect for crafting a sauce that would evoke an insatiable craving. The star fragment knife danced in Huang Yunqing's hand, and in a swift motion, the glossy roast goose was sliced in half. She retrieved 2 celadone plates, elegantly crafted to complement the roast goose. The carved goose meat fit perfectly atop the plates, while the circular indentations at either end were designed for sauce. To enhance the crisp, tender texture of the goose meat, Huang Yunqing brushed a thin layer of amber honey over the skin, rendering it irresistibly smooth and glossy. This sight is simply mouth-watering. The azure sour plums required minimal preparation to transform into a fragrant sauce, which Huang Yunqing poured into the indentations of the plates. Little kitty, remember to come to the kitchen for roast goose later. While Huang Yunqing was bonding with the shadow cat, she glanced back at the lazy fox, Ming Li, noting the stark contrast between them as spirit beasts. Fortunately, she had already severed the goose wings and feet, which could be fed to the little kitty, as it was the most obedient. Finally done. The plump man's saliva nearly flooded the small shop. Before Huang Yunqing could serve the roast goose, Jian Yuanbao hurriedly approached the counter, eagerly lifting the plate of roast goose. Fox brother, please do not stand on ceremony with the plump one. Ming Li yawned lazily, showing no inclination to acknowledge Jian Yuanbao. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the plate of roast goose, never wavering. Sensing the chilling intensity of Ming Li's stare, Huang Yunqing, in annoyance, presented the plate of roast goose before him. Eat, and may you choke on it. As Huang Yunqing turned to leave, Ming Li's agile tail wrapped around her wrist. In her astonished gaze, Ming Li extended a paw, lifting a piece of roast goose meat to Huang Yunqing's lips. You eat. Huang Yunqing's golden eyes widened slightly, surprised that this lazy fox would allow her to taste the roast goose first. This was a luxurious delicacy costing 100 spirit crystals for just half a goose. Each bite shimmered with the brilliance of spirit crystals. Crunch. Huang Yunqing bit into the piece of roast goose, feeling a stir of emotion. It seemed that this lazy fox was not entirely devoid of warmth. Little Lily, you indeed possess some conscience. Just as Huang Yunqing was overwhelmed with sentiment, Ming Li wrapped the plate of roast goose within his tail. I fear you may poison the roast goose, stinky fox. Go to the netherworld. Chapter 59. Sour plum sauce and roast goose are a match made in heaven. Jian Yuanbao returned to his seat with the plate of roast goose, observing the playful banter between the fox and the girl in the kitchen, feeling quite pleased with himself. Indeed, I possess discerning eyes. I can only leave a good impression in front of the fox brother. What does a mere 100 spirit crystals matter? Is my life not more valuable? Jian Yuanbao cheerfully picked up a piece of roast goose, its honey-glazed surface gleaming in the sunlight. Due to the star spring water, it sparkled with tiny flecks of starlight, instantly whetting his appetite. Crunch, crunched, as Jian Yuanbao savored a piece of roast goose. The crisp skin crackled delightfully, causing his green bean-like eyes to widen. The first flavor to dance upon his tongue was an irresistible sweetness. The honey coating tantalizingly present, with a gentle bite, he tore through the crisp, sweet exterior, releasing the fragrant notes of the azure sour plums within. The roast goose was perfectly cooked, allowing the refreshing sourness of the plums to permeate every inch of the meat, making the skin even crisper. The most enchanting aspect of the crane feather black Maine goose was not merely its sweet, crispy skin but the layer of luscious subcutaneous fat. Jane Yuanbao had expected the fat to be greasy. Yet this layer, infused with the aroma of sour plums, melted in his mouth, leaving traces of lingering wine fragrance. This goose meat was extraordinary. After marveling at the flavor, Jane Yuanbao quickly shut his mouth, fearing that speaking would disperse the delightful aroma of the roast goose. The lean meat of the crane feather black Maine goose also possessed unique characteristics, with the refreshing fragrance of the azure sour plums harmonizing beautifully with the goose's rich wine notes. It was an exquisite delight. What is this flavor that is so enticing? An old man with a concealed face inhaled the aroma of the roast goose, then followed the scent to Jin Yuanbao's adjacent table. As Huang Girl quickly developed a new dish, upon feeling the old man's burning gaze, Jane Yuanbao instinctively shielded the roast goose in front of him, wary of falling into another trap. Dear in-law, if you wish to eat, go buy it yourself. 200 spirit crystals for a roasted goose. Delicious yet affordable. Jan Yuanbao's beady green eyes were certainly not idle. Every diner in the chef's humble establishment needed to be wary, particularly individuals like Mo Hanlon. Hiss, 200 spirit crystals for a single roasted goose. Even if I sold the old man, I couldn't afford that. The masked old man sighed but did not immediately order. Instead, he gazed enviously at Jane Yuanbao. Curse those wealthy folk. Jane Yuanbao paid no heed to the old man's longing gaze. As a tycoon, he must endure the envious stares of others at all times. It seemed he had forgotten to dip into the sour plum sauce. Jan Yuanbao mumbled, his attention shifting to the sauce. The crushed green plums shone with an enticing amber hue. Huang Yunqing had not entirely pulverized the green plums, leaving some fruit pulp that resembled beautiful osmanthus flowers suspended in the sauce. Jan Yuanbao picked up another piece of roasted goose, dipping it lightly into the recess of the celadon plate. Savoring the two dips in the sour plum sauce, the golden brown skin, against the backdrop of the amber sauce, appeared even more appetizing. The succulent sheen was simply delightful. Jan Yuanbao was a carnivore at heart. He believed that the human cultivators of the spirit beast continent had painstakingly driven the mountain-dwelling spirit beasts into the forests solely to relish meat. Thus, his favorite orders at the chef's establishment were always meat dishes. This roasted goose had successfully usurped the position of boiled fish, becoming Jin Yuanbao's beloved dish. He felt an overwhelming urge to stand on Longting Street and proclaim to the heavens, "I love roasted goose." The moment the goose meat enveloped in sour plum sauce touched his palate, it ignited his taste buds, prompting a flood of saliva. The aroma of wine within the goose meat erupted at that instant, crashing against Jin Yuanbao's senses like a symphonic crescendo. First came the stimulating sourness of the green plum, followed by the sweet nectar brewed by the six-winged bee king. Next was the deep, layered aroma of the goose meat, culminating in the savory notes of the braising sauce. It was simply perfection. Jane Yuanbao could not resist this pinnacle of meatiness, as if he were reveling in the spirit wine pool of the 10,000 beast sect. Surrounding him were plump, black-feathered geese, their ethereal energy casting a celestial aura that left him feeling weightless. Just as Jin Yuanbao was lost in his delight, the masked old man at the adjacent table suddenly slammed his hand on the table, swallowing hard as he exclaimed, "I can't take it anymore. Old man here can't hold back. Huang Girl, make me half a goose." Before his words could settle, another masked old man stealthily entered the chef's establishment, as if fearing discovery. "Huang Girl, quietly prepare me a bowl of fried rice. Do it swiftly and handsomely, and whatever you do, don't let anyone see." Huang Yunqing licked the corner of her mouth, where the sour plum sauce lingered, instructing the shadow cat to collect payment, for the rules of the chef's establishment dictated that one must pay before indulging in the meal. "Old Lawn, don't order fried rice." The masked old man, adorned with a plum blossom hairpin, interjected, "Let us split half a roast goose. The aroma is simply irresistible." Upon entering, Old Lawn, catching the scent, noticed the figure of Old May at Jin Yuanbao's adjacent table, his eyes widening in surprise. "Old May, why have you quietly come to Huang Girl's shop?" Old Lawn tore off the black cloth from his face, sitting beside Old May, anger boiling as he tugged at old May's face cover. Well, well, did you not say you would rather starve than dine at Huang Girl's shop? Old May pointed to the wall adorned with the menu in the chef's establishment, speaking in an almost beguiling tone. Old Lon? Listen to me, Huang Girl has introduced new dishes. Do you not smell the aroma? It is the ancient, deep well-roasted goose. Let us split half. Jin Yuanbao, sensing the longing gazes of Old May and Old Lon as he picked up the last piece of goose on his plate, quickly turned away. These old codgers must be up to no good. Old May and Old Lon, you wish to have it all to yourselves. Just then, another masked old man entered the chef's establishment, his hair loosely tied with bamboo. Who else could it be but Old Jew? Sharing is caring. Old Jew, like a cat scenting fish, stealthily entered the chef's establishment, stubbornly refusing to remove his face cover. From afar, he caught the enticing aroma of roasted goose. Let us jointly order a whole roasted goose to savor. Huang Yunqing cast a glance at these four old men, resembling thieves, and could not help but smirk as she brought out the golden steamed buns that Lin Ke had been eagerly awaiting. Lin Rabbit, do not indulge too much in those golden buns. They are highly nourishing for the body, but for you, it may be a bit too much. Chapter 60. Highly nourishing for the body? Returning to the west, Lin Ke gazed at the steaming basket of small buns before him, unable to resist swallowing hard. These golden buns were indeed a sight to behold. Inside the purple bamboo steamer lay 5 sparkling golden buns, their skin shimmering like stars. Could these be the buns that temporarily enhance one's physical prowess? Huang Yunqing's words piqued Lin Ke's curiosity. Ching, what does highly nourishing for the body mean? Are these buns similar to bloodleaf angelica? Bloodleaf angelica is a renowned spiritual herb on the spirit beast continent, said to grow in the Ginseng Valley, overseen by many sentient ginseng plants. Huang Yunqing, noticing Lin Ke's persistent naivety, sighed softly and replied, Lin Rabbit, can't you think a bit? Highly nourishing for the body is, of course, literal. Highly nourishing for the body. Returning to the west, Huang Yunqing had personally experienced the potency of the golden buns, nearly leading her to stumble into the clutches of the brothel's madam. Lin Ke, startled like a frightened rabbit, leaped to his feet, suddenly wary of the exquisite buns. Hesitation flickered in his eyes as he contemplated whether to take the basket of golden buns with him. However, a brazen voice from outside the chef's establishment cut off all avenues of retreat for Lin Ke, compelling him to choose those golden buns. Lin Rabbit, do you not seek Huang Yunqing's identity jade token? If you defeat me, you can help Huang Yunqing reclaim it. A man clad in a silver brocade robe, embroidered with flames on the cuffs and collar, stepped into the chef's establishment. Upon seeing him, Huang Yunqing narrowed her eyes slightly, her golden phoenix gaze exuding a faint pressure. Huang Jie, do you wish to cause a ruckus in my humble establishment? Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's voice, Huang Jie's arrogant demeanor abruptly shifted, and he began to flatter her, bowing and scraping. Oh, is that not the young lady herself? Even if I, Huang Jie, had the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, I would not dare to trouble the young lady. For who is unaware of the 7th grade spirit beast by her side? Yesterday, under the prince's orders, the head of the royal city's constabulary, Sun Xiang, personally tested Huang Yunqing's abilities. However, Huang Yunqing did not even lift a finger, and Sun Xiang was thrown out of the chef's establishment like a stack of pancakes by the shadow cat, a truly pitiful sight. Though Sun Xiang was not particularly handsome, he was a bona fide 3rd-grade martial artist. Sun Xiang and the officials of the royal city's constabulary were stacked up by Huang Yunqing with ruthless methods. Huang Jie could not afford to provoke her. After all, despite bearing the name of the general's family, he was merely a low-tier branch of the Huang clan, a fraud in the imperial capital. After years of cultivation, he had barely reached the 2nd-grade martial artist level, more than capable of bullying weaklings like Lin Rabbit. A schemer who thrived on opportunism, yet when faced with Huang Yunqing, he could only kneel and beg for mercy. Huang Yunqing, impatiently glancing at the sycophantic Huang Jie, commanded the shadow cat, Little kitty, throw him out for me. Let his bones be crushed and laid at the entrance like a carpet. Just looking at his disgusting smile irritates me. Huang Jie's smile froze on his face. Was his smile truly that repulsive? What kind of reasoning was that? After wandering through the sunset forest, had Huang Yunqing found a reason for discipline so refreshingly unique? Meow. The shadow cat's cry sent shivers down Huang Jie's spine. With trembling legs, he immediately kneeled before Huang Yunqing. Young lady, I am far too ugly. I would mar the carpet's appearance. You are magnanimous. Let me off the hook. The shadow cat did not relent despite Huang Jie's pleas for mercy. Just as its sharp claws were about to pierce through his heart, it suddenly halted, returning. The figure of Ming Li had appeared beside Huang Yunqing, his ice-blue fox eyes reflecting an indifference towards the world. Despite his leisurely strides, an unmistakable sense of oppression rendered the patrons of the cook's humble establishment momentarily breathless. "What do you mean, you filthy fox?" Huang Yunqing swiftly grasped Ming Li's fox tail. Her eyes ablaze with fury, he did not cause a ruckus. Ming Li shook his fur, and with a flick of his agile tail, he freed himself from Huang Yunqing's grip. Moreover, this was a personal dispute. Ming Li gracefully leapt onto the table made of golden nanmu wood, his 9 tails unfurling like white silk, presenting an elegant fan-like display. He gazed at Huang Yunqing, his ice-blue fox eyes emanating a palpable pressure. "You shall not interfere." Huang Yunqing pursed her lips, her expression a tangle of emotions. What was this wretched fox up to? Did he intend to use Huang Jie's hand to eliminate Lin Tutu? "Lin Tutu and I are merely ordinary friends." Huang Yunqing was uncertain if this insufferable fox was indeed jealous, but the cold, indifferent gaze sent shivers down her spine. The ice-blue fox insignia on her forehead prickled slightly. "Do ordinary friends dare to call you Qingqing?" Huang Yunqing shot a glare at Ming Li, realizing that the fox was indeed feeling possessive. She yanked at Ming Li's ears, rubbing them vigorously. "All my friends call me that. And in the Tianlan Empire, the only ones I can consider friends are Tai Handan and Lin Tutu. Sima Zhuangzhuang and Lin Ke were nothing but a joke in the capital, ridiculed as the shame of the noble circle. Sima Zhuangzhuang was a simpleton, and Lin Ke was a timid, cowardly soul. Huang Yunqing, inheriting the body and memories of the original owner, did not wish to witness Lin Tutu being harmed by Huang Jie. Furthermore, Lin Tutu sought to seize her identity jade token. Although that token held little value for her, it was nonetheless a gesture of friendship from Lin Tutu. Ming Li regarded Huang Yunqing with a knowing smirk, his gaze penetrating her very essence, sending a shiver down her spine. "You are you, and she is she." Huang Yunqing understood Ming Li's implication. He meant to convey that the original owner's friends held no connection to her, for they were entirely different souls now. Ming Li's fluffy tail wrapped around Huang Yunqing's wrist, and he gestured towards a chair at the table, stating coolly, "Sit down." "What are you doing, Xiaolizi? I still have to go to the kitchen." Huang Yunqing tested the limits of Ming Li's patience, desperately resisting yielding to the lazy fox. "Sit." Ming Li's tone bore an edge of impatience, causing the previously boisterous Huang Yunqing to wilt. She reluctantly settled beside Ming Li, her fingers entwining with the icy blue fur at the tip of his tail. Though the sensation was oddly pleasant, Huang Yunqing yearned to break free from this furry constraint. After all, she aspired to ascend as a renowned cook in the spirit beast continent. Being tethered to this indolent fox was beneath her dignity. "Are you upset?" Upon hearing Ming Li's inquiry, Huang Yunqing forced a smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh, how could I dare to anger you? Esteemed one, you could crush me in an instant." Ming Li narrowed his eyes, a flicker of lethal intent sparking within his ice-blue gaze, making Huang Yunqing swallow hard. "Do you truly wish to die?" Her heart skipped a beat. Under Ming Li's cold, indifferent scrutiny, she could not discern whether he jested or was genuinely threatening her. After all, the mind of a fox was inscrutable. She lamented her ill fortune in traversing into this world, having attracted the ire of such a formidable fox. Huang Yunqing dared not further provoke Ming Li, donning a sheepish smile as she playfully tugged at his ears. "Though, Xiaolizi, if you like me, just say so. With our close relationship, why act so hostile? What if we scare the customers away?" Perhaps sensing her capitulation, the murderous glint in Ming Li's eyes faded, leaving Huang Yunqing with an unreal sensation. Had this insufferable fox genuinely harbored murderous intent toward her? Or was he merely overly possessive? While she pondered Ming Li's character, he cast a glance at the shivering patrons in the cook's shop, his ice-blue eyes reflecting a hint of detachment. There is no escape. The perceptive black cat, Extreme Shadow, darted to the entrance of the cook's establishment, its sharp gaze fixed on the door, claws poised threateningly, exuding an air of menace that warned anyone attempting to flee. Noticing Huang Yunqing's compliance, the frost in Ming Li's gaze softened slightly, though his words still dripped with sarcasm. "That oaf did not call you Qingqing." All right, all right." Huang Yunqing was taken aback that Ming Li still brooded over this matter. She felt exasperated, rubbing her temples. Had this fox been marinated in jealousy? Was his jealousy so profound that he became dazed? "Esteemed one, can I not let Lin Tutu call me Qingqing?" Under Ming Li's unwavering pressure, Huang Yunqing had no choice but to relent. After all, this lazy fox was merciless, often threatening her with death. while she was but a pitiful, weak little cook. Ming Li nodded in satisfaction, leaping into Huang Yunqing's embrace. Arrogantly commanding, "No one else is allowed." Huang Yunqing forced a smile, her expression a grimace as she contemplated the fox's overwhelming possessiveness. Yet, beneath the weight of his gaze, she could only submit, for she was no match for Ming Li. "Fine. No one else can call me that. Only you can." Ming Li's whiskers twitched slightly as he settled lazily in her arms, casually stating, "You must always remember your identity." Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes, continuing to feign compliance. Yes, you are the mightiest. I must always remember my identity." Yes, she gazed at the golden sunshine outside the cook's shop. She felt engulfed in darkness under Ming Li's shadow. "I will do my utmost to avoid toppling your jealousy, but if you insist on being jealous, and it becomes uncontrollable." Before she could finish her declaration, Ming Li interrupted. "Shut up. You are the true." Huang Yunqing's eyes flickered. Was Ming Li about to confess something heartfelt? Was happiness arriving too abruptly? As she lowered her head in confusion, she found herself ensnared in Ming Li's deep, oceanic blue gaze. Undeniably, his eyes were captivating. In her past life as a mercenary, she had encountered a myriad of people, yet had never seen such exquisite eyes. Within the ice-blue irises danced crystalline patterns, perfect from every angle. Perhaps Ming Li's domineering possessiveness was not entirely unwelcome. At the very least, with him backing her, she could freely bully others. Even if the sky were to fall, she would have Ming Li to support her. "Oh dear, Xiaolizi, could you not be a tad more composed?" Huang Yunqing murmured, feeling shy. "We could save these heartfelt confessions for a private setting. Saying them here makes me quite embarrassed." Ming Li's beautiful fox eyes sparkled with unrestrained amusement, tinged with teasing and mockery. "You are the true, foolish dog." Huang Yunqing's embarrassment froze on her face. "Farewell, you wretched fox. There is no love between us." She sprang to her feet, casting the curled-up fox onto the floor in a huff. Storming back to the kitchen, this insufferable fox was truly unbearable. He must have emerged from a planet where insults were the norm. As Huang Yunqing returned to the kitchen, the four masked old men, who had long been salivating over the roast goose, cautiously placed their order. "Huang girl, please prepare a roast goose for us old fellows." Upon seeing the spirit crystals gathered by Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, the anger that had been provoked by Ming Li began to dissipate within her. No matter how furious one might be, one could not afford to disregard money. "Just a moment, I will prepare the roast goose for you." After all, it was 200 spirit crystals. When working, personal feelings must not interfere. She was merely an emotionless chef. Once the little chef's shop closed for the day, she would slowly deal with that arrogant, detestable fox. She would hang his tail up and give him a taste of the whip. "Miss, may I leave now?" Huang Jie, still kneeling in the little chef's shop, looked mournfully at Huang Yunqing, feeling forgotten in the midst of it all, as merely a handsome extra. Did he have to lose face? Get lost, get lost. Huang Yunqing waved her hand impatiently, still preoccupied with handling the delicate Huizhong goose, which required her full concentration. If anyone wanted to fight, they could take it outside. If any of the shop's items were damaged, they could expect to be tossed out at the entrance of the Crystal Pavilion. Huang Yunqing had given it careful thought. Huang Jie was indeed too ugly to serve as a doormat at the little chef's shop. It would be far more disgusting than simply letting him lie at the entrance of the Crystal Pavilion. Huang Jie shivered and quickly got to his feet, gingerly stepping over the threshold of the little chef's shop. Once outside, the arrogance that had been extinguished within him reignited, and he pointed at Lin Ke, shouting, "Lin Rabbit, are you still a man? If you have the guts, come out and fight me fair and square instead of hiding in the lady's shop seeking refuge." Lin Ke, clutching a basket of golden buns, stood up with a flushed face, his teeth slightly chattering as he stepped forward. "Huang Jie, if I win against you." Huang Jie impatiently interrupted Lin Ke, raising the jade token that glimmered in the sunlight. "If you defeat me, this identity token of the Huang family will belong to you, granting the lady her family's status once more." Huang Yunqing, having just hung the perfectly prepared roast goose in the deep well oven, furrowed her brow upon hearing Huang Jie's words. Was Lin Ke trying to help her reclaim her identity as a member of the Huang family by challenging Huang Jie? "Lin Rabbit, that identity token is of no use to me." Lin Ke seemed to erupt like a small universe, pure white spiritual energy swirling around him, albeit weakly but with unwavering determination. "Whether it's useful to you is your business. Whether I can help you reclaim it is mine. Ching, this is what I owe you." Ming Li approached Huang Yunqing gracefully, his foxtail swaying elegantly, a hint of warning in his eyes. Huang Yunqing licked her lips and muttered softly, "What a petty fox. Lin Rabbit, you needn't call me Ching Ching anymore. Given our relationship, just call me Sister Huang, and I shall protect you." In her days within the mercenary world, her acquaintances would refer to her as Sister Huang, a title she cherished dearly. Huang Yunqing turned to glance at Ming Li, who was feigning sleep at the kitchen counter, and shrugged her shoulders helplessly, her eyes clouded with melancholy. Upon noticing the sorrow in her gaze, Ming Li's ice-blue eyes sparkled mischievously. "What's wrong? Is Lin Rabbit's plight causing you distress?" Huang Yunqing reached out and playfully tugged at Ming Li's side, worry etched on her face. "Little Li, you should keep your distance from my kitchen. I fear you might shed fur." Ming Li paused momentarily, realizing Huang Yunqing was teasing him upon seeing her audacious grin. "Do you not realize whether I shed fur?" His slightly ambiguous tone made Huang Yunqing's cheeks flush crimson as she slammed the star fragment knife onto the cutting board. Even though the fur on Ming Li was quite long, that lazy fox certainly wouldn't shed. Don't ask her how she knew. She definitely hadn't found a single strand of fox fur on the princess's bed. However, her own hair? It fell out by the handful every day. How infuriating. All right, you don't shed fur. You're impressive." Huang Yunqing shook the cloth in her hand, contemplating letting Ming Li revel in his arrogance for a while before preparing golden buns for him later, allowing him to taste the flavor of being at someone else's mercy. Observing Huang Yunqing's anger, Ming Li sauntered closer to her, a sly smile on his lips. "Aren't you worried about Lin Rabbit?" Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes at Ming Li, replying curtly, "Lin Rabbit's moon worship rabbit is rather special. Though Lin K's moon worship rabbit is only first tier, I have a strong feeling that Hefty Rabbit possesses immense potential. With proper training, it might become Lin K's secret weapon. Do you have faith in him?" Ming Li's murderous intent surged once more, prompting Huang Yunqing to hastily set down the cloth in her hand. This wretched fox only knew how to intimidate. "Not at all. I have confidence in my golden buns. They are the kind that can enhance one's strength." He held the golden buns she had made, assuring her he would not lose. Huang Yunqing suddenly recalled something important, her expression shifting to one of ingratiating delight. "Hey, little Li, would you like to try my golden buns? They're a dish worth 10 spirit crystals. And I'm treating you." Ming Li cast a scrutinizing glance at the ingratiating smile on Huang Yunqing's face. The golden buns, which he had been thinking about incessantly, now made him slightly wary. No good deed goes unpunished. He resolutely declined. "I don't want any." Fearing that a fight might affect the little chef's shop, Huang Jie deliberately led Lin Ke a few steps down Yongning Alley, coaxing him out. "Lin Rabbit, summon your foolish rabbit." He was eager to return for lunch. Huang Jie paid no heed to Lin Ke, only wishing to swiftly defeat the timid Lin Rabbit and escape the clutches of Huang Yunqing. The merciless young lady who had fled the Huang family, it was far safer to finish the battle and flee. His face reddened, his true energy coursing through his veins, muscles rippling with strength. "Come on, Lin Rabbit. I can't keep dragging this out." As Huang Jie took his stance in Yongning Alley, he cast furtive glances back at the little chef's shop, wary of Huang Yunqing's potential intervention. "Rabbit, help me!" Lin Ke, his hands clenched tightly, trembled nervously, instinctively wanting to flee, but the basket of sweet-smelling golden buns in his arms bolstered his confidence. The third prince had said these buns could elevate his physical prowess to its peak, making defeating Huang Jie seem like an achievable feat. A radiant array flickered before Lin Ke's eyes, from which emerged a large, rotund rabbit. "Huang Jie, that identity token you hold, I shall claim it," he gritted his teeth, trembling yet resolute, refusing to back down. Lin Ke bent down to pat the moon worship rabbit's head, stuffing 2 golden buns into its mouth. He poured all his spiritual energy into the rabbit, earnestly imploring, "I'm counting on you, rabbit. Go fight and show Huang Jie your strength." Huang Jie, brimming with pride, vigorously swung his fists. This was a martial technique he had painstakingly acquired from his family, the explosive flame fist, a mid-tier yellow-grade skill. When executed to its fullest, the flames enveloping his fists could incinerate all in their path, with enough force to shatter mountains and city walls. Yet, Huang Jie was merely a second-tier warrior, capable only of channeling his true energy through his body's meridians to faintly exhibit the characteristics of the explosive flame fist. To fully unleash its ferocious power, one had to attain the status of a third-tier martial master. Nevertheless, even this incomplete form of the explosive flame fist, when unleashed upon the moonlight rabbit, caused the plump creature to wail in agony. Suddenly, the air in Yongning Alley was filled with the tantalizing aroma of charred flesh. The rich scent of roasted rabbit wafting through the AI or IT seemed Lin Rabbit was on the verge of being overcooked. Ming Li stealthily approached Huang Yunqing, squatting beside the crystal stove with a glint of schadenfreude in her striking ice-blue eyes. Huang Yunqing, slightly intoxicated by the fragrant air, lifted Ming Li's fluffy fox face and remarked with a smirk, "Little Li, I must admit, I do hope that fat rabbit meets its end. Then I shall have fresh ingredients at my disposal." This aroma reminded her of the days spent in Rong City, where 5-spice rabbit heads, spicy rabbit bites, dry pot rabbit, tangled rabbit, and roasted rabbit were all delights. It was said that no rabbit ever left Sichuan province alive. A peculiar glint flashed in Ming Li's ice-blue eyes. Originally, she intended to provoke Huang Yunqing by leveraging the rabbit's demise, but to her surprise, Huang Yunqing not only remained unfazed but was eager to consume it. Was this woman solely preoccupied with culinary creations? Rabbit meat, often referred to as the meat of 100 flavors, would surely yield exquisite dishes in my hands. The scent of roasted rabbit from the little chef's shop ignited Huang Yunqing's appetite. Prompting her to inquire, "Little chef, do you have any fresh rabbits? Perhaps you could bring out a couple for me to inspect. We might discover a new dish that becomes all the rage." The little chef's voice carried a hint of distress. "Master, I am not a magical bag of treasures. I can only provide ingredients from the recipes I possess. If the master sought other ingredients, they could be obtained either through ingredient scratch cards or ingredient dungeons." Huang Yunqing had encountered ingredient scratch cards twice. It seemed that by improving someone's favorability to a certain extent, one could acquire such props. The two ingredients she had obtained from scratch cards were the devilishly spicy pepper and the durian mango. Although the quality of these ingredients was commendable, the process was rife with uncertainty. Who could say what would emerge from such scratch cards? If by chance she revealed a 9th-tier spirit beast, the entire little chef's shop might be reduced to rubble. Huang Yunqing's eyes twitched. She felt it prudent to minimize her use of the scratch cards, yet she remained intrigued by the ingredient dungeons. "Little chef, what can you tell me about these ingredient dungeons?" Did I just mention ingredient dungeons?" The little chef, perhaps sensing her slip, feigned ignorance to divert attention. However, Huang Yunqing saw through her ruse and calmly insisted, "Little chef, disclose the details about the ingredient dungeons. Otherwise, I shall have Ming Li drag you out and toss you away. And then we shall see where you find a host as benevolent as I." Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's threat, the little chef's voice trembled. "Master, you are too cruel. According to regulations, I cannot reveal information about ingredient dungeons prematurely. Lest I face penalties." The little chef lamented her plight. After wandering the endless void for years, she had finally found a host who met all the criteria. Yet this host continually threatened her with the powerful demon lord she had helped procure. It was truly a case of shooting oneself in the foot. She was merely a pitiful, weak, and helpless little chef system. Why must life be so difficult for a child like her? Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow slightly. The little chef's cries sounded genuine. Reluctantly, she decided to put aside her curiosity about the ingredient dungeons. "Ahem, little chef, please stop crying. You needn't divulge any secrets. Just tell me how to unlock the ingredient dungeons. That shouldn't result in any punishment, right?" The little chef's demeanor brightened, and she replied with a smile, "Hee. I knew the master was the one who cared for me the most. To unlock the ingredient dungeons, simply complete the main quest of the little chef's shop. Do your best." Huang Yunqing glanced down at Ming Li, who was dozing by the crystal stove, and sighed softly. "The road ahead is long and arduous. Yet I shall strive to nurture this fox." Completing the main quest to secure a livelihood seemed daunting, especially considering how much this lazy fox consumed. The delightful sounds of roasted goose emerged from the deep well oven, snapping her back to reality, and she swiftly retrieved the roasted goose as she presented the dish. For animated old men had already been waiting with bated breath. This is the ancient method of deep well roasted goose. Let it be known, each person shall receive but a quarter. Anyone who dares to snatch the goose shall face dire consequences. The old men began their culinary performance, initially sitting amicably together, savoring the roasted goose. However, as the portions dwindled, it quickly devolved into a fierce competition among them, creating quite the chaotic scene. Taking advantage of the commotion, Huang Yunqing stepped outside the little chef's shop to glimpse the ongoing battle between Huang Jie and Lin Quebec. Chapter 64. The Huang family's jade token. She requires no such thing. How is this possible? Huang Yunqing gazed in disbelief at the plump rabbit blocking Lin K's path, her eyes filled with incredulous terror. After a prolonged offensive, her fists trembled, the true energy within her arms having dissipated. The severely scorched rabbit, battered by the explosive flame fist, had inexplicably regained its feet, adopting an innocuous demeanor. Throughout the encounter, Lin Kei's moonlight rabbit had not once initiated an attack, yet its remarkable resilience sent shivers down Huang Jie's spine. The explosive flame fist was renowned for its ferocity. Even a second-tier spirit beast would have succumbed to Huang Jie's relentless assault. Yet, Lin Kei's hefty rabbit stood unwavering. Huang Jie found himself in an unusual predicament. He had never before struck someone to the point of exhaustion. How utterly frustrating. Does this rabbit have a tortoise shell for protection? Huang Jie remarked in exasperation, casting a fierce glance at Lin Kei, who was concealed behind the moonlight rabbit. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself that although beast tamers held a higher status than warriors, their physical reflexes were not as agile. If he could just defeat Lin Kei, the rabbit would be easily dealt with without its master's support. With renewed vigor, Huang Jie propelled himself into the air, soaring over the battered rabbit, channeling his true energy into his arms as he aimed a strike at Lin Rabbit. "It is time to end this battle," he declared with confidence, convinced that Lin Rabbit's physical prowess could not evade his assault, and that this farcical skirmish was nearing its conclusion. How naive, this mere supporting character. Huang Yunqing, leaning against the doorframe to observe, sighed. Lin Kei still possessed 3 golden buns. Should he consume them, even with his eyes closed and standing still, his reflexes would enable him to evade any ambush. Sure enough, Huang Jie's ferocious punch missed Lin Kei entirely, crashing instead against the wall of Yongning Alley. What? The confidence on Huang Jie's face morphed into sheer terror. How had Lin Kei evaded such a well-angled strike? Before he could ponder further, he saw the hefty rabbit charging toward him. Its fluffy white rear, complete with a tuft of soft tail, grew larger in his line of sight. With a resounding thud, the moonlight rabbit used its considerable weight to pin Huang Jie to the ground, its drooping ears raised in triumph. "Huang Jie, may I have the Huang family jade token now?" Gasping for breath under the weight of the moonlight rabbit, Huang Jie frantically pounded the ground, clearly conceding defeat. "If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acceptance." Lin Kei nervously swallowed, unfastening the jade token from Huang Jie's belt. Huang Jie felt as though he were on the verge of losing consciousness beneath the weight of the plump moon rabbit, which left him wondering what sort of sustenance had contributed to its size. The moon rabbits of lore were delicate, charming little creatures, hardly larger than a palm, and cherished by every young girl. However, the one Lin Kei kept was half a person tall when standing and crouching. It resembled a medium-sized dog, truly a formidable sight. Huang Jie, realizing that Lin Kei intended to ignore him after taking the jade token, struggled desperately. He certainly did not wish to be crushed by Lin Kei's rotund rabbit. Such a demise would be exceedingly humiliating. His frantic efforts ultimately caught Lin Kei's attention, who hastily retrieved the moon rabbit and offered repeated apologies. "I'm sorry, Huang Jie, please don't take it to heart. The rabbit didn't mean any harm." Gasping for breath, Huang Jie finally felt as if he had returned to life, eyeing Lin Kei with suspicion. "Get away from me, you rabbit!" Lin Kei, taken aback, stepped back a couple of paces. It was his first experience witnessing someone in disarray after being defeated. Rather amusing sight. Yet, the thrill of overcoming another was undeniably exhilarating. Huang Jie, leaning against the wall of Yongning Alley, glared fiercely, vowing, "Just wait. I may not have been at my best this time, but next time, I shall not let you escape." With a fierce expression, Huang Jie exited Yongning Alley and, upon reaching the mouth of the alley, took off at a rapid pace. Lin Kei watched Huang Jie's swift retreat, astonished at how quickly he vanished. He had yet to savor the taste of victory. Nonetheless, all that mattered was reclaiming the Huang family's jade token. A faint smile finally graced Lin Kei's face. Under the piercing gaze of Huang Yunqing, Lin Kei swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips and mustered the courage to say, "Sister Huang, this jade token belongs to you." Huang Yunqing stood at the doorway, hands tucked into her pockets, casually replying, "Lin Rabbit, I have no need for the Huang family's jade token. I have severed ties with the Huang family. And that token, which symbolizes the eldest daughter of the Huang family, I shattered with my own hands." Lin Kei, growing anxious, spoke with a quivering voice, "Please, keep the token. I've received word that the Grand General is returning to the capital soon. If he discovers you've destroyed the identity token, he will surely be furious." Huang Yunqing furrowed her brow in the Tianlan Empire. Only her estranged father, the legendary figure Huang Lin, was worthy of the title Grand General. Why was he returning to the capital at such a critical moment? Muttering under her breath, she still refrained from taking the jade token. I heard that the Grand General has recently vanquished 10 leaders of the demon cult in the frontier. Eradicating numerous sects it is indeed a resounding victory. Lin Ke placed the jade token before Huang Yunqing, his eyes reddening with unshed tears. The Grand General's wrath is terrifying. The agile foxtail entwined around Huang Yunqing's wrist. And with a mere flick, the token Lin Ke had so painstakingly won was reduced to dust. I do not require it, she declared. Lin Ke stared blankly at the powder in his hand, which glimmered under the sunlight like fine sand slipping through his fingers. Little Li was right. He did not need the Huang family's identity token. Huang Yunqing elevated her chin proudly, the sunlight casting a radiant glow upon her, enhancing her brilliance. If that old man hears the rumors circulating in the capital, he might come looking to vent his rage. I shall be waiting right here. She pointed to the little kitchen shop beneath her feet, a defiant smile gracing her lips. After sending the dejected Lin Ke away, Huang Yunqing found her mood somewhat dampened, a feeling she could not quite articulate, akin to sour green plums, tart and astringent. Fortunately, the bruised Sima Zhuang brought her some amusement, lightening her heavy heart. Oh, Zhuang Gu, who gave you such a beating? Ah, don't mention it. Sima Zhuang waved his hand, his towering frame crashing into the same spot as the day before. Had it not been for the robust materials in the kitchen shop, the chair would likely have collapsed under his weight. I returned home too late yesterday. I intended to sneak back, but the old man caught me red-handed and gave me a thrashing. Rubbing the bruises on his face with his palm, he gnashed his teeth in frustration. I and the entire capital, aside from my stubborn, traditional, fierce, and brutal old man, who would dare lay a hand on me? Huang Yunqing smirked, her golden eyes reflecting the imposing shadow of Sima Zhuang behind her. Lowering her voice, she advised, Zhuang Gu, I actually think Sima Bo is quite nice. Quite nice. Sima Zhuang pounded the table with a clenched fist, leaving no dent on the polished golden silk Nanmu surface. He may treat you girls well, but all he does is beat me and then scold me for being a fool. Even my mother says I'm this foolish because of him. Huang Yunqing shook her head and discreetly stepped aside. Sima Zhuang, don't go, he called after her. That old man deserves a beating. If it weren't for the fact that he is my father, I would have retaliated long ago. Huang Yunqing, seeing Sima Zhuang's incessant complaints, shot him a look of exasperation before retreating to the kitchen. Little rascal, you've grown some skills, have you? Upon hearing that gruff voice, Sima Zhuang quickly turned, only to meet a fist the size of a sandbag. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists hitting flesh was enough to make one wince. I've been beating you for years, and you still don't fight back. If you dare strike back, I'll break your arms. Sima Wudi, when punishing his foolish son, never held back. Thankfully, Sima Zhuang was robust and resilient. Had it been anyone else, they might have been beaten to death by now. Huang Yunqing initially intended to watch the spectacle unfold but found Sima Wudi's blows too severe. If she allowed him to continue beating Sima Zhuang in the kitchen, the other customers would surely be frightened away. Thus, she had no choice but to step in. Ahem, Sima Bo, that is enough. Oh, it's Huang girl. Sima Wudi's stern face momentarily softened into a rare smile, but as he glanced at Sima Zhuang, his expression hardened once more. Huang girl, don't plead for this fool. Sima Zhuang is tough-skinned and needs discipline. If I don't give him a good beating, I feel uncomfortable all over. Seeing Sima Wudi relish the act of discipline, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, the Sima family was a peculiar bunch. Sima Bo, I have no objections to you beating Zhuang Gu, but could you possibly take him home to do so? This little shop still needs to conduct business. Huang Yunqing was not concerned about Sima Zhuang taking a beating. After all, he had endured such treatment his entire life and should be well accustomed to Sima Wudi's formidable fists. However, the business of the kitchen shop could not be affected by their father-son antics. She was eager to complete her main quest, and the ingredient side quest hinted at by the little chef had piqued her interest. Oh, so this little shop belongs to you, Huang girl? Sima Wudi scratched his head awkwardly, surveying the kitchen shop and spotting familiar faces, for elderly men clustered around a table, eagerly licking their plates. They were none other than the 4 rigid scholars from the Guozijian, notorious for their incessant reminders about maintaining decorum. How curious that these 4 elderly men, so concerned with their image, were now found licking plates in Huang girl's little shop. Since this shop belongs to you, Sima Bo must support your business. With a loud thud, Sima Wudi plopped down beside Sima Zhuang, shoving his still nose-bleeding son to the ground. You bumbling fool, get out of the way. If it weren't for Huang girl's sake, I would have beaten you to a pulp by now. Enjoy your breath while you can. Sima Zhuang, feeling humiliated, dragged himself to the corner of the kitchen shop, his iron-like face darkened by frustration. What dish does Sima Bo wish to order? The menu is hanging on the wall. Sima Wudi, without even glancing at the menu on the wall, waved his large hand with an air of dominance and proclaimed, Huang girl, just serve your Uncle Sima the most expensive dishes. I just pledged my support for your business. How could it be anything less than grand? Huang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Truly, this was the imperial capital of the Tianlan Empire. The powerful were as numerous as dogs, and the wealthy were everywhere. Sima Uncle was indeed overflowing with generosity. Feeling a bit bashful, Sima Wudi waved his hand dismissively. Supporting Huang girl's business is no trouble at all. Our establishment is a small venture. We require payment before the meal. With a commanding thump on the table, he declared, it's only right to pay before dining. Anyone wanting to dine and dash should seek me out. Huang Yunqing replied with a radiant smile, the most expensive dish here is the ancient method deep well roast goose. Sima Wudi, grinning as he stroked his beard, nodded in approval. Roast goose sounds splendid. Your Uncle Sima loves roast goose. Huang Yunqing's smile widened further. The ancient method deep well roast goose is 200 spirit crystals each. Sima Wudi suddenly reacted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, Huang girl. How much did you say that roast goose costs? With a beaming smile, Huang Yunqing repeated, Uncle Sima, the ancient method deep well roast goose is 200 spirit crystals each. Surely you are not short on money? Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's probing question, Sima Wudi felt a sense of entrapment, caught in a dilemma. Huang girl, is that roast goose made with spirit crystals? Huang Yunqing tilted her chin slightly, responding nonchalantly, I am unsure if it is made with spirit crystals. But the roast goose is made from the auspicious symbol of the 10,000 Beasts sect, the 6th-tier spirit beast, the crane feather black mane goose. Huang Yunqing elaborated, indeed, it would be a grave waste not to use the crane feather black mane goose from the 10,000 Beasts sect for roast goose. Raised in the spirit wine pool, they feast on rare delicacies and drink exquisite spirit wine. The abundant and pure spiritual energy in the pool nurtures these geese to perfection. She lifted her chin slightly, exuding an air of superiority, as if to say that failing to utilize such a splendid creature for roast goose would be an utter travesty. Furthermore, the sour plums used for the dish are freshly picked from the rainbow rainforest, offering a refreshing tartness with a hint of sweetness. The fruit wood used for roasting is meticulously chosen lychee wood, imparting a sweet aroma to the goose meat. Even the audacious Sima Wudi felt a chill upon hearing the ingredients of the ancient method deep well roast goose. The crane feather black mane goose was indeed impressive. Its 6th-tier spirit beast status made it a prized possession of the 10,000 Beasts sect, one of the 3 great sects of the Tianlan Empire. To capture such a creature was no easy feat. What struck fear into Sima Wudi was the fact that Huang Yunqing had actually caught the goose from the 10,000 Beasts sect's spirit wine pool. He knew that the 10,000 Beasts sect, renowned throughout the spirit beast continent, was no ordinary organization, boasting significant prestige and power. Their leader, a well-known 9th-tier spirit master, commanded respect across the continent, the crane feather black mane goose. As the sect's emblem represented their dignity, did Huang Yunqing dare to roast such a creature? Had she consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Was she truly provoking the 10,000 Beasts sect by using their auspicious symbol for roast goose? Sima Wudi, a towering figure with a booming voice, despite lowering his tone, could still be heard throughout the small eatery. Huang Yunqing's smile faltered slightly. Had she revealed too much about her ingredients? What should have been a quiet success now threatened to spiral out of control. She took a deep breath, striving to maintain a natural smile, infusing her tone with a hint of arrogance. I am a businessperson of integrity. If the crane feather black mane goose were not so difficult to raise, would I dare to sell the ancient method deep well roast goose at this price? She had concocted this facade, determined to see it through. After all, using the sect's emblem in her cooking would undoubtedly offend them. So she might as well make a name for her eatery, if the sect did come knocking. Casting a glance at the lazy fox lounging on the counter, she felt a surge of confidence. Despite its brash demeanor, it was reliable in a fight. So, Uncle Sima, would you like to order one to try? Huang Yunqing regarded him with eager anticipation, her smile innocent. Sima Wudi gritted his teeth and smacked the table. All right, since Huang girl dares to use the crane feather black mane goose, your Uncle Sima dares to order it. It's just 200 spirit crystals. He was willing to take the risk. After all, he was merely tasting the roast goose, not the one to pluck it. Surely, the spirit beast masters of the 10,000 Beasts sect wouldn't hold a grudge against him. Moreover, Sima Wudi was no easy target. If the sect came to confront him, he could easily drive them away from the marshal's residence. So, where are your spirit crystals, Uncle Sima? Huang Yunqing stood beside him, her charming smile unwavering, showing no signs of leaving. Sima Wudi, notorious for his shamelessness, was known for his stubbornness in such matters. He rummaged through his sleeves for a long while without producing a single spirit crystal. With an awkward laugh, he said, "Heh, Huang girl, you go ahead and prepare the roast goose. Your Uncle Sima is known for his honesty. I would never default on a payment." Huang Yunqing said nothing, merely gazing at him with a hint of mockery. As if to say, "You do know whether you are honest, don't you?" Feeling embarrassed under her scrutiny, Sima Wudi turned to his son, Sima Zhuangzhuang, who sat in the corner. "You rascal, come here quickly. Your father wants roast goose. Bring me 200 spirit crystals." With his father's command, Sima Zhuangzhuang had no choice but to comply, though he reluctantly retrieved the spirit crystals intended for crafting a fine weapon. Why the long face? "I am still alive. What else with the sulking?" Sima Wudi playfully slapped his son's head. "I'm not taking your crystals for nothing. Once the roast goose is prepared, I'll share a couple of pieces with you, so you can taste what 200 spirit crystals worth of goose is like." A clever child might have taken this opportunity to back down, but Sima Zhuangzhuang was infamous for his stubbornness in the imperial capital. "Dad, your promises never hold water. Don't think I'm foolish enough to believe I'll get more than just licking the plate." Before he could finish, he was met with a flurry of iron-fisted blows, forced to endure. "How dare you question me? Even if you only lick the plate, that's still my love for you. Open your eyes and see. Didn't you notice the 4 elders at the next table nearly came to blows over licking their plates? Even though the 4 gentlemen nearly came to blows over the roast goose. The insolence of Sima Wudi, who dares to dictate to us, is simply intolerable. You may discipline your son, but what does that have to do with us?" Elder Lon wiped the grease from his mouth and rolled up his wide sleeves, adopting a stance that suggested he was ready to fight. "Indeed, Sima Wudi, do you truly believe that just because we are older and teach at the National Academy, we are incapable of wielding a blade?" Elder Zhu slammed his hand on the table, a hint of intimidation gleaming in his aged eyes as he squeezed his purple bamboo chopsticks, his face flushed with indignation. "Sima Wudi, your character is disgraceful and you are utterly disrespectful. Today, we elders shall impart a lesson to you, so you may learn the meaning of etiquette." Elder Zhu also swayed to his feet, fiercely tucking up the hem of his garment, presenting himself as a formidable figure. After all, he had pent-up frustration that needed an outlet. Upon witnessing the 4 elders rise, Sima Wudi smirked and rubbed his sturdy wrists, pushing Sima Zhuangzhuang aside. "Hey, don't misunderstand. I'm not targeting you 4 old men." He scanned the diners in the small kitchen with a sweeping glance. "I merely wish to express that none of you present hold any significance in my eyes, so do not seek unnecessary trouble." Just as Chef Huang finished preparing the last roast goose from the freezer, she sensed the tense atmosphere in the small kitchen. She beckoned to the shadowy black cat, instructing, "Little kitty, go inform them that fighting is not permitted in our establishment." "Meow!" The black cat swiftly bounded to Sima Wudi, knocking him to the ground. With a resounding thud, Sima Wudi's towering figure collapsed, yet the floor showed no signs of his impact. The cat's sharp claws rested against Sima Wudi's throat, its emerald eyes conveying a lethal threat. "Meow!" The 4 elderly gentlemen, who had just been posturing, immediately returned to their seats, sitting upright and properly. "Oh dear, what a disgraceful display. We elders prefer to compose poetry rather than engage in violence." Having witnessed the black cat's prowess, the elders who sought a little exercise suddenly transformed into docile beings. "The weather is splendid today. Shall we go boating and enjoy the scenery? Indeed, we must return to the National Academy for our lectures." Sima Wudi gazed at the black cat with uncertainty, lying on the ground, too afraid to make a move. Despite being a peaked 6th-rank martial artist, he had failed to perceive the speed of the black cat's attack. "What formidable swiftness is this, little kitty? Let us not play around." After hanging the crane-feathered goose in the deep-well oven, Chef Huang leisurely emerged, smiling as she greeted the black cat. "Meow." The black cat chirped twice before obediently following Chef Huang, its tail brushing against Sima Wudi. "Uncle Sima, fighting is not allowed in our establishment. I suddenly find the blacklist proposed by Mo Hanlin quite useful. If anyone causes trouble here, they shall be added to it." Chef Huang settled into a chair near the entrance of the small kitchen, her golden eyes narrowing slightly with a glint of danger. "I conduct my business with utmost integrity. Those on the blacklist may choose styles for their coffins here." And if they are affluent, custom orders are available. Haha, your words are always amusing, young lady. Sima Wudi chuckled awkwardly, his gaze darting incessantly towards the black cat, seemingly searching for a flaw. Uncle Sima merely speaks loudly, appearing somewhat fierce. How could I possibly cause a disturbance in your quaint establishment? Huang, you ought to return to the kitchen. Uncle Sima is eagerly awaiting your roast goose. Chef Huang languidly reclined against her chair, casually remarking, no rush, let the goose roast a little longer. Her teasing gaze fell upon the four elderly gentlemen, her tone laced with jest. Weren't you gentlemen just saying you wanted to enjoy the autumn scenery? Winter is fast approaching. You might have to wait until next year. Elder May quickly stood, clearing his throat and earnestly declaring, oh dear, one becomes forgetful with age. We clearly meant to say we wish to enjoy the autumn. Elder Ju promptly followed suit, attempting to smooth over the situation. Indeed, it has been far too long since the National Academy organized a grand event. Why not join us, Huang? Chef Huang gazed at the bright sunshine outside the small kitchen, smiling that I shall pass. The shop needs tending. You gentlemen should hurry back. The four elders nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve, hastily exiting the small kitchen. Oh, one last thing, gentlemen, Chef Huang called out, her smile bright as she addressed their departing figures. If you wish to enjoy roast goose, you must arrive early tomorrow to secure a seat. Our establishment is modest, and the roast goose is in limited supply. In truth, Chef Huang found the limit on the roast goose rather excessive. It was rare for her small kitchen to produce a delicacy of such caliber. She yearned to sell more geese to complete her main task, yet the small kitchen insisted on a strategy of scarcity. It was akin to watching sparkling gems float just out of reach. However, the reasoning provided by the small kitchen left Chef Huang with no grounds for rebuttal. They argued that the crane-feathered goose in the spirit wine pool was limited in number, and they could not deplete the supply. Chef Huang pondered. Each day, 2 or 3 of those geese disappeared, hardly noticeable in the vastness of the spirit wine pool. But if too many geese vanished in a short span, the beast sect would likely come knocking for trouble. As the gaze of others converged upon her, Chef Huang extended her delicate fingers, signaling 3. Our establishment will sell only 3 roast geese daily. First come, first served. If you arrive early, please queue outside. I am a lover of peace. I implore you all not to resort to brawls over the roast goose. Chapter 68. Will you try the fox stew from the universe pot? Smack, smack. Sima Wudi cradled the plate of roast goose, his mouth glistening with grease. Delicious. This is the most exquisite roast goose I have ever tasted. Sima Zhuang, seated in the corner, glared with resentment at Sima Wudi, who was relishing the roast goose. Suddenly, he glanced down at his plate of fried rice. Despite its golden hue and the glistening pearls of spirit rice, how could he compare it to the sizzling roast goose? Frustrated, he lifted the plate, wishing he could shatter the porcelain dish. His elder had promised him a taste of the goose. Now, it seemed he wouldn't even get a lick of the plate. Crunch, crunch, as he chewed the fried rice. The sound of his teeth echoed, leading onlookers to believe he was gnawing on the plate itself. The golden fatty had lingered in the small kitchen for quite some time, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, a unique manifestation of his true energy. The spirit essence of half a crane-feathered goose was overwhelming, and he had only just begun to absorb its. The golden ingot continuously absorbed the spirit essence. The golden glow enveloping him solidified, appearing deeper in coloration. From a distance, the round golden ingot shimmered brilliantly, resembling a sentient gold nugget. Unbeknownst to him, the fatty had entered a state of cultivation, inadvertently delaying Chef Huang's business. Chef Huang sensed that the golden ingot seemed to be plumping up. Could it be that its cultivation would lead to increased girth? No matter, she found the golden boss quite endearing. You are the mascot of our establishment. Stay as long as you wish, the golden ingot beamed, his green bean-like eyes glancing at the languid figure of Ming Li, quickly replying, I shan't intrude. I need to return to oversee the spirit crystal mine. Besides, Chef Huang, you ought to be closing up soon. Jane Yuanbao, having gained entry into the noble circles of the capital through an ethereal crystal vein, is undeniably adept at reading people and adapting to circumstances. He recalls the closing time of the chef's little shop from yesterday, which coincided with the sun's descent, estimating it to be around the hour of Wei. Now, as the sun outside the chef's shop gradually tilts westward, Jane Yuanbao puffs out his chest with a sense of pride, his eyes glimmering with unwavering confidence. As a competent merchant, one must master the art of timing and discretion in dealings with others, lest one become a source of annoyance. Once the designated closing time arrives, one should discreetly take their leave, never causing inconvenience to Huang Yunqing. No, the closing time from yesterday was merely a misunderstanding. Huang Yunqing, exasperated yet amused, clarified, our shop closes after sunset. We operate with peace of mind, so how could we close so early? Ming Li, swaying his fluffy foxtail, elegantly approached Huang Yunqing, a hint of aloofness in his ice-blue eyes. Indeed, it is time to close. Jian Yuanbao shivered slightly at Ming Li's cold aura but wisely stepped over the threshold of the chef's shop. With a cheerful wave, he bid farewell to Huang Yunqing, his pudgy hand flailing in the air. Miss Huang, the plump one is taking his leave. I'll return tomorrow morning. Watching Jian Yuanbao's rotund figure disappear was akin to witnessing a mountain of gold slip from her grasp. Leaving Huang Yunqing heartbroken, Boss Jian, please don't go. I feel you could still indulge in another bite. Perhaps due to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ming Li, even the oblivious Sima Zhuangwang sensed danger. He quickly polished off his plate of fried rice and strode towards the chef's shop's entrance. Sister Huang, I must hurry to the Tiangong workshop to forge some fine weapons, so I'll be off now. Just as Sima Zhuangwang crossed the threshold, he seemed to recall something important and lowered his voice. In a couple of days, once the old man is out on business, I'll sneak over to savor that roast goose. Huang Yunqing tugged at the corner of her mouth, feeling that dealing with the Sima father-son duo was utterly exhausting. That clumsy Sima Zhuangzhuang. Even when he whispered, his distinctive voice could echo throughout Yongning Alley. Zhuangzhuang, there's nothing more to say. May fortune favor you. She cast him a sympathetic glance. As she retreated to the kitchen, she saw Sima Wudi barreling towards Sima Zhuangzhuang like a black whirlwind. You think you can sneak off and eat alone? Everything you consume is funded by me. The two towering figures created a massive pit in the cobblestone path outside the chef's shop. It appeared the hole outside the shop would never be filled. Girl Huang, your roast goose is more delectable than dragon liver or phoenix marrow. If the beast sect comes knocking, have them seek me at the Marshal's residence. Your Uncle Sima 1T stand idly by. Sima Wudi landed several hefty blows on Sima Zhuangzhuang's head before dragging him away. Resembling a defeated dog.as, he was pulled along. Sima Zhuangzhuang's front teeth scraped against the cobblestones of Yongning Alley, producing a sound that was quite unsettling. Huang Yunqing rubbed her jaw, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and noticed Ming Li lingering nearby. She shot him an annoyed glare. You pesky fox, why can't you do something good? Closing so early leaves me no chance to earn. Ming Li, with an enigmatic smile, replied, it is time to rest. Huang Yunqing took a couple of nervous steps back, fearing he would once again drag her to the attic. She quickly raised the chinko pot from the crystal stove, threatening, you filthy fox, don't think I want to retaliate. If you provoke me, I'll stew you. Care for a taste of fox stew? Oh, is that so? The playful glint in Ming Li's eyes intensified as he sauntered closer, his 9 tails unfurling like a steel cable. Stewing a fox? You misunderstand. Huang Yunqing hastily retrieved a uniquely shaped durian mango from the constant ice cabinet. Eager to clarify, what I meant was to use the chinko pot to prepare sweets, which I would then serve to you. In short, the chinko pot stews fox. Heh. Chapter 69. Side quest, Bloom. Durian mango. Stew away. Ming Li leaped onto the edge of the crystal stove, as if the heat would enhance his sleep quality. I will guard you. Huang Yunqing, both skeptical and curious, glanced at him. Was he genuinely interested in watching her prepare desserts? Was he concerned she might poison them? She smirked at the thought. Perhaps this lazy fox indeed harbored such suspicions. Setting the durian mango on the cutting board, she instinctively twirled the star fragment knife in her hand. Ready to slice into the fruit? Master, the durian mango must be handled with care. It is perilous and may explode. The little chef's warning caused Huang Yunqing to frown. An explosive durian mango? What absurdity was this? Little chef, are you trying to make things difficult for me? She set the star fragment knife down and, with a serious expression, reasoned with the little chef. I finally managed to procure a durian mango with the intention of creating a couple of desserts. And now you inform me it might explode? Why don't you assist me in handling it? Beep. As a future master chef at the pinnacle of the culinary world, how could the master be thwarted by an explosive durian mango? Side quest, Bloom, durian mango. The durian mango, being the most peculiar fruit of the rainbow rainforest, conceals within its hard shell a delicately delicious flesh. To protect the flesh from being easily consumed, the durian mango's outer spikes are exceptionally sharp and will explode upon impact. Quest description. The master must utilize the star fragment knife's extreme cutting speed to pry open the durian mango's shell before it detonates and retrieve the sweet flesh within. Little chef's friendly reminder, Master. As long as your hand speed is swift enough, the explosion 1T catch you. Quest rewards. 1. Unlock recipe, durian pastry. 2. Unlock recipe, mango mousse. Gripping the exquisitely balanced star fragment knife, Huang Yunqing stared at the durian mango on the cutting board, doubting her life choices. Little chef, I suspect you are intentionally assigning me this side quest to evade responsibility. The little chef's shy laughter echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. Hee hee, this is merely to train the master's knife skills, not an attempt to shirk responsibility. Though processing the durian mango is complex, its inner flesh is delicious and perfect for desserts, Huang Yunqing sighed. Having grown accustomed to the little chef's timid demeanor, this system is truly challenging to navigate. With no reliance on the little chef, she'd have to depend on herself. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and began recalling the techniques of the star fragment knife, seeking a feasible plan. The star fragment knife, acquired from a novice gift pack, has all its techniques imprinted in Huang Yunqing's mind. When wielded, it creates a dazzling display of starlight, combining aesthetic appeal with practicality. Previously known as the Phantom Chef in the mercenary world, her culinary skills captivated even the divine, complemented by her unparalleled knife techniques. These skills were honed through diligent practice, devoid of any unnecessary flourishes, executed with remarkable speed. Huang Yunqing lightly flicked the star fragment knife in her hand, and a novel idea suddenly sparked in her mind. This knife has always resembled a conventional chef's knife, its robust and timeless form emblematic of classic Chinese culinary tools. However, based on her understanding of kitchen utensils, a variety of knives is essential for handling ingredients effectively. In her past, she carried no fewer than 18 different knives, mastering the use of each one. As a skilled chef, the young culinary artist has already demonstrated her proficiency in selecting ingredients, and it is only fitting that she exhibits the same level of diligence when it comes to her tools. With a steady hand, Huang Yunqing is attempting to transform the rectangular-shaped kitchen knife into a more familiar pointed blade. Indeed, her master is remarkable, having discovered a second characteristic of the star-shattering knife. It can morph into any desired shape. The first feature of the star-shattering knife is its sharpness, which allows it to bypass defenses and levels. Even the thickest spirit beast hide is as fragile as paper beneath its edge, surrendering effortlessly to Huang Yunqing's skill. However, this is contingent upon her being able to approach her target. Otherwise, the formidable spiritual energy could easily overpower her before she even strikes, rendering her intentions moot. The second feature of the star-shattering knife is its ability to transform. This property allows the knife to take on various forms, whether it be a boning knife, a cleaver, a paring knife, or a thin blade, all according to Huang Yunqing's wishes. At this moment, a slender pointed knife, glimmering with a chilling light and adorned with golden starlight, appears in her hand, exuding an exceptional sharpness. Taking a deep breath, she confidently hovers the sharp star-shattering knife above the durian mango. The young chef has remarked that the sharp spines of the durian mango's exterior are extremely sensitive. Even the slightest impact can cause them to explode. However, what if one could swiftly evade these spikes? With a cold glint in her golden phoenix eyes, Huang Yunqing strikes with astonishing speed, unleashing a dazzling arc of light upon the durian mango. Suddenly, Ming Li, lying beside the crystal stove, opens his eyes. Upon witnessing Huang Yunqing's extraordinary knife skills, he remarks dismissively, "It's all just show." Completely focused on the durian mango, Huang Yunqing remains oblivious to Ming Li's critique. After the starlight has cascaded onto the cutting board and no explosion has ensued, she finally sheathes the star-shattering knife. Surely, it would not explode now. A satisfied smile graces her face as she wipes the beads of sweat from her brow. Indeed, mastering knife skills is no easy task. With a resounding crack, the durian mango bursts forth in a dazzling array of colors, leaving Huang Yunqing astonished. In a wonder, the young chef chose to name this side quest Blooming Durian Mango. It seems that upon slicing into the durian mango, a vibrant rainbow erupts. As the outer shell crumbles, Huang Yunqing suddenly recalls something, deftly wrapping it in a soft cloth. Phew, that was a close call. She carefully removes the shattered exterior of the durian mango, gathering all the fragments onto the soft cloth. The sharp spines, upon impact, can explode, and if they were to fall to the ground, they could easily turn the kitchen into a disaster zone. Initially intending to discard the durian mango shell, Huang Yunqing decides to keep the fragments, considering their explosive potential. Perhaps they could be useful in the future? After securing the remnants in the freezer, she whimsically wonders what aroma might emanate if she were to use the durian mango shell as a bomb. Would it smell of durian or mango? Once the hard shell is broken, The delicate flesh of the durian mango is revealed before Huang Yunqing. The interior is quite unique. On the left, several pieces of pale yellow durian flesh rest quietly, while on the right lies the deep yellow and reddish mango flesh, seemingly ready to be consumed as soon as the thin membrane is peeled away. Her master is indeed clever and skilled, and the young chef knows that she will certainly complete the task. Despite the flattery, Huang Yunqing remains indifferent to the young chef's praise. Where was she when help was needed? Now she appears to be eager to flatter and shower compliments. Ding! Congratulations, master, on completing the side quest, blooming durian mango. Ding! Congratulations, master, on acquiring the recipe, durian pastry. Ding! Congratulations, master, on acquiring the recipe, mango mousse. Receiving 2 dessert recipes significantly uplifts Huang Yunqing's spirits. Both the durian pastry and mango mousse seem quite delightful. Having mastered numerous culinary techniques during her time in the mercenary world, she is well aware of the diverse tastes of foreign clients. After all, durian pastry and mango mousse are merely simple desserts. The real main courses lie in Wellington steak and French foie gras. Well, in truth, the desserts are quite commendable as well. Huang Yunqing glances at the menu hanging on the wall, curious about the pricing for the durian pastry and mango mousse. The durian pastry is priced at 3 spirit crystals for 2 pieces, while the mango mousse costs 5 spirit crystals, seemingly reasonable. After experiencing the exquisite ingredients from the young chef's kitchen, she finds the prices in the shop to be quite fair. After all, the ingredients here are top-notch. Where else could one find poached fish made from a 4th-tier spirit beast, or ancient-style roasted goose crafted from a 6th-tier spirit beast? Rarity commands a higher price, and thus, the young chef's pricing is indeed the most reasonable and just. Ignoring the self-satisfied young chef, Huang Yunqing's attention shifts back to the durian mango. Among all fruits, her favorite is the flesh of the durian. Eagerly, she takes a small piece of durian flesh and places it in a blue and white porcelain bowl. The distinctive aroma wafting through the kitchen, she scoops a spoonful of durian flesh with a matching porcelain spoon. The unique scent tantalizes her senses, prompting her to lick her lips. The fresh durian flesh bursts on her tongue, its soft, sweet texture almost melting away without the need for chewing. Just a gentle nibble is enough to dissolve it completely. Initially, it has a rich, cheese-like consistency, but as it slides down her throat, it leaves a lingering sweetness. What? This is the dessert you intend to prepare? Ming Li awakens, his ice-blue fox eyes filled with disdain, seemingly perplexed as to why Huang Yunqing would consume such a foul-smelling fruit. Throw it away? Huh? Huang Yunqing stands there momentarily stunned, holding the bowl of durian flesh. Has this lazy fox been asleep at the crystal stove? After all her efforts to pry open the durian mango shell, is she not allowed to relish the fruits of her labor? Throw it away. Ming Li's impatience grows more evident. How could she possibly eat something so repugnant? Gazing down at the durian flesh, Huang Yunqing acknowledges that its distinctive aroma can indeed deter many. A mischievous smile creeps onto her lips as she approaches Ming Li, enticingly coaxing. Come now, Xiao Lily, have a taste of the durian. It's so fragrant and delicious. Unable to withstand the scent, Ming Li's 9 foxtails rise majestically, forming a perfect cage to isolate himself. I would rather starve than partake. Seeing Ming Li's strong aversion, Huang Yunqing can only roll her eyes and finish the bowl of durian flesh herself. Truly, how can this ignorant fox not appreciate the delight of such a delicacy? After cleaning the porcelain bowl, Huang Yunqing's curiosity is piqued by the mango flesh within the durian mango. The shape of the mango flesh is somewhat different from what she is accustomed to. There is no skin, making it ready for immediate consumption. She carefully covers the left side of the durian flesh, fearing that the tender mango flesh might be affected by the air. Interestingly, after she places the thin covering over it, the distinctive aroma of durian is completely masked. This fruit is indeed rare. Gingerly, Huang Yunqing extracts the mango flesh, and the rich, honey-sweet aroma fills the air. She places the mango flesh into the blue and white porcelain bowl, its deep yellow and reddish hue appearing incredibly enticing, further awakening her appetite. Xiao Lily, would you care to try some mango? Huang Yunqing approaches Ming Li with the bowl of mango flesh, knowing he is observing her through the gaps in his 9 tails. This mango is different, I assure you. It's truly delicious. Seemingly sensing the change, Ming Li swiftly dismantles his 9-tailed barrier, proudly raising his chin. Weren't you going to feed me? Huang Yunqing bites her lip. This insufferable fox is becoming rather demanding. Some people are allergic to mangoes, so perhaps he should be too. As the time approaches, your hair will fall out in clumps. Let us see how audacious you can be. Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's mutterings, Ming Li swiftly coiled his slender tail around her waist and dragged her out of the kitchen. I have made up my mind. We are heading to the attic. If you have any grievances, we shall address them slowly. Chapter 71. My master, I am a professional at massaging legs. Xiao Li, is it really that troublesome to eat a mango? The agile foxtail swayed twice before snatching the bowl of mango pulp from Huang Yunqing's hands. Before Huang Yunqing could grasp Ming Li's intentions, she was forcefully tossed into the bathtub by his powerful tail. What is the meaning of this, you wretched fox? Ming Li leaped onto the edge of the bathtub, extending his fluffy paw to turn on the hot water, which soon flowed out like a warm spring. You are too filthy. You must cleanse yourself. Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes at Ming Li, retorting, so, because I fed you a few bites of mango, I must now bathe and change. Your status is indeed quite lofty. Ming Li sauntered leisurely along the edge of the bathtub, eventually standing before Huang Yunqing with an air of haughtiness. That is only natural. As Huang Yunqing gazed into Ming Li's proud eyes, she felt an overwhelming urge to submerge him in water and give him a good thrashing. Stealing a glance at the 9 elegantly fanned foxtails behind him, she feared that it might indeed be Ming Li who would be subduing her in the water. The reality was, her strength simply did not permit such a confrontation. Suddenly, Huang Yunqing's eyes widened in realization. It was as if she had conjured a clever plan to defeat Ming Li, and she magically produced a golden little bun from her bosom. Hey, master, would you care for a golden little bun? I specially prepared this for you, and it tastes absolutely delightful. This golden little bun had been set aside from Lin Tutu's collection, as Lin Tutu was delicate in health. Huang Yunqing intended to help alleviate some of Lin Tutu's burdens. She had hidden the golden bun in her close quarters, and it was still warm when she retrieved it. Ming Li regarded Huang Yunqing with a knowing smirk. Are you certain you wish for me to consume this? The golden little bun was imbued with immense spiritual energy. Merely inhaling its aroma allowed Ming Li to discern its purpose. If categorized among medicinal pills from the spirit beast continent, this golden bun would belong to the enhancement category, capable of unleashing extraordinary combat prowess in a brief period, of course. Huang Yunqing nodded eagerly, offering the golden bun to Ming Li's lips. Just give it a try. Do you truly believe I would harm you? Ming Li, gazing into Huang Yunqing's expectant golden eyes, felt a broader smile tug at his lips. He lowered his head and consumed the golden bun. Hee, master, how do you feel? Are you not brimming with strength? Huang Yunqing leaned closer to Ming Li, her eager hands playfully kneading him. Indeed, I feel entirely invigorated. Ming Li's tail swayed gently, enveloping Huang Yunqing in soft azure mist, transforming the bathroom into a realm of enchantment. A radiant smile graced Huang Yunqing's face. The golden bun indeed lived up to her expectations. The spiritual energy within this wretched fox had become so abundant that it was now emanating outward. If she could endure the effects of the golden bun for these 3 minutes, she would reign supreme. Master, may I massage your legs? Huang Yunqing inched closer to Ming Li's elegantly streamlined fox legs. But the soft fur she had anticipated was suddenly absent. Very well, make sure to be thorough. Huang Yunqing found herself momentarily dazed, captivated by the solitary, aloof figure of Ming Li perched at the edge of the bathtub. Even after witnessing his stunning fox visage numerous times, she still felt entranced, nearly bewitched. His exquisitely crafted ice-blue fox eyes radiated an air of otherworldly independence, while the subtle allure they conveyed was utterly intoxicating. His prominent nose lent a 3-dimensional quality to his features, rendering him a flawless work of art from any angle. His crimson lips, imbued with a hint of seduction, appeared somewhat austere due to Ming Li's penchant for maintaining a cold and proud demeanor. At times, Huang Yunqing questioned whether Ming Li's face was intentionally crafted to ensnare souls with but a glance. Perhaps he was indeed a master of seduction among fox spirits. Noticing the infatuation in Huang Yunqing's eyes, Ming Li's lips curled into a sly smile. He gently lifted her chin with a fingertip, his voice low and magnetic, laced with an intoxicating charm. Little Qingqing, are you not here to massage my legs? Ming Li slowly entered the bathtub, his flawless long legs reflected in the shimmering spring water, causing Huang Yunqing's face to flush. She swallowed hard. Master, perhaps I should massage your shoulders instead? Before she could finish her sentence, Ming Li grasped her delicate hand, and the familiar scent of icy lotus enveloped her senses. Leg massage. Huang Yunqing exchanged a glance with Ming Li, and under his unwavering gaze, she steeled herself and reached for his long legs. After all, the effects of the golden bun would only last 30 seconds. In moments of calm, one could still dream of vast horizons. Taking a deep breath, She turned to inquire, "Master, how is the pressure of the massage?" Ming Li regarded Huang Yunqing with a knowing smile, clearly enjoying her struggle against the urge to assert herself. "It is acceptable, of course. I am a professional at leg massages," Huang Yunqing boasted, a hint of pride lighting up her expression. Ming Li narrowed his eyes slightly, a dangerous glimmer surfacing within his ice-blue gaze, causing the warm water in the bathtub to cool slightly. "And whom else have you massaged?" Huang Yunqing's smile faltered. This wretched fox's temper was utterly unappealing. He was far less adorable than the obedient little kittens downstairs. Dishes like 3-cup chicken, beer duck, roasted whole lamb, and roasted suckling pig all require marinating. Only through skilled preparation can the flavors fully infuse. "As for foxes, you are the only one I have ever massaged." Ming Li's expression softened slightly, but soon he frowned again. "Are you still contemplating cooking me?" "Why, merely cooking would not suffice," Huang Yunqing reflexively responded. "With your abundant fur, roasting is the only fitting method." Chapter 72. The Society of Huang Jie. Is it so easily provoked? "Roast me?" Ming Li narrowed his eyes, the dangerous glint in his ice-blue gaze sending a shiver down Huang Yunqing's spine. "You misheard me." Huang Yunqing had long since developed a keen instinct for survival around Ming Li and swiftly shifted the topic. "What I meant was, the durian is best suited for roasting." Ming Li's expression soured. Perhaps he still harbored a lingering aversion to the peculiar odor of durian. He raised his hand to support Huang Yunqing's head. Such a foul thing, to roast? Ming Li's eyes reflected skepticism. Unable to fathom why anyone on the spirit beast continent would consume something so odious, Huang Yunqing leaned into Ming Li's embrace, adopting a demure demeanor, her slender fingers occasionally trailing across his taut abdomen. "Oh, roasted durian is quite famous in our world. It is quite like stinky tofu. It may smell foul, but it tastes heavenly." Huang Yunqing also had a fondness for stinky tofu. If she ever found the time, perhaps she could concoct some to conquer the capital of the Tianlan Empire with its unique aroma. Seeing Huang Yunqing draw closer, Ming Li's hand, which had been holding her head, gradually moved to her neck, his fingers caressing her skin, causing goosebumps to rise and an unsettling sensation of being ensnared. "I have never tasted it." "Then I shall prepare it for you next time." Huang Yunqing rubbed her hands together, her face alight with flattery as she envisioned the sight of this wretched fox sampling stinky tofu. Initially, he might express extreme disdain, but upon tasting its flavor, he would be filled with surprise, ultimately declaring, "It truly is delightful." Ming Li turned his head away in annoyance. "I shall not eat it." Huang Yunqing initially believed that Ming Li's prideful temperament had resurfaced, prompting her to approach him closely and inquire with genuine concern. "Esteemed one, how do you feel at this moment?" Logically, the effects of the golden steamed bun should have worn off by now. Shall we propose returning to the princess's bed? Otherwise, if Ming Li experiences any adverse effects, this lazy fox will become unbearably heavy, and I would be unable to carry him. Shall we retire for the night? Ming Li furrowed his brow, his gaze betraying a hint of distaste. How foul! Before Huang Yunqing could react, Ming Li forcefully submerged her underwater, the warm bathwater rushing into her nostrils, causing considerable discomfort. Gulping. Huang Yunqing struggled to surface, but the hand pressing against the back of her head felt as unyielding as stone, rendering her immobile. That long-forgotten sensation of sinking into a lake resurfaced. "Oh no! Is this rascal trying to drown me?" As she spiraled into her anxious thoughts, Ming Li's fluffy fox tail entwined around her waist. Pulling her out of the tub, wiping the droplets from her face, Huang Yunqing exclaimed with indignation, "You foul fox! Are you attempting to retaliate? You must have meant to drown me." A soft sensation graced her lips, light as a feather and as tender as jelly, causing Huang Yunqing to open her eyes. Her pupils constricted slightly, the golden depths reflecting Ming Li's devilishly handsome visage, an overwhelming stimulus. Just moments ago, he had pressed her down in the bathtub, and now he was pulling her in for a kiss. Could it be that this insufferable fox was suffering from a split personality? Huang Yunqing pushed against Ming Li, her eyes filled with urgency and annoyance. "It's he last. They parted. It's he. Least it doesn't smell anymore." Ming Li's deep voice caught Huang Yunqing off guard. So, he had submerged her in the tub to rid her of the durian odor? This insufferable fox was truly excessive. As Ming Li stepped out of the bath, droplets cascaded down, transforming into a soft blue mist that enveloped him. Huang Yunqing, dragged from the tub by his tail, landed heavily on the soft, cloud-like princess bed. "If you dare consume any more odorous food, I shall cast you into the desolate wilderness, never to return. Huang Yunqing tilted her head, glaring at Ming Li, who stood bathed in moonlight. Furiously, she seized a fluffy pillow and hurled it at him. Foul fox, listen well. You may humiliate me, but you shall not insult durians. Frustrated, Huang Yunqing ruffled her damp hair, the moisture dissipating as Ming Li's tail brushed against her. I will make you taste the exquisite flavor of durians. I shall ensure that you fall in love with them. Ming Li's gaze flickered slightly as he replied coolly, then I shall dispose of you instead. You reek, and I find you unappealing. Huang Yunqing immediately curled up on the princess bed and, pulling back the soft covers, smiled sweetly at Ming Li. Hee, esteemed one, come quickly and rest. I was merely speaking in my sleep earlier. Do not mind it. For Ming Li, her feigned submission was an effective tactic. Did he not see how, under Huang Yunqing's adept display of capitulation, this insufferable fox had obediently laid beside her? Huang Yunqing, nestled next to Ming Li, traced circles between his sculpted collarbones with her finger, eagerly asking, esteemed one, how does your body feel now? Are you utterly drained and yearning for slumber? Given the time, the effects of the golden steamed bun should be fading. Right? This detestable fox had forcibly submerged her in the tub without a second thought. She was determined to teach him a lesson. Sensing the cunning glimmer in her eyes, Ming Li realized that this woman was surely plotting something behind his back. The golden steamed bun he had consumed was infused with the abundant vitality of the starry spring water, intended to invigorate him temporarily. Ming Li had yet to notice any adverse effects. What was this foolish woman scheming? Perhaps her playful spirit was rising. Ming Li responded with a detached hum. Huang Yunqing leaned closer to his ear, her breath fragrant as orchids, asking, esteemed one, are you not feeling weary? Is your body unable to move? Ming Li regarded her with intrigue, curious about her next trick. Suddenly, Huang Yunqing sprang up, positioning herself atop his well-defined abdomen, revealing a hidden stash of devilishly spicy peppers. Ha! You foul fox, at last, you are in my grasp. With 2 fingers, she smeared the intensely spicy pepper across Ming Li's abdomen. Let us see if you continue to bully me today. I shall show you the power of the devil pepper. You shall learn that I, Huang Yunqing, am not to be trifled with. The devil pepper in her hand radiated an intense aura, a testament to its fiery origins. Just holding it caused a prickling sensation in her fingertips. Let alone applying it to Ming Li's skin. After several strokes of the pepper across his abdomen, she could no longer endure the heat and discarded it. Ha! Foul fox, do you yield? Huang Yunqing's smile was radiant as she playfully slapped Ming Li's rear, reveling in the elastic sensation. You may flaunt your might, but I have merely been indulgent. If I were to unleash my true power, you would find yourself at my mercy. Seeing Ming Li's lack of reaction, she slapped him again, her confidence soaring as she twisted her waist triumphantly. Oh, foul fox, are you unable to move now? She pinched his chin, her golden eyes gleaming with pride. Do you yield now? With a playful swipe of her hand, she teased Ming Li's exquisitely handsome face, playfully molding it. You thought to dismiss me early, to prevent me from earning a little coin, and you dared to throw me onto the bed, seeking to assert dominance? Noticing the dangerous glint in Ming Li's icy blue eyes, Huang Yunqing instinctively recoiled. However, recalling that he was currently incapacitated by the effects of the potion, her smile grew even more audacious. Dream on. Do you think I am so easily subdued? Were it not for your slight charm, I would have chopped you up and stewed you in a pot. Huang Yunqing playfully scratched Ming Li's chin, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, revealing his now lightly flushed abdomen. She felt a surge of accomplishment. You often boast that I cannot get out of bed, yet tomorrow I shall close shop for the day. If you possess the ability to sing songs of freedom, then prove it. Huang Yunqing swayed her hips proudly before Ming Li, reveling in her newfound authority. She felt as if she could dance upon the princess bed. Having endured submission for far too long, and now relishing in the chance to teach this insufferable fox a lesson, the satisfaction of releasing her pent-up frustration was exhilarating. With fervor, she waved her tiny fists in the air, feeling as if the moonlight enveloping her elevated her spirit. Delightful. Have you had your fill? Before Ming Li could respond, an irresistible force pinned Huang Yunqing back onto the princess bed. Their roles had been instantly reversed. The icy blue patterns of the fox markings extended from the corners of Ming Li's eyes, as if he donned a mask of cold aloofness. The aura of a supreme spirit beast emanated from him, wild and unrestrained, revealing an undeniable air of arrogance. Ming Li's fingers glided gently across Huang Yunqing's cheek, his distinctively shaped hand lingering at her delicate neck. You wish to chop me up? Huang Yunqing dared not breathe audibly. Clinging nervously to Ming Li's arm, her eyes blinking innocently. I meant, should any foolish spirit beasts dare bully you, I would swiftly deal with them, chopping them up for a stew. The golden-winged roc they had encountered in the town would make an excellent broth. Highly nutritious, Ming Li's emotionless gaze captured Huang Yunqing's pleading expression. This restless woman, if left unattended, she would surely wreak havoc. Ming Li's voice, cold as ancient ice, whispered in Huang Yunqing's ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Were you not the one claiming to unleash your wrath? Show me your fierce side, said Huang Yunqing, eyes widening at the sight of Ming Li. Wasn't he still supposed to be affected by the side effects of the golden bun? Wasn't his physical condition supposed to decline by 300%? What was going on? Could it be that Ming Li's constitution was so unique that the side effects of the golden bun had no impact on him at all? Was he merely feigning that submissive demeanor? Cough, cough. Master, the truth is that the little chef, unable to bear it any longer, explained, considering your previous complaints about the golden bun being a scam, I improved its formula. The earlier version had side effects and was incomplete. The one you made yourself is the complete version, which invigorates you without any adverse effects. Huang Yunqing trembled with anger, wishing she could drag the little chef from the depths of her mind and teach her a lesson. Ah, little chef, you deceived me. Why didn't you mention something so crucial earlier? The little chef's timid voice was tinged with a hint of grievance. She thought the master already knew. After all, several batches of golden buns had already been sold. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard, feeling bewildered by the unfamiliarity of Ming Li before her. Beneath the markings of a fox, he exuded an air of dominance and coldness. She wished she could silence her own mouth. Couldn't she simply exist without provoking danger in front of Ming Li? She clung to his arm, playfully pleading, "Big shot, please. Don't make me go hard on you." Ming Li's deep voice carried a hint of mockery. Weren't you quite fierce when you struck me? Huang Yunqing gritted her teeth, glaring at Ming Li with feigned ferocity. She struck her own backside with a firm slap. When I get serious, I even strike myself. Ming Li's slightly cool fingers traced along Huang Yunqing's neck, resting on her delicate collarbone. Oh, you wish to close the shop and take a break tomorrow? Huang Yunqing was on the verge of tears. Big shot, you misunderstood. Closing the shop is out of the question. Resting is impossible. I can never rest. I am a woman who must provide for my family. We have to open the shop tomorrow to earn a living for you. A slight smile curved Ming Li's lips, reminiscent of a snow lotus blooming as the ice melts, exuding an air of inevitable dominance. I am not hungry tomorrow. Today's meal is sufficient. The fluffy nine tails behind Ming Li slowly entwined around Huang Yunqing's ankle. Climbing up her leg.it seems you are quite reluctant to leave the bed. Allow me to assist you. Author S. Note. A compilation of Xiao Qingqing's daily surrender, using the fiercest tone to utter the most cowardly words. Xiao Qingqing angrily declared, "Big shot. I was wrong." Biting her lip, she asserted, "When I get fierce, I even strike myself. I ask you, are you afraid?" Xiao Li, what should I do about the foolish dog at home? Urgently waiting. Chapter 74. Cat Lord, would you like some dried fish? Want to eat roast goose? You must line up behind me. Or else, wake up early tomorrow. I've already queued ahead of you with 10 others. And roast goose is limited to 3. Are you blind? Why are you pushing? You are the steward of the Grand Tutor's residence, and I am the steward of the Marshal's residence. If you anger me, I might just hang you up for a beating. Before the sun rose, the little chef's shop was bustling with customers. Although the shop's door had yet to be installed, none dared to enter hastily, for the pure black kitten guarding the entrance was no ordinary creature. Despite its seemingly harmless appearance, this petite cat had knocked down the notorious Marshal Sima Wudi of the Tianlan Empire just yesterday. Sima Wudi was a 6th-grade martial artist. Rumor has it that this pure black kitten was merely a 6th-level spirit beast, yet it was rare for a creature to defeat a 6th-grade martial artist with a single strike, suggesting its strength far exceeded its classification. Closest to the extreme shadow black cat was a portly man adorned in gold and silver. He seemed eager to showcase all his wealth, even donning shimmering gold rings on fingers resembling carrots. The reason Jin Yuanbao managed to secure the front of the line was not merely his ostentatious attire. He was constantly attempting to curry favor with the extreme shadow black cat, occasionally pulling out small fish snacks from his pocket. Cat Lord, would you like some dried fish? These are special treats brought from the Wuang Sea of the Hao Empire. They taste delightful. The extreme shadow black cat wrinkled its nose. The fish snacks Jin Yuanbao offered were indeed of good quality, yet it was dutifully guarding the entrance. Meow. The extreme shadow black cat pushed aside Jin Yuanbao's plump hand, eyes gleaming with caution. Jin Yuanbao, your dried fish looks like stale goods. No wonder the extreme shadow black cat turned its nose up at them. Mo Hanlon, twisting his body oddly, managed to squeeze through the crowded throng. Fortunately, his slender frame allowed him to navigate through, unlike the round figure of Jin Yuanbao, who likely wouldn't even touch the threshold of the little chef's shop. Mo Hanlon, what brings you here? Jin Yuanbao glared at him suspiciously, recalling Mo Hanlon's adept pilfering skills. If it weren't for Mo Hanlon's nimble escape yesterday, Jin Yuanbao would have surely caught him and broken both his legs. Despite his seemingly cordial demeanor, Jin Yuanbao was a ruthless character in the realm of spirit crystal mining in the imperial capital. Anyone who dared to deceive him in front of his face would invariably face a brutal beating, only to be dragged into the mines as forced labor. His family's mine was currently short-staffed. Mo Hanlon, do you want to take a tour of the mine? Mo Hanlon smiled nonchalantly. He had not consumed anything from Jin Yuanbao, leaving the latter with only verbal threats. After all, he was a respectable scholar, whose artistic talents had even garnered praise from the Tianlan Emperor. If Jin Yuanbao dared to toss him into a mine, the Emperor would surely find a way to rescue him. Besides, Mo Hanlon possessed formidable cultivation himself. Seeing Jin Yuanbao adopt a fighting stance, Mo Hanlon arrogantly raised his chin and pulled out a scroll from his sleeve. How can a scholar enjoying a meal be considered a scam? He tossed the scroll into Jin Yuanbao's arms, his gaunt face radiating an artist's aloofness. This painting is a gift for you. Jin Yuanbao was taken aback to receive a painting from Mo Hanlon. Clutching the still-drying scroll, he felt a tinge of disbelief. Not long ago, Jin Yuanbao had circled around Mo Hanlon's residence, hoping to acquire some artistic treasures. However, he was quickly pushed out by the throngs of nobles seeking Mo Hanlon's talents. Mo Hanlon, are you truly giving this painting to me? Jin Yuanbao gazed at him incredulously, his small eyes sparkling with gratitude. Who would have thought that yesterday's tofu pudding would earn him a painting? Was it he who was foolish, or was it Mo Hanlon? Seeing Jin Yuanbao so stunned, Mo Hanlon swiftly snatched the dried fish from his hands. Jin Yuanbao, you truly haven't seen much of the world. Mo Hanlon touched his small mustache, chewing on the dried fish with mild disdain. Though this dried fish was brought from the Wuwang Sea, the production process is far too simplistic. Even I find it lacking in flavor. While he spoke thus, he continued to munch on the fish, his mustache trembling slightly. This extreme shadow black cat had been by Huang Yunqing's side, witnessing countless exquisite items. How could it be swayed by Jin Yuanbao's dried fish? The extreme shadow black cat glanced at Mo Hanlon, purring softly. It was, after all, Jin Yuanbao who had offered the fish. How had it ended up in Mo Hanlon's belly? You see, Jin Yuanbao, even this extreme shadow black cat is displeased with your inferior dried fish. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Hanlon finished off all the dried fish and looked up at the sun slowly peeking over the horizon. By the way, why hasn't the shopkeeper come down yet? Has she perhaps overslept? Mo Hanlon bent down, gently scratching the extreme shadow black cat's head, cautiously suggesting, little kitty, why don't you ask the shopkeeper when she plans to open the shop? The shadowy black cat, with an air of pride, shook its ears and swiftly retreated 2 steps to evade Mo Hanlon's sinister claws. Meow, it exclaimed, raising its head haughtily, its emerald eyes glinting with hostility. Did he expect it to disturb the master's good fortune in the attic? Even with 9 lives, it would not be enough to risk its demise. Mo Hanlon, somewhat agitated, stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the kitchen maid's shop, and said earnestly, little kitty, your mistress has truly overslept. She usually opens the shop at this hour. Before he could finish, the shadowy black cat's tail struck him down to the ground, leaving a red mark on his face. Meow. It glared fiercely at the patrons, exuding an aura that suggested it could single-handedly fend off legions. Chapter 75. I am but a salted fish unwilling to turn over. Are you all right, Mo Hanlon? The closest person, Jean Pongzi, rushed to help him. Although Mo Hanlon enjoyed indulging in food and drink, he was indeed a distinguished artist. If this esteemed artist were to be harmed, Jean Pongzi would naturally be worried, especially since he was so close. It's nothing. This little kitty certainly has a personality. Mo Hanlon was taken aback by the cat's swift reaction as he got up, baring his teeth, a deep red mark still visible on his face. He pondered what Miss Huang Yunqing was doing. Wasn't it nearly the 3rd watch of the day, with the shadowy black cat guarding the entrance? Mo Hanlon dared not proceed further and merely lifted his gaze toward the attic. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the transparent window of the attic, where he could faintly discern shadowy figures. As Imo Hanlon and his companions anxiously awaited, Huang Yunqing was also perched on the windowsill, gazing down with hopeful eyes. Outside the kitchen maid's shop, a long queue had formed, seemingly filling the entirety of Yongning Alley with eager diners. Watching the throng below, Huang Yunqing's heart ached. Closing the shop today would mean a significant loss of earnings. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, illuminating her, making her bruises appear all the more pronounced. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard, twisting her sore neck, and covertly glanced at the sleeping Ming Li. Ming Li could only maintain a human form at night, transforming into an adorable little fox once the sun rose. Yet today, why had Ming Li not turned into a fox? Huang Yunqing felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, wishing she could sprout wings and leap down from the attic window. Clenching her teeth, she stealthily maneuvered her body. Like a caterpillar, she slowly inched toward the space beneath the bed, contemplating the need to avoid waking the troublesome fox. Where do you think you're going? Ming Li's foxtail had ensnared her waist at some point, pulling Huang Yunqing back just as she was about to slide onto the carpet. Hee, you're awake, great one. Why not sleep a little longer? Huang Yunqing donned a submissive smile, leaning against Ming Li's shoulder, appearing obedient and understanding. Suddenly, I remembered we hadn't tea-washed the mango bowls from yesterday. I'm worried the bees might be attracted to disturb you, so I thought I'd go downstairs to wash the bowls. It's quite bothersome to leave the sticky bowls by the bedside. Ming Li looked down at her, his icy blue fox eyes revealing no hint of sympathy. Endure it. His fingers gently caressed her cheek, his presence exuding a crisp, snow lotus fragrance that made Huang Yunqing somewhat anxious. Ming Li's voice, rich and slightly husky, sent shivers down her spine. Noticing Ming Li's lack of further action, Huang Yunqing gathered her courage and leaned closer, testing the dangerous waters. Little Li, do you not realize that speaking like this may cost you your friends? Upon hearing her murmurs, Ming Li merely rested his hand atop her head. His deep blue gaze holding a touch of aloofness. I do not require friends. One is a match for me. Very well, indeed powerful, Huang Yunqing thought, recalling the imposing spirit beasts of the setting sun forest. Feeling that Ming Li likely had countless enemies. Little Li, your temper is quite poor. No wonder you've offended so many spirit beasts. As she teased Ming Li, he suddenly pinched her chin, forcing her to look up into his profound eyes. You seem quite spirited. From his gaze, Huang Yunqing detected an ambiguous air and quickly clung to his arm, obediently closing her eyes. I'm so tired. Really? I feel utterly drained. I might just be a salted fish now. Please, don't mind me. Allow me to swim freely in my dreams. Do not let me turn over. Turning over is simply impossible. Oh, a playful glint sparkled in Ming Li's eyes. Did you not say you wish to earn some pocket money? Did you not claim that earning money brings you joy? Huang Yunqing, somewhat taken aback, buried her head in the crook of his shoulder, occasionally peeking at him. Surely, this troublesome fox was concerned for her. Thus, he resorted to this insidious method of testing her. Did he not notice his tail still wrapped around her waist? Realizing this was Ming Li's ploy of feigned capture, Huang Yunqing immediately donned a look of disdain. Resolutely declaring, Great one, I must protest. Earning money is the most pedestrian pursuit in this world. Little Li, do not use such trivial matters to test me. What could possibly be more delightful than accompanying you in slumber? Ming Li lightly nodded, draping his fluffy fox tail over her, his fingers deftly parting her garments. Then let us continue. Great one, spare me. Huang Yunqing quickly grasped his hand, pitifully pointing to the pink mark on her abdomen, gazing up at him with sorrowful eyes. Great one, look, I'm covered in wounds. This is the mark left by the devilishly spicy chili. She dared not touch the mark on her belly, although it had improved. It still throbbed with pain. Great one, I truly cannot endure much longer. Please, have mercy. Had she known Ming Li was merely feigning last night, Huang Yunqing would never have dared to apply the devilish chili to his abs. Now, it was a case of harming both herself and him. When the chili brushed against her belly, it had made her cry out. Glup. Huang Yunqing licked her lips, clutching Ming Li's arm as she pleaded. Great one, I'm really hungry now. Would you allow me to go make a bowl of clear noodle soup? Ming Li appeared to be in good spirits, propping his head on one hand. Watching the trembling Huang Yunqing with interest. Have you realized your mistake? I have, she exclaimed. What was the error? It was in wanting to turn over the kitchen maid. I shall mend my ways and earnestly fulfill my duties as a kitchen maid. So great one, may I go to the kitchen? Ming Li, in a cheerful mood, waved his hand dismissively, saying lightly, "Begone." Chapter 76. I suspect you are Ming Li's system. Huang Yunqing felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, nearly collapsing onto the carpet as her legs turned to jelly. Thankfully, the warmth from her fox fur coat supported her. Her legs felt as if they were walking on cotton, utterly weak, yet, despite her discomfort, Huang Yunqing gritted her teeth and pressed on, hastening to leave the attic, lest she find herself trapped. Wait, just as she descended 2 steps, Ming Li's magnetic voice startled her. What mischief was this troublesome fox up to? Your roast goose was quite tasty. Yes, yes. I shall prepare roast goose for you right away. Huang Yunqing nodded enthusiastically, smiling at Ming Li, and once she turned away, she stomped her foot in frustration. What a difficult fox to please. Did he solely crave the most expensive dishes? Who could afford to keep such a troublesome fox? Ding ding. Good morning, master. The kitchen maid's shop earned 701 spirit crystals yesterday. This month's total revenue is 762 spirit crystals. Master, keep up the good work and strive to complete the main task. Huang Yunqing felt an overwhelming surge of anger upon hearing the voice of the little cook. I shall no longer care for this insufferable fox. Let anyone who wishes to tend to it do so. It consumes excessively, speaks too much, and is ever so picky. Surely this is a deliberate torment. It sleeps soundly and for prolonged hours. I refuse to serve it any longer. Her complaints sent the little cook trembling in fear. Suddenly, a warm current surged through her limbs, mending Huang Yunqing's weary body and alleviating her fatigue. Please don't be angry, master. The little cook sends you a heart. Huang Yunqing moved her legs, realizing that the soreness left by the wretched fox, Ming Li, had vanished, and her gaze softened somewhat. Do not think that your small acts of kindness in helping to mend my body will earn my forgiveness. I now harbor serious doubts that your master is Ming Li. Perhaps you are merely a spy sent by that insufferable fox to monitor me. Seeing that Huang Yunqing was still irate, the little cook quickly changed the subject. Master, I have discovered that the attic lacks a large wardrobe, and I have taken the liberty to complete it for you. You will find any fabric you desire within, and according to your whims and ideas, suitable garments can be crafted. Huang Yunqing's interest peaked. It sounded rather impressive. Could it be that beautiful garments could be fashioned at will? Various simple, convenient, and stylish clothing designs flashed through her mind. Although her expression remained haughty, though you think that just 2 pieces of clothing can win me over? Master. It is not merely 2 pieces. The little cook's voice was warm as she added mysteriously. The wardrobe is filled with special materials that I have collected from my travels. These are my private treasures. Silk, gold, and jade are mere trifles. Within that wardrobe lies the fur of 9th-tier spiritual beasts. Huang Yunqing smacked her lips. Although her current fox fur coat was somewhat plain, it had been acquired from Ming Li. The fur of a 9th-tier beast was beneath her consideration. Yet, perhaps someone like Jean Fatty, the nouveau riche, would appreciate it. Wearing a mink, flaunting a watch, and draped in gold chains. How proud! Huang Yunqing pondered. If fashionable leather jackets were designed, they could fetch a handsome price in light of your considerable expense. I shall reluctantly forgive you, but do not let such treachery against your master occur again. After admonishing the little cook, Huang Yunqing entered the kitchen. Jian Yuanbao, despite his small eyes, had keen vision. The moment Huang Yunqing stepped into the kitchen, he rushed into the little cook's shop and settled into his usual spot. Miss Huang, prepare a roast goose for the fat man. The remainder, as per tradition, shall be for my brother the fox. Huang Yunqing squeezed the rag in her hands, her irritation palpable. Your brother the fox is unwell today, so he requires an entire roast goose to recuperate. Jian boss, you should order just half a goose. Noticing Huang Yunqing's displeasure, Jean Fatty instinctively glanced at the attic and suddenly broke into a knowing smile. Miss Huang is truly remarkable. Jean Fatty settled on ordering half a goose. Mo Hanlon, sitting beside Jian Yuanbao, quickly interjected, No, Jean Fatty, half a goose will hardly suffice. You collected my painting this morning. Do you wish to step into the noble circle without even treating me to half a goose? Mo Hanlon's face was marred by the tail of the shadow cat, causing his speech to be somewhat garbled and peculiar. Ascending into the noble circle of the imperial capital had always been Jian Yuanbao's dream. Clutching the painting, he appeared conflicted. Jean Fatty, half a goose for a painting is hardly a loss. Mo Hanlon patted Jian Yuanbao's shoulder, his little mustaches quivering rhythmically as he earnestly advised. I can personally guide you on how to integrate into the noble circle. Your artistic refinement and appreciation will surely improve. And no one will dare to call you a nouveau riche. Jean Fatty was tempted by Imo Hanlon's words. All right then, I shall order a whole goose. The other half shall go to Imo Hanlon. Huang Yunqing shook her head in mild exasperation, realizing that Jean Fatty had been swayed by Imo Hanlon yet again. Regardless, the shadow cat had already collected the spiritual crystals. Huang Yunqing deftly hung the prepared 2 heron-feathered black geese in the deep well oven before taking a moment to prepare herself a bowl of clear soup noodles. After finishing her meal, she sensed something amiss. Why were none of the patrons entering to place their orders? In the little cook's shop, only Jean Fatty and Imo Hanlon remained. Hadn't there been a long queue outside? Were the others merely here to watch? After finishing her soup, Huang Yunqing stepped outside to investigate, only to discover that a brawl had erupted in Yongning Alley. Oh dear, what is happening? She casually grabbed the sleeve of a flamboyantly dressed young gentleman and was astonished to find it was none other than the narcissistic Mu Songyu. He dramatically smoothed his hair and smiled. The proprietress must surely have a fondness for me, to have so accurately sought me out from the crowd. Such effort is truly commendable. Huang Yunqing silently released her grip on Mu Songyu's attire and returned to her shop. I apologize. Your striking appearance is simply too captivating. My intrusion was unintentional. Please don't rush off, proprietress. Mu Songyu, surprised by Huang Yunqing's abrupt departure, hurriedly followed her into the little cook's shop. I heard that the stewards of the Grand Tutor's estate and the Marshal's estate got into a fight over the roast goose. They fought quite fiercely, shattering the road in Yongning Alley, blocking everyone behind them from entering. Huang Yunqing smirked, feeling as though Mu Songyu was jesting with her. So the patrons had been unable to enter to place their orders due to 2 buffoons blocking the way? This was rather fantastical. I told you, you ought to be beaten. The steward of the Marshal's estate, Sima Taidan, was a burly man. After decisively besting the steward of the Grand Tutor's estate, he proudly pushed through the crowd and swaggered to the entrance of the little cook's shop. Blood still dripped from his knuckles, sending the onlookers scurrying back, too intimidated to confront the brute. The Marshal's estate was nothing short of a den of bandits. Sima Taidan feigned ferocity as he waved to the gathered patrons, then bellowed toward Huang Yunqing, Miss Huang, my Marshal requests a roast goose. Here are 200 spiritual crystals. Please accept. Huang Yunqing regarded Sima Taidan with an impassive expression, utterly baffled by how the Sima family members had grown into such hulking figures. Were they all raised on iron? Had it not been for the 200 spiritual crystals, she would have long since expelled Sima Taidan for daring to obstruct her customers and impede her earnings. Was this not akin to inviting misfortune? Little cat, go collect the spiritual crystals, then throw this oaf out. Before Huang Yunqing's words had fully left her mouth, the shadow cat darted out, swiftly creating a deep pit at the entrance where Sima Taidan stood. Huang Yunqing winced at the sight of the pit. The little cat had not thought to throw Sima Taidan further away, and now how could patrons enter to place their orders? Fortunately, the diners were not ordinary folk. As cultivators, they easily leaped over the pit. Gradually, the little cook's shop filled with eager patrons, all drawn by the legendary spiritual dishes. First-time visitors typically ordered egg fried rice and clear soup noodles. As these were the most affordable options, more familiar patrons placed a variety of requests. Proprietress, I would like a spicy tofu pudding. Certainly. I assure you will savor the finest tofu pudding. Huang Yunqing cheerfully delivered the tofu pudding to the counter. While the customers knew to collect their meals on their own, young lady, I'd like a serving of golden steamed buns. A masked old man stealthily entered the little cook's shop, and the plum blossom hairpin swaying atop his head revealed his identity as Old Man May. I heard from Lin Tutu that these golden steamed buns are excellent for kidney health. Huang Yunqing retrieved a steamer filled with golden buns, silently acknowledging their reputed benefits. Otherwise, that insufferable fox Ming Li would not have troubled her for an entire night. Old Master May, you must take care of your health. My golden buns can nourish anywhere, but excessive indulgence can harm you. Old Master May, with eyes wide in terror, hastily accepted the basket of golden buns. Oh no! His identity has been exposed. He must make a swift escape, lest his reputation be tarnished. Seeing Old Master May whirl out of the kitchen like a whirlwind, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but shake her head gently. Is this old man foolish? He takes great pleasure in adorning his hair with plum blossom hairpins, but even wrapping his face tightly in black cloth is of no avail. Sister Huang, I would like a serving of boiled fish. As spicy as it can be. Huang Yunqing looked around, unable to spot the person placing the order, until she heard a series of loud knocks from outside the kitchen. Only then did she notice a filthy little boy hiding outside, pounding on the wall, resembling a street ruffian. Qi Ling, do you dare to eat spicy food? This dirty little boy, named Qi Ling, is the son of Qi Tian, the only prince of a different surname in the Tianlan Empire. And his mother is the eldest princess of the Tianlan Emperor. Having been raised in luxury since childhood, he is notoriously mischievous, unruly, and revels in dominating the streets. It could be said that all the children in the imperial capital are under his sway. To Huang Yunqing, Qi Ling is merely a brat with delusions of grandeur. Sister Huang, don't underestimate me. I am destined to dominate the entire imperial capital. I've promised my little brothers that I can handle the spiciest boiled fish, drink the strongest wines, and marry the most beautiful girls. Huang Yunqing regarded Qi Ling with interest. Why boiled fish requires at least a second-tier cultivation level to consume. Otherwise, you might explode from the heat. You underestimate me too much. Qi Ling clenched his dirty little fists, a layer of silver energy swirling around them, and he proudly kicked his legs. I am already a third-tier martial artist. He excitedly tossed 50 spirit crystals onto the kitchen counter, then turned to embrace the shadow black cat, his eyes sparkling as he playfully tugged at its ears. Sister Huang, you truly have a 6th-tier spirit beast here. It's so difficult to catch a shadow black cat known for its speed. The shadow black cat, swift and sleek, seemed to glide away from Qi Ling's grasp, shaking off its fur in fright. Meow. The shadow black cat trembled slightly, having narrowly escaped embarrassment from this mischievous child. Incredible! Qi Ling gazed at the shadow black cat with envy. If only I could possess this spirit beast. His round eyes sparkled with wonder as he explored the kitchen, occasionally darting around. Huang Yunqing, observing Qi Ling's restless energy, felt a slight headache. How did this little tyrant find his way here? Although Qi Ling possessed a bounty of spirit crystals, his unpredictable nature made him a challenge to deal with. Anyone who provoked him would only have themselves to blame. Sister Huang, I found an egg in the corner. Qi Ling rummaged around, uncovering the egg of the night black phoenix. This egg looked so magical. He dashed towards the kitchen, but as he passed the doorway, he collided with a stunningly beautiful woman. Who is this wild child? Are you blind? Qi Ling, fearless and brash, picked up the black night black phoenix egg from the ground and retorted. What a frightful old lady, looking so ugly and still daring to scare people. He leaned closer to the woman, spitting on her dress in disdain. Oh, it's just the second miss of the general's residence. Huang Yunyao, who loves to pretend to be pure. How did your mother let you out to frighten people? Huang Yunyao glanced down at her pale pink dress, now stained with dirt and a conspicuous droplet of spit. Her hands, hidden in her sleeves, clenched into fists, her temper rising from Qi Ling's caustic remarks. Taking a deep breath, she forced a facade of kindness, addressing Qi Ling. Child, you must be the errand boy that Sister Yunqing hired. How compassionate of her to employ a homeless child. It's truly a win-win situation. Though on the surface she praised Huang Yunqing's kindness, it was a veiled jab at her perceived stinginess and slovenliness. If Huang Yunqing were to hire a beggar to work, she wouldn't have to pay a salary. Just feed him scraps daily would suffice. And with such refined patrons, wouldn't it be quite unseemly for Huang Yunqing to have a dirty beggar serving them? Huang Yunqing approached, carrying Qi Ling's order of extra spicy boiled fish, and smiled gently. I'm sorry, Qi Ling, but I truly cannot afford to hire you. If anyone wishes to employ you, they must first appease Prince Qi and the eldest princess. After all, you are not just any homeless child. Upon realizing Qi Ling's identity, Huang Yunyao's false smile stiffened, her expression shifting dramatically. She hadn't expected this filthy little brat to be the notorious ruffian of the imperial capital. Wasn't it said that Qi Ling only roamed the streets? How did he end up in Huang Yunqing's modest establishment? Huang Yunyao's eyes flickered with panic, and she quickly salvaged the situation. No wonder this child is so charming. He is the young master Qi Ling, looking quite clever. Bah. Qi Ling rolled his eyes and made a face at Huang Yunyao. Old lady, spare your explanations. I hold grudges. If you have the ability, don't venture out, or you might not return. He glared at Huang Yunyao with fierce determination, even as he sat back in his chair with a swagger reminiscent of a street ruffian. The entire imperial capital is under my protection. Just wait and see. I will slowly make your life miserable. Huang Yunqing, overhearing Qi Ling's bravado, shook her head slightly. It seemed this brat with delusions of grandeur was beyond saving. However, the thought of Qi Ling dealing with Huang Yunyao was rather amusing. Who would outsmart the other, the little tyrant, or the scheming girl? As Huang Yunqing walked past Qi Ling, she casually snatched the black night black phoenix egg from his hands. Qi Ling, stop playing around and taste my cooking. If the spice makes you cry, I want to take responsibility. Before Huang Yunqing, Qi Ling was surprisingly obedient. His demeanor shifted to that of a well-behaved child. likely due to the formidable presence of Huang Yunqing's fierce mother, who once publicly scolded him in front of Prince Qi and the eldest princess for 3 days and nights, leaving an indelible psychological mark on him. Thus, whenever he saw Huang Yunqing, he was compelled to comply and smile. Perhaps in Qi Ling's eyes, Huang Yunqing had inherited her mother's fierce spirit. When she acted, she did so with lethal intent. So Qi Ling believed that her seemingly useless demeanor was merely a fade, that she was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sister Huang, don't underestimate me. How could I possibly cry from the spice? Qi Ling planted his feet on the stool, striking a pose of a little tyrant, and picked up a piece of fish with his purple bamboo chopsticks. Watching as Qi Ling placed the tender fish into his mouth, Huang Yunqing witnessed his expression shift from white to red, then to purple and finally to black. Wow. Unable to contain himself, Qi Ling burst into tears. This boiled fish is incredibly spicy, despite his tears. He still reached for the fish again, determined to savor the fiery dish. While although it's so spicy, it's absolutely delicious. His lips swollen from the heat, resembling 2 shiny sausages, Qi Ling's appearance was rather comical. He simply couldn't stop. Huang Yunyao, shaking her pristine pink dress, seemed to try and hide the black handprints Qi Ling had left on her clothes. She noticed Huang Yunqing about to return to the kitchen and hurriedly followed her with a gentle and shy smile. Her eyes perfectly poised. Sister Yunqing, I hope my uninvited presence does not displease you. Huang Yunqing abruptly halted, her gaze assessing Huang Yunyao from top to bottom, a hint of derision glimmering in her golden eyes. Upon hearing such words, it is clear that I am not welcomed. Suddenly recalling something of great importance, Huang Yunqing, wielding the shattered star knife, scrawled a line of characters upon the doorpost of the cook's shop in a haphazard manner. Oh dear sister, to express my concern for you, I have decided to carve your name at the entrance of this establishment. Noticing Huang Yunyao's lingering confusion, Huang Yunqing eagerly pulled her to the entrance. Revealing the bold inscription, "No entry for Huang Yunyao and dogs." Huang Yunyao's eyes widened in shock, her body trembling, yet tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls strung loose, painting a picture of utter despair. Sister Yunqing, do you wish to humiliate me? Huang Yunqing furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, Ah, such behavior is indeed unacceptable, my dear sister. How could you compare yourself to a dog? The poor creature has done nothing wrong. With a flick of her wrist, Huang Yunqing added a few strokes to the doorpost. Well, does it not appear much improved now? The word dog was struck through, replaced by the crookedly etched characters Mu Nanfeng, rendering it all the more ironic. Huang Yunyao and Mu Nanfeng are not permitted. This bore no relation to the innocuous little dog. Chapter 79. Master, keep up the fight. Disgrace them. Second update. Sister Yunqing. Isn't this a bit excessive? Huang Yunyao's expression was a vivid tapestry of emotions, reminiscent of a shattered spice jar, its contents chaotically blended. Huang Yunqing patted her shoulder with a grin. Dear sister, do not be so naive in the realm of adults. What constitutes excessive behavior? With a flourish, she twirled the shattered star knife, its vibrant glimmer momentarily obscuring Huang Yunyao's dark tresses. Our rift has long been established. If you wish to continue prancing before me, next time it may not be as simple as a mere haircut. Huang Yunyao trembled, for despite being a second-grade warrior, she had failed to perceive Huang Yunqing's swift motion. She instinctively touched her neck, feeling a faint cut upon her fair skin, barely perceptible to the untrained eye in that fleeting moment. Huang Yunqing had truly contemplated ending her life. Standing outside the cook's shop, Huang Yunyao's expression darkened as memories of the shop's rumors flooded her mind. It was said that Huang Yunqing had opened a mysterious establishment in Yongning Alley, renowned for its ethereal dishes, delectable yet exorbitantly priced. Rumor had it that a 6th-tier spirit beast guarded the premises, ready to incapacitate troublemakers and toss them out like refuse. Patrons flocked to Huang Yunqing's shop, including many distinguished nobles. Undeterred by the risk of offending the crown prince, how could this seemingly talentless individual suddenly become so exceptional? As Huang Yunqing walked further away, Huang Yunyao clenched her hidden fist tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. Sister Yunqing, I know your disdain for me stems from jealousy over my bond with brother Nanfeng. Though aware that she would not receive her blessing, she still wished to extend a sincere invitation. For Huang Yunqing remained her esteemed sister in her heart. Huang Yunyao bit her lip, standing in the sunlight outside the cook's shop, resembling a blooming white lotus, exuding a subtle fragrance of green tea. Her eyes displayed a perfect blend of timidity, enhancing her delicate features, drawing the gaze of numerous patrons. Sister Yunqing, Tomorrow is the day of my engagement to Brother Nanfeng. You must come. Huang Yunqing lazily leaned against the countertop, spinning the shattered star knife with remarkable speed, dazzling like a flash of light. I apologize, but I am preoccupied with business worth hundreds of thousands of spirit crystals. I simply lack the time to attend your engagement. Huang Yunqing was too busy earning money to support her fox. What interest did she have in Huang Yunyao and Mu Nanfeng's festivities? Had Mu Nanfeng's scars healed? Yet Huang Yunyao remained undeterred, blocking the entrance with a sincere plea. Sister Yunqing, both Brother Nanfeng and I desire your blessing. We hope you can find a better match. It was said that Sister Yunqing's culinary skills were exceptional. Brother Nanfeng and she wished to experience her artistry, entrusting the engagement banquet to her expertise. Huang Yunqing narrowed her eyes slightly. Huang Yunyao's words were beginning to grate on her nerves, subtly belittling her as a mere cook. I have no objection to being the head chef. After all, we are sisters. With a decisive motion, Huang Yunqing slammed the shattered star knife onto the cutting board, her lips curving into a provocative smile. Her demeanor exuding confidence. But tell me, would you dare to eat the dishes I create? Huang Yunyao's smile faltered. Indeed, she did harbor reservations about Huang Yunqing's cooking. Heaven knows the torment that bowl of fish head and tofu had inflicted upon her. Each visit to the restroom had been a trial. Huang Yunyao's expression shifted, her smile growing increasingly sweet. Since Mu Nanfeng insisted on bringing Huang Yunqing to the Crown Prince's banquet, it was clear he had prepared a trap to ensnare her. A chance for revenge. No matter what, she had to persuade Huang Yunqing to attend the celebration. Since it is Sister Yunqing's cooking, why would I fear to partake? Would you truly wish harm upon me and Brother Nanfeng? If Sister Yunqing's dishes were poisonous, word would spread, jeopardizing the shop's reputation. Huang Yunyao felt assured that Huang Yunqing would not dare poison the engagement feast. If such rumors circulated, it would tarnish her establishment. And the nobility in the capital were known for their self-preservation. Who would dare dine in Huang Yunqing's shop then? Huang Yunqing regarded Huang Yunyao's naive expression, feeling an urge to strike her with the cooking pot. Curious to see if her face would contort, Dio threatened her using the cook's shop's reputation? No, she was not reliant on reputation for sustenance. It was her culinary skills that captivated her patrons. Huang Yunqing smiled, radiating pride like a blooming red spider lily, resplendent in its glory. Just as she was about to refuse, a voice echoed in her mind, urging her to consider the importance of the cook's shop's reputation. It's a lure not to be underestimated. Side quest, disgrace them. The little cook had never encountered such audacity, daring to threaten the cook's shop's reputation. Master must strive to disgrace them. Quest description: attend the engagement banquet of Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunyao, and find a way to tarnish the image of these despicable individuals while promoting the renowned reputation of the cook's shop. The little cook offers a warm reminder. Whether it be durian pastries or stinky tofu, serve them all. Quest reward: early unlock of the dish, stinky tofu. Note: there are no rewards for this quest. It's purely for enjoyment. Upon reading the quest description, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but smirk. The little cook's temper was rather easily ignited, was it not? A single disagreement, and she was issuing quests? Little cook, are you jesting with me? Master, keep up the fight. These two relentless scoundrels are so shameless that even the little cook cannot tolerate them. Indeed, Huang Yunqing had initially no desire to attend the banquet. However, considering the prospect of the stinky tofu she could unlock, she begrudgingly agreed to Huang Yunyao's request. Seeing Huang Yunqing's prolonged silence, Huang Yunyao provocatively pressed. Sister Yunqing, despite your past actions against Brother Nanfeng, I know you still care for him. After all, no one in the Tianlan Empire is as exceptional as Brother Nanfeng. Surely you are not too embarrassed to attend our engagement banquet simply because you have yet to find a suitable companion? Chapter 80. Who says little Qingqing has no companions? Third update. Who says little Qingqing has no companions? A cool, aloof voice resonated from the staircase of the cook's shop. A tall figure descended the steps slowly, clad in immaculate white robes adorned with ice-blue fox patterns, resembling a nobleman emerging from a painting, captivating and solitary. With exquisite features, his expression carried a hint of aloofness and regal charm. He embraced Huang Yunqing, his icy gaze sweeping over Huang Yunyao at the entrance of the cook's shop, instilling fear. You wish for little Qingqing to be your head chef? Do you believe yourself worthy? In that instant, Huang Yunqing felt a surge of vindication. It was truly delightful to watch this lazy fox confront her adversaries. She was inherently a person unable to conceal her emotions, and when in high spirits, she would hardly refrain from flaunting her triumph to the world. Thus, Huang Yunqing nestled into Ming Li's embrace, her golden red eyes gleaming with a hint of provocation, while she feigned modesty, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I did mention my reluctance to attend the banquet. Did I not? After all, my companion is too strikingly handsome, and I've already overshadowed Mu Nanfeng's delicate visage. It would certainly be unseemly to steal the limelight at your engagement feast." Huang Yunqing reached out to caress Ming Li's cheek, as if showcasing a rare treasure, her smile brimming with satisfaction. Huang Yunyao was taken aback to discover such a captivating man concealed within Huang Yunqing's small establishment, her gaze widening in astonishment. Huang Yunqing coughed lightly, her demeanor slightly displeased. "Oh dear sister, you aren't becoming addicted to stealing men, are you?" Huang Yunqing shielded Ming Li with an air of mild annoyance, stating coolly, "If Mu Nanfeng finds favor in you, it must be due to his poor eyesight. How could my little Li's exquisite eyes possibly be blind?" Huang Yunyao finally regained her composure, her delicate face akin to a peach blossom, flushed crimson. "Sister Yunqing, how could I ever compete with you for a man?" She quickly lowered her gaze, appearing as though she were the one being bullied by Huang Yunqing. Her voice trembling slightly, Huang Yunqing nodded thoughtfully, then playfully leaned against Ming Li several times before cheerfully declaring, "Indeed, Mu Nanfeng is even my man. He is rather unattractive, perfectly suited to match you." Her words elicited uproarious laughter from the patrons of the little chef's shop. The mischievous child, Qi Ling, laughed the loudest, and had it not been for Huang Yunqing's presence, he might have rolled on the ground in mirth. "Ha! Sister Huang is absolutely right. That old lady has a shifty gaze and is undoubtedly full of mischief, trying to steal your man." Huang Yunyao trembled all over, utterly embarrassed in front of the laughing diners, and felt she could no longer remain. "Since Sister Yunqing has found a partner, I shall wait for Brother Nanfeng at the prince's residence tomorrow. You must come." Huang Yunqing, noticing Huang Yunyao's intent to escape, called out, "Oh, dear sister, if you wish for me to be the head chef, please do hand over the spirit crystals. My appearance fee is rather steep. However, as we are sisters, I shall give you a discount. Just 1,000 spirit crystals will suffice." Huang Yunyao was taken aback by Huang Yunqing's unexpected demand, standing frozen at the entrance of the little chef's shop. "Dear sister, if you cannot afford the fee, I truly will not cook for you. I am quite busy at my establishment." Although Huang Yunqing was obliged to complete the little chef's side quest, who wouldn't want to earn some extra pocket money? Huang Yunyao struggled to maintain her facade of innocence, her expression turning grim as she ground her teeth and said, "Sister Yunqing, you are clearly extorting money." Unfazed by the accusation, Huang Yunqing proudly retorted, "Oh, who earns money as swiftly as I do? Just tell me if you can pay. Otherwise, I have no desire to join the festivities at the prince's residence. You too would be quite an eyesore." Huang Yunyao, clutching the doorframe of the little chef's shop, appeared utterly miserable, yet the diners remained engrossed in their meals, oblivious to her plight. When she realized no one was paying her any attention, she pitifully unclasped her purse and lamented, "Sister Yunqing, I only have 30 spirit crystals. Would you consider this a down payment? After you arrive at the prince's residence tomorrow, Brother Nanfeng will give you the remainder." Huang Yunqing mumbled softly, "All right, I suppose I have a good heart after all, little kitty. Please collect the payment, then toss my dear sister into a pit outside to rest for a while." The swift black cat, Jieying, acted almost instantaneously, and in the blink of an eye, Huang Yunyao vanished from the doorway, followed by her cries of despair. Huang Yunqing, happily weighing the 30 spirit crystals in her hand, returned to the kitchen to continue attending to her customers. "Ah, everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content. Boss Jean, your roast goose is ready. Come and get it." Boss Jean, the portly man, hurriedly approached the kitchen counter with a delighted expression, winking at Huang Yunqing. "Miss Huang, I never would have imagined. You have hidden a handsome man in your abode. Aren't you afraid of making my fox brother jealous?" Seeing Boss Jin's furtive glances at Ming Li, Huang Yunqing quickly pushed his plate of roast goose away. "Your fox brother is eating roast goose today, not jealousy." Perceiving Huang Yunqing's impatience, Boss Jin hastily took his roast goose away, his face wearing a knowing smile. "Hee, Miss Huang, you are indeed a formidable lady." Huang Yunqing was momentarily perplexed by Boss Jin's remark, but soon fell back into Ming Li's embrace, finding solace in his cool presence. "Why, lord? Why are you here so early today?" "I am hungry." Ming Li replied simply that as Huang Yunqing kneaded the flour at the countertop. Ming Li leaned in closer, his alluring presence causing her cheeks to flush. "If you were hungry, just wait patiently over there. Don't distract me in the kitchen." Once she had crafted the golden dough into charming little buns, she finally untangled the fox tail wrapped around her waist. Literally, My kitchen is open. It wouldn't he do for others to see? Ming Li lazily leaned against the crystal stove, as though the familiar warmth brought him immense comfort. I am not afraid of being seen. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, cornering Ming Li against the wall. My lord, how can I not worry about being seen? You know your own status, don't you? What if enemies come looking for you? To which Ming Li replied nonchalantly, if enemies come, just kill them. As he leisurely savored the roast goose, he spoke as if discussing something trivial, showing no concern whatsoever. The enemies you have provoked are all ninth-tier spirit beasts, Huang Yunqing whispered urgently. For instance, the one we encountered in Sunset Town, the one called the Golden-Winged Roc, right? My goodness, its eyes are larger than windows, and I fear its wings could blot out the sun. What would happen if that Golden-Winged Roc came knocking? Ming Li suddenly frowned, then shoved a piece of roast goose into Huang Yunqing's mouth, his tone calm and leisurely. You talk too much. Huang Yunqing, indignant, bit into the tender roast goose, her irritation simmering beneath the surface. If it weren't for the delectable flavor, she would have surely lashed out. Didn't you say the Golden-Winged Roc is excellent for making soup? I would love to see how you fare at cooking it. Ming Li, with a teasing smile, replied, Little Ching, this is my way of cultivation. If you can prepare dishes with more abundant spiritual energy, that Golden-Winged Roc wouldn't dare to prance around before me. Huang Yunqing barely had time to savor the roast goose she had swallowed hastily before asking in bewilderment, Little Li, are you implying that you can unleash any strength with a first-tier body? How much one can truly achieve is closely related to what one consumes. Ming Li placed the roast goose platter in the sink and remarked lightly, in fact, it has a greater connection to you. If you could prepare spiritual dishes using ninth-tier spirit beasts, I could head straight to the Sunset Forest and capture that bothersome Golden-Winged Roc to make a soup. Huang Yunqing swallowed hard and gave Ming Li a thumbs up. Impressive, my little Li. She energetically patted Ming Li's shoulder, envisioning a bright future where she could stride confidently across the spirit beast continent. Then it's settled. Your stomach will be taken care of from now on. And I, myself, will be under your protection. Ming Li cast a glance at Huang Yunqing, a faint look of disdain appearing in her icy blue fox eyes. Silly dog. Huang Yunqing stood by the purple bamboo steamer, hands tucked in, pouting. Little Li, you're not being obedient again. Didn't we agree to use affectionate nicknames for each other? I call you Little Li, and you call me. She felt Ming Li's strong hand gently pat her head, as if grooming a little pup. Ming Li stated unequivocally, all right, silly dog. This title is settled. Huang Yunqing widened her eyes slightly. Was Ming Li's hearing not quite right? Why did she always have to be compared to a silly dog? Ming Li, in a cheerful mood, scratched Huang Yunqing's chin, and the fox tail wrapped around her waist slowly loosened. I will be waiting for you in the attic. Make sure to close up on time. Upon sensing the underlying meaning in Ming Li's words, Huang Yunqing's cheeks flushed as she served a golden steamed bun to a customer. What mischief would this troublesome fox get up to after closing? Even when hanging, one could still catch a breath. Couldn't she allow herself a couple of days of rest? Your golden steamed buns are ready. Remember not to overindulge. After giving her usual reminder, Huang Yunqing suddenly realized that they had already sold over 10 portions of golden steamed buns. It felt as though they were exceptionally popular today, and the customers ordering them were predominantly male. Could it truly be, as Old May said, that these wealthy gentlemen were purchasing golden steamed buns to replenish their vitality? Huang Yunqing smirked. Indeed, there were quite a few men in the capital suffering from vitality depletion. In just a short while, they had sold over 10 portions. Sister Huang, I told you before, Mu Nanfeng is merely a pretty face. Good for nothing. Thankfully, you have divorced him. However, the man you found this time is much more handsome than Mu Nanfeng. Huang Yunqing glanced down to see Qi Ling leaning on the kitchen counter, raising his eyebrows playfully at her. Such a mischievous little brat. After staring at Qi Ling for a while, Huang Yunqing suddenly had a brilliant idea and discreetly beckoned him with her finger. Qi Ling, I hear the entire capital is under your protection. Could you do me a small favor? Once accomplished, Sister will treat you to mango mousse. Qi Ling stomped his foot excitedly, declaring, Sister Huang, you asking for my help is an honor. This is our bond, unrelated to mango mousse. Huang Yunqing leaned in closer to Qi Ling's ear, succinctly explaining her request for him to gather information at the prince's residence. Qi Ling's influence spanned the streets of the capital, making him the perfect choice for this task, ensuring Huang Yunqing was well prepared. After all, Mu Nanfeng harbored a deep-seated grudge against her. How could he possibly have good intentions? Sister Huang, rest assured, I will handle this perfectly. Qi Ling thumped his chest, then curiously licked his lips. leaning against the counter and quietly asking, "Sister Huang, is mango mousse delicious? Did this little girl truly enjoy such treats?" Huang Yunqing, bemused, rubbed her temples. Hadn't Qi Ling just said he was uninterested in mango mousse? "Qi Ling, little girls love sweets. If you complete the task, come back to the shop tonight. I'll prepare 2 portions of mango mousse just for you." After sending off the little brat, Huang Yunqing hummed a cheerful tune. Her spirits lifted as she ground passion fruit yellow beans. Indeed, she found herself quite fond of earning money. Ding! Congratulations, master, on completing the side quest, The Pursuit of Douhua Rice. Chapter 82. Dragon Blood Rice and Jade Lip Garlic. Ding! Congratulations, master, on unlocking the recipe, Douhua Rice set. Huang Yunqing took a bite of the fragrant, sweet mango pieces and curiously inquired, "Little chef, what does your Douhua Rice set include?" Earlier, she had glanced at the menu hanging on the wall and noticed that the set was priced at 10 spirit crystals per portion. However, the menu did not specify its contents, leaving Huang Yunqing puzzled. "Master, in the Douhua Rice set prepared by the little chef, there is a bowl of spring water douhua, a bowl of rice, a plate of oil, and 2 cloves of garlic." Huang Yunqing sighed, feeling a bit exasperated. This Douhua Rice set sounded rather dubious. The spicy douhua only required 3 spirit crystals for a serving, and even with fried rice added, it would only cost 4 spirit crystals. Yet, the little chef's Douhua Rice set included an extra bowl of rice, a plate of oil, and 2 cloves of garlic. What curious trickery was this? Before Huang Yunqing could fully comprehend the Douhua Rice set, she heard the unmistakable voice of Mo Hanlin starting to shout, "Boss lady, it seems you've developed a new dish. What's the difference between your Douhua Rice set and the spicy douhua?" Huang Yunqing gazed at Mo Hanlin expressionlessly. "Order it, and you shall find out." In truth, Huang Yunqing was also eager to witness how the little chef's Douhua Rice set was prepared and why the price had surged so rapidly. However, she certainly wasn't keen on spending her own money to sample it. Mo Hanlin, a devoted fan of spicy douhua, despite having just devoured half a roast goose and still having grease on his lips, was keen to try the taste of the Douhua Rice set. "Then I'll have a portion of the Douhua Rice set." Reluctantly, Mo Hanlin fished out 10 spirit crystals from his money pouch, which he had earned from deciphering ancient texts each night. The shadowy figure of the extreme shadow black cat swiftly snatched the 10 spirit crystals from Mo Hanlin's hand without a hint of remorse. The kitchen remained largely unchanged, except for the addition of a round iron pot behind the deep well oven, seemingly designated for cooking douhua. Huang Yunqing poured the freshly ground passion fruit yellow bean soy milk into the iron pot, igniting it according to the steps for making douhua. Under the nurturing flow of the ice spring spirit water, the soy milk rapidly coagulated into a soft, cloud-like white douhua. Huang Yunqing keenly observed that the douhua produced in this iron pot had a richer aroma compared to that made in the Qinkuan pot. She ladled a bowl of douhua into a coarse, flaxen ceramic bowl. This douhua appeared slightly pale yellow compared to the previous cloud-like white version, exuding a refreshing, rich aroma that wafted through the steaming mist. She placed the bowl of douhua onto a deep brown wooden plate, specifically prepared by the little chef for the Douhua Rice set. The rice did not require cooking, as she simply retrieved it from the cabinet beneath the crystal stove, where it had already been steamed. To her surprise, the vessel holding the rice was a clay jar intricately carved with dragon patterns, through which wisps of spirit-laden steam escaped from tiny holes. Curiously, Huang Yunqing opened the jar, discovering that the rice inside was a stunning translucent purplish red. "Goodness, this rice looks exquisite." The slender grains sparkled like jade, their surfaces glistening with an even layer of blood-red sheen, resembling rare treasures unearthed from a mine. "Indeed, it is." The little chef's laughter sounded somewhat triumphant. "Master, this is the dragon blood rice carefully selected by the little chef. Dragon blood rice is sourced from the fire plains of the spirit beast continent, where many adorable dragons reside. The bloodshed during their battles nourishes the land, giving rise to this spiritually rich dragon blood rice." Huang Yunqing licked her lips. If the kitchen were not entirely open, she would have secretly sampled the taste of this dragon blood rice. "I recall that the devil's chili originates from the fire plains. Could it be that this dragon blood rice possesses a fiery spiciness?" "No need to worry, master. The dragon blood rice has a rich flavor that perfectly complements the delicate douhua, especially with the addition of our oil and garlic." After placing the dragon blood rice on the wooden tray, Huang Yunqing then turned her attention to the oil dish provided by the little chef. The little chef prepared 2 types of dipping sauces. One was a vibrant red oil, and the other a delicate green oil. The red oil, contained within a white porcelain dish, was artistically etched in the shape of a phoenix, as the oil swayed. It resembled the majestic bird poised for flight. The surface of the red oil was sprinkled with finely chopped rice peppers. And just by approaching it, one could feel the intense spiciness wafting in the AI art. In contrast, the green oil dish depicted a petite green lark. Through the fragrant oil, it felt as though the lively little bird was right before one's eyes. The surface of the green oil was adorned with emerald chives, immersed in amber-colored fragrant oil, exuding an air of elegance and tranquility. Master, both the red and green oils have been meticulously prepared by the little chef. With the perfect balance of seasonings, Huang Yunqing nodded and placed the red oil dish on the dining plate. Since it was Mo Hanlin who ordered the tofu risette, the red oil was a given, for he was indeed a person who thrived on spice. As for the 2 garlic cloves, they were unassuming purple-skinned cloves, appearing utterly mundane and lacking any allure. Well, these 2 garlic cloves seemed quite insignificant. Huang Yunqing instinctively regarded them as mere complimentary items. Mo Hanlin, your tofu risette. Huang Yunqing presented the dish before Mo Hanlin. Boss lady, why do I feel like you're trying to swindle my spirit crystals? Mo Hanlin's lips twitched with indignation as he pointed at the 2 garlic cloves on the plate. The rice and the dipping sauce I can accept, but what are these 2 garlic cloves? Huang Yunqing rubbed her palms together and, with a flicker of uncertainty in her gaze, replied, clearly, they are just 2 cloves of garlic, Mo Hanlin. Why don't you taste them before making judgments? Huang Yunqing too felt a twinge of doubt about the cloves. As they were still in their skins, perhaps if they were mashed and added to the dipping sauce, they might enhance the flavor. Master, do not underestimate these 2 cloves. They are renowned by Yuyanji garlic. At that moment, Mo Hanlin had already peeled one of the garlic cloves. Perhaps he felt that since he had already spent his money, he might as well enjoy these garlic cloves rather than let them go to waste. As the red skin of the garlic was peeled away, the clove in Mo Hanlin's hand gleamed with an exquisite jade-like green luster. What this garlic? Chapter 83. These 2 cloves of garlic were picked up on the road. Mo Hanlin could only stammer these words, trembling as he held the peeled clove. The plump figure of Jin Yuanbao sitting beside him mistakenly thought Mo Hanlin was agitated by the garlic, and thus offered comfort. Hey, Mo Hanlin, don't be upset. These 2 cloves are likely a gift from Miss Huang Yunqing. You should hurry and enjoy your tofu risette. Seeing that Mo Hanlin was hesitating, Jin Yuanbao reached out with his chubby hand toward the other clove on the plate. If you don't want to eat the garlic, just give it to me. I rather enjoy raw garlic. However, just as Jin Yuanbao was about to touch the clove, Mo Hanlin abruptly shed his usual calm demeanor and shouted sharply, Jin Yuanbao, do not touch my garlic. Cradling the jade-like clove, Mo Hanlin felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly on the verge of tears, leaving Jin Yuanbao stunned. Was it necessary to adopt such eccentricities to blend into the noble circles of the capital? Mo Hanlin, have you truly lost your senses? In truth, this green garlic wasn't particularly expensive. Mo Hanlin carefully placed the aromatic Baiyu Yinji garlic under the sunlight, observing it with growing excitement. Jan Yuanbao, you wouldn't understand. This is a priceless treasure. This is the Baiyu Yinji garlic that has been extinct since ancient times. I never imagined I would see it in my lifetime. Although Mo Hanlin enjoyed partaking in feasts, he could not deny his vast knowledge, as he instantly recognized the Baiyu Yinji garlic. Holding the peeled clove, he eagerly inquired, Boss lady, where did you find this Baiyu Yinji garlic? This is the most significant discovery ever. Witnessing Mo Hanlin's eccentric behavior, Huang Yunqing thought it safer to retreat to the kitchen. What was all this fuss over just 2 cloves of garlic? How had it escalated to an archaeological significance? Truly, the mindset of cultured individuals was beyond her comprehension. Huang Yunqing naturally could not reveal that the cloves were prepared by the little chef. Who knew where she unearthed such antiquities? While Huang Yunqing was also curious about the origins of the garlic, she had to maintain an air of enigmatic culinary prowess in front of Mo Hanlin. Thus, she replied with a straight face, I picked these 2 cloves up on the road. If you don't want to eat them, please return them. Initially, Mo Hanlin treated the clove like a treasured gem, wishing to place it on an altar. However, upon hearing Huang Yunqing's words, he promptly stuffed the jade-like clove into his mouth. This was the long-lost Baiyu Yinji garlic, even if it risked poisoning him. He had to taste it. Huang Yunqing smiled slightly and turned to leave. Mo Hanlin, the scholar, was truly hopeless. Even eating a clove of garlic could lead to such a commotion. Upon tasting the Baiyu Yinji garlic, Mo Hanlin's eyes widened in astonishment, his brows knitting tightly together in surprise. Ordinary garlic cloves emitted a pungent spiciness, yet the Baiyu Yinji garlic carried a subtle fragrance. Once bitten into, the mild aroma transformed into a robust herbal essence. The fragrance enveloped him, as if he were standing in a vast forest rich with spiritual energy. Mo Hanlon felt invigorated as the lingering greasiness from the half-eaten roast goose vanished, leaving him refreshed. Truly, the legendary Baiyu Yanji garlic lived up to its reputation, as ancient texts claimed it helped cultivators absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Now, it was evident that even a single clove could serve such a miraculous purpose. Mo Hanlon grew increasingly intrigued by the entire tofu rice CDIT. Seemed that the 10 spirit crystals he spent were well worth it. With a renewed spirit, he lifted the lid of the earthenware pot, revealing long, plump, purplish-red grains of rice, with abundant spiritual energy wafting toward him. Using dragon blood rice to accompany the tofu pudding was indeed extravagant. Even though Mo Hanlon had just spent 10 spirit crystals, he couldn't help but marvel at Huang Yunqing's generosity and lavishness. Dragon blood rice, harvested from the fire plains, was a delicacy only the royal family could afford, even within the Tianlan Empire. Mo Hanlon had once had the fortune to dine with the Emperor of Tianlan, partaking in the legendary dragon blood rice, yet the royal version was of a lighter pink hue. Huang Yunqing's dragon blood rice was a deep crimson, each grain a work of art. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hanlon scooped a spoonful of dragon blood rice. The texture of the rice was slightly coarse, unlike the delicate pearl spirit rice found in fried rice. However, upon careful chewing, a hint of sweetness emerged, a rich flavor that awakened his vitality. Mo Hanlon picked up a piece of tofu pudding, which rolled in the red oil dish like a cloud. This time, the tofu pudding offered a novel experience, as the floral aroma of the yellow soybeans blossomed wonderfully. So this was the tofu rice set. What an exquisitely perfect pairing! Mo Hanlon's little mustache trembled with delight. And even Jane Yuanbao, sitting beside him, was compelled to sample the tofu rice set. Miss Huang Yunqing, please serve me a tofu rice set. I too wish to discover the flavor of these garlic cloves. The iron pot still had 5 pieces of tofu pudding left, and under Mo Hanlon's vivid descriptions and enthusiastic sampling, it quickly sold out. Huang Yunqing watched Mo Hanlon, utterly enraptured, for quite some time, feeling that he could pursue a career as a food vlogger with great potential. Once the busy lunch rush subsided, Huang Yunqing wielded her starry knife, resting against the kitchen counter. She glanced at the wall adorned with the menu and suddenly realized that no one seemed interested in the durian pastry. Regular customers typically had their favored dishes. The narcissistic Mu Songyu ordered his usual boiled fish, sweating profusely yet proclaiming it was utterly delightful. The knowledgeable Mo Hanlon was lost in the allure of the tofu rice, even neglecting to mooch off the food. Meanwhile, Jane Yuanbao remained consistent, feasting heartily, having just devoured roasted goose, now fully engrossed in the tofu rice set. Today, it seems that Lin Tutu did not come to the store. Could it be that yesterday's rejection saddened her? Chapter 84. Sister, come home with me. As Huang Yunqing pondered Lin Tutu's absence, a young girl clad in a cerulean silk dress entered the shop. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, and her luxurious attire suggested a well-off family. With her hair styled in twin buns and a round, cherubic face, she appeared incredibly endearing. Clutching a glistening skewer of candied hawthorn in her hand, Sister, what delicious treats do you have here? Huang Yunqing gestured towards the wall adorned with a plethora of menus. All the dishes we offer are displayed there. If you see something you fancy, simply place your order. The little girl, with her captivating charm, made Huang Yunqing want to pinch her baby-fat cheeks, as they seemed delightfully plump. Long Chi-Chi blinked her eyes and quickly scanned the menus, her brow furrowing in concentration. I heard from my second brother that the dishes here are infused with spiritual energy, which is why I came all this way. However, they all seem quite spicy and primarily main courses. I was just hoping for a light snack or a dessert. Upon hearing Long Chi-Chi's words, Huang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with inspiration, as she had been longing for someone to try her durian pastry. Little girl, would you like to sample the durian pastry? Its flavor is quite unique. Long Chi-Chi took a bite of her candied hawthorn, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster, making her look utterly adorable. Then I'll have a portion of durian pastry. Pleased, I've tasted many delightful snacks from the imperial capital, but I've yet to experience the flavor of durian pastry. Huang Yunqing keenly sensed that this exquisitely crafted little girl might not hail from the Tianlan Empire. The elegance she exuded and her nonchalant handling of spirit crystals hinted at a well-off background. Huang Yunqing noticed a silver dragon pattern on the girl's sleeve, reminiscent of the emblem of the Longxing auction house. Could it be that she was affiliated with them? She might just be a potential affluent patron, and Huang Yunqing resolved to earn her favor with determination. She opened the cabinet beneath the countertop and retrieved some flour from the mixing bowl. To her surprise, the bowl had been divided into 3 sections. The left contained golden dawn flour, the right held pure white moon flour, and the center housed a light yellow flour with a hint of wheat fragrance. Dear chef, I believe some dough can be made with a single type of flour. Otherwise, your mixing bowl may not suffice. As she needed the dough, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but offer a suggestion. Feeling that the chef's extravagant approach was rather wasteful, master, the ingredients selected by the chef are the most suitable for crafting exquisite dishes. This is the pursuit of culinary excellence. For instance, the flour in your hands has been meticulously chosen from hundreds of varieties in the Tianlan Empire, specifically for making durian pastries. This flour, derived from the starlight wheat of the Tianlan Empire, has been aptly named starlight flour. Huang Yunqing kneaded the starlight flour until it became smooth, as making layered durian pastries required meticulous effort. With the aid of her culinary skills, the flour soon shimmered like the Milky Way. Dear chef, I suspect you have a penchant for aesthetics. The flowers you selected seem to exude a sparkling allure, radiating youthful charm. After teasing the chef, Huang Yunqing retrieved the durian flesh from the time-preserving freezer. The distinctive, rich aroma of durian quickly filled the kitchen, but she swiftly encased it within the dough. The time-preserving freezer could freeze time, maintaining the freshest state of the food, with each compartment isolated to prevent mingling of flavors. Huang Yunqing chose not to puree the durian flesh, instead wrapping it directly in the dough. As its quality was superb, soft and delicate, requiring no further processing. Once wrapped, the durian pastries resembled fluffy snowballs, their outer layers shimmering with starlight. A sight to behold. A thin layer of egg yolk from the thundercloud black-bone chicken was brushed atop, enhancing the allure of the spherical layered pastries. Huang Yunqing then sprinkled a dusting of black moon sesame seeds over the pastries before placing them in the oven. Long Chi stood close to the countertop. She soon caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma wafting from the oven, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, the candied hawthorn in her hand losing its appeal. Sister, the scent of your durian pastries is rather unique. Huang Yunqing, aware that durian had a polarizing fragrance, felt compelled to clarify. Some may find the scent of durian off-putting, deeming it unpleasant, but I find it delightful. Long Chi nearly leaped with excitement, experiencing this peculiar aroma for the first time. The air thick with a sweet fragrance. Sister, how much longer until we can eat? I feel as though I could faint from hunger. Huang Yunqing blinked in surprise, taken aback that the little girl might actually enjoy the scent of durian. Ding! The oven emitted a crisp sound, and Huang Yunqing, using heat-resistant gloves, retrieved the two perfectly baked durian pastries. Unlike the typical crescent-shaped versions, her pastries were intentionally crafted as round dumplings, filled generously. She selected a charming oval bamboo plate, just the right size for two pastries, making them all the more eye-catching. The golden exterior shimmered like the Milky Way, resembling stars that had inadvertently fallen to the mortal realm. The surface of the layered durian pastries was adorned with crescent-shaped black sesame seeds, enhancing their celestial allure. Wow, sister, your durian pastries are stunning, Long Chi exclaimed, completely neglecting to find a seat, instead standing by the countertop to savor them. Sister, come home with me. My kitchen is spacious and exceptional. My eldest brother is tall and handsome. My second brother is both strong and wealthy, and my third brother is quite domineering. Huang Yunqing shook her head, bemused yet resolute in her stance. No, thank you. I am quite content here. If this little girl was indeed associated with the Longxing auction house, her brothers would undoubtedly be affluent, but could wealth truly outweigh the value of one's life? Huang Yunqing instinctively glanced towards the loft, sensing that a shameless fox was covertly observing her. If that fox overheard, one could only imagine how she would retaliate. Life is paramount, Long Chi sighed wistfully. What a pity that Tio soothed her wounded spirit. She picked up the last piece of durian pastry, the size of an egg. The golden, glimmering pastry made it difficult for Long Chi to take a bite. Yet the enticing aroma of durian overwhelmed her senses. Swallowing hard, she finally took a bite of the pastry. The moment she sank her teeth into it, her mouth was flooded with the rich essence of durian, a unique sweetness that captivated her. She had never tasted a dessert like this before. It carried a subtle milky flavor, accompanied by a hint of honeyed sweetness. The flaky outer layer was exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of fine porcelain that crumbled at the slightest touch, with a whisper of buttery saltiness. Despite having already enjoyed a piece, the novelty of the durian pastry's texture still amazed her. While the outer layer crumbled easily, it did not stick to her teeth or leave any residue. Long Chi had initially intended to lick her fingers but found them completely clean of crumbs. The enchanting flavor lingered on her lips, and she realized that two pastries were simply insufficient, as she devoured them in mere moments. Long Chi-Chi licked the corner of her mouth, rolling a black moon sesame that had stuck to her lips between her teeth. The rich aroma of the black moon sesame and the unique fragrance of durian were distinctly different, yet under the skilled hands of Huang Yunqing, they blended flawlessly. The texture was clearly defined, yet carried a hint of harmonious richness, captivating Long Chi-Chi with this novel and exquisite durian pastry. "Sister, please give me another piece of durian pastry." Long Chi-Chi boldly pulled out 3 spirit crystals from her pouch and slammed them onto Huang Yunqing's countertop, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. This durian pastry was simply too delicious. Huang Yunqing silently accepted the spirit crystals and reminded her, "Little girl, eating too much durian pastry can cause heatiness. You can only have 2 pieces today." Long Chi-Chi sighed in dismay. Alas, indulging in delightful treats always comes at a price. "Since I can only have 2 pieces today, I shall take this one home for my second brother to try, hoping he will give me some extra pocket money." Seeing Long Chi-Chi's intention to take it away, Huang Yunqing carefully packed the freshly made durian pastry in a small paper bag prepared by the little cook. "Your durian pastry is ready, dear." Long Chi-Chi inhaled deeply, her face alight with bliss. "Sister, I must hurry home. Otherwise, I fear I will devour them all on the way." Clutching the small paper bag as if it contained a precious treasure, she dashed out of the little cook's shop. Huang Yunqing watched her fleeting figure and smiled, remarking, "She truly is a girl who moves like the wind." Once Long Chi-Chi had left, the rotund Jin Yuanbao approached the countertop, pinching his nose and peering curiously. "Miss Huang Yunqing, what dish were you preparing just now? The aroma is quite peculiar, rather foul, I must say." Huang Yunqing shot him a disapproving glare at his exaggerated expression. Did Jin Yuanbao also find the scent of durian repulsive? If you're curious about the durian pastry, why not order a piece and try it? The menu is right on the wall, 3 spirit crystals for a serving. Jin Yuanbao shrank back, feeling somewhat aggrieved. "Oh, Miss Huang Yunqing, it's not just me. Everyone finds the smell of durian pastry unbearable. If it weren't for my strong tolerance, I might have left with the other diners. Which is why I thought to give you a heads up." After his remark, Huang Yunqing suddenly looked around the little cook's shop and noticed that indeed, many customers had departed. A frown creased her brow. Could it be that they all found the scent intolerable? It seemed she would have to choose a more suitable time to make durian pastries in the future, perhaps after closing time, lest it adversely affect business. Leaning against the countertop, Jin Yuanbao mumbled, "I saw that little girl enjoying herself while eating. I just can't fathom why anyone would like such a stinky snack." Huang Yunqing, upon hearing Jin Yuanbao's complaint, recalled the recipe that the little cook had unlocked early, the legendary stinky tofu. Surely it was far more pungent than the durian pastry. A mischievous smile crept onto Huang Yunqing's lips. "If you find the durian pastry too foul, it is merely because you have never tasted stinky tofu. Without comparison, there is no harm." Jin Yuanbao shook his head vigorously. "Oh no, I'd rather avoid stinky tofu." Huang Yunqing spoke in a tone that was almost beguiling. "But you never know. Stinky tofu is said to smell foul but taste delightful. Perhaps you might even grow fond of its flavor." Jin Yuanbao hastily waved his hands, asserting, No. I prefer dishes that are visually appealing and fragrant. Foods that are too stinky, I simply cannot bear to eat." Huang Yunqing cast a knowing glance at Jin Yuanbao, as if she could see how the law of the more it smells, the better it tastes was formed. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, Jin Yuanbao stammered, "Miss Huang Yunqing, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at the mines. I'll come back tomorrow." Huang Yunqing called after him, "Mr. Jin, I won't be opening the shop tomorrow. If you wish to sample my culinary skills, you may come to the prince's residence early. Just be prepared with your gold coins. The dishes I will prepare outside the prince's residence will be quite affordable, a genuine bargain since the opening of my shop. Only 1 gold coin for each dish." Jin Yuanbao, intrigued, inquired, "Miss Huang Yunqing, what dishes will you be preparing?" Huang Yunqing grinned mischievously, "Secret." After Jin Yuanbao departed, Huang Yunqing busied herself in the kitchen, preparing the secret weapon for the upcoming stinky engagement feast. In a corner of the constantly chilled cabinet, she discovered a deep black jar of pickled vegetables, exuding an ominous aura. With a wicked grin, she opened the jar, and a pungent, sour odor assaulted her senses. Even Huang Yunqing, well prepared, was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of the smell. "Little cook, why is the stinky sauce so potent?" Huang Yunqing tied a clean cloth around her face to mitigate the foul scent, allowing her to breathe somewhat freely. "Hee, this is the little cook's secret stinky sauce. It will ensure the best stinky tofu." Huang Yunqing could almost envision the little cook, grinning wickedly as she poured various sauces into the jar. Huang Yunqing scoffed at the little cook's method. The best stinky tofu must surely be the most pungent as well. Just lifting the lid emitted such a powerful odor. Surely the little cook added a considerable amount of alcohol to the mixture? The assaulting aroma was almost painful to the eyes. Huang Yunqing had not anticipated the little cook's desire for revenge to be so intense. Of course, without the addition of alcohol, the stench would be difficult to emit. The little cook was determined to assist her in making their adversaries suffer. Huang Yunqing decided to grind the tofu first, as preparation was essential. Otherwise, the stinky tofu might sell out too quickly. She poured the black beans prepared by the little cook into the stone mill, producing a slightly coarse black bean paste. Master, these are the imperial black beans from the Tianlan Empire. Since stinky tofu is relatively inexpensive, the little cook could only use these ingredients. Listening to the little cook's slightly guilty tone, Huang Yunqing found herself both amused and exasperated. Recognizing the quality of these imperial black beans was still quite good. However, these black beans did not possess the rich spiritual energy of fragrant yellow beans, merely ranking among the finest of ordinary ingredients. The black tofu cooked in the iron pot appeared somewhat rough, with a surface speckled with pores, resembling hot pot tofu. After cooking 3 large pots of tofu, she wrapped the black tofu in white cloth, enduring the overpowering stench as she stuffed it into the pickling jar. The pungent odor swiftly drove Mo Hanlin away. He had intended to seize an opportunity to inquire about the origin of Huang Yunqing's jade-hued garlic, but instead, he was met with an overwhelming stench. It was simply unbearable. What new dish was Huang Yunqing experimenting with that could smell so foul? Once Mo Hanlin had left, Huang Yunqing smirked. Fortunately, she had already submerged all the tofu in the jar. If she had delayed any longer, that lazy fox might have come down to clean up, as it seemed the lazy fox had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. The little cook's stinky sauce was undeniably potent, spreading beyond the little cook's shop and dominating the entire Yongning Alley. Soon, shouts of disgust echoed through Yongning Alley. Goodness, whose outhouse has exploded? I can't take it anymore. I'm fainting. Yongning Alley is far too foul. Do not approach. Huang Yunqing, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but smile. The little cook's creations were indeed exquisite. Even the stench was uniquely characteristic. As she reveled in her thoughts, the sound of footsteps approached outside the little cook's shop. Huang Yunqing looked up to find several burly men standing at the entrance, narrowing her eyes. Did they come to fight? Little cat. Young lady, please do not misunderstand. We come in peace. Just as the shadowy black cat was about to dash out, a slender man with a long mustache squeezed inside the little cook's shop. I am Cui Ming, the manager of the Crystal Pavilion. We have come to request your esteemed hand. Young lady, Huang Yunqing, upon hearing the steward of the Emerald Crystal Pavilion announce himself, could not help but raise her eyebrows in mild surprise, hastily sealing the jar of pickles. She cast a fleeting glance at the steward, internally protesting, I haven't done anything wrong. Surely there has been some mistake? Cui Ming, taken aback by Huang Yunqing's remarkable ability to fabricate lies with such finesse, quickly retrieved the prepared gift. Miss, with your new shop opening, it is only fitting for us at the Emerald Crystal Pavilion, as your neighbors, to extend our congratulations. However, due to your flourishing business, we have been remiss in delivering our well wishes sooner. This pair of golden picio is a small token of our regard. Upon glancing into the open gift box, Huang Yunqing discovered the exquisite golden picio, and her demeanor warmed considerably. Oh, Cui steward, you needn't have brought a gift. Do sit down and perhaps sample my culinary skills? Cui Ming waved his hands in protest. The pungent odor emanating from her establishment was overwhelming, making him feel quite nauseous. No, there are pressing matters back at the Emerald Crystal Pavilion. After presenting the gift, Cui Ming sighed in relief, managing a smile that was more painful than joyful. Miss, the aroma in your shop is truly unique. If possible, might you consider sparing the Emerald Crystal Pavilion from such olfactory assault? All the patrons in Yongning Alley have fled, convinced that a calamity has befallen our establishment. Huang Yunqing observed Cui Ming, a man of considerable age, lamenting before her, and felt a twinge of guilt. Clearing her throat awkwardly, I'm not sure where that odor is coming from. However, since you've gone to the trouble of visiting, I suppose I shall close early to avoid succumbing to this stench. Given that the Emerald Crystal Pavilion had sent a steward to deliver gifts, Huang Yunqing resolved to show some leniency, especially since her stinky tofu was sufficient. After bidding farewell to the woeful Cui Ming, she earnestly suggested to her little chef, I believe we ought to devise a method to contain the odor in our shop, at least while making stinky tofu, so it doesn't permeate the neighborhood. Observing the empty doorway of the little chef's shop, she suddenly pondered whether she should invest in a proper door to mitigate the smell. If we had a door installed, it might help to contain the odors. Wouldn't it? Chapter 87. The little chef makes money faster than picking it up. The master's idea is splendid. The little chef's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. However, currently, we cannot implement the odor-absorbing feature as our little chef shop is not fully equipped. Due to the master's delay in installing the door, the odor-absorbing functionality remained dormant, and this was not the little chef's fault. The little chef sounded rather aggrieved. Huang Yunqing gazed at the vacant doorway, pondering whether the inability to contain the smell was indeed related to the absence of a door. Then why don't you help me install the door? Huang Yunqing placed the pair of golden pichio on a shelf. Although it pained her to part with them, installing 2 doors was indeed necessary to block the distinctive odor of her stinky tofu. Amidst this, a black phoenix egg, the size of a fist, had mysteriously appeared beside Huang Yunqing. Picking it up, she scrutinized it under the sun. Little chef, I recall you mentioning that reinstating the door would require 200 spirit crystals. Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's intent to install a door, the little chef eagerly promoted, indeed, master. For 200 spirit crystals, you cannot go wrong. That is the heartwood of the legendary evergreen stinging wood, rare and invaluable. Gently tapping the phoenix egg, Huang Yunqing found it as unyielding as stone. Devoid of any response, little chef, you must expedite the installation of the door. The spirit crystals we've earned over the past few days are more than sufficient. The little chef reminded her, master, today's revenue is 320 spirit crystals, bringing this month's total to 1,082 spirit crystals. The material cost for the door are 200 spirit crystals, and the renovation will require another 200, leaving you with 682 spirit crystals. Huang Yunqing rubbed her temples, feeling a sense of despair as though the little chef were extorting her. Your renovation fees seem excessive. I can understand the value of the everlasting stinging wood. But why must the renovation cost 200 spirit crystals as well? Upon hearing the query, the little chef quickly explained, rest assured, master. You are well aware of my exceptional renovation skills. 200 spirit crystals are indeed a worthy investment. Besides the odor-absorbing system, I will also enhance the air conditioning and heating systems, all of which are included in the renovation fee. The little chef's explanations left Huang Yunqing feeling somewhat bewildered. Yet the necessity of installing the door remained clear. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to the little chef's pricing. Very well, little chef. It seems you earn money faster than one can pick it up. You may proceed with the installation. But should I find it unsatisfactory, you must return my spirit crystals. After issuing a stern warning, Huang Yunqing settled despondently at the entrance of the little chef's shop, gazing at the sun sinking towards the horizon. Her golden eyes reflecting a trace of sorrow. It was disheartening to witness her hard-earned spirit crystals diminish so drastically, as though all her efforts had led her back to square one. With a deep sigh, Huang Yunqing felt as if she had toiled for decades only to find herself back at the beginning. Yet, the effects of the installation were immediate, as the little chef set to work on the door. The foul odor dissipated, replaced by a faint fragrance of grass and wood. The efficacy of the odor-absorbing system was astonishingly swift, almost surreal. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Huang Yunqing smacked the black phoenix egg, gritting her teeth in realization. Perhaps this is all part of the little chef's scheme, intentionally cooking such a foul dish to compel me to spend money on a door. What a tremendous loss. Seated outside the little chef's shop, Huang Yunqing watched the door gradually take shape, feeling a chill in her heart. What should have been a simple renovation turned into a hefty expense of 400 spirit crystals for what appeared to be an ordinary wood. Clenching the phoenix egg, she felt as though her forehead was branded with the words easy mark. Crack. The phoenix egg in her hand began to fracture, revealing a mesmerizing pattern as cracks spread across its surface. Huang Yunqing's heart raced with anxiety as she observed the egg, her golden eyes glistening with despair. Just when she thought her troubles couldn't deepen, the egg was on the verge of hatching. The lazy fox had already consumed enough. Why was it so challenging to make ends meet? The shell of the black phoenix egg was now covered in fine cracks, and Huang Yunqing could hear the stirring within. Crack! Like sand slipping through an hourglass, fragments of the egg began to fall, vanishing before they could touch the ground. The eggshell disintegrated in the air. A captivating glow enveloped Huang Yunqing, causing her to squint. It appeared that the little phoenix was about to emerge. Its radiant brilliance was dazzling, truly befitting a phoenix. Though Huang Yunqing worried about the little phoenix's appetite, she considered the prospect of nurturing it as a formidable ally. Given her inability to cultivate her own strength, Perhaps it would be wiser to serve as a steward, raising these powerful spirit beasts. In doing so, she could follow them on the spirit pet continent, asserting her dominance alongside them. As the dazzling light gradually faded, Huang Yunqing's anticipation for the little phoenix grew ever stronger. Perhaps nurturing a phoenix would prove to be far easier than raising a fox? Rumor has it that the nightshade black phoenix possesses a remarkable lineage. If she succeeded in raising this little creature, it could very well lead to her ascendance. Using the little phoenix to keep the troublesome fox at bay would be nothing short of delightful. Training the young phoenix must commence from its infancy, ensuring it comprehends that the indolent fox is indeed its true adversary. When the time comes, having the little phoenix's assistance to deal with the troublesome Ming Li would surely be a matter of mere moments. After all, a fox is no match for a phoenix. Chapter 88. Little Qingqing, whom do you wish to make howl? Huang Yunqing envisioned a blissful future, lounging beneath the peach tree, basking in the sun while commanding Ming Li to serve her tea. The mere thought made her break into a foolish grin. Once the little phoenix matured, she would bind the lazy fox's tail and hang it from the peach blossom tree outside her shop. The lazy fox's tail would serve as an excellent fan, spinning in circles to provide a refreshing breeze. If the fox were to misbehave, she would deliver a sound thrashing, reddening its large posterior until it howled in protest. Indeed, indulging in such fantasies is the finest nourishment for the spirit. Just the thought of dealing with Ming Li filled Huang Yunqing with vigor. Howling would become a commonplace occurrence. The fox would find itself kneeling in repentance on the shells of durian and mango, all while ensuring it didn't explode. A cool, piercing essence lingered in the air, imbued with a faint scent of lotus. Huang Yunqing felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that the air purification system prepared by the little chef utilized the same air freshener as the aroma emanating from Ming Li? Little Qingqing, whom do you wish to make howl? Who else, of course, but Ming? Huang Yunqing, brimming with excitement, turned to face Ming Li, only for her smile to falter upon meeting his extraordinarily captivating visage. She quickly donned a sheepish grin, sidling up to him, her golden eyes filled with admiration. Why, Lord? Why have you come down? Did you not say you would wait for me in the attic? I feel unworthy of your personal search for me. I should be attending to your needs myself, shouldn't I, dear Ming Li? Ming Li cast a cool glance at Huang Yunqing, an aura of frost enveloping him, causing her to shiver involuntarily. As Huang Yunqing's heart raced. Ming Li unexpectedly lifted her chin with a finger, regarding her with a teasing smile, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality laced with mockery. Little Qingqing, what did you just say about Ming? Embracing Ming Li's arm, Huang Yunqing's thoughts of punishing him vanished, replaced by a sincere desire for survival. Ming means tomorrow. I meant to say, when we attend the engagement banquet tomorrow, we must surely make that pair of scoundrels howl in distress. Without hesitation, she implicated Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunyao, declaring that these scoundrels were destined to face their reckoning. By the way, little Ming Li, I discovered that the phoenix egg has hatched, noticing the lingering teasing glint in Ming Li's eyes. Huang Yunqing eagerly presented the glowing orb before him. A little phoenix will soon emerge from here. Aren't you excited? Ming Li's frosty blue eyes reflected a hint of gravity. The purple-black glow evoked a deep familiarity within him. The nightshade black phoenix had fallen eons ago, and it was he who had dealt the fatal blow. The spirit beast continent needed only one 10th tier spirit beast, and that beast could only be him. After the nightshade black phoenix's demise, he had gathered its fragmented wings at the bottom of the spirit lake, fashioning a crystal throne from them. The bones piled beneath the throne belonged to countless enemies who had crossed him over millennia. Their cores extracted and laid to rest beneath his seat. A wistful expression crossed Ming Li's icy blue eyes as memories of a distant past resurfaced. When the nightshade black phoenix fell, the golden-winged rock, related by blood, had also acquired a fragment of its essence. Thus, a profound enmity had formed between Ming Li and the rock. He would eventually capture it for a feast. Not at all. Ming Li gazed intently at the glowing orb in Huang Yunqing's palm for an extended moment. The nightshade black phoenix was indeed a formidable entity, capable of rebirth through flames. Ming Li's fingers grazed the liquid light, and thoughtfully, he plucked a strand of ice-blue fur from his tail. Manifesting a surge of icy energy, he coiled the fur into a ring, seamlessly merging it into the glow. After completing this task, he spoke nonchalantly, little phoenixes are rather unattractive. Upon noticing Ming Li's disinterest in the nightshade black phoenix, he turned and ascended the stairs, prompting Huang Yunqing to chase after him, clutching the orb. How can you be so hasty? You haven't even looked at it and already claim it to be ugly? What if the little phoenix feels disheartened? As she hurried up the staircase, the radiant orb in her grasp dissipated completely, revealing the true form of the nightshade black phoenix. Huang Yunqing's heart sank as she gazed in disbelief at the tiny creature in her palm. Is this truly a phoenix? Little chef, are you certain this is just a bald chicken? Even with her robust emotional resilience, upon seeing the sparsely feathered little phoenix, she felt a strong urge to cast it aside. This nightshade black phoenix was no larger than a fist, resembling a freshly hatched chick. And even chicks have a semblance of appearance. This little phoenix, aside from the 3 jet black feathers atop its head, was entirely devoid of fluff. Its ebony skin clung tightly to its delicate bones, and its elongated wing structure rendered its body rather uncoordinated. Master, the little chef is not deceiving you. This is indeed the nightshade black phoenix, in an effort to restore her standing in Huang Yunqing's eyes. The little chef hastily recounted information regarding the nightshade black phoenix. The nightshade black phoenix, Fengxi, was the first sovereign of the spirit beast continent. In those times, the entire continent belonged to the nightshade black phoenix. With humans cowering in caves upon the cliffs, a millennium ago, Ming Li emerged, decisively slaying the nightshade black phoenix and crafting a crystal throne from its wings. Huang Yunqing, gazing at the underdeveloped little phoenix in her palm, resolutely abandoned any thoughts of punishing Ming Li. Listening to the little chef's account, she felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation regarding the fox's ferocity. Indeed, yielding was the most prudent strategy. Stealthy development is key. Cower, and we shall prevail. Suddenly, a noise interrupted her thoughts. Looking down, she discovered the little phoenix had tumbled down the stairs. Caw! The little phoenix flapped its wings in a frantic struggle, only to find itself toppling over clumsily. Failing to rise, this little phoenix appeared rather foolish. Oh dear, little chef, may I return it? Author's note. Today, I nearly wept at my own foolishness. I had set a random lock before dinner, and it only just unlocked now. Today's 4 chapters have all been delivered. A heartfelt thank you to my lovely readers for propelling me onto the new book list, hence an additional chapter as a reward. Chapter 89. Cotton Cream and Mango Mousse. Master, returning it is absolutely out of the question. The little chef replied in the gentlest tone, delivering the most resolute words. This nightshade black phoenix is a gift from the original master, and the little chef has no authority to dispose of it. The master should endeavor to raise it. As the apex of the food chain, how could the chef bear to abandon this pitiful little phoenix? Moreover, once grown, it would become quite powerful. The little chef's chicken soup seemed to pour over Huang Yunqing like it was free, leaving her utterly unable to refuse. I knew it. Every gift is a trap. Huang Yunqing sighed, lifting the struggling little phoenix and gently placing it on the table. Caw! Although the little phoenix could only flop on the table, it turned its dark eyes to observe the world around it. The little phoenix's eyes were quite peculiar. Huang Yunqing felt as though they harbored dark flames. Perhaps with time and care, it might truly become formidable. Since it persistently cawed, I shall name you Bebe. Huang Yunqing extended her finger and playfully flicked the 3 phoenix feathers atop Bebe's head, then rose to the kitchen to prepare herself a plate of fried rice. If Bebe turned out to be of no use when grown, perhaps she could simply stew it in the Qian pot. Phoenix stewed with mushrooms might prove delectable. Once she placed the fried rice on the table, she was astonished to see Bebe standing on its own, gazing curiously at her. Well, fine. I'll give you a little to eat. Huang Yunqing thought, her heart softening at the sight of the pitiful creature. She allocated a small dish of fried rice for Bebe, reasoning that raising a fox or a little phoenix was essentially the same. It was akin to the notion that having more lice wouldn't hurt as much, or that debts wouldn't weigh one down. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the kitchen. Sister Huang, open the door quickly. I'm going to suffocate in here. Huang Yunqing hastily opened the door to find Qi Ling, the little rascal, standing outside with an exaggerated eye roll. She quickly pulled him into the kitchen, feeling that he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the stench outside. Qi Ling collapsed into a chair, tilting his head back to catch his breath. Sister Huang, you have no idea how foul Yongning Alley is. I actually wondered if a latrine had exploded. Strangely enough, despite the overwhelming odor wafting from Yongning Alley, the kitchen remained untouched by its effects. Qi Ling took a couple of deep breaths and was surprised to detect a faint, refreshing scent of lotus flowers lingering in the air, which was quite pleasant. Sister Huang, your shop smells delightful. I truly can't fathom the sour stench outside. Huang Yunqing chose not to reveal to Qi Ling that the odor from Yongning Alley was her doing. She coughed lightly. Ahem, that's not important. Didn't you say you were bringing a young lady here today? Qi Ling turned around and sat on the golden silk Nanmu table, his black and white eyes betraying an unexpected melancholy for his age. Sister Huang, don't even mention it. I had arranged to meet that young lady, but when she reached the entrance of Yongning Alley, she complained about the terrible smell. Suddenly, Qi Ling placed his hand on Huang Yunqing's shoulder, his dark, shiny eyes reflecting sincerity. Sister Huang, you see how much I value my promises. I risked suffocation to come find you. Huang Yunqing smirked playfully to Qi Ling. You came here for the mango mousse, didn't you? Qi Ling shook his head vigorously, declaring earnestly, oh no, I aspire to be a dominant man in the imperial capital. A man aiming for dominance cannot indulge in sweets. Sister Huang, I'm merely here to help you out of respect. It has nothing to do with the mango mousse. With a subtle arch of her brow, Huang Yunqing strolled leisurely to the kitchen, determined to win over the obstinate little rascal with her actions. Mango mousse, resembling a creamy dessert, did not require cake or bread, hence there was no need for baking. She retrieved fresh cream from the constant freezer, which, according to the little chef, was sourced from the Tianshan pastures of the Morning Wind Empire. Made from the milk of the fluffy cloud cows, the quality of this milk was superb, and once whipped, the cream appeared as delicate and white as soft clouds. Now, as I prepare my mango mousse, why don't you share what you've learned about the matters you were investigating around the prince's residence? Seeing Huang Yunqing enter the kitchen, Qi Ling followed closely, standing on his tiptoes, eagerly watching her every move. Sister Huang, my little brothers reported that numerous practitioners have been coming and going from the prince's residence lately, likely discussing how to deal with you. Huang Yunqing, using a whisk crafted from the shattered star knife, diligently stirred the snow-white cream, filling the kitchen with a sweet fragrance. The fluffy texture began to form, reminiscent of a small bowl of soft clouds, utterly tempting. Mao Nanfeng is a petty person. Having suffered such a significant loss at my hands, he will undoubtedly seek ways to retaliate. Huang Yunqing placed the fragrant cream on the countertop, noticing how Qi Ling was greedily licking his lips, prompting a smile from her. Qi Ling, have you discovered how Mao Nanfeng plans to deal with me? Qi Ling, his gaze fixated on the bowl of cream, felt an itch in his heart akin to a cat's clawing. The prince's residence has recently hosted many from the Huang Jie sect. They specialize in using sword formations to trap their enemies, so they are likely to employ such tactics against you. Huang Yunqing extracted mango pulp from the constant freezer and blended it into a smooth puree using the juicer positioned beside the oven. The mangoes provided by the little chef were carefully selected durian mangoes from the rainbow rainforest, their flesh sweet as honey. The enticing aroma soon captivated Qi Ling, who was always dreaming of dominance. Is this the scent of mango? I've never encountered such a dessert before. Huang Yunqing combined the delicate mango puree with milk in the Qiankuren pot. The rich and fragrant milk she used bore no trace of the usual dairy scent. Qi Ling, you aspire to be a dominant man in the imperial capital. Huang Yunqing leaned against the crystalline stove, confidently regarding Qi Ling. Is this all you've managed to uncover? With his mind solely on the mango mousse, Qi Ling had no intention of playing coy with Huang Yunqing and blurted out, I think I also saw people from the Beastmaster sect at the prince's residence. People from the Beastmaster sect? What are they doing there? Huang Yunqing murmured, still contemplating why the Beastmaster sect would involve themselves in Mao Nanfeng's schemes. Just then, the shadow cat darted into the kitchen, looking as if it had committed a misdeed. Meow. The shadow cat extended its paw, pointing at the bell around its neck, as if to remind Huang Yunqing that it was this very bell that drew the Beastmaster's practitioners. Little kitty, are you suggesting that those practitioners are here for you? The shadow cat nodded gently, its emerald eyes filled with deep remorse, not wishing to drag Huang Yunqing into trouble. However, Qi Ling firmly countered, Sister Huang, I believe the true target of those Beastmaster practitioners is that fox near you. It has nothing to do with the shadow cat. I witnessed a 7th-tier Beastmaster entering the prince's residence, while the shadow cat is merely a 6th-tier spirit beast. There's no reason for a 7th-tier practitioner to bother with it. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, surprised by Qi Ling's analytical skills, which had uncovered the true intentions of the prince's residence. So, the Beastmaster sect is after Xiao Lily. Qi Ling nodded vigorously, his eyes glued to the Qiankuren pot. Entranced by the enticing aroma of mango and milk, Sister Huang, a 7th-tier spirit beast can act with impunity even within the Tianlan Empire. The Beastmaster's practitioners would surely be interested in the 7th-tier spirit beast accompanying you. So.is my mango mousse not ready yet. Huang Yunqing poured the bubbling mango milk sauce from the Qiankuren pot, setting it aside to cool. Under the light, the deep yellow and red sauce took on an alluring warm hue. Tempting the appetite, Qi Ling, patience is key when waiting for a delicious meal. As Qi Ling gazed at the mango milk sauce, he grew increasingly impatient, the sweet aroma tormenting him. Sister Huang, I've shared all I know. Mao Nanfeng is the prized disciple of the Huang Jie sect's leader, and he has gone so far as to waste his opportunity for enlightenment to enlist his senior brother Yi Qianquan. Yi Qianquan is the brightest genius of the Huang Jie sect in recent years, having become a 7th-tier martial lord by just 25. I suspect that the 7th-tier beastmaster is likely a friend of Yi Qianquan. Otherwise, Mao Nanfeng wouldn't he have such resources? A glimmer of surprise crossed Huang Yunqing's eyes, impressed by how much Qi Ling had uncovered. She teased, Qi Ling, your information network is quite impressive, indeed. I aspire to dominate the imperial capital, Qi Ling declared proudly, puffing out his chest, almost resembling a street tough. If only one didn't he notice the drool at the corners of his mouth. Huang Yunqing saw that the mango milk sauce had cooled sufficiently. She began to blend the whipped cream with the mango milk sauce. The delicate, cloud-like cream made contact with the mango milk sauce. It melted away with a swift grace reminiscent of snow dissipating under the sun, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Little chef, are you ready with the fish glue? Of course. Perhaps owing to the substantial amount of spirit crystals she had just received from Huang Yunqing, the little chef's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. The fish glue she prepared was crafted from the skin of the purple-blooded tuna, a species native to the sea of unfounded misery in the empire of the full moon. Due to the perpetually chilly temperatures of this sea, the tuna developed a remarkably cold-resistant purple blood. The fish glue made from its skin also possessed a captivating hue, reminiscent of the iridescent shimmer of a rainbow-hued shell. While the little chef recounted the origins of the fish glue, Huang Yunqing had already blended the mousse mixture and retrieved 3 transparent glass cups, which bore a resemblance to wine glasses and shimmered softly under the kitchen lights. The pale yellow and pink mousse was poured gently into the glasses, and beneath the embrace of the fish glue, it exuded a vibrant, kaleidoscopic allure. Diced mango pieces were evenly sprinkled atop the mousse, and only then did Huang Yunqing place the prepared mango mousse into the constant freezer. Big Sister Huang, watching you cook feels like a torment. Qi Ling gazed at her with a look of deep resentment. The sensation of seeing yet not being able to taste was far too agonizing, even more so than losing a fight against Sima Zhuangzhuang. Estimating that the mango mousse had frozen sufficiently, Huang Yunqing smiled as she handed Qi Ling his portion. The mousse, just out of the constant freezer, was still shrouded in wisps of cool mist, resembling a beautiful cloud in Huang Yunqing's hands. Here, your mango mousse is ready. If you aren't fond of sweet treats, you can always share it with the little kitty, who adores sweets. Meow. To affirm Huang Yunqing's words, a dark cat with spectral elegance sat atop the kitchen counter, licking its lips with anticipation gleaming in its emerald eyes. Hey, Big Sister Huang, you must have misheard. Qi Ling leaped up and snatched the lovely mango mousse, cradling it like a treasure, his eyes sparkling with delight. Though I aspire to dominate the capital, indulging in a bit of sweetness won't hurt. After all, my subordinates are none the wiser. The warm yellow mango mousse radiated a spectrum of colors reminiscent of the iridescent shell, its layers distinct and irresistibly tempting. The top layer of the mousse was adorned with neatly cut mango pieces, accompanied by 2 unnamed green leaves as embellishments. Qi Ling gently pushed aside the leaves with a small spoon, inhaling the invigorating fragrance that instantly sharpened his senses. Big Sister Huang, these leaves smell wonderful. Those are mint leaves. If you like them, you can visit the Longxing auction house to procure some mint plants. They can be quite beneficial for cultivation. The mint leaves prepared by the little chef were meticulously selected snow crystal mint from the snowy highlands of the spirit beast continent. The refreshing aroma of the snow crystal mint was unparalleled by ordinary mint plants. Huang Yunqing retrieved the durian mango shells from the constant freezer, storing them in the little chef's personal system space. Little chef, please keep these durian mango shells safe for me. I have grand plans for them tomorrow. Once Huang Yunqing completed her preparations, she tidied the kitchen thoroughly, as most chefs possess a hint of obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Satisfied after organizing all the utensils, she lifted 2 more cups of mango mousse. Just as she stepped out of the kitchen, Qi Ling intercepted her, his gaze fixed on the 2 cups of mousse. His smile tinged with shyness. Big Sister Huang, could you possibly give me another serving of mango mousse? I have the spirit crystals ready. Upon seeing Qi Ling unhesitatingly produce 5 spirit crystals, a flicker of conflict crossed Huang Yunqing's golden-red eyes. These 2 cups of mango mousse were her and Ming Li's little indulgence. Yet, Qi Ling's earnest offer was difficult to refuse. Just as she contemplated yielding to the allure of spirit crystals, a cool and aloof voice resonated from the attic. We're closing. Qi Ling pouted, reluctant to part with the mango mousse, but he turned away as if sensing the inevitable. Big Sister Huang, I'll return tomorrow. Qi Ling possessed an innate ability akin to that of a newborn creature, keenly attuned to danger. He could sense the threat level of others, allowing him to recklessly flirt with peril. This ability, which he referred to as avoiding misfortune, led him to feel no threat from Huang Yunqing, enabling him to tease and provoke her to the point of exasperation. However, in Huang Yunqing's presence, he sensed a profound aura of danger, compelling him to act with restraint and refrain from his usual domineering demeanor. Upon hearing that voice, Qi Ling's hairs stood on end, an instinctual tremor resonating deep within his soul. He realized that if he did not comply with the unspoken warning, his dreams of reigning over the capital would be irreparably dashed. After Qi Ling departed from the little chef's establishment, he exhaled a breath of relief, his complexion pale, and surprisingly felt a sense of fortunate survival. Even the foul odors of Yongning Alley seemed refreshing. Huang Yunqing watched as Ming Li's presence chased Qi Ling away, shaking her head gently as she returned to the attic with the 2 cups of mango mousse. Ming Li stood quietly by the window, his gaze piercing the distance, his noble and solitary figure elongated in the moonlight. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Huang Yunqing felt a twinge of discomfort upon witnessing the fleeting glimpse of loneliness etched across Ming Li's features. Could it be that she was developing feelings for this cunning fox? Nonsense. Such a notion was preposterous. Surely, it was merely her benevolent nature that elicited sympathy for the wily fox, devoid of any deeper emotional ties. Little Li, I've prepared mango mousse especially for you. Huang Yunqing presented the mousse before Ming Li, her golden eyes sparkling with delight. Noticing Ming Li's indifference, she playfully wobbled the cup of fragrant mango mousse in front of him. It's creamy and delicious. Perhaps Huang Yunqing's antics snapped Ming Li from his reverie, for as he accepted the mango mousse, he nonchalantly remarked, "Silly dog. Little Li, can't you choose a different name for me?" Huang Yunqing exclaimed, exasperated, as she stamped her foot. You make me feel so embarrassed. I am, after all, the chef of the little chef's establishment. I will rise to the pinnacle of the culinary world on the spirit beast continent. Ming Li scooped a spoonful of the crystal-clear mango mousse, the golden red mango pieces appearing particularly enticing under the moonlight. So, you ought to treat me with a bit more kindness. Huang Yunqing tilted her head to gaze at Ming Li. Her cheeks puffed in indignation, especially in front of others. You must give me some dignity. With elegant grace, Ming Li savored a bite of the mango mousse, its soft, cloud-like texture dissolving upon contact, the rich mango sweetness enveloping his palate without overwhelming his senses. Perhaps due to the snow crystal mint, the mousse's sweetness transformed into a perfectly balanced richness. There are no outsiders. Huh? Huang Yunqing blinked in surprise. What exactly was this wily fox trying to say? Ming Li noticed her bewildered expression, a hint of impatience flickering in his icy blue eyes, yet he surprisingly elaborated. What I mean is, there are no outsiders present. Huh? The astonishment in Huang Yunqing's eyes deepened. What did this cunning fox imply? Was he suggesting that their bond was particularly close? Silly dog, Ming Li called out, displeased, before shoving a spoonful of mango mousse into Huang Yunqing's mouth, a trace of exasperation lingering in his expression. The sweet mango pieces melted instantly, while the top layer of fish glue offered a jelly-like texture. Huang Yunqing felt a wave of sweetness wash over her heart, even more delightful than honey. She eagerly leaned closer to Ming Li, beaming as she exclaimed, Little Li, it seems you truly like me. You didn't treat me as an outsider. Did this mean he considered her an intimate companion? In the golden depths of Huang Yunqing's phoenix-like eyes, a faint glimmer of hope shimmered. Hadn't the little chef once stated that the nine-tailed fox clan would never harm their partners? In our world, interperson is synonymous with partner. Little Lily, you have already fed me mango mousse, which undoubtedly signifies that you regard me as your partner. This revelation brings me immense joy. Huang Yunqing successfully perpetuated the shameless tradition of the little chef, interpreting Ming Li's words as a declaration of partnership. Yet, as she observed Ming Li's exuberance, barely able to contain her excitement, his lips curled into a sardonic smile as he replied, Feeding you mango mousse does not necessarily imply that I consider you my partner. After all, you are merely my little silly dog, deserving of a treat. Huang Yunqing was left feeling disheartened by his words. With a puffed-up expression, she sulkily consumed her share of mango mousse, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, Little Lily, would it kill you to say something nice? After finishing the mousse in his glass, Ming Li replied nonchalantly, It might. Huang Yunqing pouted angrily, declaring, Little Lily, I am genuinely upset. This is the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. Unbeknownst to her, a fluffy foxtail had somehow entwined around Huang Yunqing's waist. Ming Li leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Little Qingqing, the sweetness of mango mousse pales in comparison to you." Author's note. In truth, our little Lily is capable of sweet talk. The underlying meaning is that you are far more delectable than mango mousse. So the question arises, just what makes you so delicious? Buckle up. Everyone, as the excitement accelerates. Chapter 92. The Allure of Stinky Tofu. The prince's residence is situated on Longyin Avenue in the imperial capital, merely a street away from the general's residence, the Huang family. Longyin Avenue is a gathering place for the elite of the Tianlan Empire. One could easily strike down two noble lords with a thrown brick. On typical days, a gentle fragrance wafts through Longyin Avenue. As it is the domain of the aristocracy, requiring careful arrangements by the imperial city guard. However, today, an array of peculiar odors permeated the street, an indescribable stench that filled the entire avenue. Heavens, what is that smell? It is so foul it makes one want to retch. Strangely enough, I find this scent rather appealing. Isn't that odd smell emanating from the prince's residence? Old Bamboo, hurry up. I heard that Miss Huang is preparing to cook snacks outside the prince's residence. Old Jew, can't you smell that strange odor? If the snacks made by Miss Huang carry this scent, I shall certainly abstain from tasting them. The peculiar and bizarre stench quickly spread along Longyin Avenue, attracting many nobles residing in the area. Those well-informed among the elite were aware that the second young lady of the general's residence, Huang Yunqing, had extended an invitation to the esteemed Miss Huang Yunqing to serve as a chef. Throughout the imperial capital, who was unaware of the rumors surrounding Huang Yunqing? Recently, she had stirred quite a commotion by decisively severing ties with the crown prince, Mu Nanfeng, and the general's family. Just when everyone assumed Huang Yunqing could not thrive in the capital, she opened a small establishment in Yongning Alley, specializing in ethereal cuisine. Diners flocked to her shop, drawn by her culinary skills. Despite being unable to cultivate due to her inherent flaws, Miss Huang was accompanied by a seventh-tier spirit beast and a diligent shadow cat. The nobility of the Tianlan Empire was immensely curious about Huang Yunqing's fortunes, believing she had encountered an extraordinary opportunity in the Sunset Forest. While pondering her fortunes, they were equally eager to witness the crown prince's approach. Hoping to glean insights into the heir's disposition, if Mu Nanfeng could exert control over Huang Yunqing, the nobility would surely respect him. Yet, if he could not even manage her, they would begin to consider backing other princes. This time, the crown prince had laid an elaborate trap, waiting for Huang Yunqing to walk into it, and the onlookers were eager for the spectacle. Despite the lingering foul odor in the air, their curiosity compelled them to gather around the prince's residence. Upon arriving, they were astonished to find the crowd surrounding the prince's residence far exceeded their expectations. Pushing through the throngs, Old Jew finally reached the front, gazing curiously at Huang Yunqing. Today, she donned a rather unique outfit, a pair of trousers unlike anything he had ever seen, exuding a sense of vibrant confidence. Huang Yunqing's sky blue jeans were crafted by her own hand from the durable blue pattern linen, as advised by the little chef, who claimed it was ideal for aprons. She had skillfully fashioned a pair of stylish overalls, radiating an aura of self-assuredness. "Miss Huang, what are you up to?" Old Jew inquired. His face lined with wrinkles. Huang Yunqing beamed at him. "Old sir, I am making stinky tofu. Would you like to try a piece?" With that, she deftly retrieved a piece of dark tofu and placed it into a paper bowl marked with the little chef's shop insignia. 1 gold coin per piece, delicious and affordable. Old Jew licked his lips. Unlike others, he found the peculiar odor rather enticing. "Miss Huang, I shall take 10 pieces of stinky tofu." "Certainly." Huang Yunqing quickly added 10 pieces to the bowl, garnishing them with minced garlic, mustard, ginger, and sauces. The pristine paper bowl cradled 10 pieces of dark stinky tofu, their surfaces slightly crisp from frying. The addition of seasonings strangely subdued the tofu's peculiar smell. She also sprinkled in some red chili flakes, with emerald green scallions and cilantro embellishing the dish. Finally, a spoonful of glossy brown sauce drizzled over the tofu made it appear as if the dark blocks were as smooth and refined as jade. The peculiar aroma intensified. "Old Jew, you must be cautious. This stinky tofu smells terrible. Miss Huang surely concocted this to play tricks on us. If you can't handle it, don't force yourself." "Indeed, Old Jew, while it looks presentable, the odor is enough to make one retch. Please take care not to upset your stomach." Old Jew's eyes widened as he retorted. "What do you know? Perhaps this stinky tofu smells foul, but tastes delightful." Without hesitation, he grabbed a piece and popped it into his mouth, his expression shifting to one of shock. Old Jew, I warned you not to eat it. Spit it out quickly, or you might regret it. Hearing the student's concerns, Old Jew roared at the crowd like an angry lion. You fools know nothing. This stinky tofu is the best I have ever tasted. He seemed bewitched, devouring piece after piece, his face lighting up with sheer ecstasy. The moment the stinky tofu hit his palate, the crisp, fragrant flavor of the fried exterior enveloped him. As he bit into the dark outer skin, the sauce burst forth, infusing the tofu with its essence. This tofu was unique. Unlike the delicate varieties typically sought after in the Tianlan Empire, its dense texture allowed the sauce to penetrate deeply, merging the tender tofu with the spicy sauce in an exquisite embrace. The crispy exterior contrasted beautifully with the tender interior, and once consumed, a warm, satisfying sensation enveloped him, filling Old Jew with a profound sense of happiness. Miss Huang, bring me 10 more pieces of stinky tofu. Author's note. Today's updates are all delivered, indeed, a solid 4 chapters. Thank you, dear readers, for helping me maintain my position on the new book rankings. In gratitude, I shall add more content. Rest assured, we will prevail. Let us take it easy and develop steadily. By the third round of recommendations, I promise a minimum of 16,000 words. This is my word of honor. If I fail, feel free to come into the group to reprimand me. Chapter 93. Miss Huang, please refrain from striking poses unnecessarily. Is it truly that delicious? Observing the voracious appetite of Old Jew, the curious nobles began to take an interest in Huang Yunqing's stinky tofu. Old Jew, is it truly as delectable as they say? The lively demeanor of Old Jew has stirred a sense of curiosity within Old Jew, who is well aware of the discerning palate of Old Jew. Accompanied by the crisp clinking of 10 gold coins, Old Jew proudly flaunts his knowledge, articulating each word with precision. Crispy yet not burnt, tender yet not greasy, the outer layer is fluffy and crisp, while the inside is smooth and fragrant. Upon hearing Old Jew extol the virtues of stinky tofu, Old Jew could no longer contain his curiosity and shouted towards Huang Yunqing. Miss Huang, please bring me 10 pieces of stinky tofu as well. After tasting the stinky tofu, Old Jew quickly succumbed to its charms, his face flushed as if he had indulged in wine. This stinky tofu truly smells foul but tastes delightful. It is astonishing how such a small portion of tofu can be transformed into something so exquisite, making it utterly irresistible. The fervent endorsements from Old Jew and Old Jew ignited the curiosity of many nobles regarding Huang Yunqing's stinky tofu. Is the flavor truly so unique? I wish to purchase a couple of pieces to try. Wow, this flavor is indeed exceptional. It's a peculiar blend of stinky and fragrant. The dignitaries surrounding the gates of the prince's residence are affluent nobles, and their enthusiasm has made stinky tofu a sensation. Delicious, truly delightful. This stinky tofu seems almost magical. Once one has tasted a piece, they cannot stop. The allure of stinky tofu gradually spread among the crowd. Anyone unable to resist their curiosity and daring to taste the stinky tofu became a devoted fan. Even the well-informed nobles unearthed the ingredients used in the stinky tofu, eliciting gasps of astonishment. I wondered why the color of this stinky tofu is so unique. It turns out to be the royal black beans of the Tianlan dynasty. I have had the fortune to taste them before. What of the royal black beans? The bright red millet chili is far more remarkable. Do not be deceived by its small size. It is the legendary Firestorm chili. What is the Firestorm chili? The hot oil used to fry the stinky tofu carries a fragrant aroma reminiscent of the forest. It must be oil rendered from the third-tier spirit beast, the wind pig. Huang Yunqing was taken aback by how knowledgeable these nobles were, as they enthusiastically pieced together the ingredients of the stinky tofu. During a moment of leisure, she glanced at the tightly shut doors of the general's residence across Longyin Street, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I wonder what expression Huang Yunqiao will have when she emerges from the general's residence. Just as she was lost in thought, the doors of the general's residence creaked open, revealing the stunningly adorned Huang Yunqiao, who stepped out gracefully, dressed in a striking crimson dress made of cloud-patterned brocade. She appeared resplendent and luxurious. The dazzling red attire accentuated Huang Yunqiao's beauty, resembling a vibrant sunset, radiant and enchanting. Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that Huang Yunqiao's dress bore a striking resemblance to her own red outfit from the time she had caused a stir at the general's residence. Could it be that her previous appearance left such a profound psychological impact on Huang Yunqiao that she chose to imitate her attire? However, Huang Yunqiao's delicate features, with soft brows and sparkling eyes, exuded a gentle charm, yet the red dress made her appear somewhat insubstantial. She lacked the commanding presence that the garment demanded. Huang Yunqing smoothed her hair with a sense of pride. Her charisma was innate and unmatched. Yet, before her confident pose could last 3 seconds, she heard Old May urgently urging, "Miss Huang, no need for theatrics, quickly fry the tofu." "Oh, right. Old May, please do not fret." Huang Yunqing hastily tossed the stinky tofu into the hot oil, feigning a profound demeanor as she remarked, "My posing will not delay the frying of the tofu." Old May, who appeared meek in the kitchen, felt emboldened in the presence of numerous students from the National Academy. Speaking candidly about the food before them, look at the long line forming behind. Do you not worry about delaying the frying of the tofu? We who cannot partake in the stinky tofu are rather anxious. Huang Yunqing smiled wryly and quickly picked up the black tofu pieces with chopsticks, rolling them in the hot oil, sizzling. The dark tofu chunks danced in the bubbling oil, their surface pores rapidly absorbing the heat, emitting a distinctive and peculiar aroma. "Old May, one cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry." The 4 elderly gentlemen, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Jiao, had become devoted fans of the stinky tofu, refusing to budge from Huang Yunqing's side. "No worries, we are eager to enjoy hot tofu. Old Zhu, my batch is not ready yet. Share a piece with me. Get lost. Dare to snatch my stinky tofu, and I shall show you what a powerful fist feels like." The captivated dignitaries surrounded the prince's residence, leaving no room for passage. "Xiao Tao, what is that smell?" Huang Yunyao frowned, hurriedly covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. The repulsive odor was unbearable. Her close maid, Xiao Tao, quickly responded, "Miss, it seems that Huang Yunqing is selling stinky tofu outside the prince's residence. This peculiar stench is wafting from the entrance." Upon learning that Huang Yunqing was the instigator, Huang Yunyao's radiant face darkened with jealousy. Her eyes filled with resentment and fury. She pushed through the crowd to the front. "Sister Yunqing, what are you doing?" Huang Yunyao's expression was rather grim, tears welling in her eyes, her delicate face appearing pitiful. "Today is my engagement day with Brother Nanfeng. We sincerely invited you to join us. It would be one thing if you did not bless us, but to set up a stall selling this foul-smelling food outside the prince's residence." Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow slightly. So Huang Yunyao is back to her dramatic antics. "Very well, let us entertain her, dear sister. I genuinely came to attend the engagement banquet. Did you not say you wished for me to be the chef? I figured everyone had yet to have breakfast, so I brought my pots and pans to the prince's residence early this morning. I am truly considering your welfare." Chapter 94. Stinky tofu is my best wish for you. Huang Yunyao bit her lip, her small face paling as if she had suffered at Huang Yunqing's hands. "But Sister Yunqing, this breakfast is excessively foul, isn't it? The entire Longyin Street can smell this strange odor. What are you trying to achieve?" "Why, to make you all stink," Huang Yunqing replied nonchalantly. Then, as if she had let something slip, her golden phoenix eyes glimmered with a hint of feigned apology. "Oh dear sister. I apologize. I spoke too candidly. What I meant to say is that while this stinky tofu may smell terrible, it tastes delightful." She lifted a piece of fried stinky tofu with her chopsticks, beaming as she addressed the crowd. "Everyone, would you not agree?" Huang Yunqing had anticipated hearing the nobles' acclaim, as the stinky tofu had already enchanted them. To her surprise, she was met with more urgings and murmurs. "Miss Huang, stop dawdling and fry the stinky tofu already. Yes, everyone is waiting to eat. Mrs. Stinky Tofu is simply insufficient for our appetites." Huang Yunqing, feeling the pressure of wealth and influence, swiftly packed the fried stinky tofu into paper bowls, hurriedly preparing the seasoning. "Dear sister, this stinky tofu is my best wish for you and Mu Nanfeng. It symbolizes that you too will be plagued with misfortune and remembered for eternity." Huang Yunyao was taken aback by Huang Yunqing's bluntness. Nearly driven to madness, her hands trembling with suppressed energy hidden in her sleeves. Yet, in order to lure Huang Yunqing into the prince's residence, she stifled her insulted and furious emotions, feigning a pitiful expression as she asked, "Sister Yunqing, we have received your blessing. Could you accompany me into the prince's residence?" "How could that be?" Huang Yunqing stretched her limbs, tossing the stinky tofu back into the pot of hot oil, asserting, "Did you and Mu Nanfeng not spend 1,000 spirit crystals to hire me as the chef for your engagement banquet? I am fulfilling my duties as a chef, serving the guests with utmost enthusiasm. Just look how happy they are." Felt the veins at her temples throb with irritation. If she allowed to remain at the entrance of the prince's residence frying stinky tofu, would her engagement banquet still be feasible? Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile and said, "Sister Yunqing, you haven't given me the promised 1,000 spirit crystals yet. Why not accompany me into the prince's residence first?" handed the prepared stinky tofu to the eagerly awaiting patrons. Finally freeing her hands to smile apologetically at her younger sister. Dear sister, it's not that I am unwilling to go to the prince's residence for the spirit crystals. Just look at my current state of busyness. I can't even afford a moment's rest without the guests complaining. How could I possibly go to the prince's residence? She had already received word from Qi Ling that the warriors of the Huang Jie sect had laid a trap at the prince's residence. Furthermore, Mu Nanfeng had even invited the 7th-tier martial lord, Yi Qinshuan, from the Huang Jie sect. If she foolishly rushed in, it would be sheer folly. A smirk crept onto her lips as she thought, I am not a foolish person. Why to seem so naive? Indeed, I've been waiting ages and still haven't purchased a piece of stinky tofu. Miss, couldn't you be a little quicker? We are hungry. Miss Yunqing, stop chatting and get back to frying the tofu. The dignitaries gathered at the entrance of the prince's residence were completely captivated by the aroma of stinky tofu, unwilling to let her leave. The unique odor made their mouths water, especially those who had tasted its flavor before. Second miss, if you wish to get engaged to His Highness, you should hurry inside the prince's residence and stop delaying our purchase. Yes, second miss, your presence here is quite obstructive. If you are not eating or buying, you should at least see how many people are waiting. Upon hearing the comments from the dignitaries, S' delicate face flushed crimson, and her shoulders trembled slightly. Due to the crowd's pushing, she was soon shoved to the entrance of the prince's residence, where she could only watch helplessly as fried stinky tofu amidst the throng. Noticing her sister collecting a pile of gold coins, she narrowed her eyes and suddenly devised a compelling excuse to sway her sister. Sister Yunqing, what about the 1,000 spirit crystals? You still need them, don't you? Who else is as financially strained as I am? Without looking up, replied, since you are going to the prince's residence to be engaged to Mu Nanfeng, you might as well help me retrieve the 1,000 spirit crystals. We agreed that I would be the chef for your engagement banquet. You need not worry about the food and drink. I assure you it will be splendid. Fuming with embarrassment, stamped her foot, nearly grinding her perfect silver teeth to dust. Yet she found herself powerless against her sister. Reluctantly, she took her maid, Xiao Tao, and slipped into the prince's residence. Feeling defeated, upon entering, she noticed the brilliant sword energy swirling above the prince's residence, clearly indicating that Mu Nanfeng had meticulously set up a sword formation in advance. Where is that woman? Mu Nanfeng slowly emerged from Nanfeng Pavilion. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns, the dragon motif coiling around his waist with an air of dominance. A gilded mask covered the left side of his face, rendering his handsome features both cold and menacing. The moment stepped inside, she felt the weight of his icy gaze upon her. Trembling, she stammered, Brother Nanfeng, that wretched woman refuses to come in. She has set up a large pot at the entrance, seemingly making stinky tofu, and the entire Longyin street reeks of it. Mu Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, his expression chilling. He reached out, caressing his delicate neck, the frigid touch causing her to instinctively recoil. Yet, to her shock, he tightened his grip. Yower, you will help me bring her in, correct? Struggling for breath, gasped as he released her just before she lost consciousness, his voice calm yet commanding. And do not wear red garments in my presence. I despise the color red. Gasping for fresh air, she found it distressing that even within the prince's residence, the stench of stinky tofu lingered. Brother Nanfeng, shouldn't we get engaged first? She coughed several times. Looking up at him in confusion, shouldn't we finalize our engagement first, and then deal with that vile woman? Chapter 95. I did not come to buy stinky tofu. Mu Nanfeng gazed intently at the closed door, his dark eyes deep with thought. Suddenly, he reached out and stroked his cheek, his tone softening as though the menacing figure from moments ago was merely an illusion. Yower, the nobility of the imperial capital are watching. If she does not come, our engagement banquet will become a laughingstock. Even though I have secured my father's decree, her acknowledgement is still necessary. He embraced her gently, whispering, moreover, she has brought us so much humiliation. If her blood does not wash away this disgrace, I cannot rest easy in our engagement. Can you understand? His momentary tenderness was like honey laced with poison, rendering utterly captivated. Besides, my father will be arriving soon. You wouldn't want her to disrupt our engagement banquet in front of him, would you? A sudden tension gripped S' heart, and she instinctively clutched Mu Nanfeng's sleeve, as if grasping a lifeline. Brother Nanfeng, what should I do? A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Mu Nanfeng's eyes as he gazed at the dense sword shadows looming over the prince's residence. By any means necessary, bring her in. This shall be her burial ground. Determined, bit her lip. For the past decade, She had poured her heart and soul into becoming the prince's consort. Initially, she believed she could eliminate in the Sunset Forest. But instead, she had narrowly escaped from the Tomb of Souls with the aid of a seventh-tier spirit beast. The general's manner had inflicted upon her a deep-seated humiliation. She must remove this greatest obstacle. To stand legitimately by Brother Nanfeng's side, she had to eliminate, using her blood to cleanse her grievances. Brother Nanfeng, I will surely bring her in. A fierce resolve ignited in her eyes. Anyone who sought to obstruct her union with Brother Nanfeng must perish. Moon Nanfeng watched as left the prince's residence, her spirit ablaze, a mocking smile curling his lips. Though she may lack intelligence, she was obedient enough. A few sweet words were all it took to incite her to battle. Must you go to such lengths, Brother Nanfeng? From Nanfeng Pavilion emerged a handsome young man clad in green, wielding a blue sword resembling bamboo. His eyes radiated a sharp sword intent. Just go out and kill her. That would resolve the issue. Brother Qianxuan, that woman is not simple. Moon Nanfeng instinctively touched the gilded mask covering his left cheek, where a not yet healed wound throbbed slightly. The distorted character carved into his face had become the greatest shame of his life. Yi Qianxuan brandished his blue bamboo sword before Moon Nanfeng, impatience flickering in his striking features. Brother Nanfeng, you are not truly intimidated by, are you? A hint of disdain laced Yi Qianxuan's gaze in his view. Moon Nanfeng seemed genuinely shaken. You may not be able to contend with that seventh-tier spirit beast, but I have slain countless seventh-tier spirit beasts. What is there to fear about a mere nine-tailed fox? Casting a dismissive glance at Moon Nanfeng, Yi Qianxuan's expression bore an air of superiority. Despite Moon Nanfeng's commendable talent, being taken in by the sect leader of Huang Jie sect was largely a political maneuver to win favor with the Tianlan Empire. As the most distinguished genius of Huang Jie sect, Yi Qianxuan had no regard for the prince of Tianlan Empire. Had Moon Nanfeng not exchanged a spot in the path of enlightenment for assistance, Yi Qianxuan would not have involved himself in Moon Nanfeng's schemes. Such underhanded tactics and sword formations were beneath the dignity of a true master. There is no need for you to be so cautious. Brother Nanfeng, if my intervention fails to eliminate her, your sword formation will likely be ineffective as well, given your fourth-tier martial prowess. Yi Qianxuan performed an elegant flourish with his blue bamboo sword, his eyes glinting with sharpness. She is right outside the prince's residence. I shall assist you in eliminating her. It will be a mere trifle. As Moon Nanfeng observed Yi Qianxuan departing the prince's manor, the humiliation in his dark, brooding eyes deepened. Yi Qianxuan, the most illustrious genius of the 10,000 Swords sect, he would eventually usurp her position. Just as Moon Nanfeng was jotting down Yi Qianxuan's name in his little notebook, preparing to settle scores with her, Yi Qianxuan had already located Huang Yunqing. After all, Huang Yunqing was right at the entrance of the prince's manor, setting up a large pot to sell stinky tofu. Her attire decidedly distinctive and easily noticeable. Sister Yunqing, I implore you to visit the prince's manor. Huang Yunqing's pleading voice was heart-wrenching yet was swallowed by the surging crowd, failing to create even a ripple. Huang Yunqing was encircled by layers of people, and her slender frame could not push through. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Qianxuan's eyes. His true energy surged, the sharp azure aura emanating a violent pressure that forced the crowd to part. Under the fearful gazes of the onlookers, Yi Qianxuan slowly approached Huang Yunqing, his brow slightly furrowed. He could hardly fathom what material Huang Yunqing's stinky tofu was made from. The foul stench wafting from the enormous iron pot was utterly repugnant. This peculiar odor was so overwhelming that it made Yi Qianxuan question his very existence. His composure quivered momentarily, yet his resilience prevailed, allowing him to maintain his lofty demeanor, though his brows knitted tightly. Are you Huang Yunqing? Without raising her head, Huang Yunqing deftly placed the stinky tofu into a paper bowl, skillfully prepared the condiments, and handed it to Yi Qianxuan. 10 gold coins. Thank you. Next, please step forward. Yi Qianxuan gazed down at the bowl of stinky tofu in his hands, inexplicably compelled to taste its flavor. However, almost immediately, an unsettling sensation prickled at his back. He glanced back at Moon Nanfeng, who stood at the entrance of the prince's manor, and in a fit of anger, hurled the bowl of stinky tofu to the ground, declaring resolutely, Huang Yunqing, I did not come here to purchase stinky tofu. The Qingzhu sword emitted a crisp dragon's roar, its azure blade glimmering with an autumn-like chill, the fierce sword aura toppling the gathered crowd. I have come to take your life. Huang Yunqing, your time has come. Chapter 96, Xiaolilil, someone is eating my tofu without paying. My word, is it truly this fierce? Huang Yunqing was also blown askew by the sword aura. Had she not swiftly steadied the pot, she would have likely toppled over. Yi Qianxuan's sword aura was exceedingly sharp to this moment. Huang Yunqing felt a twinge of regret. Had she known, she would not have played the part of the big bad wolf. She should have boldly donned the fox fur belonging to Ming Li. That fur was a prized possession. No matter how ferocious the sword aura, it would not harm her. Huang Yunqing grasped the handles of the pot, her teeth gritting in frustration. It was all that wretched fox Ming Li's fault for being annoyingly fastidious. Upon hearing that she would be selling stinky tofu today, she had adamantly refused to lend her the fox fur, leaving Huang Yunqing to find her own attire. Yi Qianxuan noted Huang Yunqing's utter lack of resistance, and his pride swelled further. Pointing the sharp tip of his sword at her, he arrogantly declared, "The blood of ordinary people would tarnish my blade. Summon your spirit beast." Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow slightly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Was Yi Qianxuan's mind not functioning properly? Such a splendid opportunity, yet he did not pierce her with a sword. Could it be that he was entirely confident in his ability to defeat Ming Li? It seemed that the aide summoned by Mu Nanfeng was rather overconfident. However, since Yi Qianxuan had offered her the chance to call for aid, she would certainly seize it. She would not foolishly squander it. Taking a deep breath, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Zai, hurry here. Someone is eating my tofu without paying." Suddenly, a gentle breeze carrying the fragrance of lotus flowers wafted through, scattering ice-blue lotus petals in the air. A remarkably elegant figure descended upon the petals. Upon witnessing Ming Li's dramatic entrance, Huang Yunqing could not help but smirk, whispering behind the pot, "Zai, must your entrance be so ostentatious?" Ming Li donned a robe as white as snow. Ice-blue fox patterns cascading down from the collar, the exaggerated designs accentuating his beauty. "Who desires to eat your tofu?" A chilling aura enveloped Huang Yunqing. Even the boiling oil in the pot instantly froze into ice. Huang Yunqing pointed at Yi Qianxuan, her expression one of deep grievance. "Zai, it is none other than him." Yi Qianxuan's hand gripping the Qingzhou sword trembled slightly. The man who had suddenly appeared exuded an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual pressure. This oppressive force, which quashed any inclination to resist, was something he had only felt from Yin Zhangchun, the master of the 10,000 Swords sect. Yin Zhangchun was a 9th-grade martial saint. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. And Yi Qianxuan cursed Mu Nanfeng 1,000 times in his heart. Why had he not mentioned that Huang Yunqing had a 9th-grade powerhouse by her side? After Huang Yunqing disposed of the ice clumps in the pot, she unexpectedly brought the pot closer to Ming Li's embrace, sweetly reporting, "He not only eats my tofu without paying but also wishes to kill me." Ming Li wrinkled his brow slightly as he caught a whiff of the unshakable stench emanating from Huang Yunqing. What a strange odor! Huang Yunqing, with the pot on her back, rubbed against him, quickly staining his pure white attire with mottled black. Just as Ming Li was about to explode in fury, Huang Yunqing looked up at him with a pitiful gaze. Her golden phoenix eyes filled with helplessness and sorrow. "Zai, you promised to give me face today." A sly glint flickered in Huang Yunqing's eyes. Thankfully, she had appeased the lazy fox Ming Li with mango mousse the previous night, persuading him to accompany her to the prince's manor to wreak havoc. Although Ming Li was notoriously lazy, he was a creature of his word. When it came to dealing with adversaries, he would not hold back. "Zai, if you feel upset, let us go to the prince's manor and smash the place up. That would be quite satisfying." Ming Li's ice-blue fox eyes blazed with unquenchable fury. This woman must be doing this on purpose, right? Not only did she approach him with that unbearable stench, but she also brought along the charred pot. Rubbing against him with that pot was simply too much. What astonished him further was that Huang Yunqing was actively seeking his embrace. He felt an overwhelming impulse to deal with this woman on the spot. Ming Li thought he might be losing his mind. "Zai, this person intends to dine and dash." Huang Yunqing shook Ming Li's sleeve. Playfully pouting, she vividly portrayed the role of a sycophant sheltered by a powerful figure. Ahem, this is merely a misunderstanding. Yi Qianxuan hurriedly sheathed his Qingzhou sword. A sincere smile graced his delicate features. His gaze earnest, utterly uncharacteristic of someone seeking trouble. "I truly came to purchase stinky tofu. Here are 10 gold coins. Please accept them, Miss Huang Yunqing." As Huang Yunqing weighed the 10 gold coins in her hands, her gaze towards Yi Qianxuan grew somewhat peculiar. She felt that the trajectory of events was awry. Wasn't Yi Qianxuan the pride of the 10,000 Swords sect? Shouldn't such an exceptionally arrogant young man take the initiative to provoke conflict and engage in a duel with Ming Li? While the consequences of opposing Ming Li were usually dire, Yi Qianxuan could have proudly claimed, "I was once beaten by Ming Li." Why had he so readily backed down? Huang Yunqing lamented, Yi Qianquan, you are the pride of the 10,000 Swords sect. Shouldn't you showcase your arrogance and spirit? Even when faced with formidable foes, you should wield your sword and bravely thrust forward. Yi Qianquan humbly waved his hands, politely stating, No, no, I truly am here to buy stinky tofu. The pride of a genius lies in relishing the adoration of the masses, not in recklessly throwing oneself against a stone wall. While I would dare challenge formidable foes, it would only be under circumstances where my life is not at stake. If battling other 7th-tier warriors is a joy, then engaging Ming Li would simply be courting death. Ming Li's soul strength surpasses anything I have ever encountered. Figures of such formidable soul strength rank among the strongest across the spirit beast continent. Before him, Yi Qianquan could summon no courage to even challenge. Just moments ago, even my Qingzhu sword had softened. The Qingzhu sword is a low-grade earth-tier spiritual treasure that resonates with my spirit. If even the Qingzhu sword has backed down, what hope is there for me? At the very moment Yi Qianquan resigned himself, a series of melodic chimes echoed from within the prince's manor, accompanied by hauntingly unsettling catcalls. Thank you to all the lovely readers for supporting Lazy Qian's new book on the bestseller list. I will add an extra chapter daily. Love you all. Chapter 97. Little Li, do you wish to use a knife to kill the cat? Meow. Upon hearing the cat's cries emanating from the prince's residence, Huang Yunqing furrowed her brows and approached Ming Li, whispering, Little Li, didn't you say you were going to break the formation at the prince's residence? Why has the little cat ventured inside? Ming Li lifted her gaze towards the barely ajar gates of the prince's residence, her ice-blue fox eyes reflecting a hint of aloofness. She could indeed break the formation. Yet, seemingly indifferent to the pitiful cries of the cat, Ming Li's tone turned extraordinarily detached, as if she were entirely unconcerned. If she possessed no potential at all, I would consider replacing you with another henchman. Listening to the hauntingly beautiful sounds of the bells within the prince's residence, Huang Yunqing felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the Qingkuan pot directly inside. She stealthily glanced at Ming Li again, sensing that Ming Li was deliberately seeking revenge. After all, the little cat was more obedient, cuter, and far more compliant. Little Li, is this not using a knife to kill the cat? Huang Yunqing was genuinely worried for the obedient little cat, who dutifully acted as both a henchman and a waitress in the kitchen. Moreover, during her free time, she would voluntarily wash dishes, which was infinitely better than the lazy Ming Li. Ming Li cast a deep, peculiar glance at Huang Yunqing, her expression suggesting confusion. What could this woman possibly be thinking all day long? If the extreme shadow black cat had no potential whatsoever, there would be no need for him to resurrect it. Simply killing it to obtain its spiritual core would be far simpler. To slay it, there was no need for such trouble. Ming Li's eyes brimmed with palpable impatience. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Huang Yunqing quickly clasped Ming Li's arm in silence. Testing the waters at the edge of danger required a methodical approach. If she pressed too far, she might very well meet her end. After all, their fox lord was known for his irritable temperament. Did she not notice that for millennia, those who had been defeated by him had transformed into the stark white bones beneath his crystal throne? Huang Yunqing pursed her lips, feeling that every day spent dealing with the lazy fox required a careful nurturing of his emotions. Any slight misstep necessitated an immediate show of submission. Listening to the increasingly pitiful cries of the cat from within the prince's residence, Huang Yunqing's gaze remained fixed on the slightly ajar gates. Should any sign of trouble arise, she would toss the Qingkuan pot in to assist the little cat. This Qingkuan pot was drawn from the novice gift pack of the little chef and could be deemed an exemplary novice trio selected by the little chef herself. The shattered star blade was undoubtedly a divine artifact, sharp and functional, capable of disregarding defenses. A sudden thrust would likely be overwhelming even for Ming Li. However, the prerequisite was that this insufferable fox would cooperate and allow the strike. The Qingkuan pot could also change in size. If Huang Yunqing wished, she could instantly envelop the entire prince's residence within it. Yet, what would transpire once the pot covered the residence remained a mystery, as she had never attempted it before. Nevertheless, with the extreme shadow black cat's speed, it should be able to escape through the crack before the Qingkuan pot enveloped the residence, right? Huang Yunqing grasped the two ears of the Qingkuan pot, ready to throw it into the prince's residence at a moment's notice. The sounds of battle within the prince's residence grew increasingly intense. Besides the ferocious cries of the extreme shadow black cat, a frantic female voice was calling for help. Brother, hurry and come help me. This extreme shadow black cat is the spiritual beast of my black-robed junior brother, and it should be a 6th-tier beast. But somehow it has evolved into a 7th tier. I activated the beast tamer bell from the 10,000 beasts sect, yet I cannot suppress its ferocity. Even your sword array from the 10,000 swords sect is on the verge of collapse. Yi Qianquan initially planned to seize an opportunity to escape while Huang Yunqing and Ming Li were distracted, but upon hearing Yi Qianrou's plea for help, he slapped his forehead in frustration. His handsome face contorted with conflict. He had almost forgotten that Yi Qianrou was still inside the prince's residence. Brother, hurry and help me. The value of this extreme shadow black cat is immense. If we can capture it, my strength could double. With the assistance of this extreme shadow black cat, we might even secure the top position when we enter the sacred land to gain enlightenment. Feeling the sharp gaze directed at him, Yi Qianquan stiffened his neck and turned towards Huang Yunqing. Smiling awkwardly, hee, this is my little sister, Yi Qianrou. She grew up in the deep mountains of the 10,000 beasts sect and has not seen much of the world. Unaware that the extreme shadow black cat already has an owner, I'll go fetch her right away. Huang Yunqing watched as a flash of azure sword light zipped by, and Yi Qianquan swiftly apprehended the disheveled Yi Qianrou. She appeared to be a frail girl, with a jade-green snake coiling around her arm, her eyes reflecting a hint of malice. Brother, are you insane? Even as Yi Qianquan grasped her by the collar. Yi Qianrou struggled fiercely, her beautiful face filled with resentment. That extreme shadow black cat can perfectly counter my jade-green snake. If I can successfully capture and tame it, I will become the third inner disciple of the 10,000 beasts sect to control 3 spiritual beasts. Yi Qianquan quickly gestured for silence towards Yi Qianrou, his brow furrowed as he indicated the presence of Ming Li and Huang Yunqing. Yi Qianrou was equally curious about what kind of person could instill such fear in her self-important brother. Following Yi Qianquan's gaze, she glanced at Ming Li, feeling as if she were facing a tempestuous ocean, teeming with countless corpses of spiritual beasts and ninth-tier powerhouses amid the crashing waves, the despairing aura rendering any thought of resistance utterly futile. Yi Qianrou involuntarily took 2 steps back, crimson tears spilling from her deep-set eyes. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at Ming Li, she had subconsciously activated the unique secret technique of the 10,000 Beast sect. The top-tier mystery, tracing roots. This technique was designed to uncover the origins of spiritual beasts or practitioners, allowing one to discern the exact tier of spiritual beasts and practitioners. It was a technique that every disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect had to master. Saving them from many detours, however, when Yi Qianrou employed the tracing roots technique on Ming Li, her eyes nearly suffered irreparable damage. Was the price of merely a glance truly so steep? Who exactly was this person? Chapter 98. I killed you. What a relief. Hurry up and pay me. Meow. Once freed from Yi Qianrou's constraints, the extreme shadow black cat's fierce claws suddenly loomed above the prince's residence. The massive claws cast a shadow that blotted out the sky, directly shredding the sword array swirling above the residence. Accompanied by the sound of falling blades, the extreme shadow black cat's cries carried a hint of exhaustion, indicating that breaking through the sword array had taken quite a toll. Huang Yunqing remained vigilant, gripping the ears of the Qingkuan pot. Should the situation turn dire, she would immediately hurl the pot, aiming to crush whoever it might. The Qingkuan pot possessed remarkable hardness, under the encouragement of the little chef. Huang Yunqing once tested the Qingkuan pot's durability by striking it with the shattered star blade, curious to see how much it could withstand. Given that the shattered star blade was inherently sharp, capable of cutting through anything, she was astonished to find that when the blade met the pot, its edge was rendered ineffective by the pot's rotating bagua array. If even the shattered star blade could withstand it, it was evident that the Qingkuan pot was indeed a powerful defensive weapon, and at the very least, it could serve as a shield. Hence, Huang Yunqing had chosen to bring the Qingkuan pot with her today. Wasn't Mu Nanfeng a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect? Wasn't he quite skilled with his sword? Beneath the protection of the Qingkuan pot, the flashing blades were mere illusions. Even if Huang Yunqing stood still and let Mu Nanfeng strike, he would be unable to leave a single mark on the Qingkuan pot, no matter how exhausted he became. Meow. The extreme shadow black cat's cries grew sharper, and countless anguished screams echoed from within the prince's residence. Bang! The extreme shadow black cat burst through the doors of the prince's residence like a cannonball, its glossy black fur shimmering in the sunlight. Meow. The extreme shadow black cat appeared like a triumphant general, unceremoniously tossing the disheveled Mu Nanfeng at Huang Yunqing's feet. At that moment, Mu Nanfeng looked utterly wretched, his exquisite robes torn to shreds by the cat's fierce claws. Through the tattered fabric, deep gashes marred his skin, presenting a scene of utter disarray. His meticulously styled hair had been disheveled, making it difficult to associate him with the formerly proud and handsome prince. Perhaps, as the extreme shadow black cat through Mu Nanfeng. It bore some resentment, causing even the gilded mask meant to conceal his flaws to fall to the ground. Mu Nanfeng's distorted character on his left cheek was laid bare before the eyes of the crowd. To her surprise, Huang Yunqing found the little kitten to be quite considerate, having tossed Mu Nanfeng over directly. Indeed, a meticulous and endearing little henchman. Huang Yunqing feigned curiosity, tilting her head. Pray tell, where did the little kitten scamper off to just now? Ah, it turns out you were off catching mice. She cautiously prodded Mu Nanfeng with her toes, a smug grin gracing her face. Oh, isn't this our esteemed crown prince of the Tianlan Empire? How come you appear so disheveled? Mu Nanfeng's condition was indeed pitiable. 3 deep claw marks marred his right shoulder, nearly tearing through to his chest cavity. The shadowy black cat, like a pet seeking praise, pressed its paw upon Mu Nanfeng's head, its emerald eyes gleaming with pride. Despite being immobilized beneath the weight of the cat, Mu Nanfeng's dark eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred and fury. Huang Yunqing, if you possess the audacity, go ahead and kill me. The dignitaries on Longyin Street, initially drawn by Huang Yunqing's stinky tofu, now gathered merely to witness the spectacle. Their piercing gazes were akin to sharp arrows, piercing through Mu Nanfeng's already fragile heart, which teetered on the brink of collapse. Mockery, disdain, pity, and schadenfreude filled the air. These same nobles, who once groveled at his feet, now seemed eager to feast upon his flesh in his moment of downfall. Endless fury and resentment twisted Mu Nanfeng's features into a mask of torment. Ah, Crown Prince, you certainly know how to jest. Are you not the exalted Crown Prince of the Tianlan Empire? Huang Yunqing's golden eyes sparkled with mischief. I am merely a commoner now. Should I slay you, I would surely be dragged to the marketplace for execution. What a loss that would be! And as a good-for-nothing incapable of cultivation, who would even burn paper money for me at my grave? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at Huang Yunqing's words, some even lowering their heads in embarrassment. It was true that she could not cultivate, yet she had powerful allies. Gaining the favor of the strong was an ability in itself. Despite the aloof, cold man not lifting a finger, his imposing presence was undeniable. Hadn't even the 7th-grade powerhouse Yi Qianxuan from the sword sect yielded? A sense of helpless indignation surged within Mu Nanfeng. An insult that made him feel trapped between life and death, causing his hatred to fester. What do you truly desire? Huang Yunqing suddenly extended her delicate hand towards Mu Nanfeng, her smile brighter than the sun. Killing you would be quite the boon. Do you not still owe me 1,000 spirit crystals? Pay up, pay up. She vigorously waved her hand, her slender fingers brushing against the character on Mu Nanfeng's cheek. You hired me as the head chef. It's only fair that I sell stinky tofu. Mu Nanfeng stood momentarily stunned, suddenly unable to fathom Huang Yunqing's intentions. Had she gone through all this trouble merely for those 1,000 spirit crystals? A strange emotion welled within him. He found himself wanting to truly understand Huang Yunqing. This foolish woman seemed different from before. Could it be the result of her brush with death? He removed his spatial ring and handed it to Huang Yunqing. There are 5,000 spirit crystals within. Huang Yunqing clutched the still bleeding spatial ring, her eyes sparkling with delight. Crown Prince, now you are behaving correctly. I am no tyrant. How could I kill without reason? You continue to be the esteemed Crown Prince, while I will run my business on Yongning Alley, and we shall coexist peacefully. Seeing Mu Nanfeng so readily part with his wealth, she picked up the gilded mask from the ground and tenderly placed it over his left cheek. Besides, you have just become engaged to my dear sister. If I were to turn around and slay you, would not Huang Yunqing be left a widow? Though it appears you may not excel in that regard. You could always come to my little shop for golden buns. Even old master May praises them. A remedy for kidney deficiency without sugar, just as Huang Yunqing passionately promoted her golden buns. An elderly cough interrupted from behind. A hymn. Huang girl, have you had your fun yet? Your Majesty, what brings you here? The nobility surrounding Longyin Street hastily made way for the frail old man, even the 4 elder gentlemen of the Milan Bamboo Chrysanthemum group displaying utmost respect. The Emperor of Tianlan, Mu Chongkong, though his hair was silver, appeared in good spirits, his wrinkled face radiating warmth. Clad in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, he slowly approached Huang Yunqing amidst the throng. Huang girl, are you no longer upset? Huang Yunqing cast a glance at Huang Yunqing, wondering why she had not seen her amusing sister earlier. It seemed Huang Yunqing's dear sister had rushed off to fetch help, fearing her beloved Mu Nanfeng might be bullied. Standing beside Ming Li, upon hearing the emperor's inquiry, Huang Yunqing lowered her head, reluctantly tracing circles on the ground. Now that you are here, How could I possibly remain angry? Emperor Mu Chongkong, known as the iron-blooded emperor of the Tianlan Empire, was once a formidable figure on the spirit beast continent, feared by all. Yet, no matter how powerful, one cannot withstand the ravages of time. Though his spirit appeared robust, he coughed gently every few steps, his frail demeanor betraying his vulnerability. The emperor glanced at Mu Nanfeng, who lay in utter disarray, the shadowy black cat dutifully resting its paw atop his head. Once regal and proud, Mu Nanfeng now resembled a drenched dog. A flicker of displeasure crossed the emperor's deep-set eyes. He was highly dissatisfied with Mu Nanfeng's reckless actions, yet as the crown prince, he had to intervene and protect him. Huang girl, grant me a favor and release the crown prince. Your engagement was merely a result of Luo Yan's insistence. Since you have already called it off, I will ensure he behaves. The emperor was well aware of Mu Nanfeng's scheme, understanding he sought to intimidate Huang Yunqing within the crown prince's residence. Thus, he refrained from intervening, even covertly aiding Mu Nanfeng in securing the renowned Yiqianquan from the sword sect. Regardless of Huang Yunqing's justifications, the royal family's dignity could not be tarnished. What the emperor did not anticipate was the magnitude of Huang Yunqing's backing, exceeding his wildest imagination. Yet, Huang Yunqing bore no grudges, waving cheerfully at the little cat as she scooped it into her arms. Why so serious, your majesty? What use is it to capture the crown prince? Seeing the shadowy black cat being taken away, Huang Yunqing hurriedly rushed to Mu Nanfeng's side. Her eyes reddened as she helped him up. Brother Nanfeng, are you all right? Mu Nanfeng gently shook his head, slowly rising behind Emperor Mu Chongkong with Huang Yunqing's support. He was merely embarrassed, nothing more. The emperor snorted coldly, turning to Huang Yunqing. Huang girl, I recall you were fond of the crown prince. You wouldn't object to his marriage with Huang Yunqing, would you? Huang Yunqing waved the spatial ring in her hand, grinning as she replied, no objections, no objections. The crown prince may wed whomever he pleases. I have no ties to him now, nor to the Huang family. If you wish to hold a wedding, do not feel the need to inform me. Huang Yunqing leaned affectionately against Ming Li, her golden eyes shimmering with affection and triumph. Your Majesty, you are far too courteous. I have already found my place. How could I still have eyes for the crown prince? My little Li Li is far more formidable than Mu Nanfeng. Though her tone was polite, it caused Emperor Mu Chongkong's expression to darken abruptly. Did she disdain the Tianlan royal family? Suddenly, as if recalling something, Huang Yunqing earnestly remarked, by the way, your Majesty, if Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunqing plan to wed, it would be best for someone to notify me. I have opened a small restaurant in Yongning Alley, and it's not easy to make a living. I rely on hosting banquets to scrape by. Huang Yunqing had already inspected Mu Nanfeng's spatial ring, confirming the presence of 5,000 spirit crystals within. She had struck it rich overnight. This was a lesson imparted by the little chef. If one could seize wealth, why bother with honest labor? Engaging in honest business could never be as swift as robbing. Huang Yunqing now regards Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunyao with an expression akin to that reserved for the. After all, both are considered auspicious figures. The emperor of Tianlan cast a glance at Huang Yunqing, his aged eyes reflecting her countenance, a flicker of deep apprehension crossing his gaze. Young lady, your vindictive nature is evidently a true inheritance from Luo Yan. You cannot tolerate even the slightest grievance. Upon mentioning Luo Yan's name, Huang Yunqing distinctly sensed the surrounding nobles, who had gathered to spectate, trembling slightly. Even the emperor's visage betrayed a hint of trepidation. Luo Yan, Huang Yunqing's mother, was indeed formidable. Years ago, upon discovering the flaws in her daughter's constitution, Luo Yan had stormed into the Golden Luan Hall, dagger in hand, intent on securing a reliable protector for her daughter. The emperor instinctively touched his neck. Despite Luo Yan having been laid to rest in the desolate wilderness for many years, he still felt a chill run down his spine. Back then, that glinting bone knife had been poised at his throat, rendering him utterly humiliated, much akin to the present humiliation faced by Mu Nanfeng. In plain view of the public, Luo Yan had compelled him to arrange the marriage between Huang Yunqing and Mu Nanfeng, all to safeguard her daughter who could not cultivate. The emperor's gaze toward Huang Yunqing was laced with complexity, yet he slowly spoke. Young lady, is your little shop located in Yongning Lane? Indeed, it is directly opposite the Crystal Pavilion. It is rather easy to find. Huang Yunqing noted the emperor's interest in the chef's shop, and her smile grew considerably warmer. My business is conducted with utmost integrity. Your Majesty, if you are not too busy, do come by my shop for a visit. I perceive you appear somewhat fatigued, perhaps even a bit unwell. Huang Yunqing tirelessly promoted the chef's shop, eager to invite the emperor over at once. Have you heard of my golden steamed buns? They are beneficial for vitality, sugar-free, and personally approved by the esteemed Master Mei. They taste absolutely divine. The emperor's expression contorted as if he had swallowed a fly. He had never anticipated that the fiercely arrogant Luo Yin would have such a shameless daughter like Huang Yunqing. Ahem, I have state affairs to attend to, so I must decline. Your Majesty, do not rush off. My shop offers many other specialties. Missing out would be a considerable loss. Huang Yunqing hastily pursued the emperor for a few steps before being yanked back by Ming Li, who seized her by the strap of her garment and hoisted her up. You're embarrassing me. Oh, little Li, that is not fair. I am merely striving to provide for my family. Even suspended in mid-air by Ming Li, Huang Yunqing remained undaunted, flailing her arms defiantly, proclaiming, I am simply attempting to attract customers for my little shop. One must conduct business with flair. Ming Li cast an indifferent glance at the onlookers. Leave. The nobles, who had initially intended to linger and enjoy the spectacle, obediently dispersed upon hearing Ming Li's command. While it was indeed delightful to observe the unfolding drama, none wished to jeopardize their lives for mere entertainment. Huang Yunqing, witnessing the influential figures of Longyin Street gradually retreating, called out, Hey, please do not rush off. Come visit my shop. I assure you will not be disappointed. Curiosity arose within those nobles, enticed by Huang Yunqing's stinky tofu. After all, the flavor was unforgettable. Just as they prepared to visit the chef's shop, Ming Li's icy voice, reminiscent of a specter from the netherworld, echoed, We are not open today. Ming Li's proclamation extinguished their intentions, leaving them frightened as they hurried home, unwilling to entangle themselves in the chef's shop's affairs. Their curiosity lingered, yet they deemed it prudent to wait until the shop reopened the following day. Huang Yunqing glared at the retreating nobles, her frustration palpable. How could these aristocrats be so cowardly? Ming Li's mere words had sent them fleeing. Oh, little Li, why must you always undermine me? Was it not agreed that you would support me today? Huang Yunqing had finally found an opportunity to advertise, yet it was thwarted by Ming Li, that wretched fox. In this era, it was no easy feat to promote a business. Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yunyao had exerted tremendous effort to create the most sensational news in the capital, presenting a splendid promotional opportunity. If her chef's shop gained recognition, sustaining her family would become significantly easier, hastening the completion of her main quest. She was still pondering the ingredient quest that the little chef had mentioned. With a hint of amusement, Ming Li remarked, Do you still require validation? Huang Yunqing, indignant, placed her hands on her hips and retorted, Why would I not want validation? I, Huang, am quite formidable, you know, Ming Li responded coolly. Odato? What does that mean? Was this insufferable fox looking down on her? Huang Yunqing felt a surge of frustration, rubbing her temples. Interacting with Ming Li was truly a test of her patience. Those with weak hearts could easily succumb to stress. Huang Yunqing struggled to turn her head and glared at Ming Li, fuming, Little Li, are you belittling me? Foolish dog. Huang Yunqing smirked. She wondered where Ming Li had picked up such a rude habit of hurling insults when they were in disagreement. Unable to win an argument, he resorted to these insults? Huang Yunqing shouted defiantly, Wretched fox, put me down at once. Do you want to see me crush you with my enormous fists? Suddenly, she felt a release on her shoulder, her feet landing back on solid ground, leaving her with a disorienting sense of unreality. Where were those enormous fists? She wished to witness them firsthand. As she heard Ming Li's mocking tone, her smile froze, and she turned to leap into his embrace, nuzzling against him. Oh dear, I could never possess fists of that size. At most, I would merely tap your chest with my little fists. Huang Yunqing clenched her tiny fists, eager to give Ming Li a few playful jabs, only to find her forehead being pressed down. Ming Li's eyes were filled with disdain. Disgusting. Huang Yunqing longed to tug on Ming Li's ear and inquire if he was indeed a so-called ironclad man devoid of sentiment. She had merely been expressing affection, yet he deemed it repugnant. Could it be that this wretched fox had a flawed sense of aesthetics? Pushing Ming Li's hand away, she huffed, Farewell, little Li, I no longer like you. Dare you? Ming Li's teasing voice resonated behind her, a familiar foxtail, seemingly emerging from nowhere, entwined around Huang Yunqing's waist, pulling her back into his embrace. If you do not like me, who else could you possibly favor? Her ears warmed from the heat of Ming Li's breath, and Huang Yunqing hastily cleared her throat, blushing as she stammered, Little Li, do refrain. This is public, and it is rather inappropriate. What crowd? Huang Yunqing quickly glanced around, realizing that the bustling Longyin Street had left only her and Ming Li in its wake. Surprise flickered in her golden phoenix eyes. Had the others truly fled so swiftly? The air still carried a faint blue mist, imbued with the subtle scent of ice lotus. Little Li, where exactly are we? Ming Li offered little explanation, simply stating, Fox Domain. Huang Yunqing scratched her head, filled with confusion. What on earth was this Fox Domain? Did it possess the ability to erase others from existence? You are so slow-witted that it is challenging to explain thoroughly. With a grinding sound, Huang Yunqing ground her teeth in frustration. This insufferable fox was far too arrogant. She had to devise a way to deal with him. Just as Huang Yunqing pondered how to confront Ming Li, the scenery of Longyin Street suddenly warped. The surroundings swiftly transformed into the loft of the chef's shop. Huang Yunqing's mind briefly malfunctioned. She had yet to comprehend how Ming Li had transported her from Longyin Street back to the chef's shop. The pale blue mist gradually dissipated, and with a thud, she fell into a bathtub, choking on several mouthfuls of hot spring water. Cough, cough. Wretched fox, do you intend to drown me? Huang Yunqing struggled to rise from the bathtub, the damp blue-patterned linen weighing heavily upon her. The speed at which Ming Li changed her clothes was astonishing. She merely donned a loosely fitting silk robe, the fox tail trailing behind her. You smell awful. You need a thorough wash, Huang Yunqing exclaimed, slamming her hand on the bathtub. If washing is necessary, then so be it. Do you think I would even frown? Perhaps due to the events of the previous day with Mu Nanfeng and Huang Yinyao. Huang Yunqing had slept particularly soundly beneath the soft, fluffy fur of the fox tail, waking up feeling refreshed. A notification chimed. Congratulations, master, for completing the side quest. Make them stink, while simultaneously defaming the scoundrels. The master had inadvertently promoted the chef's humble establishment, much to the chef's delight. The chef's voice conveyed sincerity and gratitude, yet a sense of foreboding crept into Huang Yunqing's heart. Surely, the chef wasn't planning something mischievous. Was she? Another notification chimed. Congratulations, master, for receiving a gift from the chef, a scratch-off recipe card. Are you surprised? A frown creased Huang Yunqing's brow as she realized the situation was more complicated than it appeared. The first law of dealing with the chef was clear. Never accept her gifts, however. By the time Huang Yunqing resolved to decline, it was too late. The shimmering scratch-off card was already in her hand. She scrutinized the card, which seemed innocuous at first glance. Chef, there's no catch to this recipe card, is there? Rest assured, master, this recipe card is guaranteed to be without pitfalls. The chef's fervent assurance only heightened Huang Yunqing's anxiety. The scratch-off card possessed a peculiar allure, compelling one to uncover what dish lay concealed within its surface. Biting her lip, Huang Yunqing decided to use the card, as the dishes revealed were random. Even if the chef's gift held some hidden snares, they would be fortuitously random. With a stroke of luck, perhaps a delightful surprise awaited her. In Huang Yunqing's eyes, she fancied herself a true lucky individual. As she scratched off the card, the chef's enthusiastic voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, master. You have obtained the recipe. 100 varieties of fancy milk tea. Staring at the card inscribed with the words 100 varieties of fancy milk tea, which began to dissolve into shimmering bubbles, confusion clouded her golden eyes. Chef, why does this recipe card feature milk tea? And why specifically 100 varieties? What in the world? The chef cleared her throat and explained. Master, there's no need for confusion. This scratch-off card was one from another system, and I'm unsure what it might yield. Huang Yunqing's eyelids twitched. She suspected the chef's gift was not given with pure intentions. The revelation that the card was a spoils of war made her wary. No wonder the chef had seemed so unperturbed when bestowing it upon her. Cautiously, Huang Yunqing emerged from her cocoon, careful not to tread on Ming Li's tail and awaken the slumbering fox. As she showered, she casually inquired, So, what's the name of that unfortunate system you lost to? The chef responded straightforwardly. In the circles, we refer to her as Little Tea Maiden. Huang Yunqing smirked. The name sounded oddly reminiscent of a tea vendor. Is she perhaps a system for running a milk tea shop? Indeed, you're quite perceptive, master. The chef effusively praised her. Little Tea Maiden is indeed related to milk tea. With 100 varieties of milk tea at her disposal, Huang Yunqing mused that she could easily open her own milk tea shop, enjoying a different flavor each day for an entire 100 days. When she emerged from the shower, wrapped in a towel, she caught sight of Ming Li, the lazy fox, observing her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Are you hungry, Little Li? I could prepare a bowl of clear broth noodles for you, she suggested, calculating how many dishes it would take to satiate his appetite. Though it seemed tedious, it was economical. However, she wondered whether this troublesome fox was picky about his food. Meat. Roast goose is delicious, Ming Li replied. Huang Yunqing's smile faltered instantly. With limited availability of roast goose, he would surely consume one all to himself, leaving only 2 for sale. This meant a daily loss of 400 spirit crystals for her. Despite the internal turmoil, she maintained a strained smile. "Little Li, I must say, you have quite the appetite. You always choose the expensive options and disregard the cheaper ones. This spoiled habit of yours should be reconsidered." Ming Li narrowed his eyes slightly, prompting Huang Yunqing to don her fox fur coat. "In truth, roast goose is quite delightful. I enjoy it as well. Please indulge yourself. Even if we devour all the roast geese from the beast sect, it would matter not." Seizing the opportunity before Ming Li could take further action, Huang Yunqing swiftly descended the stairs, retreating at the first sign of danger. Ming Li watched her hasty exit with an amused expression. Her flustered demeanor was rather endearing. Once in the kitchen, Huang Yunqing busied herself preparing the more labor-intensive tofu pudding, which required grinding beans and boiling soy milk. Subsequently, she began roasting the geese for her lazy fox. To save time, she processed 3 geese and hung them in the deep oven, unfazed by the thought of the other 2 not selling. Lately, the geese from the chef's shop were in high demand, often selling out quickly. Wiping her hands dry, Huang Yunqing glanced at the tightly shut door of the chef's shop, yearning for it to open sooner. However, under Ming Li's imposing presence, even the chef had set the opening time for the shop to the hour of Qin. Resigned, she accepted that the shop would open at that time, hoping to make the most of the midday rushed for whether she could sneak in some purchases later. That depended on Ming Li's mood. Perhaps if he was feeling generous, they might even have a midnight opening. With time still to spare before opening, she pondered making some milk tea to sample. Huang Yunqing, being a proactive individual with impressive skills, had already set up a hanging milk tea dispenser in the kitchen, which did not occupy much space. Before proceeding, she checked the price for the milk tea on the menu, relieved to find it was a reasonable 5 spirit crystals. However, a crucial thought struck her. The little chef carefully selected the 3 most flourishing spring red tea plants from the backyard of the Mei Ning Pavilion, meticulously plucking the tender leaf buds. After her devoted preparation, a small box of tea leaves emerged. A rare treasure indeed. Under the little chef's guidance, Huang Yunqing discovered a beautifully carved wooden box nestled atop the crystalline stove. Inside, the tea leaves were perfectly intact, slender and quietly resting like exquisite works of art. Upon opening the box, the rich aroma of tea enveloped her senses. "Little chef, I find you quite stingy. We agreed to make milk tea today, and you've brought only this little bit of tea leaves?" Huang Yunqing remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. The little chef, feeling a bit aggrieved, explained, "Master, spring red tea is inherently rare, flourishing only in the harsh environment of the Ginseng Valley. The tea I selected was harvested from the backyard of Mei Ning Pavilion, a place that harbors the graves of many formidable masters." Huang Yunqing felt an eerie chill as she listened, her fingers trembling slightly around the wooden box. The thought of Mei Ning Pavilion was somewhat daunting. These spring red teas had sprouted from the remains of powerful beings, which explained the abundance of spiritual energy they possessed. If placed in the Longxing auction house, this small box alone could fetch a staggering price of over 1,000 spiritual crystals. Suddenly, Huang Yunqing closed the box containing the spring red tea and earnestly suggested to the little chef, "Let us head to the Longxing auction house instead. Our pearl milk tea only sells for 5 spiritual crystals a serving." "That's quite a loss." Surprisingly, the little chef did not protest but instead, with a somewhat sinister smile, slowly elaborated. "Do you know why spring red tea is so expensive, master? It is harvested from the domain of Mei Ning Pavilion, the only organization among the top 10 sects of the spirit beast continent proficient in assassination. If you take this box of spring red tea to auction, the assassins from Mei Ning Pavilion would surely come knocking at our door." Huang Yunqing paused, realizing it was wiser to pursue the pinnacle of culinary artistry rather than risk attracting unwanted attention. Money can always be earned, but dealing with assassins would be a significant hassle. Calmly, she reopened the wooden box, gracefully mimicking the manner of a seasoned chef, and sprinkled the spring red tea into the Qian Kuan pot. The ice spring spirit water within the pot was already bubbling, and as the tea was added, the fragrance wafted throughout the air. The spring red tea danced gracefully in the pot, akin to a delicate beauty performing an elegant ballet, as the tea unfurled. The ice spring spirit water transformed into a stunning reddish-brown hue, its clarity reminiscent of amber. The rich aroma of tea soon filled the little chef's shop, blending with the crisp scent of the ice spring spirit water. Huang Yunqing dared not use starry spring water for her milk tea. After all, even a hint of starry spring water had turned the golden buns into the favored delicacy among the elite of the capital. If she were to use starry spring water for milk tea, it could very well lead to an overwhelming tonic. The spring red tea quickly settled at the bottom of the pot. And after retrieving the fully unfurled leaves, only the clear, shimmering reddish-brown tea remained. Her milk tea was not concocted from cream and syrup, but rather a genuine blend of tea and fresh milk. As Huang Yunqing opened the constant time ice cabinet, she discovered a new type of milk among the dairy products. Little chef, I can't shake the suspicion that you've secretly acquired a ranch, tending to cows while I sleep. The texture of this milk was slightly different from the fluffy cloud milk, with a faint floral scent reminiscent of fragrant soybeans. The little chef chuckled mysteriously and explained, the milk comes from the four-tier spirit beast, the fragrant cow, raised in the fragrant valley. They have been fed fragrant soybeans since their youth, resulting in fresh milk with a hint of sweetness from licking the honey of the fragrant valley's flowers. Making it perfect for milk tea, Huang Yunqing felt an overwhelming urge to taste the fragrant cow's milk, convinced it would be delightful. She resisted the temptation to sample the milk and, adhering to the little chef's prescribed proportions, poured the fragrant milk into the Qian pot. The pure white milk blended harmoniously with the reddish-brown spring red tea, quickly transforming into an enticing milk tea hue. The familiar aroma of milk tea filled the air as it simmered in the pot. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yunqing retrieved tapioca flour from the cupboard, her face lighting up with anticipation. A pearl milk tea without pearls was simply unacceptable. Thus, she set to work crafting the pearls. Each time she enjoyed milk tea, she relished the chewy texture of the pearls, feeling that without them, the drink lacked soul. Chapter 103. Rainbow Tapioca and Cherry Blossom Pearls. The tapioca flour had already been finely ground by the little chef, showcasing a pure white color that appeared both uniform and delicate in her hands. As she inhaled the subtle fragrance of the flour, the little chef preemptively explained, Master, the tapioca flour selected by the little chef is sourced from the rainbow tapioca grown in the rainbow rainforest. Exhibiting beautiful colors, Huang Yunqing glanced skeptically at the tapioca flour, feeling the little chef might be attempting to deceive her. The flour was undeniably white, and if color was needed, it would require brown sugar or black sugar for tinting. Unrelated to the flour itself, the pearls in pearl milk tea were made from a mixture of brown sugar and tapioca flour, and many adored this small addition. The brown sugar provided by the little chef boasted an even, lustrous hue. After preparing the tapioca flour, Huang Yunqing rolled it into balls the size of soybeans. Even when mixed with brown sugar water, the white flour maintained its pristine appearance, resembling adorable pearls. Soon enough, the milk tea in the Qian pot had reached a boil. After pouring the milk tea into the milk tea container, she began cooking the rolled pearls. As the little balls entered the pot, they quickly became translucent. Huang Yunqing patiently leaned against the pot, watching as the pearls gradually transformed into a crystal-clear appearance. When she stirred the pearls, they surprisingly took on a cherry blossom pink hue. Huh? Little chef, does your tapioca flour change color? Huang Yunqing had initially aimed to create transparent golden pearls, carefully controlling the proportion of brown sugar. She had been confident in producing clear, translucent golden pearls rather than the current pink ones. Hee, the color of the rainbow tapioca is random once cooked. This time, it has turned into a delightful cherry blossom pink. Listening to the little chef's words, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sensing a hint of unreliability, little chef, do you mean you also don't know what color the rainbow tapioca will turn out to be? What if it turns out strange? A wave of apprehension washed over her. It might be wise to use this tapioca flour sparingly in the future, as one could never predict the outcome. Seeing Huang Yunqing's skepticism, the little chef quickly reassured her. Oh, it won't. I believe in your luck. Master, you are surely a lucky one, and your fortune has always been exceptional. It must be said, the little chef's comforting words were quite effective, flooding Huang Yunqing with a sense of dizzying assurance. All right, on the premise of my being lucky, she decided not to hold the little chef accountable. With a bright mood, Huang Yunqing retrieved the pearls from the Qian pot, which had cooled perfectly thanks to the pot's temperature control. She placed the beautiful cherry blossom pink pearls into a white porcelain jar, ready for the sale of pearl milk tea at any moment. Creak. Just as the hour of chin arrived, the wooden door of the little chef's shop swung open automatically. Outside, a throng of eager diners had gathered, most drawn by Huang Yunqing's promotion from the previous day. However, at the front of the line stood several familiar faces. The chubby man squeezed into the shop with excitement, exclaiming, Miss Huang Yunqing, I'll have half a roasted goose, just like always. The plump fellow had not savored boiled fish for quite some time. Thus, he decided to indulge himself with a serving, the sleek black cat. With a swift motion, darted to the side of the hefty man, diligently gathering the spiritual crystals around him. Huang Yunqing, with a smile, took note of the dishes ordered by the chubby man, reflecting on how he truly was a wealthy individual with access to rich resources. Even Mu Nanfeng's life-preserving crystal ring contained a mere 5,000 spiritual crystals, while the chubby man typically spent around 200 per meal. Such lavishness was impressive, even in the manner of spending. Then, Mo Hanlon ambled in, his dark circles suggesting a lackluster spirit, and his little mustache appeared quite disheveled. "Boss lady, I'll have a tofu pudding set," he declared, unabashedly taking a seat beside the chubby man, who surely ordered multiple dishes. A quick nibble would suffice to fill his belly. "You don't seem quite yourself today, Mo Hanlon," Huang Yunqing remarked as she served the chubby man a roasted goose. Glancing at Mo Hanlon, "Would you like a golden steamed bun to perk you up?" Mo Hanlon jolted, hastily shaking his head up. No, my waist can't handle it lately. Such a nourishing delicacy as the golden steamed bun is fine occasionally, but daily consumption may overwhelm my body." Huang Yunqing smirked slightly, sensing that the elite in the imperial capital might misuse the golden steamed buns for purposes other than sustenance. This delicacy was, after all, meant to enhance physical prowess. However, if the wealthy chose to indulge excessively, it was beyond her concern as they were free to spend their money as they pleased. Mu Songyu took his seat, gazing affectionately at Huang Yunqing. "Boss lady, you know my preferences," Huang Yunqing replied, her expression neutral. "I do not." Yet Mu Songyu feigned enlightenment, interpreting her dismissal as a gentle invitation to converse further. "You must be wishing to speak with me more. Your thoughtful intentions truly move me. Boiled fish will forever be my beloved dish, and if there's roasted goose, half a portion would be splendid as well." Huang Yunqing, showing little interest in further dialogue with Mu Songyu, simply nodded before returning to the kitchen to bring him half a roasted goose. The enticing aroma of the boiling fish soon permeated the small eatery, the spicy scent making everyone salivate. Some newcomers, upon seeing the price of the boiled fish, quickly regained their senses. 50 spiritual crystals for boiled fish. It would be wiser for them to enjoy fried rice or clear noodle soup. With limited seating, the influx of patrons turned the small eatery into a bustling hub. Regular customers, familiar with the establishment, swiftly claimed their favorite spots as soon as the doors opened, while newcomers hesitated outside. Lost? Luckily, Huang Yunqing was swift in her culinary endeavors. As diners savored the exquisite flavors, they naturally quickened their pace, leaving those standing outside to endure the torturous wait, tantalized by the aromas wafting through the air. "Excuse me, could those who finished eating kindly make way?" The new patrons lamented, their stomachs growling in discomfort, feeling the pangs of hunger. Some even suggested to Huang Yunqing, "Could you perhaps create standing spots? I am at my wit's end. I need fried rice to survive." Huang Yunqing, hearing these suggestions, couldn't help but smile wryly. Eating beneath the peach tree? What a peculiar thought. Despite the crowd, the turnover rate in her eatery was quite high. As soon as one group finished eating, 2 or 3 newcomers would eagerly take their place. Surprisingly, under the watchful eye of the sleek black cat, the atmosphere remained harmonious, devoid of any disputes, which astonished Huang Yunqing. The nobility exhibited remarkable decorum, refraining from quarrels over seating. Unbeknownst to her, for elderly gentlemen stood at the entrance, promoting her eatery with a cheerful announcement. "Please queue patiently. Let civility prevail. Fighting only leads to regret." Meanwhile, the restless newcomers ventured onto Longting Avenue, seeking alternative bites to quell their hunger. Others found their way to the Crystal Pavilion, indulging in pastries to pacify their rumbling stomachs. As Huang Yunqing collected coins, feeling somewhat fatigued from the constant back and forth in the kitchen, she realized it was time to hire a server. Ding! As the future culinary master of the food chain, how could the owner manage all the serving herself? Side quest: recruitment. To expand her flourishing business, the little eatery urgently requires a diligent server. Task description: recruit a reliable server. The ideal candidate must be loyal, hardworking, understanding, and possess a gentle demeanor. Little Chef's friendly reminder: as long as the compensation is generous. Finding a server won't be a challenge. To appease the fox overlord, a female candidate is preferable. Task reward: unlock the recipe for dumpa pork. Huang Yunqing was quite pleased with this spontaneous task, realizing that recruiting a server was an urgent need. Even without the little chef's suggestion, she would have sought out help. This task was akin to gifting her a valuable recipe, especially one as esteemed as dumpa pork. Just the thought of the name suggested it would be quite lucrative. The prospect of those glimmering coins brightened her spirits, alleviating her fatigue. Although the little eatery was becoming increasingly busy, it was a delightful kind of chaos. Sister, I'd like 2 portions of durian pastry. Long Chi-Chi entered the eatery with vibrant enthusiasm, her bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. She adored durian pastry. All right, young lady, please hold on a moment. Huang Yunqing began to gather the spiritual crystals, but was suddenly reminded of the unique aroma of the durian pastry. Her arm, poised in midair, froze slightly. They had run out of durians yesterday, and new stock had yet to arrive. The distinct scent of durians only appealed to a select few. Baking durian pastries in front of a crowd might send most patrons fleeing. Thus, Huang Yunqing resorted to a small white lie. Oh? No durian pastry? Long Chi-Chi's bright eyes glimmered with disappointment. I was craving it since yesterday. Seeing her disheartenment, Huang Yunqing quickly remedied the situation. Ahem. Would you like to try some mango mousse? She retrieved the frozen mango mousse from the freezer, its golden hue and triangular shape adorned with fresh mint leaves, presenting a delightful sight. Yes, I would like a portion of mango mousse, Long Chi-Chi replied, captivated by its appearance, placing 5 spiritual crystals on the counter, murmuring, but I still wish for durian pastry. Noticing her lingering sadness, Huang Yunqing reflected on the allure of the durian pastry, which was indeed compelling. She gently suggested, how about a cup of pearl milk tea? It's a new offering of mine. It's exceedingly sweet. Even sweeter than a tender romance. Huang Yunqing's smile was enchanting, effortlessly diverting Long Chi-Chi's attention away from the absent durian pastry. Then I shall have a cup of pearl milk tea. Long Chi-Chi's voice was soft and endearing, truly delightful. Huang Yunqing, in an effort to avoid disappointing Long Chi-Chi, meticulously selected a crystal-clear glass cup. The transparent vessel showcased the delicate cherry blossom pink hue of the pearls in all its glory. The translucent pink pearls settled at the bottom of the glass, resembling a plethora of petite cherry blossoms blooming within. The milk tea poured from the container was a shade deeper, crafted with a base of ink spring black tea, imparting a richer colored tea. Further enchant Long Chi-Chi, Huang Yunqing adorned the rim of the cup with a beautiful swirl of fluffy cream. The exquisite cream formed the shape of cherry blossoms, gently swaying with the movement of the milk tea, akin to petals drifting upon water. Look, little girl, your milk tea is ready. Chapter 105. Trouble. Mood Songyu is beyond help, to be honest. Huang Yunqing felt a sense of satisfaction with this cup of milk tea. It was simply bursting with youthful charm. If placed in the modern era, it would undoubtedly become a social media sensation. Upon seeing the cup, Long Chi-Chi forgot her earlier disappointment of missing out on the durian pastry, her attention entirely captivated by the visually stunning drink. Sister, your milk tea is so beautiful. Huang Yunqing proudly lifted her chin, and of course, when it comes from Sister Huang, it must be exquisite. Long Chi-Chi was fortunate to find an empty spot next to Mood Songyu while holding the milk tea and mango mousse. Big brother, may I sit beside you? Mood Songyu's handsome features revealed a hint of confusion. He recognized his charm had rendered all the girls defenseless, yet he had no interest in someone as young as Long Chi-Chi. Perhaps a beauty like the proprietress, with her impeccable figure, was worth considering for a pursuit. Long Chi-Chi blinked, sensing that this big brother might not be very bright, which explained why no one was sitting next to him. She surveyed the small kitchen shop and realized there were no other available seats, leaving only the spot beside Mood Songyu. Since there's no one else, then I'll sit here, eager to taste the pearl milk tea and mango mousse. She dismissed any other thoughts. Compared to the mousse, Long Chi-Chi favored the delicate pink milk tea, as the lovely cherry blossoms seemed to bloom within her heart. The milk tea tastes so fragrant. Long Chi-Chi lifted the beautiful cup and took a gentle sip. She discovered the temperature was just right, not too hot, while the fluffy cream exuded a rich milky aroma. The warm, smooth milk tea touched her lips. She savored the robust tea fragrance nestled within. It was the flavor of ink spring black tea, one of the top 10 famous teas of the Spirit Beast continent. This tea was known for its high value at the Longxing auction house. Long Chi-Chi was astonished that Huang Yunqing had used ink spring black tea to brew the milk tea. The delicate, silky texture was utterly enchanting. The rich ink spring black tea served as the main melody of this drink. Once the fragrant black tea faded, the sweet aroma of Baihua milk made its grand entrance. The texture of Baihua milk was soft and delicate, as if a blooming flower lingered between her lips, its subtle sweetness gradually unfurling. This sweetness was not cloyingly syrupy but rather refreshing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. In the aftertaste, her lips and teeth were tinged with a honey-like floral fragrance. What do you think? My pearl milk tea is delicious, right? Huang Yunqing stood by the table, smiling at Long Chi-Chi, while she handed over the transparent straw she had forgotten earlier. The milk tea tastes even better when paired with the pearls. Long Chi exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, this is the best drink I have ever tasted." Huang Yunqing winked at her and playfully pinched the two bun-like hairdos atop Long Chi-Chi's head. "If you like it, drink more. Don't hold back." Long Chi placed the transparent straw in the milk tea, stirring the cherry blossom pearls, which seemed to dance up and down. "That sister just said the pearls make the milk tea even tastier?" Long Chi murmured to herself. The sensation of sipping milk tea through a clear straw felt novel. Perhaps it was her imagination, but the pink pearls, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, actually seemed to carry a faint floral fragrance upon entry. The texture of the cherry blossom pearls was unique. Their soft yet resilient feel made Long Chi unable to resist chewing. The lustrous cherry blossom pearls swam between her lips, yet upon biting down, they transformed into blooming blossoms. The bouncy cherry blossom pearls paired with the smooth milk tea instantly claimed the top spot in Long Chi-Chi's heart. Seated beside her, Mu Sangyu observed Long Chi. Enchanted by the way she smiled foolishly at the pink pearl milk tea, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Asked that milk tea really good? Long Chi, thinking he might attempt to snatch her drink, instinctively hugged her cup tightly. "This is mine." Mu Sangyu, witnessing Long Chi-Chi's protective stance over her drink, felt a flicker of disdain cross his eyes. "I know it's your milk tea. I merely wanted to ask if it truly tastes good." "Of course, it's delicious," Long Chi replied without hesitation. "Sister's milk tea is even sweeter than a sweet romance." Mu Sangyu pondered for a moment, glancing at Huang Yunqing. "I see. The proprietress must be attempting to hint at a romantic interest through this subtle approach. However, a man as handsome as I am, destined to flit through the flowers without a single petal touching him, what a pity." After a brief lamentation, he called out to Huang Yunqing, "Proprietress, bring me a cup of pearl milk tea. Since you wish to imply something through this drink, I shall reluctantly sample your craftsmanship. This pink pearl milk tea is my test for you, to see if you're worthy of a sweet romance." Huang Yunqing rolled her eyes at Mu Sangyu, then served him the cup of pearl milk tea without even a decorative swirl, upon comparing his plain cup to Long Chi-Chi's exquisite drink. Mu Sangyu couldn't help but express disbelief. "Proprietress, you truly wish to pursue me, treating our drinks so differently. I must be the most special person in your heart." Huang Yunqing sighed softly. "Oh dear. Oh dear. This boy, Mu Sangyu, is beyond help." As she passed by Jean Pongzi, he suddenly inhaled sharply. "Miss Huang, have you introduced a new dish? This fragrant tea blended with rich milk aroma is quite novel." Jean Pongzi's small eyes darted around, occasionally glancing at the menu hanging on the white wall. "Oh, it seems a new dish has indeed appeared. Is pearl milk tea a beverage?" Huang Yunqing chuckled, surprised by Jean Pongzi's keen sense of smell. "Indeed, today we launched a new drink, pearl milk tea, sweeter than a sweet romance. Would you like to try it?" Chapter 106, Little Girl, Are You Looking for Trouble? Jean Pongzi had never heard of pearl milk tea, but that didn't stop him from ordering. For the wealthy and willful Jean Pongzi, Huang Yunqing's new offering was something he simply had to sample. "Bring me a cup of pearl milk tea." As Huang Yunqing prepared a cup for Jean Pongzi and turned to return to the kitchen, she heard a commotion outside the small kitchen shop. "Oh dear, what's wrong with that girl? She seems to be starving. Is she fainting?" Huang Yunqing squinted slightly, her golden phoenix eyes gleaming with intensity. "Little kitty, go see who's causing the ruckus." The agile black cat darted outside, causing the onlookers gathered outside the kitchen shop to scatter in fear. The infamous reputation of the black cat was well known among the nobility of the imperial capital. Even the crown prince of the Tianlan Empire would be swatted away by it, let alone these pitiful, helpless patrons. Once Huang Yunqing delivered 2 bowls of tofu pudding, she joined the black cat to assess the situation. Upon her arrival, the crowd had thinned considerably, and they hurriedly explained, "We didn't do anything. Miss, that girl fainted on her own. It has nothing to do with us." Huang Yunqing furrowed her brows slightly, having grasped the situation. A young girl had fainted at the entrance of the chef's little shop. As the crowd parted, she spotted the girl lying on the ground, appearing disheveled and with tattered clothing. The shadow black cat had already crouched beside the girl, its emerald green eyes glinting with a hint of curiosity. Scanning the frail figure of the unconscious girl, Huang Yunqing sensed a faint, briny scent lingering in the air. "Little kitty, what is going on with this girl? Is she trying to pull a fast one?" The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The chef's shop had recently gained fame in the capital, making it conceivable that someone might attempt to exploit it. With a flash of glimmering light, the shattered star knife appeared in Huang Yunqing's hand, the exquisite chef's knife now aimed at the unconscious girl. "Listen here, Little one, if you want to pull a scam, you should head over to the Crystal Pavilion next door. They are the ones with deep pockets, not worried about a petty con like you. If you try your luck here, it could cost you your life. However, her threats fell on deaf ears. The girl remained in a deep slumber. Feeling a bit awkward, Huang Yunqing cleared her throat. If the girl wasn't here to con her, then what was she doing fainting at her doorstep? To ease the tension, she turned to inquire, "Little kitty, do you know what happened to her?" Fish, the shadow black cat, having reached the 7th tier, was now capable of producing simple syllables to respond to Huang Yunqing's questions. She tilted her head in confusion. What did the cat mean? Did the girl faint because of her fondness for fish? The cat meowed anxiously, "Meow." Fish still baffled, Huang Yunqing sighed, "I don't comprehend your meaning. You handle this as you see fit." Upon receiving her consent, the shadow black cat swiftly carried the unconscious girl away from the entrance of the chef's shop, leaving Huang Yunqing slightly astonished. Why was the cat so interested in the girl? Was it truly taking her for a meal? She brushed aside the incident, for many eager patrons awaited inside the shop. Yet, without the cat's assistance, her workload significantly increased, and she felt as if she were barely keeping up. "If I had known, I wouldn't have let the little cat leave," she muttered, wiping the sweat from her brow. "If the girl wants fish, I could have simply saved her some fish heads and tails, which are meant for the kitty anyway." In truth, the shadow black cat was easy to care for. Huang Yunqing merely needed to save the leftover fish heads and tails from the boiled fish to prepare a simple fish head stew for the cat. It was far simpler than dealing with Ming Li, the lazy fox who always insisted on the most expensive dishes. Speaking of which, where was that lazy fox? As Huang Yunqing retrieved the roast goose from the deep well oven, its enticing reddish-brown sheen made her crave a taste herself. Could it be that she overslept? I did say one shouldn't indulge in such things every day. After slicing the roast goose, she was about to sneak a bite when Ming Li's cool voice rang out from behind her. "Little Qingqing, are you questioning me?" The fragrant aroma of iced lotus wafted from Ming Li, his voice laced with a hint of seduction and mischief. "Am I capable of indulging in such activities every day? Surely you are aware." Huang Yunqing recalled Ming Li's wild antics from the previous night, shivering at the memory, as it seemed she was always the one pleading for mercy. "Heh, little Li, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Huang Yunqing immediately donned a sheepish smile, presenting the sliced roast goose before him. Come. The freshly roasted goose is still sizzling. What I meant to say was, while your body can handle it, my little frame cannot withstand such excess." She offered him a pair of purple bamboo chopsticks, gazing at him with adoration, her golden phoenix eyes sparkling. Yet, in her heart, she secretly vowed that one day, she would make Ming Li beg for mercy. The aroma of the roast goose filled the chef's shop, creating an inviting atmosphere. The ancient method of deep well roast goose was limited to just 3 per day. Yet, despite the patrons' well-known cravings for it, no one dared to claim the last roast goose. Huang Yunqing found this peculiar. It was customary for the roast goose to sell out first. Why was the final one still unsold today? Just then, Sima Tiedon's robust figure appeared at the entrance of the shop. "I hope the roast goose reserved for my marshal hasn't been taken." Upon seeing Sima Tiedon's imposing figure, Huang Yunqing raised an eyebrow, a sharp glint flickering in her gaze. What was this about? She had been puzzled as to why her ancient method of deep well roast goose wasn't selling, only to realize that the marshal's household had already made arrangements. She glanced at the patrons, who were silently fuming at Sima Tiedon, their expressions increasingly unfriendly. This establishment operated on a first-come, first-served basis, and reservations had never been part of the rules. Although Sima Tiedon was known for his temper, he dared not provoke Huang Yunqing, opting instead for a genial demeanor. "Miss, rest assured, my marshal will adhere strictly to your rules. I was merely speaking with some acquaintances in the shop." He continued, "You don't allow reservations for the roast goose? But my marshal has already informed the influential figures in the capital, and they will surely oblige." As he spoke, a hint of arrogance crept into his expression, for the Sima family indeed possessed the means to be so. Aside from their formidable strength, their bluster was also a form of power. The nobles dining in the chef's shop lowered their heads, unwilling to engage with Sima Tiedon. After all, the nobility in the capital valued rules and strength. While the Sima family was known for their rogue behavior, the infamous title of Rogue Marshal belonged to the great Marshal Sima Wudi. Everyone understood the importance of social status. Who would waste time arguing with a family of thugs? Huang Yunqing noted the patron's silence and realized that Sima Wudi's so-called communication was likely enforced through intimidation. Though she felt quite displeased, she knew the roast goose would have to be sold to Sima Tiedon. Otherwise, it would be left unsold. With a stoic expression, Huang Yunqing stated, 200 spirit crystals each. Pay up. Sima Taidan complied without hesitation, eager to avoid being tossed out by Huang Yunqing again. He quickly produced 200 spirit crystals. Just as Huang Yunqing was about to accept the payment, a playful voice chimed in from the entrance. I hear that the ancient method of deep well roast goose is made using the auspicious creature of the myriad beasts sect. The crane feather black maned goose, Yi Qianruo appeared, a vibrant green snake coiled around her shoulders. The snake resembled an ornament, yet the flicking tongue revealed its danger. I am quite eager to sample the roast goose made from the crane feather black maned goose. What could it possibly taste like? Dressed in a blue skirt adorned with silver thread depicting the crane feather black maned goose, her graceful movements captured the attention of the patrons, not merely for her beauty but for the powerful aura she exuded. After all, the green snake on her shoulder was a 7th-tier spirit beast, the jade green snake. A beast master capable of controlling such a creature, coupled with the obvious imagery on her attire, revealed her identity. She was a beast master from the myriad beasts sect. The patrons understood that Huang Yunqing's ancient method of deep well roast goose utilized the auspicious crane feather black maned goose from the myriad beasts sect. Now, with a beast master at their doorstep, was trouble brewing for the chef's shop? The last roast goose remained unsold. Huang Yunqing retracted her hand, which was about to receive the spirit crystal, and gazed at Yi Qianruo with keen interest, subtly reminding her, roast goose is a matter of first come, first served. Miss Yi, you might have to wait until tomorrow to savor the roast goose. Sima Taidan was also somewhat intimidated by Yi Qianruo's formidable aura. But since Huang Yunqing had proclaimed first come, first served, he felt a sense of security. Indeed, young lady, this roast goose has been reserved by our marshal. You'd better come early tomorrow to queue. Yi Qianruo slightly raised an eyebrow, a dangerous glimmer swirling in her bright eyes, and then the jade-green serpent on her shoulder sprang forth like a cannonball. Sima Taidan felt the world spin around him before he was thrown out of the kitchen lady's shop, landing with a deep thud at the entrance. The roast goose I sent meant for you. You don't even have the right to queue, yet you dare suggest that I come earlier to line up? Miss Huang Yunqing never mentioned that the roast goose could be reserved. If you want to enjoy it, your marshal must obediently queue. Yi Qianruo's sudden action left the patrons inside the kitchen lady's shop perplexed. Shouldn't the beastmaster of the 10,000 Beasts sect be causing trouble? Yet, her demeanor seemed to be defending Huang Yunqing at every turn. Miss Huang Yunqing, I have been queuing properly, one patron remarked, their expression becoming somewhat peculiar upon hearing Yi Qianruo's words, even their dining posture turning awkward. Why Yi Qianruo had just thrown Sima Taidan, who was in front of her, out of the queue. Wasn't he that queuing for the roast goose? However, it appeared that Huang Yunqing seemed to tacitly approve of Yi Qianruo's behavior. Did Huang Yunqing not wish for her dishes to be reserved in advance? Huang Yunqing glanced at the ejected Sima Taidan and smiled. Aside from not wasting food, I am adding another rule. Our establishment does not accept reservations. Dishes must be consumed by the purchaser themselves. If everyone played like Sima Wudi, they'd only need to send a steward to line up while they enjoyed it at home. Wouldn't he that throw the kitchen lady's shop into chaos? After all, the dishes are freshly made, and any delay during transit might affect their taste, which could tarnish the shop's reputation. Unless in special circumstances. We do not support takeout, as delays will affect the dish's flavor. Since all the patrons were present, I will add another rule. Apart from beverages and desserts, our dishes cannot be taken out. I hope everyone understands. The shameless behavior of the Sima family from the marshal's residence served as a reminder to Huang Yunqing, prompting her to establish this rule, blocking the opportunistic hearts of the privileged. If one wishes to savor the delicacies, they must obediently queue at the kitchen lady's shop. How absurd is it to have a steward take the dishes home for enjoyment? Yi Qianruo neatly placed 200 spirit crystals on the countertop. Upon noticing Ming Li standing behind Huang Yunqing, she hastily lowered her head and gently inquired, Miss Huang Yunqing, I intend to eat this roast goose myself. Can you sell it to me? Of course. Huang Yunqing unhesitatingly accepted the spirit crystals. The beautifully sliced roast goose glistened under the light, exuding an irresistible aroma of honey and sour plums. Miss Yi, our establishment is a small business. I would be quite distressed if any of the tables or chairs were damaged. Therefore, please refrain from causing trouble inside. Consider this a warning. Yi Qianruo quickly nodded, carrying the plate of reddish-brown roast goose to a corner, her eyes reflecting eagerness. Hey, where have you been today, little sister? I see you've come here to indulge in delicacies. Yi Qianruo entered, holding a green bamboo sword, her azure satin robe accentuating her heroic demeanor, with sparkling sword glimmers in her starry eyes. Miss Huang Yunqing, ID like a serving of boiled fish. After handing over 50 spirit crystals to Huang Yunqing, She sat beside Yi Qianru in a corner of the kitchen lady's shop. Why, Yi Qianru gazed at the plate of exquisitely presented roast goose before Yi Qianru and whispered, "Little sister, I heard this roast goose is made from the crane feather black mane goose from your 10,000 beasts sect. Do you truly believe it is the crane feather black mane goose?" Yi Qianru picked up a piece of roast goose meat, lamenting slightly, "No doubt about it. It is indeed the crane feather black mane goose. The meat carries a faint wine aroma, thanks to our sect's unique spirit wine pond. This is definitely the goose captured from our sect." Yi Qianru cast a cautious glance at Huang Yunqing, who was busy in the kitchen, and gently advised Yi Qianru, "Little sister, this shop can procure even the crane feather black mane goose from the 10,000 beasts sect, indicating that its backing is extraordinary. So, you should abandon any thoughts of reporting this shop. If we offend this establishment, even leaving the Tianlan Empire alive would be a luxury, let alone seeking enlightenment in the Holy Land." Yi Qianru looked at Yi Qianru with suspicion, a hint of disdain in her beautiful eyes, as if regarding a fool brother who says, "I want to report this shop. I am not ignorant of the fact that this establishment has powerful support. Only someone with a poor sense would cause trouble here." Yi Qianru took a bite of the roast goose, savoring the unique flavor of the crane feather black mane goose, the sourness of the plums mingling with the sweetness of honey. Her face lit up with rapture, and she showed no sign of stopping. Her cheeks bulged as she wished she could devour the entire plate of roast goose, as if it possessed some special magic. "I truly only wish to taste the roast goose. You don't know, back in our 10,000 beast sect, the crane feather black mane goose has practically become ancestral spirits, bullying the new disciples every day. I was once chased by a pack of them, and now, being able to eat their meat feels quite satisfying." Yi Qianru swiftly polished off half the plate of roast goose, exclaiming, "Had I known the meat of the crane feather black mane goose was this delicious, I should have stolen a couple to roast while guarding the spirit wine pond." Yi Qianru was nearly astonished to the point of dropping her jaw at the sight of Yi Qianru devouring the roast goose like a wolf. It was known that Yi Qianru had little interest in food. As a beastmaster, she preferred nurturing her bond with her spirit beasts and taking them into the mountains for training. She often had to make do with casual meals, and most times, she simply replaced them with fasting pills. Why Yi Qianru once thought that Yi Qianru had developed a loss of appetite, dedicating precious cultivation time to preparing delicious meals for her. But Yi Qianru had never shown any gratitude. Seeing the plate of roast goose vanish into Yi Qianru's stomach, Yi Qianru could not resist asking, "Little sister, didn't you say you had no interest in food?" Yi Qianru licked the sour plum sauce from the corner of her mouth, looking utterly content as she waved her hand lazily at Yi Qianru. "Brother, don't tease me. I have no interest in your cooking. Your dishes aren't as tasty as the fasting pills." Yi Qianru felt the veins at his temples throb. When little sister was young, she had praised his cooking. She had loved his egg fried rice the most. How could she suddenly change her tune? "Your boiled fish is ready. Please enjoy." Huang Yunqing brought forth the boiled fish, catching a glimpse of Yi Qianru glaring at the empty roast goose plate. Puzzled, what was the deal with Yi Qianru's fixation on the roast goose? Did all the prodigies have such peculiarities? "Miss Huang Yunqing, while your culinary skills are commendable, your egg fried rice must not surpass mine." Yi Qianru recalled the adoration in little sister's eyes when he made her egg fried rice. It was his signature dish. Huang Yunqing arched an eyebrow and replied lightly, and then Yi Qianru slammed his hand on the table, declaring with determination, "I wish to challenge you to an egg fried rice cook-off." Huang Yunqing, slightly disdainful, turned to leave. "No need for a contest. Mine will undoubtedly be the finest, having tasted the ancient well-roasted goose." Yi Qianru became Huang Yunqing's devoted fan, resolutely stating, "Indeed, Miss Huang Yunqing's egg fried rice must be the best. Brother, spare yourself the embarrassment." Yi Qianru was infuriated, unable to comprehend how his little sister had sided with Huang Yunqing. Was the fried rice he made not fragrant? Huang Yunqing glanced at the boiled fish on the table and suddenly understood why Yi Qianru mentioned fried rice. Enlightened, she said, "Indeed, the best pairing with boiled fish must be fried rice. Why don't you two order 2 more servings of fried rice?" Without hesitation, Yi Qianru handed Huang Yunqing 2 spirit crystals. "Miss Huang, your fried rice must be the most delicious." However, Yi Qianru clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth and declared, "Miss Huang Yunqing, though it may be presumptuous, I still wish to challenge you. Why fried rice is absolutely unbeatable." Huang Yunqing was taken aback that Yi Qianru, such a proud figure, would engage in a competition over a bowl of fried rice, and she couldn't help but smile wryly. "It's currently our business hours. Please refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, you might be subjected to our specialty service of stacking dishes." Just as Yi Qianquan was about to give up, the excited voice of the little chef echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. Master, compete with her. As a future culinary master at the pinnacle of the food chain, how could the master endure having her culinary skills questioned? Side quest, roll on, fried rice. How could the master's culinary skills be doubted? Even the simplest fried rice can be made extraordinary. Quest description. Accept the challenge from Yi Qianquan. Agree to compete and prepare a fried rice that will win her over. Fried rice is simple, ordinary, yet the most delicious. The little chef offered a warm reminder. Indeed, a doting brother is not to be underestimated. Quest reward, unlock recipe, fried rice set. Upon seeing the quest reward, Huang Yunqing immediately halted. The tofu pudding set was a legitimate opportunity for a price increase, directly raising the price from 3 spirit crystals to 10. Wasn't the fried rice set, now offered by the little chef, a familiar tactic, signaling an opportunity to raise the price of fried rice too? Since a blatant opportunity presented itself, Huang Yunqing was determined to seize it. She had long wanted to increase the prices of her dishes. Noticing Yi Qianquan dejectedly return to her seat, she couldn't help but smirk slightly and slowly said, Yi Qianquan, I accept your challenge. After closing, we shall compete. Yi Qianquan was taken aback that Huang Yunqing would truly accept her challenge, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Great. I will showcase my utmost culinary skills. My fried rice once moved my little sister to tears. Huang Yunqing, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged. A doting brother, indeed, cannot be trifled with. Fortunately, Yi Qianro, concerned that Yi Qianquan might embarrass herself, promptly dragged her away by the ear after their meal. As time passed, the little chef's establishment was nearing closing time, and even the persistent customer, Jian Pongzi, obediently got up to leave. Miss Huang Yunqing, you should consider hiring a waiter. I see you bustling about and looking quite exhausted, Jian Pongzi said earnestly at the entrance of the little chef's establishment. Lord Cat is a 7th-tier spirit beast with status. It's rather unfair to make him run errands. Coincidentally, I know a nimble girl who works swiftly. Shall I recommend her to you? Upon hearing Jian Pongzi's suggestion, Huang Yunqing's mind sparked. Is that girl diligent? Very. She is the quickest in my mind. Huang Yunqing eagerly inquired, Boss Jian, does she eat a lot? Not much. Just about 10 bowls per meal. Otherwise, she won't have the strength to work. Huang Yunqing immediately extinguished the thought of hiring her in Jian Pongzi's eyes. Eating 10 bowls per meal was nothing. Never mind. She preferred a well-behaved and nimble girl. Soft, cute, and petite. Just imagining someone who could eat 10 bowls made her shiver in horror. As Jian Yuanbao left the little chef's establishment, he specially reminded her, Miss Huang Yunqing, if you're short-handed, just let me know. I can even arrange for people from the spirit crystal mine. To Jian Pongzi's enthusiasm, Huang Yunqing could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile, fearing that anyone working under him would be exceptionally gluttonous. In truth, she felt that occasionally serving dishes herself was quite pleasant, as it allowed her to stretch her limbs. Standing in the kitchen all the time wasn't ideal. Once Mo Hanlin and the others departed, Huang Yunqing finally sat at the entrance, taking a moment to rest. The extreme shadow black cat still hadn't returned, and she wondered what it was doing with that little girl. Was it possible it had abducted her? Sitting under the sun, Huang Yunqing savored a fleeting moment of leisure. However, when her gaze fell upon the stack of dishes waiting to be washed, her mood plummeted. Little chef, I think our establishment could use a dishwasher. Could you help me arrange for some upgrades? Master makes a valid point. The little chef's voice remained as enthusiastic as ever, but she firmly rejected the idea. Washing dishes can temper the master's will. If the master wishes to ascend to the pinnacle of the spirit beast continent, one must work diligently to gaze at the sky. Huang Yunqing placed her delicate hands under the sunlight, lamenting, whether washing dishes can temper my will, I'm not quite sure. However, it will certainly damage my delicate hands. Upon hearing Huang Yunqing's complaint, the little chef excitedly promoted. The master can use the specially formulated dish soap prepared by the little chef. It has a refreshing lemon scent and is gentle on the hands. For just 10 spirit crystals, you can purchase a large bottle, and no matter how many dishes there are to wash, you won't have to worry. Huang Yunqing cracked her knuckles, grinning wickedly, little chef. Do you find it delightful to trick me? With 10 spirit crystals, she could buy 2 cups of bubble tea instead, which sounded far more appealing. Recalling the 400 spirit crystals she had lost to the little chef made her heart ache. That had taken quite some effort to save. Master should go enjoy some bubble tea to soothe her temper. The little chef is off to see if she can trick a system even more foolish than herself. Huang Yunqing smirked and returned to the kitchen, pouring 2 cups of bubble tea and sweetly presenting them to Ming Li. Little Li, would you like some bubble tea? Yes. Ming Li took the warm cup of bubble tea without any intention of being polite. Huang Yunqing, irritated, took a sip and muttered, "Little Li, can't you at least pretend to be polite with me?" Ming Li slightly raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his godlike features. "Must I be polite with you? You are my little chef, responsible for my meals and care. Is that not expected?" Huang Yunqing glared at Ming Li for a long moment before grudgingly conceding, "Fine, you're handsome, so you have a point." Ming Li's lips curled into a smile, the sweet taste of bubble tea lingering between them. Her culinary skills were undoubtedly impressive, ensuring his dietary needs were well met. As the sun began to set, Huang Yunqing noticed their shadows, one person and one cat, stretching long as they approached the little chef's establishment. "Meow, is this where you work? Meow." The extreme shadow black cat meowed, and the slender girl stood patiently beneath the peach blossom tree outside the little chef's shop, waiting obediently. "Okay, meow meow, I'll wait here obediently for you. Can you ask if I can stay here?" Desire gleamed in the girl's eyes. She had distinctly caught the scent of bubble tea earlier, and it was so enticing. If only she could remain in this little shop. Huang Yunqing glanced at the extreme shadow black cat, sensing it was up to something mischievous. Could it be that such a young cat already knew how to charm young girls? It seemed necessary to instill some proper values. Early romance was not advisable. Upon sensing the gaze of Huang Yunqing, the shadow cat let out a cry before swiftly darting to her side. Meowed at fish. The shadow cat's emerald eyes brimmed with a fervent desire for expression, as it waved its paw, gesturing animatedly at Huang Yunqing. "Xiao Lily, do you understand what the little kitty is saying? Is it craving fish or something else?" However, Huang Yunqing found herself lacking in comprehension of the beast language, prompting her to seek assistance from the nearby fox elder. Ming Li elegantly sipped her pearl milk tea, her voice icy and calm as she remarked, "The shadow cat wishes to adopt that mermaid. Once raised, she would surely be quite delectable." Surprised, Huang Yunqing glanced at Ming Li, doubting whether the cunning fox was embellishing the translation. She distinctly recalled the shadow cat merely uttering a single cry. Could it be that the little kitty's vocalizations were so richly nuanced? Moreover, was it truly feasible to rear a mermaid for consumption? As she chewed on the cherry blossom pearls, Huang Yunqing incredulously inquired, "Little kitty, where in our shop is there a mermaid? Surely, you aren't confused between fish and mermaids?" The shadow cat lifted its paw, pointing towards a young girl standing beneath the prosperity peach blossom tree, its eyes glistening with longing. "Meow." The girl, mistaking the gesture for a greeting, waved back sweetly. "Meow meow, don't worry. I'll wait right here for you." A flicker of astonishment crossed Huang Yunqing's gaze. So, the little kitty had been calling out for fish all this time because that girl was indeed a mermaid? Huang Yunqing felt her knowledge and intellect being overshadowed. She rummaged through her memories for any information related to mermaids but found none. The little cook seemed utterly disconnected, offering no insights at all. Thus, she tugged at Ming Li's sleeve, asking, "Xiao Lily, are there still mermaids among the spirit beasts of the continent?" Ming Li observed Huang Yunqing's dazed and foolish expression, seemingly relishing the opportunity to display her superior knowledge. In the unfathomable sea of the Haoyue Empire, there exists a clan of mermaids. They possess a unique advantage in transformation. While ordinary spirit beasts can only transform at the 9th tier, they can do so at the 5th tier. However, mermaids cannot remain away from water for prolonged periods. I wonder how this mermaid princess arrived in the Tianlan Empire. Leaning closer to Ming Li, Huang Yunqing questioned, "But Xiao Lily, that girl looks just like us. How can you be certain she is a mermaid princess?" Ming Li suddenly grasped Huang Yunqing's chin, her ice blue eyes filled with disdain. "The eyes of mermaid royalty are pinked. If you doubt me, you can make her cry later. Their tears turn into pearls." After finally freeing herself from Ming Li's hold, Huang Yunqing squinted at the girl for a long while, and indeed noticed that the girl's eyes were a pink hue, resembling translucent pink crystals. "Xiao Lily, you seem quite knowledgeable about the mermaid clan." She nudged Ming Li with her elbow, pouting. "You must have had many mermaid princesses vying for your affection in the past, which is why you are so well informed about them, right?" Ming Li smiled broadly, her crescent fox eyes shimmering with endless waves, akin to the boundless depths of the unfathomable sea, capable of engulfing one in an instant. "A millennium ago, the mermaid clan dominated the unfathomable sea. I found them quite prolific, so I partook of a few." For reasons unknown, Huang Yunqing sensed a chilling undertone in Ming Li's smile, cautiously probing, "Xiao Lily, you surely didn't consume just a few, did you?" Ming Li swayed her foxtail freely under the sunlight. "There are only a few left now." Huang Yunqing felt the veins in her forehead throbbing. This lazy fox was far too gluttonous. Had she turned them into a protected species? Ming Li's eyes glimmered with reminiscence, as if savoring the memory of chasing the mermaid clan in the unfathomable sea. I know not what a protected species entails, but the taste of mermaid flesh is indeed exquisite. The shadow cat has quite the discerning palate. Upon receiving Ming Li's praise, the shadow cat proudly raised its head and let out a triumphant cry. Meow. What is the little kitty saying now? Huang Yunqing anxiously shook Ming Li's sleeve. Can't you teach the kitty some communication skills? I find this method of conversing quite cumbersome. Ming Li placed her hand on Huang Yunqing's head, contentedly replying, I do not find communication difficult at all. If I were to teach the shadow cat how to speak, how would it know that this timid woman might whisper secrets to it? The shadow cat then proclaimed, you could keep her in the shop. We are in need of help, and Yu Ji can serve as a shop assistant. Huang Yunqing suddenly sensed a mischievous intent from the shadow cat. Not only did it wish to adopt the mermaid princess, but it also aimed to make her a laborer. No way, little kitty. My requirements for hiring a shop assistant are quite high. They must be diligent, hardworking, and gentle. Meow. Before Huang Yunqing could further consult Ming Li had already completed the translation. The shadow cat says that Yu Ji eats little and can sustain herself, and most importantly, you need not pay her a salary. Huang Yunqing abruptly placed her pearl milk tea on the table, her golden phoenix eyes radiating righteous indignation as she declared, let her come. After all, I am a kind-hearted person. Chapter 111. Yu Ji? Why are you in such dire straits? Greetings, Sister Huang. My name is Yu Ji. I am here to apply for the position of shop assistant. Why? Yu Ji stood nervously before Huang Yunqing, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment, her pink eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. Huang Yunqing scrutinized the frail little figure of Yu Ji, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Is the term interview popular among your mermaid clan? Ah, yes? Yu Ji suddenly recalled that she had used a term from the modern world. Quickly stammering an explanation, Sister Huang, I meant to say that I am capable of fulfilling the role of shop assistant. I promise to rise before the rooster crows and sleep later than a dog. Huang Yunqing rubbed her chin, sensing that this mermaid princess seemed rather peculiar and somewhat off-kilter. Please introduce yourself. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ji adjusted her demeanor and offered a sweet smile to Huang Yunqing. Not that, Sister Huang. My name is Yu Ji, and I have ample practical experience. I have previously worked part-time in tea shops and dessert shops, and I possess considerable knowledge of the food industry. I am confident in my ability to excel in service work here, whether it be running errands, serving tea, or washing dishes. Huang Yunqing became increasingly convinced that Yu Ji was indeed a time traveler. So how long have you been here since your arrival? Not long at all. Yu Ji instinctively began to vent her frustrations to Huang Yunqing. I cannot even recall how I ended up here. While other travelers gain the original memories of their hosts, I know nothing. If it weren't for the cat tossing me into the pool, I would have surely perished from thirst. This body is truly a burden. Suddenly, Yu Ji seemed to recall something significant, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with fear. I just might have let something slip. Oh no. Oh no. I won't be turned into a lab rat. Will I? Huang Yunqing was taken aback by Yu Ji's naivety. With just a few probing questions, she had revealed everything. Smirking, Huang Yunqing ominously threatened, you won't be turned into a lab rat, but perhaps we could explore the idea of mermaid sashimi. With a touch of wasabi, it should be quite delectable. Why? Yu Ji trembled in fear, realizing she had unwittingly stepped into a den of thieves. What was she to do now? Hey, you are a fellow time traveler. Why are you so timid? Huang Yunqing pondered, finding Yu Ji's demeanor rather uncharacteristic for someone of the Traveler's Alliance. It is no wonder that one finds themselves in such a dire predicament. Utterly unaware of the nature of their own spirit beast, and left to languish under the sun for the better part of the day. Had it not been for the fortunate fainting spell at the doorstep of the cook's humble establishment, Yu Jiu might have been reduced to a mere dried fish. Alas, I never wished to end up in such a miserable state. While others transmigrate as princesses or noble consorts, I alone have found myself inhabiting the form of a mermaid on the streets, nearly succumbing to thirst. The more Yu Jiu pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. If not for fainting at the cook's door and encountering that kind-hearted cat, she might have become the first transmigrator in history to perish under the sun. A most embarrassing fate if it were to be known. Indeed, little Li, you spoke truly. The tears of a mermaid do transform into pearls. I wonder how much these pink pearls might fetch. Taking advantage of Yu Jiu's weeping, Huang Yunqing held her palm out to catch the pearls, the pink orbs appearing particularly exquisite. It was then that Yu Jiu sensed something amiss. She sniffled and inquired, Sister Huang, what are you doing? Huang Yunqing, Noting Yu Juzhou's cessation of tears, lamented, "Oh, Yu Juzhou, you ought to continue weeping. Your tears could become pearls, which I could sell at the Longxing auction house. If they prove valuable, I would share a portion with you." Yu Juzhou bit her lip, appearing pitiably torn between the desire to cry and the reluctance to do so. Huang Yunqing gathered the handful of pink pearls in her palm and comforted her earnestly. "Oh dear, is it not merely a matter of being homeless after your transmigration? You may reside in my cook's little shop." With a gentle pat on Yu Juzhou's shoulder, Huang Yunqing expressed her satisfaction with her new helper, particularly since she could produce pearls with her tears. "I can provide you with food and shelter, though I cannot offer a salary." Huang Yunqing poured the last cup of milk tea from the container, the translucent cherry blossom pearls floating within, creating a visually stunning sight. "Here, I invite you to enjoy some milk tea." The exquisite pearl milk tea immediately captivated Yu Juzhou's attention. She had not anticipated encountering such authentic pearl milk tea after her transmigration. Her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, touched by Huang Yunqing's kindness in offering her the beverage. "Sister Huang, I promise to work diligently." Seeing Yu Juzhou's spirits lifting, Huang Yunqing felt a sense of relief wash over her. At last, her little helper was settling in. "Since you are so resolute, I can rest easy. After you finish your milk tea, do remember to wash the dishes." Huang Yunqing leaned closer and whispered, "Your body belongs to a mermaid princess, so dishwashing should be a light task for you. I have high hopes for you." Yu Juzhou was already enamored with Huang Yunqing's milk tea. This visually appealing and delectable pearl milk tea was surely a cut above the trendy varieties. "Rest assured, Sister Huang, I shall wash the dishes with utmost care." Huang Yunqing stretched contentedly, relishing the feeling of having someone to wash the dishes. Indeed, a delightful relief. Just as she was about to close the door, a blue sword appeared at the entrance of the cook's shop. Yi Qinshuan, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "Miss Huang Yunqing, I have come to challenge you to a fried rice cook-off." Huang Yunqing glanced at the iron wok slung over Yi Qinshuan's shoulder, her lips twitching as her expression turned somewhat strained. How could this doting brother bring his wok along? "This is the iron wok that has accompanied us siblings since childhood. I have affectionately named it Dehei." The once quiet black cat, Ji Ying, suddenly bristled with hostility, its emerald eyes glaring. Why did that ridiculous name resurface? The beastmaster who captured it had failed to give it a proper name, resorting to the silly moniker Dehei temporarily. Now this black wok was named Dehei as well. It seemed imperative to bestow it a more imposing name. Chapter 112. Huang's Secret Egg Fried Rice. Ready? Do you not find the name Dehei delightful? Yi Qinshuan grinned at Ji Ying's agitated reaction, pride gleaming in his eyes. "Meow." Ji Ying responded with a hint of disdain, leaping onto the golden Nanmu table, presenting the others with an imperious back. "Miss Huang Yunqing, I am well prepared for this," Yi Qinshuan proclaimed, retrieving his ingredients from his satchel. "I have tasted your egg fried rice. Your ingredients and selections are superb. However, my ingredients are equally impressive." Yi Qinshuan produced a pigeon egg glimmering with a silver blue sheen, exclaiming triumphantly, "This is an egg from the 5th-tier spirit beast, Thunderstorm Dove. It surpasses your Thundercloud Blackbone chicken egg by far. I shall surely defeat you in this fried rice contest." Yi Qinshuan's sister, Yi Qianrou, was taken aback by her brother's fierce competitiveness. "Brother, I believe it would be wise to avoid embarrassing yourself. Your fried rice is not enjoyable, and it is not the ingredients that are at fault. Your culinary skills leave much to be desired." Her words struck Yi Qinshuan like arrows, piercing his heart with the sting of his sister's disapproval. Truly, it was heart-wrenching. Cough. "Regardless, I intend to challenge Miss Huang Yunqing." Huang Yunqing observed Yi Qinshuan's fervor and could not help but smile softly, turning to head toward the kitchen. "Just in time. I was about to close up and prepare staff meals. It is a fitting way to celebrate Yu Juzhou's arrival at my little shop." Huang Yunqing was well acquainted with the crystal stove in the kitchen. Egg fried rice was among the dishes she had prepared most frequently of late. After all, both egg fried rice and clear soup noodles were the most affordable options, often chosen by indecisive diners at the cook's shop. To showcase her skills, Huang Yunqing executed a dazzling display of tossing the wok, flames erupting in a spectacular fashion, akin to fireworks, eliciting gasps of admiration from the patrons. With practiced ease, she prepared 6 plates of egg fried rice, placing them on the counter with a confident smile. "Huang's secret egg fried rice is ready." Ming Li was the first to claim her plate. The golden grains of fried rice arranged artfully on the white porcelain dish, resembling a work of art. "Silly dog." Huang Yunqing blinked in confusion. What? How dare this mischievous fox insult her while consuming her food? Did she not realize the wrath she could unleash? "Are you angry?" Upon hearing Ming Li's inquiry, Huang Yunqing quickly donned a sheepish smile, her tone softening considerably. Though, not at all. Little Li, take your plate to the table and enjoy slowly. Be careful not to choke, or I shall be heartbroken. Yet internally, Huang Yunqing thought, perhaps it would be better if you did choke. You wretched fox. Ming Li nodded with satisfaction, carrying her plate to her designated seat, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. Sister, may I take a portion to meow meow? Yu Jujo timidly asked Huang Yunqing, her tongue licking her lips, clearly enticed by the aroma of the fried rice. The egg-fried rice Huang Yunqing prepared seemed distinct from the greasy versions, exuding only the rich essence of eggs and the fragrant allure of rice. The aroma was irresistibly enticing. Huang Yunqing then produced a wooden tray, placing 4 servings of egg-fried rice upon it, smiling as she instructed, Jujio, since this is your first day, take some time to acclimate. These 4 servings are for you, little cat, Bei, and Miss Yi. Please deliver them. Yu Juju nodded gently, balancing the tray with steady hands. Her petite form belied her strength. After distributing the fried rice, Yi Qianquan suddenly complained, Miss Huang Yunqing, why is there none for me? Huang Yunqing emerged from the kitchen, holding her own plate of fried rice. Why, Yi Qianquan, you can cook your own fried rice, can't you? Since you can manage that, I shall not make any for you. Come now, cooking fried rice does not cost a thing. Even if each plate requires but a single spirit crystal, it would still pain me to part with it. Saving where one can is a virtue. The tantalizing aroma of egg-fried rice wafted through the cook's shop, stirring Yi Qianquan's appetite, prompting him to grit his teeth and march into the kitchen with his wok. Miss Huang Yunqing, I assure you that my fried rice is far superior to yours. With a subtle smile, Huang Yunqing glanced at Yi Qianquan before lowering her head to scoop a spoonful of golden fried rice into her mouth. The rich aroma of the eggs from the Lei Yun black-bone chicken was exquisite. The tender eggs enveloped the pearl-like spirit rice, creating a delightful fusion of flavors that was nothing short of perfection. No matter how much one consumed, it never felt greasy. Huang Yunqing held great confidence in her culinary skills. At that moment, Yi Qianro was also savoring Huang Yunqing's fried rice, which was undeniably to her liking. Miss Huang Yunqing, I absolutely adore your fried rice. Upon hearing this, Yi Qianquan nearly contorted his face in frustration. He placed the large iron wok on the crystal stove, pondering how to ignite it when suddenly, a loud bang erupted. The flames leaping from the crystal stove startled him immensely. Brother, perhaps you should not force it. Yi Qianro's words only bolstered Yi Qianquan's determination. Do not worry, little sister. I will certainly prepare a fried rice that will move you to tears. After all, I have cared for you for so many years. Yi Qianquan raised the spatula, his eyes gleaming with determination. Soon, the kitchen echoed with the clattering of utensils. Had it not been for the sturdy design of the little chef's kitchen, it might have exploded by now. Observing the thick black smoke billowing from the side of the crystal stove, Huang Yunqing couldn't help but smile wryly. Thankfully, she had activated the odor avoidance system early on. Otherwise, the entire little chef's shop would be suffused with the smell of grease. Cough, cough. Finally done. Yi Qianquan appeared to have been slightly choked by the smoke. He emerged from the kitchen, holding a small porcelain bowl. His face smeared with soot, the aroma of smoke clinging to him, prompting Ming Li to wave her sleeve in irritation. Little sister, please try this and see if it tastes like it used to. Chapter 113. I wish to leave my mark in your heart. Brother, what on earth is this bowl of fried rice? Yi Qianro's eyelids twitched violently. Yi Qianquan was renowned as a prodigy in martial arts. Yet in the culinary arts, he seemed utterly devoid of talent. The small bowl contained a warm mound of rice, but its color was an unusual shade of black. Moreover, the black clump appeared to be mixed with burnt egg pieces, occasionally shimmering with electric sparks. Judging solely by its appearance, this bowl of fried rice was unappetizing. Indeed, Yi Qianquan was ill-suited for the kitchen. However, Yi Qianquan seemed oblivious to Yi Qianro's discomfort, his voice unusually gentle, eyes sparkling with excitement. Little sister, this is my fried rice. He presented the bowl to Yi Qianro, thoughtfully offering her a spoon, his smile tender and warm. You must try it quickly. I assure you, it will not disappoint. Yi Qianro hesitated, gripping the spoon unsurely. She had an ominous feeling that consuming this fried rice might be perilous. Who knew what ingredients Yi Qianquan had included? Though he appeared disheveled from the smoke, his eyes shone brightly, especially when directed at Yi Qianro, filled with anticipation. Little sister, I remember how much you loved my fried rice when you were young. Back then, when our parents tragically perished in the sunset forest, I could only wander with you near its edges. You once told me that you missed our mother's fried rice the most. Why? Qinshuan's eyes glimmered with moisture. I long to make you a bowl of fried rice that would remind you of your brother's flavor. So you would never forget me. No matter where you went, I finally managed to get my hands on 2 eggs, and though it was a struggle, I made you a bowl of fried rice that you declared to be the most delicious you had ever tasted. One you would never forget. Why? Qianro reminisced about her childhood, her right hand trembling slightly as she held the spoon, her lips curling into a bittersweet smile. That bowl of fried rice had indeed been the most delectable. Despite the unappealing appearance of the current dish, she scooped a spoonful and placed it in her mouth. The burnt rice was somewhat bitter, the egg pieces overly salty, with an unshakable fishy taste. Yet, Qianro did not spit it out. Her expressive eyes glistened with tears, which soon fell into the porcelain bowl. Her voice choked with emotion. But brother, those 2 eggs were clearly stolen, and you were chased 3 streets by Sister Luo Wanxia's pet dog. If it hadn't been for Sister Luo Wanxia's timely intervention, you might have been bitten to death by that hellhound. You still bear the mark on your backside. Qinshuan's expression darkened. And he whispered, little sister, I am now a distinguished genius of the Wanjian sect. Can't you spare me a little dignity? It would be best not to revisit those childhood embarrassments. However, Qinshuan's fried rice seemed to have unleashed a floodgate of memories for Qianro, and she showed no sign of stopping. Woo-woo, brother. This bowl of fried rice is truly horrendous. I had almost forgotten those painful memories, yet this bowl of fried rice has rekindled them. You are so cruel. Seeing his beloved little sister weep, Qinshuan felt a pang of sorrow and quickly embraced her. All right, little sister, please do not cry. It is all my fault. I should never have attempted to make you fried rice. He gently stroked Qianro's hair, his tone softening further. I know my culinary skills cannot compare to Miss Huang Yunqing's, but I wish to carve out a place for myself in your memories. I heard that the young master of the beast sect proposed to you recently. Although I understand that he is a good match for you, I still cannot bear to let you go. Under the warm orange glow of the little chef's shop, the siblings embraced each other in tears, gradually thawing Huang Yunqing's icy heart. Growing up in an orphanage, she had no knowledge of her parents and lacked siblings. During her time in the mercenary world, she often lived on the edge, with little hope for love. Thus, her dream was to retire and open a small restaurant by Westlake, leading a simple, peaceful life. Huang Yunqing's eyes also glistened with moisture. It must be said that the bond between Qinshuan and Qianro had touched her heart. However, before she could wipe her tears, she was startled by the sound of muffled sobbing nearby. Woo-woo, this is so touching. I wish I had an older brother too. It turned out that Yujia was so moved by the sibling affection that she hugged the perplexed black cat tightly. Weeping uncontrollably, Huang Yunqing watched as pink pearls streamed down Yujia's cheeks, quickly extending her hand to catch the lustrous gems in no time. She had gathered a small handful of pink pearls. Huang Yunqing smiled contentedly as she collected the shimmering treasures. It seemed that Yujia, as a shop attendant, had truly chosen the right path. She realized she needed to protect her well. If Yujia were to grow up and accidentally be devoured by a gluttonous little cat, she would lose her steady source of fortune. Miss Huang Yunqing, please excuse my earlier outburst. Once Qinshuan's emotions stabilized, he resumed his dignified demeanor, though the soot on his face appeared rather comical. Huang Yunqing mimicked the little chef's serious demeanor as she poured out chicken soup. The emotional revelations of adulthood might very well begin with a bowl of fried rice, a genuine expression of sentiment that warranted no ridicule. The bond between you siblings is indeed enviable, Huang Yunqing remarked wistfully before her expression turned serious. However, perhaps you should find another place to weep. This establishment is closing soon. As a small business, we must rise early and rest early. I hope for your understanding. Huang Yunqing's swift change of demeanor caught Qinshuan off guard, while Qianro stood up with an apologetic expression. Miss Huang Yunqing, my brother's antics have troubled you. I heard that due to health reasons, you are unable to cultivate, and the sacred land happens to offer methods to clear meridians and enhance one's roots. We have some extra spots available. If you're interested, we would be happy to share one with you. Huang Yunqing's eyes flickered. If a journey to the sacred land could allow her to embark on the path of cultivation, it would indeed be a tremendous temptation for her. If the lazy fiber has not been completed, please join the group and reprimand me. 519-36854-1 Chapter 114. Earning more spirit crystals, is it not delightful? Miss Yi, what exactly is the sacred land? It seems that the original host had limited information, and Huang Yunqing could not find any details related to the sacred land in her mind. The seemingly omniscient little chef had gone offline, while the encyclopedic lazy fox had retreated to the attic to engage in solitary games due to her severe obsession with cleanliness. Thus, Huang Yunqing found herself utterly in the dark about the sacred land and was completely unaware of its significance to the Yi siblings. Yi Qianquan and Yi Qianrou exchanged glances. He wiped the soot from his face and slowly began to explain. It is entirely normal for Miss Huang Yunqing, who is not a practitioner, to be unaware of the sacred land's significance. The sacred land is a secluded realm located at the bottom of the Ginseng Valley. This secret realm opens once every decade, allowing the 10 major sects of the spirit beast continent to select their elite disciples to enter for enlightenment and training. Legends say that the sacred land is filled with countless rare treasures and that many rising talents owe their success to the insights gained there. After listening to Yi Qianquan's explanation, Huang Yunqing could not help but raise her brow slightly. She felt that the so-called sacred land resembled a game dungeon, where one enters to defeat monsters and seek treasures to gain experience and level up. It seemed to hold little value for her. I sensed that the sacred land may not hold much significance for me. If the opportunity were handed to me, it would likely go to waste. Lacking interest in defeating monsters and treasure hunting, both the little chef and Ming Li had assured her that this body possessed no cultivation talent. Even if Huang Yunqing wandered aimlessly in the sacred land, she doubted she would acquire anything of worth. Therefore, it would be wiser to remain in the shop and earn money. Is it not delightful to earn a bit more sparkling spirit crystals? Yi Qianquan was taken aback by Huang Yunqing's refusal of the sacred land opportunity. After all, such opportunities were exceedingly rare, even among the 10 sects of the spirit beast continent. Each time the sacred land was about to open, countless prodigies would vie for a chance to enter. Could it be that Huang Yunqing had yet to grasp the importance of this opportunity? Thus, Yi Qianquan once again earnestly explained, perhaps Miss Huang Yunqing has not yet understood the significance of the sacred land. It is said that within the sacred land dwells one of the 10 extraordinary plants, the enlightenment tree. The tree bears fruit once every millennium, and the enlightenment fruit can forcibly enhance one's cultivation talent and clear blocked meridians. Miss Huang Yunqing, consider the timing. The next opening of the sacred land coincides perfectly with the ripening of the enlightenment fruit. Seeing Yi Qianquan's enthusiasm, Huang Yunqing could not help but curl her lips. It seemed he was eager to persuade her to venture into the sacred land. Ahem, I find it far more enjoyable to stay in the shop and earn money. Thus, you may allocate the sacred land opportunity to someone else. Huang Yunqing had little understanding of the 10 extraordinary plants of the spirit beast continent, only knowing that the money-attracting peach blossom tree in front of her shop was one of them. Periodically, she could kick the tree for luck, potentially attracting wealthy customers. Moreover, it was getting late. They should be heading back. The little chef's shop typically closed at dusk, but it had been delayed until the moon graced the treetops by the insistence of the Yi siblings. Huang Yunqing longed to luxuriate in a bath, savor sweet mango mousse, and drift into a blissful slumber. Miss Huang Yunqing, the effects of the enlightenment fruit are truly remarkable. Yi Qianquan was surprised that Huang Yunqing was so obstinately dismissive and was about to continue his persuasion when Yi Qianrou pulled him aside. Ah, please forgive my elder brother. He is a bit overzealous today. I will take him back to rest. With half a month remaining before the sacred land opened, the siblings planned to stay at the Longting Inn in the capital. If Miss Huang Yunqing requires a chance to enter the sacred land, feel free to seek us out. It is not a difficult matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Qianrou firmly led Yi Qianquan out of the little chef's shop. Leaving without a trace, Chirp, the mysterious black phoenix, Bei, leapt from the table. Though her gait appeared somewhat peculiar, she had at least learned to walk. Sister Huang, this little chick looks quite ugly. Asu Jujio cleared the dishes, she remarked, prompting Bei to flutter and emit a faint flame from her mouth. Sensing a strong aura of danger from that thread of dark flame, Huang Yunqing quickly pushed Yu Jujio aside. Jujio, Bei is not a mere chick. She is a young phoenix yet to fully grow her feathers. You should avoid provoking her, as I have yet to discern her abilities. Why Yu Juju nodded apprehensively and hurried into the kitchen to wash the dishes diligently. Chirp, cough, cough. Huang Yunqing gently lifted Bei by her little wing, her expression serious as she admonished, Bei, you must not breathe fire indiscriminately in the future, understand? The little phoenix, feeling a tad wronged, nodded. It was quite a struggle for her to release even that small flame. Just a minor flicker had caused her to cough and emit smoke, leaving her looking rather pitiful. All right, you should rest now. Huang Yunqing could not bring herself to scold Bei further. After all, she was a young phoenix still lacking in feathers, and it was somewhat pitiful that she struggled with her own flames. Thus, she gently placed Bei on the table, smiling as she pushed the little phoenix's wing, feeling akin to nurturing a chick. Master, Your lovely little chef has returned. The jubilant voice of the little chef echoed in Huang Yunqing's mind. Did you miss me? Listening to the little chef's endearing tone, Huang Yunqing felt as though she had raised a little daughter. Did you manage to bring back anything good from your excursions? I have completed 2 side quests in succession. I have also recruited a shop assistant, and I have conquered Yi Qianquan's challenge.